Chapter 1. The Simulation of a Mortal Cultivation System. Elder Yang, I have come to submit the sex task. Please, take a look at the reward. Chuan said respectfully as he entered the task hall, carrying a basket of herbs and gazing at the white-haired elder at the forefront. Elder Yang cast a casual glance at the basket filled with first-tier herbs, nodded slightly, and then remarked, "Indeed, you have successfully gathered 100 blood chi herbs. Here is your reward. Place the basket here, you may leave now." As he spoke, 3 low-grade spirit stones, lacking in spiritual energy, were tossed onto the table by Elder Yang. Upon seeing the spirit stones, Chuan's face lit up with joy. He set down the basket, collected the stones, and left the task hall without a backward glance. Along the way, he tightly clutched the 3 low-grade spirit stones in his pocket and hurried back to his residence. However, midway through his journey, "Look, it's Saintess Lu." A streak of light sliced through the sky, traversing from the outer sect to the inner sect. With the appearance of this streak, many outer sect disciples paused in their tracks, their faces filled with envy. Some even had love reflected in their eyes, gazing at her as if she were a goddess on high. Chuan looked up and beheld a figure clad in a flowing blue robe. She was tall, strikingly beautiful, yet her expression was exceedingly aloof, her eyes frosty as if she were an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world, flying gracefully with a sword beneath her feet. Watching her soar through the air on her sword, Chuan couldn't help but feel envious, murmuring to himself, "Truly, this is the realm of immortal cultivation. One can indeed fly with a sword. Once I reach the golden core stage, I too shall soar amidst the heavens. I must attain the golden core realm and become a lofty immortal in the eyes of mortals." Chuan clenched his fists, silently vowing. Indeed, Chuan was not a local. He hailed from afar, having traversed from Blue Star. The manner of his crossing was nothing short of absurd. In a hotel bathroom, having just finished his business, Chuan intended to take a relaxing shower. To his surprise, a smooth bar of soap inexplicably appeared on the floor. In a moment of carelessness, he stepped on the soap and met his untimely demise. What was even more ridiculous was that, just before his consciousness faded, he heard the bar of soap speak. It lamented that many recent transmigrators were complaining about their singular modes of crossing, either being struck by a truck out of nowhere or suffering a sudden death without warning. Thus, the system's transmigration company decided to develop new methods of crossing, using him as an experimental subject. What the hell kind of transmigration method is this? Being killed by a truck is one thing, but being murdered by a bar of soap? How is that even a method of crossing? I must leave a bad review. Hearing the soap's words, Chuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. As a seasoned reader of novels, he naturally realized that the opportunity to transmigrate had come to him, so he was not at all surprised by the soap's remarks. However, the method was simply too humiliating. Moreover, he hadn't even had the chance to format his phone. Thus, Chuan arrived in this realm of immortal cultivation, reborn into an ordinary family of mortals. A month ago, filled with dreams of immortality, he came to the most renowned sect for cultivation in the vicinity, Qingshan sect. With a modicum of talent for cultivation, he successfully passed the sex assessment and became an outer disciple of Qingshan sect. I wonder what kind of man could win the heart of a figure like Saintess Lu. As they watched the sex saintess fly away on her sword, several passing outer disciples sighed in admiration. Stop dreaming, he must be a dragon among men. Saintess Lu broke through to the golden core stage at just 21 and possesses a top-tier water spiritual root. In terms of cultivation talent, she is the best in the sect. Future breakthroughs to the nascent soul and even the transformation stage should pose no challenge for her. A woman of her caliber is not something just anyone can handle. At the very least, none of the men in our sect are worthy of her. Many outer disciples shook their heads, lamenting. As they gazed at the saintess disappearing into the horizon and listened to the fervent discussions of their peers, Chuan licked his lips, revealing a desire to conquer. It is no exaggeration to say that this saintess' beauty surpassed that of the so-called top-tier actresses from his previous life on Blue Star by a wide margin. Her skin was as tender as mutton fat, her features vivid and three-dimensional, especially her pair of eyes, which always seemed to look down upon everything, indifferent to the world, igniting a yearning to conquer within him. Such a cold beauty was hard not to adore. Chuan was no exception. He was neither a monk nor a sun god naturally. He felt drawn to Saintess Lu, wondering what it would be like to conquer such an exalted celestial being. Alas, he was merely an outer disciple at present, with a cultivation level of only the 4th stage of chi refinement. In the presence of Saintess Lu, he was no different from an ant, rendering him incapable of winning her over. However, let it not be forgotten that he was a transmigrator, and the standard accessory for such individuals is a system. With a system, growing stronger is merely a matter of time. Once his strength increased, wouldn't he be able to command the heavens? Suppressing the turmoil within, Chuan swiftly returned to his quarters. Closing the door behind him, he took out the 3 low-grade spirit stones he held and said, "System, open the panel." Host, Chuan. Cultivation, 4th stage of Qi refinement. Spiritual root, low-grade fire spiritual root. Simulation attempts, 0. Simulation level, LV1. Energy value, 97. Upon gazing at the system panel, Chuan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. His system was dubbed the Immortal Cultivation Simulation System. As the name implies, it allows for the simulation of immortal cultivation, with rewards granted upon completion. However, up until now, Chuan had yet to simulate even once. The reason was that simulating cultivation requires the consumption of energy points, and the means of acquiring energy points is by providing spirit stones. Currently, he was merely 3 points shy of the 100 points required. Refining these 3 low-grade spirit stones would grant him an opportunity to simulate cultivation. With that thought in mind, Chuan did not hesitate to sacrifice the 3 spirit stones to the system. As his energy value reached 100, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! 100 energy points detected. Simulation can commence. Do you wish to proceed with the simulation? Yes. Affirmative. Chuan declared without hesitation. Ding! Consuming 100 energy points, beginning simulation. Current system level LV1. You may draw a white talent. Please select a talent for this simulation. Fortuitous luck white. Slight increase in luck. Calm mind white. Easier to immerse oneself in cultivation. Chatterbox white. Outgoing personality. Increased verbosity. As Chuan examined the 3 white talents presented by the system, he fell into contemplation. The third option could be disregarded. A chatterbox? What use is that? The first and second options both seemed quite useful. After much deliberation, Chuan ultimately chose the first option, fortuitous luck. Though the second option would allow for slightly better immersion in cultivation, his inherent talent for cultivation was not high. The increase in efficiency would be minimal at best. It was better to choose the first option. After all, as the saying goes, 3 parts depend on effort, 7 parts on luck. He believed that this slight enhancement in luck would not disappoint him. Selection successful. Simulation of immortal cultivation begins. With Chuan's choice made, he officially embarked on his first simulation journey of immortal cultivation. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Man in Black. Upon entering Qingshan's sect, due to his mediocre talent and lack of connections, Chuan could only cultivate cautiously in the outer sect, hoping that one day he might enter the inner sect. After a year, his cultivation reached the 6th stage of Qi refinement. After 3 years, his cultivation advanced to the 8th stage of Qi refinement. After 4 years, he reached the 9th stage of Qi refinement, qualifying for the inner sect disciple assessment. Seeing this, Chuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It took him 4 years to reach the 9th stage of Qi refinement. One could not deny that his talent was indeed quite poor. He entered the sect at 17 thus. At 21, he was already lagging far behind the Saintess, who had already reached the Golden Course stage. One could only imagine the vast disparity between their abilities. Without further contemplation, Chuan continued to observe the scenes unfolding in the simulation. A month later, through diligent effort, he successfully passed the inner sect assessment and became an inner disciple of Qingshan sect. Additionally, he acquired a top-tier yellow-grade cultivation technique, transformation of spirit, significantly enhancing his cultivation speed. A top-tier yellow-grade cultivation technique? Chuan raised an eyebrow. As an outer disciple, he was limited to practicing a low-tier yellow-grade technique, blood qi technique. In this world, cultivation techniques and spiritual skills are ranked by quality, ranging from heaven, earth Xian to Huang. Regrettably, even though Qingshan sect is the most renowned sect within 1,000 miles, the sect leader's realm is merely that of the nascent soul, indicating a lack of profound heritage. Even the inner disciples are restricted to practicing top-tier yellow-grade techniques. It is said that the Saintess merely practices a top-tier Xian-grade technique. Had she been able to practice earth or even heaven-grade techniques, her cultivation speed would have been even more accelerated. Upon entering the inner sect, he received a foundation establishment pill, which could enhance the probability of breaking through by 30%. That very night, without hesitation, he consumed the foundation establishment pill. Under the influence of his fortuitous luck, he successfully broke through to the initial stage of foundation establishment, experiencing a significant boost in power. Upon reaching the initial stage of foundation establishment, you ventured to the technique pavilion to study a mid-grade yellow-tier spiritual technique, the mountain-shaking fist, resulting in a slight enhancement of your strength. 5 years into your sect membership, your cultivation level remained at the initial stage of foundation establishment, with progress stagnating. Meanwhile, the mountain-shaking fist had advanced from the beginner stage to the minor achievement stage, yielding a modest increase in your power. In the 6th year of your sect membership, your cultivation level still lingered at the initial stage of foundation establishment, with little advancement, while the mountain-shaking fist attained the great achievement stage. By the 7th year, your cultivation level persisted at the initial stage of foundation establishment, showing little progress, and the mountain-shaking fist remained at the great achievement stage, with no significant improvements. What on earth? 3 years in the inner sect, and my cultivation has not progressed at all? Is there no law of heaven? Gazing at your stagnant cultivation level at the initial stage of foundation establishment, Chuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Such talent truly tarnished the reputation of the transmigrators. Without the system, you would undoubtedly be just another nameless figure. After a moment of mild lamentation, Chuan resumed his reading. In the 8th year of your sect membership, propelled by a stroke of fortuitous luck, your cultivation finally broke through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, although the mountain-shaking fist remained at the great achievement stage. Meanwhile, the Saintess had reached the full circle of the golden core stage, ranking as the foremost individual beneath the sect master. You felt a sense of intimidation, realizing the futility of your aspirations. Your lofty ideals paled in the face of harsh reality. You relinquished any thoughts of conquering the Saintess. In the same year, a man clad in black arrived at the Qingshan sect, accompanied by several formidable middle-aged men, with a menacing intent to abduct the Saintess Lu Aoshuang. Naturally, Lu Aoshuang was unwilling to follow the black-clad man, whose intentions were clearly nefarious. A fierce battle was imminent, with the sect master of Qingshan leading the elders and disciples to confront the unwelcome guests. As an inner sect disciple, you were expected to join the fray and fight alongside your sect against the external threat. However, you discerned that the black-clad individuals were exceptionally strong and could not be underestimated, realizing that the entire sect might not stand a chance against them. Thus, amidst the chaos, you opted to flee. By virtue of fortunate circumstances, you managed to escape the sect and left the territory of Qingshan's sect. Damn it, why do I feel so cowardly? Observing your own retreat from the sect, Chuan couldn't help but complain. However, upon further reflection, he thought, as the saying goes, those who understand the times are the true heroes. If one cannot win a fight, to engage in it would be sheer folly, would it not? Fleeing was a most prudent choice. After comforting himself, Chuan continued to read. Having departed the territory of Qingshan's sect, you became a genuine loose cultivator, seeking a new sect to join. You knew that, given your talent, growing as a loose cultivator was virtually impossible. Only by joining a sect could you hope to become stronger. According to your memories, the nearest sect to Qingshan's sect was the Xianling sect, located 1,000 miles away. With your mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, you believed joining them would pose no problem. After a month of arduous travel, you finally arrived at Xianling sect. With your mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, you effortlessly became an inner sect disciple. Xianling sect was slightly more powerful than Qingshan's sect, with its sect master having reached the perfected nascent soul stage, just one step away from becoming a legendary figure. Under such a grand tree, you plan to continue your cultivation in peace. As an inner sect disciple of Xianling sect, you were naturally entitled to visit the technique pavilion and select a technique of your preference. Regrettably, although Xianling sect was stronger than Qingshan sect, the techniques available to inner sect disciples were still limited to mid-grade yellow tier, the same level as your transformation technique. You had no intention of changing your technique, but opted to cultivate a spiritual skill instead. You successfully learned a mid-grade yellow tier spiritual skill, the Spirit Light Finger, and spent half a month mastering it to the beginner stage. Time flew by, and after a month at Xianling sect, you encountered a familiar figure that left you in disbelief. It was none other than the Saintess of Qingshan's sect, Lu Aoshuang. Now, she had transformed into the Saintess of Xianling sect. Seeing this, Chuan was momentarily stunned. What was going on? How did Lu Aoshuang join Xianling sect? Could it be that she successfully escaped during the previous battle and, like you, chose to join Xianling sect to continue her cultivation? Chuan couldn't help but stroke his chin. This seemed to be the only explanation that made sense. It appears that Qingshan's sect has likely perished. Otherwise, Lu Aoshuang would not have become the Saintess of Xianling sect. Chuan mused with a contemplative expression. Regardless, having spent 8 years in simulation at Qingshan's sect, the demise of the sect naturally evoked some sentiments within him. Though you spotted Lu Aoshuang, she remained oblivious to your presence after all. You were merely a passerby, unworthy of her attention. You continue to focus on your cultivation. A month later, the same scenario unfolded once more. The same black-clad man, accompanied by several formidable middle-aged men, stormed Xianling's sect, claiming that last time he had inadvertently allowed Lu Aoshuang to escape, and this time, no one would be allowed to flee. Facing the aggressive and ill-intentioned intruders, the approach of Xianling's sect's master was starkly different from that of Qingshan's sect's. He did not intend to resist to the bitter end, but rather planned to surrender Lu Aoshuang. However, the black-clad man was not inclined to be appeased by the sect master's conciliatory gesture. He merely scoffed and declared, "Hand her over, or you all shall perish like the ants you are." With that, he unleashed a massacre upon Xianling's sect alongside the powerful individuals who accompanied him. Witnessing this harrowing scene, you felt a sense of foreboding and prepared to flee amidst the chaos, just as you had done previously. Alas, this time, fortune did not favor you as a colossal spiritual energy hand descended. You were instantly reduced to a pulp. You perished. Simulation concluded. Please select your rewards. Chapter 3. Supreme Cleansing Pill, Talent Enhancement. 1. Waitai Talent and Fortuitous Luck. 2. Midstage Foundation Establishment. 3. Mid-Grade Yellow Deer Technique, Transformation Technique. 4. Mid-Grade Yellow Tier Spiritual Skill, Mountain Shaking Fist Great Achievement Stage. 5. Mid-Grade Yellow Tier Spiritual Skill, Spirit Light Finger Beginner Stage. As you beheld the simulation's conclusion and the rewards presented by the system, Lu Chuan contemplated for merely a second before making his decision. System, I choose Midstage Foundation Establishment. With Lu Chuan's declaration, boom, an immense surge of spiritual energy began to flood into Lu Chuan's body, cleansing his limbs, bones, and meridians. Within mere breaths, Lu Chuan's cultivation began to ascend rapidly. 5th level of Qi Refinement. 7th level of Qi Refinement. 9th level of Qi Refinement. Initial stage of Foundation Establishment. Midstage Foundation Establishment. As Lu Chuan's cultivation reached the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, the vast energy dissipated, leaving him in a state of tranquility. Feeling the formidable power of Midstage Foundation Establishment within him, he realized he could easily defeat 1,000 versions of his former self. Lu Chuan's expression brightened with joy. To think that merely through the first simulation, I have attained Midstage Foundation Establishment. If I simulate a few more times, wouldn't I effortlessly reach the Golden Core or even Nascent Soul? Lu Chuan chuckled to himself. However, when he saw that the next simulation required a consumption of 1,000 energy points, his eyelids twitched and his expression darkened instantly. Simulation requires the consumption of energy points, which can only be exchanged through spirit stones. However, the energy consumption varies across different realms. During the Qi Refinement stage, one simulation costs merely 100 energy points, equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Upon reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, the cost escalates to 1,000 energy points, or 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. At the Golden Core stage, it rises to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and at the Nascent Soul stage, it demands a staggering 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The further one progresses, the more astronomical the energy requirements become. Where could one possibly acquire 1,000 energy points? Lu Chuan furrowed his brow. After joining the sect for a month, diligently undertaking sect tasks, he had managed to accumulate only 100 low-grade spirit stones. Now, being tasked with collecting 1,000 low-grade spirit stones felt like an insurmountable challenge. Joining the inner sect? While the benefits for inner sect disciples are significantly superior to those of outer sect disciples, offering 100 low-grade spirit stones and a first-grade elixir for just 1 month of cultivation. Such resources are merely a drop in the ocean compared to the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones required. Moreover, joining the inner sect now could arouse suspicion or even envy. After all, having just joined the sect 4 months prior and already breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage with a low-grade fire spiritual root would surely lead others to speculate that he had obtained some extraordinary opportunity, resulting in a rapid rise in his cultivation speed. This would undoubtedly attract many prying eyes. The principle of an innocent man suffers from having precious jade is one he understands well. Without absolute power, he certainly wouldn't reveal his capabilities. Rather, he would continue to bide his time. Thus, how does one earn money? After some contemplation, the only path available to Lu Chuan was to continue accepting sect tasks. Although it would take longer, it was currently the sole means of earning spirit stones. Ding. The host may claim 1 free simulation opportunity at each realm. Just as Lu Chuan prepared to leave his residence and head to the task hall to accept another task, the system unexpectedly chimed in. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan's foot faltered. What? 1 free opportunity per realm? Why didn't you mention this sooner, system? He exclaimed, realizing that he had wasted a chance during the chi refinement stage. Ding. Apologies, host, that slipped my mind. Lu Chuan responded, isn't there any official compensation for this oversight? It would be unreasonable otherwise. The clever officials have already issued a tenfold compensation. Perhaps you should check if you qualify. System, to compensate for the host's loss. One premium cleansing elixir has been issued. With a flash of light, a gleaming golden elixir materialized before Lu Chuan. Gazing at the elixir, inhaling its fragrant aroma, Lu Chuan felt a sense of exhilaration. A cleansing elixir. This top-tier elixir can purify the entire body, enhancing talent, spiritual roots, and comprehension. Furthermore, it can only be consumed once in a lifetime. Typically, only disciples from prominent families and large sects have the privilege to use such elixirs. For a small sect like the Chuan sect, it is exceedingly rare to see a cleansing elixir, and if one does exist, it is generally of lower quality. As for premium cleansing elixirs, they are almost exclusively found in legends. Lu Chuan swallowed hard, and without hesitation, he consumed the premium cleansing elixir. During his first simulation, he had discovered his lack of talent and comprehension, taking 4 long years to reach the 9th level of chi refinement, a testament to his poor aptitude. Now, with the premium cleansing elixir, he hoped to significantly improve his innate abilities. Boom. As Lu Chuan ingested the cleansing elixir, an incredibly pure energy spread throughout his body, flowing into his limbs, meridians, and acupoints. He could distinctly feel this pure energy continuously enhancing his cells, comprehension, and spiritual roots. His innate abilities were undergoing a comprehensive augmentation. Boom. Once Lu Chuan refined this pure energy within him, he finally experienced a transformation. Opening the system panel, he saw, host, Lu Chuan Cultivation, Mid-Foundation Establishment Spiritual Root, Mid-Grade Fire Spiritual Root Simulation Opportunities, 1 Simulation Level, LV2 Energy Points. 0 His low-grade Fire Spiritual Root had now transformed into a mid-grade Fire Spiritual Root. It is no exaggeration to say that with a mid-grade Fire Spiritual Root, if he were to simulate again, Lu Chuan's speed of cultivating to the 9th level of chi refinement could at least double. Moreover, his future path in cultivation would extend much further. Looking at his mid-grade Fire Spiritual Root, Lu Chuan's expression brightened. Indeed, the premium cleansing elixir had elevated his spiritual root talent by a full tier. Consequently, during his next simulation, he would no longer appear so inept. Furthermore, his simulation level had also risen to LV2. The higher the simulation level, the greater the potential talent one can draw. At LV1, one could only obtain white talents. Upon reaching LV2, there is a chance to acquire blue talents. Previously, Lu Chuan had inquired about how to upgrade his simulation level. The system's response was straightforward. It requires the expenditure of 1,000 energy points. To put it simply, it requires money. Unexpectedly, this time, not only had he been compensated with a premium cleansing elixir, but his simulation level had also been upgraded to LV2. Coupled with the free simulation opportunity obtained from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, Lu Chuan took a deep breath, without a moment's hesitation, and immediately activated his second simulation opportunity. He hoped this time to select a more favorable talent. Ding. Simulation commencing. Current simulation level LV2, with a chance to obtain blue talents. Please select a talent for the simulation. 1. Fortuitous luck. White slightly enhances luck. 2. Master Alchemist. Blue grants a degree of alchemical talent. 3. Romantic fortune. Blue slightly enhances romantic prospects. Choose wisely if you have health concerns. 4. Tough skin. White slightly enhances physical strength. Chapter 4. Master Alchemist. Gazing at the 4 options presented, Lu Chuan could not help but swallow hard. To his surprise, 2 blue talents had appeared. Moreover, this time, there was one more option than in the first simulation. It must be said that blue talents are indeed significantly superior to white talents. Master Alchemist, blue, which enhances a certain degree of alchemical talent, could enable him to become an alchemist. Becoming an alchemist would allow him to earn a living through alchemy. In the world of cultivation, the most lucrative profession is undoubtedly that of an alchemist. Within the Chuan sect, there are 3 first-grade alchemists, 2 second-grade alchemists, and 1 third-grade alchemist. These 6 alchemists are esteemed figures within the Chuan sect, receiving a substantial monthly salary, particularly the third-grade alchemist, whose remuneration is astronomically high. If he could become an alchemist, he would undoubtedly be treasured by the Chuan sect. Reason dictated that Lu Chuan must choose the talent of Master Alchemist this time. However, gazing at the third talent, the fortune of romance, green, Lu Chuan hesitated. With the possession of such fortune, would he not be able to indulge in the pleasures of life? With a bit of effort, he might even have the chance to win over a saintly maiden. The temptation was undeniably immense. After a brief contemplation, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and ultimately chose the talent of Alchemy Master. Sigh, it is better for young Lu Chuan to endure for the time being. His own development is of utmost importance, and he must not allow himself to be distracted by the allure of beauty. As the saying goes, a single word of desire can wield a deadly blade. Once he has attained everything he requires, he may reconsider. Lu Chuan shook his head and declared, "Ding, selection successful. Simulation commencing." Acquiring the talent of alchemy, one understands that in order to swiftly amass spiritual stones in the future, it is imperative to become an alchemist. You departed from your residence and journeyed to the alchemy peak, intending to study the art of alchemy and, in the process, seek an apprenticeship under a master alchemist. Upon your arrival at the peak, you were informed by the gatekeeper that this year's apprenticeship ceremony had already concluded, and you would have to wait until the following year for the alchemist to initiate a new round of recruitment. With a furrowed brow, you contemplate the prospect of waiting an additional year, an idea that does not sit well with you. Consequently, you emanate your aura, indicating that you have reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, hoping the gatekeeper might convey your intentions to the alchemist within, thus facilitating your entry. Should you succeed, a substantial reward awaits. Upon sensing your presence, the gatekeeper displays a look of trepidation. After all, attaining the mid-stage of foundation establishment at such a young age marks you as an extraordinary talent within the Chuan sect, with boundless potential for the future. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately resolves to assist you this once. Before long, a first-tier alchemist strides forth from the pill peak with an air of indifference. Casting a dismissive glance in your direction, he coolly states, to become an alchemist, one must possess either a fire or would attribute spiritual root. If you lack such, I kindly ask you to leave. You inform the other party of your possession of a medium-grade fire spiritual root, which caused them to retract a hint of their previous disdain. In the context of the sect, a medium-grade spiritual root is regarded as a prodigy, while those with a high-grade spiritual root are exceedingly rare, a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Only the contemporary saintess possesses a top-grade spiritual root. After a moment of contemplation, the individual ultimately consented to assess your abilities. Should you succeed, they would take you on as a disciple. Shortly thereafter, they handed you an introductory manual on alchemy and informed you that the evaluation would take place in 3 days, leaving you a mere 3 days to prepare for your studies. You returned to your abode, elated with the alchemical primer in hand. The alchemical primer merely encapsulated some rudimentary knowledge of alchemy, exceedingly simple in nature. Nonetheless, it confounded many disciples, leaving them devoid of the chance to ever practice alchemy in their lifetimes. For one endowed with a modicum of alchemical talent such as yourself, the contents of the primer were as elementary as the equation 112, presenting no impediment to your comprehension. Within a mere day, you had mastered its teachings and set forth once more to the alchemy peak. Is it truly so remarkable? Mastered in a single day? Chuan gasped in astonishment at the information displayed on the system panel. He had initially presumed that this enhanced talent in alchemy merely placed him a notch above the average individual. Little did he anticipate that it would elevate him to the status of an alchemical prodigy. Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him for choosing this talent rather than impulsively opting for the allure of romantic fortune. Upon arriving at the alchemy peak, with the assistance of the gatekeeper, you encountered the first-tier alchemist once again. The alchemist emerged with an air of indifference, surprised by your return, assuming you had been daunted by the primer's contents and were contemplating withdrawal. However, you informed him that you had fully grasped the material and were now ready for assessment. The first-tier alchemist, naturally skeptical, believed you were merely putting on a facade, as he himself had devoted 3 full months to mastering the same content, while you claimed to have done so in a single day. Who would believe such a tale? With this thought, the alchemist's ire surged, and he resolved to increase the difficulty of the assessment, intending to teach you a lesson for your audacity. For this evaluation, he commanded you to concoct a first-tier chi blood pill, asserting that should you truly have mastered the knowledge within the primer, the creation would pose no challenge. Conversely, if you failed, you would be asked to depart and await the next year's recruitment event. The chi blood pill is the least complex potion to craft among first-tier elixirs. Even some lesser alchemists could produce it, albeit with an element of potential difficulty imposed by the alchemist. Under the astonished gaze of your examiner, you adeptly synthesized a first-tier chi blood pill, marking your inaugural attempt at alchemy. Despite its lackluster quality, you had nonetheless succeeded in its creation. The alchemist regarded you as if he had seen a ghost, and after a prolonged moment of disbelief, he hurried to your side, grasping your shoulders with urgency, and inquired if this truly was your first foray into alchemy. You awkwardly scratched your head and replied affirmatively. Upon receiving confirmation, the other person burst into laughter, exclaiming joyfully, I have succeeded, I have succeeded. After his mirth subsided, he instructed you to remain where you were and hastily departed the room alone. Shortly thereafter, he returned accompanied by an elder of even greater age. In the presence of this venerable figure, he walked with a demeanor of utmost normalcy, entirely devoid of any sense of estrangement. You surmised that this elder must undoubtedly be a first-tier alchemist. As the elder approached you, a gentle smile adorned his features as he introduced himself as a third-tier alchemist from the Chuan sect, inquiring if you would be willing to take him as your master. Upon hearing of his esteemed rank, you did not hesitate to agree, performing the customary bow of apprenticeship and successfully becoming his disciple. Observing this, the elder's smile grew even warmer as he promised to impart all his alchemical knowledge to you, expressing his hope that one day you would surpass him. Thus, you began your studies under the tutelage of this third-tier alchemist. In what felt like the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. During this time, your remarkable talent for alchemy allowed you to ascend to the rank of a first-tier alchemist, mastering the art of crafting first-tier elixirs with an astonishing success rate exceeding 99. The sheer brilliance of your alchemical prowess left even your master astounded. He recalled that it took him 3 years of diligent study to achieve the same rank, while you accomplished it in merely one. In addition to your alchemical pursuits, your cultivation did not falter. Owing to your status as an alchemist, you were employed by the sect leader of Qingshan sect at a handsome remuneration, which not only provided you with abundant spirit stones but also enabled you to concoct elixirs for auction in nearby cities, thus securing a secondary source of income. With an ample supply of spirit stones and an enhancement in your cultivation aptitude, your progress was remarkably smooth, leading you to break through to the late foundation establishment stage within just a year. One cannot help but marvel at the fact that the pursuit of immortality indeed requires substantial resources. Without an abundance of spirit stones, the rate of cultivation would be drastically hindered. However, your primary focus does not rest solely on cultivation. You are acutely aware that regardless of how elevated your cultivation realm may become, upon the conclusion of the simulation, you must inevitably select the talent of Master Alchemist. Thus, most of your attention has been directed towards alchemy. To your astonishment, you find yourself contemplating matters beyond the simulation itself. How remarkable! The voice of the system resonates within your mind, affirming the nature of the simulation. Indeed, host, the simulation mirrors your current thoughts, hence the emergence of such reflections. You nod in acknowledgement, realizing that your simulation system is rather sophisticated, unlike some systems that fail to recognize the nature of their simulations or engage in such profound contemplation. Without further deliberation, you continue to observe. Chapter 5, 3rd Grade Alchemist Alchemy Duration. 2.5 years with your exceptional alchemical talent. You have successfully ascended to the rank of a second-tier alchemist, maintaining a remarkable success rate of over 90. Your unparalleled aptitude in alchemy has garnered the high hopes of your master, who asserts that it is merely a matter of time before you become a third-tier alchemist. Consequently, he has shown you a particular fondness. In your youthful prowess, bolstered by the support of a third-tier alchemist, you have become somewhat overconfident, initiating a pursuit of the esteemed Saintess Lu Aoshang, frequently crafting elixirs for her and inquiring about her well-being. To think that you have embarked on such a pursuit. Observing yourself striving for the lofty Saintess, Lu Chuan could not help but swallow hard. Lu Aoshang possesses a rare water spiritual root and an unparalleled aptitude for cultivation. Not just anyone is worthy of courting her. From what you have gathered, many disciples who sought Lu Aoshang's affection were decisively defeated by her, enduring a profound humiliation. It seems she wished to convey that without strength, one should not dare to pursue her. Now, as you attempt to win her heart, can you truly succeed? With a heart full of excitement, Lu Chuan continued to read on. Before long, your pursuit of Lu Aoshang became the talk of the entire sect. After all, you are no longer the person you once were. You are now the youngest second-tier alchemist in the sect, with extraordinary talent in alchemy. Many disciples, including elders, regard you with the utmost respect, wary of incurring your displeasure. Upon learning of your pursuit of Lu Aoshang, your master began to lend his assistance, personally intervening in your endeavors as a third-tier alchemist. Bound by her status, Lu Aoshang found it difficult to outright refuse, despite her exceptional talents. She often relied on the aid of elixirs, thus maintaining a certain closeness to you, albeit limited. Nevertheless, you felt a profound sense of fulfillment. As many disciples within the sect regarded a mere glimpse of the Saintess as a distant dream, while you enjoyed the privilege of visiting her at will, sharing your sentiments, and presenting her with precious elixirs. As 6 months elapsed, your relationship with Lu Aoshang remained that of mere friends, with no significant advancements. Yet, you did not succumb to discouragement. Instead, you devoted yourself to the art of alchemy, aspiring to declare your feelings for her upon achieving the rank of third-tier alchemist. In the 5th year, under your master's guidance and fueled by your remarkable talent, you successfully ascended to the status of a third-tier alchemist, crafting a third-tier elixir. On this jubilant day, you eagerly made your way to Lu Aoshang's residence to present her with the elixir and confess your feelings. However, you were met with rejection. She stated that to be her man, you must possess greater strength than hers. Only if you could defeat her would she consent to your declaration. Over the years, your continuous gifts of elixirs had elevated her cultivation to the late golden core stage, while you remained in the late foundation establishment stage, creating an insurmountable chasm between your strengths. Defeating her felt akin to chasing a delusion. With a resigned sigh, you relinquished your pursuit of her, acutely aware that your innate talents in cultivation paled in comparison to hers, perhaps leaving you forever unable to surpass her. In the aftermath, you devoted yourself to diligent practice atop the Pill Peak, refraining from further disturbance to the Holy Maiden. In the 6th year, you encountered a formidable impasse in alchemy. Primarily due to insufficient cultivation, often, the refinement of elixirs demands a robust foundation of power. To elevate your alchemical prowess, you needed to enhance your cultivation. Additionally, your master, being merely a third-tier alchemist, could impart no further valuable knowledge. At this juncture, your mentor, Chuan, suggested that you might consider joining a more formidable sect for further learning, such as the Alchemy sect, renowned as the most illustrious alchemical institution in this realm. Its ranks are filled with adept alchemists, and its influence is immensely powerful, with the sect leader being a 5th-tier alchemist, far ahead of others. After a moment of contemplation, you chose to acquiesce, for the knowledge imparted by your master had dwindled, leaving little room for further growth. Thus, the prospect of joining the alchemy sect appeared more promising. Having spent an additional 6 months at Chuan's sect, you resolved to depart on this day. Before your departure, you conveyed to your master your hope that he would leave Chuan's sect within a year. Your master, Huang Chun, was perplexed by your words, unable to comprehend their meaning. Yet, you offered no further explanation, merely advising him to find a reason to leave, suggesting that a year or 2 would suffice, with the option to return should he wish. Despite his confusion, the bond forged between you through years of companionship and mentorship ran deep, prompting him to consent to your request without further inquiry. At this juncture, Chuan wore a serious expression. According to the initial simulation, in the 8th year of your sect initiation, a group of uninvited guests would arrive at Chuan's sect, intent on abducting Lu Aoshang. The reasons behind this were beyond his understanding and not his place to discern. However, Lu Aoshang was unwilling to leave with them, leading to a fierce confrontation. Subsequent plot developments hinted at the complete annihilation of Chuan's sect, with Lu Aoshang somehow managing to escape. Over the course of the years spent with your master, a bond had blossomed, and naturally you wished to prevent his demise, hence the advice you offered. Continuing on, you made your way to Lu Aoshang's residence before your departure. This marked your first visit since your unrequited confession, and Lu Aoshang herself came forth to receive you. You informed the other party of your intention to pursue further studies at the alchemy sect, aspiring to become a more accomplished alchemist, to which they expressed their heartfelt blessings. You also conveyed your hope that she would leave the Chuan sect after a year to join a more powerful sect. When she inquired about your reasoning, you chose not to elaborate, yet she claimed she would consider your suggestion earnestly. At this point, Lu Chuan shook his head. The aspiration to join a more formidable sect stemmed from the desire for protection, especially considering the formidable uninvited guest from 8 years past, whose strength surpassed that of ordinary sections. Only a powerful sect could possess the capacity to resist such threats. However, one wonders whether Lu Aoshang would acquire the means to counter such dangers after joining a stronger sect. Lu Chuan continued to read. After bidding farewell to the Chuan sect, you set forth towards the alchemy sect. The journey to the alchemy sect was a lengthy one, spanning 2.5 months. Upon your arrival, you were informed that the entrance examination for the sect had already concluded for the year, and you would have to wait until the following year to join. With no other options, you decided to settle in the nearest city, Peijing City, where you engaged in diligent cultivation and the crafting of medicinal pills, which you sold at auctions to accumulate spirit stones. With your exceptional alchemical skills, you became one of the most renowned alchemists in Peijing City, earning the status of a distinguished guest at the local Peijing auction house. The proprietor of the Peijing auction house, a formidable cultivator at the early nascent soul stage, recognized your potential and treated you with great kindness, even attempting to arrange a match between you and his daughter. His daughter, Xuejing, possessed a gentle demeanor and striking beauty, garnering considerable attention in Peijing City, particularly due to her father's influence. Many suitors sought her hand, eager to bypass the usual trials. Yet, she showed little interest in them and was particularly intrigued by you. Undoubtedly, a third-tier alchemist in his 20s could be seen as a prodigy among men. Such talent in alchemy would be regarded as exceptional even within the alchemy sect, making her unable to overlook you. With the encouragement of the auction house owner, your relationship with Xuejing blossomed. In your eyes, while she may not compare to Lu Aoshue in various aspects, she was nonetheless a rare beauty, and you could not disregard the calls of your heart. Ultimately, 1 week before the entrance examination for the alchemy sect, she confessed her feelings, and you reciprocated. Sensing your impending departure, she drew you into her chamber that very night, allowing you to savor her tenderness. That night was particularly blissful for you. Outside, Xuejun, hearing the sounds from his daughter's room, wore a satisfied smile before quietly departing. Chapter 6. Entering the alchemy sect. Will the dark-clad assailants strike again? My goodness. Has it truly come to this? Observing the text displayed by the system, Lu Chuan could not help but swallow hard. At that moment, he found himself somewhat envious of his simulated counterpart. He had tasted the fruits of passion. Alas, the sensations could not be synchronized. How wondrous it would be if they could. After a night spent enveloped in her warmth, you felt as if you were floating on air. At that point, your focus on cultivation waned, and knowing your departure was imminent, you chose to indulge, spending an entire week in Xuejing's company. On the day of the entrance examination, you finally emerged, leaning against a wall for support. Xuejing appeared even more radiant, her youthful innocence replaced with a captivating allure, while you looked somewhat haggard, as though drained of vitality. Xuejing was deeply reluctant to see you go, and even Xuejun expressed that if you chose to stay, the Peijing auction house would be yours. Nevertheless, you resolutely declined, aware that only by heading to the alchemy sect could you forge a path to greater heights. With a wistful sigh, Xuejing did not attempt to dissuade you, instead asking you to return to visit her if time permitted, assuring you that she would miss you. To which you agreed. As you departed from Peijing City en route to the alchemy sect, the day was marked by a significant turnout for the entrance examination, with many aspiring alchemists possessing varying degrees of talent. Thanks to your remarkable abilities and status as a third-tier alchemist, you distinguished yourself among the crowd. After all, at your age, most were merely first-tier alchemists, with few reaching the second tier, while you had already attained the third tier, making you a figure of considerable interest. You effortlessly passed the assessment and became a direct disciple of an elder within the alchemical sect. This elder, a fourth-tier alchemist, is renowned even in this realm. As a direct disciple, your status within the sect is considerable, and you began to immerse yourself in cultivation, both to enhance your own prowess and to refine your alchemical skills. Within the sect, there exists a holy son and a holy daughter. The holy son possesses remarkable talent, especially in cultivation, endowed with a supreme fire spiritual root, having attained the pinnacle of the golden core stage, just a step away from entering the nascent soul realm. The holy daughter, on the other hand, possesses a supreme with spiritual root, although her cultivation does not quite match that of the holy son, as she currently resides in the late golden core stage. However, in the realm of alchemy, she surpasses him significantly, having achieved the rank of a third-tier alchemist at the tender age of 24, her talent rivaling yours. In the depths of the alchemy sect, you dedicated yourself to rigorous cultivation. After 3 months, you successfully attained the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. A year later, through the abundance of spiritual stones and elixirs, you ascended to the golden core stage, marking you as a formidable force within this realm. Just as you reveled in your accomplishments, an ominous day arrived when a terrifying figure clad in black, accompanied by several middle-aged men, approached the alchemy sect. Bewildered, you recognized this group as the very ones from your initial simulation who had come to abduct Lu Aoxue. Although they were not the same individuals, their identical attire suggested they hailed from the same faction. How curious it was that their target was not Lu Aoxue, yet they had suddenly arrived at the alchemy sect. As you were lost in thought, the leader of the black-clad men spoke, demanding the capture of the Saint Son and Saint Daughter. Naturally, the sect master, a fifth-tier alchemist and a formidable being of the transformation stage, would not acquiesce. With a mere stomp, the very earth would tremble beneath his might. Who could dare to take the Saint Son and Saint Daughter without his consent? However, the black-clad visitors were not to be underestimated. Their leader was also a formidable being of the transformation stage, while the rest were formidable Yuanying experts. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting, echoing the same familiar narrative, resonating with a sense of déjà vu. You had intended to flee, to escape this realm of chaos, but as a celestial hand, imbued with ethereal energy, descended from the heavens, obscuring the sun, you met your demise in an instant. You have perished. Simulation concluded. Please select your reward. 1. Master Alchemist, Blue. 2. Initial Golden Core Cultivation. 3. Third-rank Alchemist Proficiency. Upon reviewing the available rewards, Lu Chuan did not hesitate and opted for the first choice, the Master Alchemist talent. How could he resist? Although the second option, the Golden Core realm, was enticing. An increase in power would also mean a rise in the energy value required for simulation. It was prudent to proceed with caution before he had fully developed. As for the third option, the third-rank Alchemist Proficiency was equally tempting. Choosing it would instantly elevate him to that rank. However, it still paled in comparison to the Alchemist talent. Possessing the Alchemist talent would make achieving third-rank status merely a matter of time, whereas without it, he would likely remain at that level for his entire life. Ding. Selection complete. As Lu Chuan made his choice, a jolt of energy surged through his body, causing him to tremble involuntarily. In just a few breaths, that sensation dissipated entirely. Simultaneously, Lu Chuan successfully acquired the Alchemist talent. With this newfound ability, Lu Chuan was filled with exhilaration. He was no longer a useless individual. At the very least, he had something of value to offer. Though his Alchemist talent was merely of the blue grade, it sufficed for his current situation. Without further ado, Lu Chuan departed from his residence and made his way to the Alchemist Peak. He intended to follow the plot of the simulation step by step. Upon arriving at the Alchemist Peak, much like in the simulation, the doorman informed Lu Chuan that this year's recruitment event had concluded and that he would need to wait until the following year to join the Alchemist Peak. Witnessing the familiar narrative and dialogue, Lu Chuan wasted no time and unleashed his aura, mid-foundation establishment. He smiled confidently and said, "I hope you will facilitate my entry into the Alchemist Peak. I promise ample rewards upon my acceptance." The doorman, taken aback by Lu Chuan's formidable cultivation and confident demeanor, pondered whether he was a hidden alchemist prodigy. Not daring to delay, he quickly replied, "Please wait. I will inform my master." He hurried away. Shortly after, the doorman returned with a middle-aged man striding with an air of authority, unmistakably a first-rank alchemist. As the alchemist approached, he was about to speak when Lu Chuan interjected. "Rest assured, I possess a mid-grade fire spiritual root, Luo Fu." Luo Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. How did this individual know what he was about to inquire? After a brief moment of astonishment, Luo Fu cleared his throat and said, "Indeed. It appears you are familiar with the requirements for alchemy, particularly concerning fire or wood spiritual roots. Although this year's recruitment has concluded, I see potential in you. I shall make an exception and conduct an assessment." With that, Luo Fu produced an introductory manual on alchemy from his robes and tossed it to Lu Chuan. "The assessment will take place 3 days from now. You have 3 days to study." After speaking, Luo Fu departed with the doorman. Lu Chuan, holding the alchemy manual, smiled knowingly and left the Alchemist Peak. Chapter 7. Joining the Alchemist Peak. Truly, it was as described in the simulation. Upon returning to his residence, Lu Chuan began to delve into the alchemy manual. The content was remarkably simple, presenting no obstacles to his understanding. It contained the foundational knowledge of alchemy, which posed no challenge for Lu Chuan, who possessed a certain level of talent. It seemed that he would be ready for the assessment the following day and would smoothly join the Alchemist peak, becoming a disciple of a third-rank alchemist. Reflecting on the simulation's narrative, Lu Chuan couldn't help but voice his thoughts. However, he soon became pensive, his brow furrowing as his expression grew grave. What was the matter with those cloaked figures? How could they still appear after he had joined the Alchemist sect? Did they have designs not only on Lu Aoshang, but on others as well? The thought of the terrifying power of the cloaked figures weighed heavily on Lu Chuan's heart. Initially, he believed their target was solely Lu Aoshang, but now it seemed otherwise. Even the formidable Alchemist sect was not immune to their actions. It was likely that the force behind the cloaked figures was formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of the Alchemist sect. As for why they only abducted the holy sons and daughters, he had no knowledge and no right to inquire. Perhaps only when he became stronger would the truth come to light. Dismissing such thoughts, Lu Chuan resumed his study of the manual. The following day, after a day of study, he had fully grasped the material and returned to the Alchemist peak. Upon arrival, he saw the familiar doorman. With a knowing smile, he said, "Please inform your master that I have completely mastered the knowledge within and am ready for the assessment today." The doorman's heart skipped a beat, seeing Lu Chuan's confident smile. He wondered if he might indeed be a hidden alchemist genius. Without hesitation, he hurried up the mountain to report to his master. Soon after, Luo Fu descended with his characteristic authoritative stride. However, his expression was dark, clearly indicating displeasure. He looked at Lu Chuan and said, somewhat discontentedly, "You claim to have mastered all the knowledge in just one day?" His expression conveyed disbelief. The plot and emotions were strikingly similar to those in the simulation. You smiled and said, "Indeed, I have completely mastered it and am ready for the assessment." Arrogant. In that case, follow me. Do not blame me for not warning you. If you fail this assessment, you will have to wait until next year, Luo Fu said with evident dissatisfaction. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chuan chose not to elaborate further. Wouldn't it suffice to silence him with strength later? Soon, Luo Fu led Lu Chuan to a refinement chamber atop the Dan Peak and presented 3 sets of materials for concocting blood chi pills. Since you claim to have mastered it, the task is to refine a first-tier blood chi pill. The blood chi pill is the easiest potion to produce among first-tier elixirs, with the process and key points meticulously documented in the manual. You have 3 attempts. If you fail all 3, Luo Fu sneered, his meaning clear. Lu Chuan nodded, gazing at the 3 sets of materials on the table, and the detailed process of refining the blood chi pill immediately surfaced in his mind. He then began to focus intently on the task. Half an hour later, Lu Chuan extracted a blood chi pill of inferior quality, its color dull, from the furnace. A first-tier elixir, the blood chi pill. Despite its lackluster appearance, Lu Chuan had succeeded, and he had done so using only 1 set of materials. A flawless success. I have completed the refinement, fulfilling my duty, Lu Chuan proclaimed, cradling the pill in his hands and smiling. Beside him, Luo Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had observed every step of Lu Chuan's process and could assert that, although the technique was somewhat unrefined, the procedure was precisely as recorded. In the next moment, he hurried to Lu Chuan, grasping his shoulders, and eagerly inquired, "Are you certain this is your first time refining pills? You have never studied before?" Lu Chuan chuckled and replied, "Indeed, it is my first time. I only began learning yesterday. Haha, it has happened. I have found a genius in alchemy." Luo Fu laughed maniacally at Lu Chuan's words. "Very well, wait here. I shall return shortly." With that, he dashed out, vanishing from Lu Chuan's sight. Lu Chuan smiled slightly, feeling a peculiar sensation wash over him. Why did it seem that this cultivation simulation system allowed him to foresee future events? Knowing the forthcoming developments was advantageous. At least he understood what actions to take and what to avoid. However, there was a downside. Once a choice was made, there was no turning back. The next simulation would commence directly from reality, with no second chances. Thus, if a better option arose, he would be left without recourse. Regardless, the pressing matter was to accumulate spirit stones and exchange them for simulation attempts. Otherwise, everything would remain mere talk. Lu Chuan shook his head. He had no choice but to follow the plot laid out in the simulation. Not long after, Luo Fu returned with an older gentleman, and upon seeing him, Lu Chuan immediately recognized him as his future master, Huang Chun, the sole third-tier alchemist of the Qingshan sect. Huang Chun approached with a benevolent smile and inquired, "I heard from young Luo that you refined a blood chi pill on your first attempt. Is that true?" Facing the esteemed third-tier alchemist, Lu Chuan replied with equanimity, "Absolutely." "Haha, splendid. Would you be willing to take me as your master? I am a third-tier alchemist of the Qingshan sect, and if you become my disciple, I will ensure you ascend to the rank of first-tier alchemist in the shortest time possible." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled. He had awaited this very proposition. He quickly clasped his hands and respectfully stated, "Master, please accept my bow." Huang Chun nodded in satisfaction, declaring from this day forth, "You are a member of my Dan Peak and my personal disciple, Huang Chun. Go and pack your belongings. You shall reside here from now on." "Yes, master." After Huang Chun departed, Lu Chuan returned to his initial dwelling, packed his belongings, and prepared to leave. One cannot help but marvel at how abruptly life can change. Just the previous day, he was a lowly outer disciple, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had not only joined the Dan Peak but also become the personal disciple of a third-tier alchemist. All these transformations stemmed from his system, the simulation of cultivation. A slight smile graced Lu Chuan's lips. The future held even more transformations in store. For instance, conquering the saintess. In the simulation, Lu Aoshang had stated that if he could defeat her, she would agree to his confession. Achieving this goal was not far off. Thus, Lu Chuan smoothly settled into the Dan Peak, advancing towards a brighter future. Chapter 8. The Child of Fortune. Upon entering the Dan Peak, Lu Chuan began to receive Huang Chun's guidance. It must be said that his aptitude for alchemy was remarkably high. He grasped many concepts with ease. Consequently, Huang Chun grew increasingly fond of him, even allowing him to use the necessary materials for alchemy freely, albeit limited to first-tier elixirs for now. Nevertheless, this was already a considerable show of favoritism, especially since Lu Chuan was not yet officially recognized as a first-tier alchemist. In just a few short days, the news of Huang Chun taking a personal disciple spread rapidly throughout the Qingshan sect, causing quite a stir. Huang Chun's status as a guest elder, hired at great expense by the sect's leader, set him apart from ordinary elders. Guest elders had the freedom to depart at any moment, which was a significant concern for the sect leader. If Huang Chun were to leave, there would be no third-tier alchemist left in the sect, leading to a substantial decline in its prestige and rendering it reliant on purchasing third-tier elixirs from elsewhere at exorbitant prices. Huang Chun's departure would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the Qingshan sect. However, the sect lacked any means to retain him indefinitely. Now, with Huang Chun having accepted a personal disciple, this was undoubtedly good news for the Qingshan sect. A personal disciple would deepen the connection between Huang Chun and the sect, making it unlikely for him to leave easily. Moreover, few individuals were qualified to become his personal disciples. Thus, the acceptance of Lu Chuan signified his exceptional talent in alchemy and potential for greatness. Consequently, in a matter of days, Lu Chuan gained notoriety throughout the Qingshan sect. Disciples and elders alike came to pay their respects and offer gifts. And even the sect leader, a formidable Yuan Ying realm cultivator, personally visited the Dan Peak to make Lu Chuan's acquaintance. For Lu Chuan, this undoubtedly felt somewhat euphoric. His status and standing had soared to unprecedented heights. As for the gifts and flattery from this group of individuals, Lu Chuan naturally accepted them with delight. While he might not have been fully aware of who bestowed what gifts, he was acutely aware of who had not offered anything. With the bounty from these individuals, Lu Chuan could be considered an overnight success. Initially, it had taken him a month to earn a mere 100 spirit stones, yet now, he gathered thousands in a single day. Indeed, the choice to become an alchemist proved to be a sagacious decision, as wealth flowed in at an astonishing pace. Gazing at the bulging spatial pouch at his waist, a smile of satisfaction spread across Lu Chuan's face. On this day, under the tutelage of his master, Huang Chun, Lu Chuan, having absorbed the knowledge of alchemy, returned to his residence, preparing to embark on a new simulation. His goal for this simulation was to enhance his alchemical proficiency. As for the elevation of his realm, that could wait for another day. After all, advancement in realm would inevitably lead to an increase in the energy value required for the simulation. A casual enhancement might escalate the energy demands, complicating the simulation process. System. Open the panel, Lu Chuan commanded upon returning home. Host, Lu Chuan Cultivation. Mid-Foundation Establishment Spiritual Root. Medium-Grade Fire Spiritual Root Simulation Attempts. 0 Simulation Level. LV2 Energy Value. 3,500 Talent. Master Alchemist, Green. Upon observing his panel, Lu Chuan nodded and exchanged 1,000 energy points for an additional simulation attempt, promptly initiating the simulation. As the simulation commenced, he was prompted to select a talent for this round. 1. Child of Fortune. Green gain a modicum of destiny, ensuring smoother progress in cultivation and alchemy, as if aided by divine forces. 2. Martial Genius. White learning martial arts becomes remarkably efficient. 3. Medium-grade water spiritual root. Green acquire a second spiritual root. 4. Danger Perception. White a certain probability of sensing impending danger ahead of time. Upon reviewing the 4 talents presented before him, Lu Chuan immediately dismissed the white talents. It was absurd to forego a green talent in favor of a white one. Among the green talents, one was the Child of Fortune, while the other was the medium-grade water spiritual root. The sight of the Child of Fortune ignited a spark in Lu Chuan's eyes, akin to discovering an unparalleled treasure. Could it be? The Child of Fortune, a boon typically reserved for protagonists in novels? While the medium-grade water spiritual root was commendable, an additional spiritual root would necessitate greater resources for cultivation, rendering it a double-edged sword. In the realm of cultivation, possessing multiple spiritual roots was not uncommon. The advantage of having more spiritual roots lay in the enhanced combat prowess at the same realm, as the strength derived from 2 roots would invariably surpass that of a single root. However, there were also notable drawbacks. The cultivation speed for those with multiple roots would lag significantly compared to those with a single root. Generally speaking, single roots were the most sought after, with dual and triple roots being less favored. Exceeding 3 roots would lead to excruciatingly slow cultivation speeds, along with increased resource consumption, making it impractical for many sects, which would discourage such candidates from pursuing cultivation. Thus, a dual root was still acceptable for Lu Chuan. Yet, when juxtaposed with the Child of Fortune, it paled in comparison. The choice was evident. System, I choose the Child of Fortune, green, Lu Chuan declared without hesitation. Ding. Selection successful, simulation commencing. Upon joining the alchemy peak, you immersed yourself in diligent practice, mastering the art of pill refining while simultaneously enhancing your own cultivation. After all, during the last simulation, the Saintess had remarked that if you could defeat her, she would consent to your confession, a dream that was sadly unattainable due to your insufficient strength. Therefore, in this simulation, you resolved to strive for surpassing the Saintess in cultivation and ultimately defeating her, securing your triumph. A year had passed at the alchemy peak. Thanks to the blessings of fortune, your progress in both cultivation and alchemy had been exceptionally smooth. Not only did you ascend to the rank of a first-tier alchemist, but your cultivation also broke through to the late foundation establishment stage, illuminating your future with promise. Throughout this year, the anticipated narrative of the Child of Fortune being mindlessly provoked and subsequently humiliated did not unfold. Rather, every individual within the sect treated you with utmost respect. Furthermore, your status as an alchemist garnered admiration from numerous disciples, particularly from the female disciples, whose glances towards you transformed into shapes of adoration. You know, if one were to take the initiative, it would be effortless to win over these female disciples. However, although this group of women possesses considerable beauty, when placed beside the Saintess, the disparity is staggering, akin to the contrast between blossoms and foliage. Thus, you refrain from making any advances, choosing instead to devote yourself to alchemy and cultivation, aspiring to surpass the Saintess one day. Surpassing the Saintess? That seems rather implausible. The difference in innate talent is simply too vast. Upon reflecting on this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but shake his head. Despite the boon of being a child of destiny, defeating the Saintess remains a formidable challenge. Moreover, at present, he must balance his studies in alchemy and his cultivation, leaving insufficient time for either pursuit. This is the reason many alchemists, weaponsmiths, and formation masters remain at a low level of cultivation. The necessity to allocate time for learning means that little remains for actual practice, unless one is exceptionally gifted. Yet, it is evident that Lu Chuan is not. Without further contemplation, Lu Chuan continued reading. Chapter 9. Winning over the Saintess. After 2 years at the Pill Peak, you have experienced remarkable progress in both alchemy and cultivation. And due to your identity as an alchemist, resources for cultivation are abundant. Whether it is your master, Chuan, or the sect leader of the Qishan sect, they readily provide you with the resources you require. Everything has proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Within a mere 2 years, you have ascended to the rank of a second-tier alchemist and have achieved the pinnacle of foundational cultivation with a bright future ahead. In the same year, you officially became the eldest senior brother of the Pill Peak, holding the highest position aside from your master, Chuan. Even among other second-tier alchemists, they regard you with flattery, as they recognize your exceptional talent in alchemy, believing it is only a matter of time before you break through to third-tier alchemist status. That same year, you made the acquaintance of the Saintess, Lu Aoshuang. As the Saintess of the Qishan sect, she, too, has a need for medicinal pills for her cultivation and frequently comes to the Pill Peak seeking your expertise. Being a second-tier alchemist, your skills in alchemy are unmatched within the sect, save for your master, and it is often you who concocts pills for her. Through these interactions, your relationship with her has grown comfortable. After numerous exchanges, you find yourselves enjoying each other's company, ultimately becoming good friends. How did this friendship blossom? Upon reaching this point, Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow, feeling incredulous. He distinctly remembers that in his previous life, despite frequently crafting pills for her and engaging in casual conversation, he never became a good friend. Her attitude toward him had always been rather indifferent. How is it that this time, in the span of just 2 years, they have grown so close? Could it be due to the boon of being a child of destiny? Lu Chuan couldn't help but speculate. After all, this fortuitous talent not only offers significant assistance in cultivation but can also be advantageous in various other aspects, such as attracting the opposite sex. For Lu Chuan, who had read numerous novels in his past life, protagonists endowed with such fortune, regardless of their shortcomings or awkwardness, always found themselves surrounded by women. A mere glance could evoke affection from those women, and after a few exchanges, they would often harbor secret affections, their intellect significantly dulled. This is the power of destiny. This time is no different. The reason for his enjoyable rapport with the Saintess may very well stem from his celestial luck. He wondered if this time he could win over the Saintess simply by virtue of his destined fortune. Lu Chuan licked his lips, inwardly anticipating the outcome. After becoming good friends, the frequency of your meetings and exchanges with the Saintess steadily increased. You often crafted pills for her, and in return, she guided you in your cultivation. Even some spiritual techniques were personally taught to you, with her patient explanations, leading to a deepening bond between you over time. One day, your master, Chuan, approached you and inquired whether you held feelings for the saintess. Without hesitation, you expressed your affection, prompting a chuckle from your master, who vowed to provide assistance from the shadows. After 3 years at Dan Peak, you remained at the second tier of alchemy, having reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. However, with the help of the saintess, you successfully advanced the yellow-grade superior spiritual technique, the sky-piercing palm, to a state of mastery. On the verge of a breakthrough into the golden core realm, your relationship with the saintess grew increasingly intimate, with occasional physical contact, which she did not resist. This was undoubtedly facilitated by your master's discreet aid. He had concocted a special incense in your cave, which, when inhaled for an extended period, would incite desire in women. Since the saintess frequently visited to guide your cultivation, her gaze towards you began to shift in an intriguing manner. Is there truly such an incense? Chuan exclaimed, eager to rush to his master and seek the method of its preparation, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Observing the saintess's current demeanor, it appeared she no longer held any aversion towards him. The chances of success seemed promising. Perhaps, in this lifetime, even if he could not defeat her, he might still win her heart. Chuan swallowed hard, continuing to read with a sense of excitement. 3 months later, you felt the time was ripe for both a breakthrough and a confession. Thus, you resolved to enter seclusion to cultivate and advance to the golden core realm, planning to confess to the saintess upon your success to see if she would accept your feelings. After a week of intense cultivation, you emerged from your cave, encountering the saintess, who seemed to have been waiting for your return. Upon seeing her, you smiled broadly, exuding a powerful aura of the golden core realm. Significantly stronger than before, your breakthrough was achieved. Sensing your presence, Lu Aoshang smiled warmly, and in that instant, you were captivated, marveling at such exquisite beauty. Truly, her smile could outshine the fairest of maidens, rendering them pale in comparison. Once you regained your composure, without a moment's hesitation, you chose to confess your feelings. After a brief pause, Lu Aoshang responded, "All right, Lu Shidi, I look forward to your guidance in the future." At that moment, disbelief washed over you. The proud flower of your sect, the saintess, who seemed unattainable to ordinary folk, was now yours. Could it really be this simple? Chuan could hardly believe his eyes. Previously, despite exerting all efforts, he had failed to significantly increase her fondness. Yet now, after merely 2 years of companionship, he had succeeded? Was it truly fate at play? It appeared that upon the conclusion of the simulation, he must choose the talent of the child of destiny. Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. With your confession successful, Lu Aoshang officially became your Dao partner, leading to more time spent together and bolder actions. Ultimately, after a week of companionship, you successfully claimed her first kiss, a moment that lingered in your memory, encapsulated by the words tender, soft, and gentle. Just as you prepared to advance further, Lu Aoshang halted you, expressing her desire to take things slow and spend more time together, to which you acquiesced. In the subsequent period, you devoted your days to studying alchemy under your master and your nights to cultivation in your cave, occasionally meeting Lu Aoshang for some mischievous escapades, leading to a most comfortable existence. By the 4th year at Dan Peak, through exceptional talent and relentless effort, you finally ascended to the rank of a 3rd-tier alchemist, successfully refining a 3rd-grade elixir. That evening, to celebrate your achievement, Lu Aoshang permitted you to take a further step, declaring it a reward for your accomplishments. Ecstatic beyond measure, you felt the tender affection of your beloved envelop you that night, a sensation so enchanting that it left you yearning for more, with scarcely a moment to rest. The following day, the revered saintess of the sect, a proud flower that many deemed unattainable, limped away from your sanctuary. Witnessing this scene filled your heart with immense satisfaction, for it symbolized your triumph over her haughty demeanor. In the days that followed, you devoted yourself to cultivation while seeking moments of intimacy with Lu Aoshang. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, it seemed that after that fateful night, she no longer repelled such encounters. Rather, she appeared to become increasingly enamored, sometimes even approaching you of her own volition. Moreover, after that night of tenderness, you noticed a gradual enhancement in your cultivation, particularly evident after your first encounter. Initially, you thought it merely a figment of your imagination, but as the instances multiplied, you recognized it as a tangible truth. Each time Lu Aoshang spent the night in your sanctuary, your cultivation steadily ascended. One night, Lu Aoshang arrived at your dwelling as usual, and you finally voiced the perplexity that had been troubling you. In response to your bewilderment, Lu Aoshang seemed prepared, pausing in silence before deciding to reveal the truth to you. Chapter 10. The Dao partner Lu Aoshang. It turned out that she not only possessed an exceptional water spiritual root, but also harbored a unique constitution known as the Taishian Yin-Yang body. Upon hearing the term Taishian Yin-Yang body, your eyes widened in astonishment, for this was an extraordinary dual cultivation physique, often referred to as the furnace body among mortals. To your disbelief, Lu Aoshang possessed such a constitution. What a revelation! The saintess possessed a furnace body? Even in reality? Chuan could not help but widen his eyes in shock. This was undoubtedly the most significant revelation he had encountered this year. Moreover, it appeared that no one else was aware of this secret. With curiosity piqued, Chuan continued to read on. Noticing your astonishment, Lu Aoshang began to explain. She had known of her unique constitution for quite some time, a truth imparted to her by her mother. Regrettably, her mother had disappeared a few years prior for reasons unknown. Before leaving, her mother had repeatedly warned her to never disclose her constitution to anyone, especially men. Without absolute strength, should a nefarious male cultivator learn of her condition, it could lead to perilous consequences, ultimately resulting in her being captured and exploited as a furnace. Suffering a fate worse than death. To conceal her constitution from powerful adversaries, she had joined the Qingshan sect. Otherwise, with her exceptional water spiritual root, she could have allied with a far more formidable sect. Upon hearing Lu Aoshang's explanation, your face beamed with excitement. Realizing that she was willing to share her most profound secret with you, a testament to her trust. Rest assured, Aoshang, you are mine now. Your body and your constitution belong solely to me, and I shall protect you with all my might. You declared as you embraced Lu Aoshang. Your words filled with unwavering conviction. A blush crept across Lu Aoshang's face as she nestled against you, resembling a dutiful wife entrusting herself to your grand promises. What does grand promises even mean? Am I the sort to make mere promises? At this point, Lu Chuan felt a bit perplexed. Grand promises? Does that imply the system deemed him incapable of safeguarding her? Yet upon reflection, it seemed he indeed lacked the capacity to protect her. After all, the organization targeting Lu Aoshang was no trifling matter, with formidable beings that far surpassed his own capabilities. However, he possessed a system. Even if he could not protect her this time, with continuous simulation, there would surely come a day when he could shield her effectively. That night, as your passions reached their zenith, the sounds of celestial music resonated throughout the sanctuary. When your master passed by, a satisfied nod and a wistful remark escaped his lips. Ah, youth is truly delightful. The next day, as Lu Aoshang, weary yet fulfilled, prepared to depart from your dwelling, you seized her arm, suggesting that to expedite your cultivation, perhaps it would be best for you to live together. In 4 years, the enigmatic figure clad in black will emerge to take away Lu Aoshang. Moreover, the force to which this individual belongs seems to harbor ambitions that extend beyond merely targeting Lu Aoshang. During the last simulation, the alchemy sect you joined also bore witness to the presence of these shadowy figures, suggesting that their objectives are far more extensive than one might assume. To counteract these black-clad adversaries, the only recourse is to dwell together, engaging in relentless cultivation day and night, thereby accelerating each other as progress. In response to your request, Lu Aoshang, without hesitation, chose to acquiesce, seemingly regarding you as her chosen partner, as she becomes increasingly compliant to your wishes. It is astonishing that the usually aloof and frigid saintess would exhibit such deference towards you. Upon realizing this, Lu Chuan found himself momentarily unsettled. Under normal circumstances, this would be an unfathomable scenario for him. Yet, within the simulation, it transpired with undeniable clarity. Could it be that her early loss of a mother has left her yearning for affection, and that he fortuitously entered her heart, thus becoming her entire world? Or perhaps it is related to the innate talent of being the son of fortune. Lu Chuan speculated inwardly, regardless of the cause. The current circumstances indicate that she has wholeheartedly acknowledged him. Even though his cultivation level is inferior to hers, she remains exceedingly obedient, yielding to his every command. Lu Chuan felt a surge of satisfaction. If he could conquer her in the simulation, then surely it was only a matter of time before he would do so in reality. With a smirk, he continued to observe the unfolding events. Following their cohabitation, the news of their shared living arrangement quickly spread throughout the entire sect. Countless male disciples found their aspirations shattered, unable to accept that their goddess would share a dwelling with a man. Similarly, many female disciples were equally dismayed, unable to fathom that their idol would reside with the saintess. Among the throng of male disciples, one named Yang Yu exhibited particularly intense emotions, storming into the sect leader's presence in an attempt to separate the two. You were familiar with Yang Yu. He was a fervent admirer of Lu Aoshang, a loyal sycophant. Moreover, he possessed a superior earth spirit root and was recognized as one of the few prodigies within the sect. However, the sect leader remained indifferent to Yang Yu's grievances. He opined that Lu Aoshang, as the sect saintess with an exceptional water spirit root, deserved her high status, and that you, a rare alchemical genius who had ascended to the rank of third-tier alchemist in just 4 years, were a perfect match for her. Furthermore, the two shared a profound connection, prompting the leader to ardently endorse this union. Seeing no fruit in his opposition, Yang Yu, consumed by anger, rushed to your dwelling's entrance, challenging you to a duel to settle the matter. Should he emerge victorious, you would be compelled to distance yourself from Lu Aoshang for eternity. Should you prevail, he would concede to the marriage. Confronted with this provocation, you, as a man of honor, could not tolerate such affront. You promptly exited your dwelling, prepared to engage in a decisive confrontation. At that moment, you had already reached the initial stage of the golden core, exuding the aura of the golden core within you. While very few within the sect were aware of your true prowess. In contrast, despite Yang Yu's superior earth spirit root, he was merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, rendering him utterly inferior in cultivation. With a sudden strike, the essence of the golden core erupted from within you, harmonizing with the formidable skyward palm of the great accomplishment realm, delivering a blow that pinned your opponent against the wall, rendering them utterly immobile. Your resounding victory and triumphant spirit resonated throughout the sect, with the news of your breakthrough into the Golden Core realm spreading like wildfire. In stark contrast, your defeated opponent retreated like a stray dog, utterly dejected, and from that moment forth dared not utter a single dissenting word. That same year, you were honored by the sect as the Holy Son, a title second only to the sect leader. Before long, you and the Holy Maiden formally became partners in the Tao and to the outside world. You were undoubtedly a match made in heaven, a pair of Golden Boy and Jade Maiden, evoking envy in all who beheld you. Oh, have you truly become partners in the Tao? Chuan remarked with a hint of surprise. In the mundane world, this would equate to a marriage, binding you two inseparably together. To his astonishment, within the span of less than 5 years during this simulation, he had managed to secure the Holy Maiden as his partner. The progression seemed exceedingly smooth. Could it be that this is the extraordinary power of the Fated One? Chuan licked his lips and continued to read. Chapter 11. Journey to the Divine Sword Sect. Following your union as partners in the Tao, the bond between you deepened, and you became nearly inseparable. In preparation for the mysterious black-clad figures that would soon emerge, you began to curtail your time spent on alchemy studies, redirecting your focus toward cultivation. Your master offered no objection, recognizing that you had already attained the rank of a third-tier alchemist, while he too was merely a third-tier practitioner. His capacity to impart knowledge exceedingly limited. To ascend to a higher echelon of alchemy, one must join an alchemical sect, leveraging your status as the Holy Son. You pursued the most formidable technique within the sect, the Xian-level superior technique, Xian Yuan Gong. The enhancement from this superior technique markedly accelerated your cultivation speed. And with the support of Lu Aoshuang, your diligent training intensified, propelling your progress to new heights. Particularly, Lu Aoshuang, endowed with exceptional talent and advantageous physique, cultivated at an astonishing pace, surpassing even your previous simulations. By the 5th year on Dan Peak, Lu Aoshuang successfully broke through to the consummate stage of the Golden Core realm, while your own cultivation remained at the nascent stage of the Golden Core. You often marvel at the fact that a supreme spiritual root truly surpasses your own medium-grade spiritual root by a considerable margin, even with a modicum of destined fortune. You find yourself unable to rival Lu Aoshuang. Yet, despite your cultivation being inferior to hers, she harbors no disdain towards you. On the contrary, she is ever compliant, frequently guiding you through your training with utmost care. Your relationship has grown increasingly intimate, becoming the envy of countless disciples within the sect, a pair of divine lovers. To my astonishment, it appears that the Saintess does not place great importance on cultivation. During the second simulation, she insisted that I must defeat her. It now seems that she was merely disinterested in me and sought a convenient excuse. Chuan shook his head and smiled wryly. Fortunately, by the third simulation, the Saintess had become entirely mine, a possession I had thoroughly conquered. After 6 years at the Pill Peak, with the aid of spirit stones, elixirs, and Lu Aoshuang, you successfully advanced to the mid-Golden Core stage, significantly enhancing your power. Moreover, you mastered a profound martial technique, the Fire Cloud Palm, which, when combined with your fire attribute spiritual root, unleashed formidable strength. In the 7th year at Pill Peak, with your assistance, Lu Aoshuang broke through the Golden Core shackles and successfully entered the nascent soul realm, becoming the undisputed strongest within the sect. Worthy of establishing her own sect and earning the title of ancestor, the entire sect rejoiced in the news of the Saintess's breakthrough, heralding an elevation in the sect's strength, allowing for the expansion of Qingyun's sect's influence and power. However, you found yourself wearing a frown, feeling out of place in the celebratory atmosphere. For you were acutely aware that in just a year, mysterious figures in black would come knocking, and the sect's current strength was insufficient to withstand such formidable foes. Lu Aoshuang seemed to sense your inner turmoil and inquired about your distress. After a moment of contemplation, you divulged the matter concerning the black-clad individuals. Upon learning the truth, Lu Aoshuang was taken aback, realizing she had drawn the attention of a mysterious organization, one that would come to apprehend her within a year, possessing a power that even the sect led by a transformation god could not resist. Despite finding the situation somewhat absurd, Lu Aoshuang chose to believe your words. And together you deliberated on a course of action. It was soon unanimously agreed that it was time to leave the sect and join a more formidable one. Only in this way could you hope to confront the mysterious black-clad figures. Not long after, the news of your departure spread. And although the sect leader and your master expressed shock and reluctance, they understood. After all, Qingyun's sect was still too weak. Having reached the limit with the nascent soul realm, to ascend to greater heights, joining a more powerful sect was essential. After much consideration, the sect leader granted your leave, hoping that once you achieved success, you would not forget the sect's nurturing. With the blessings of countless disciples, elders, and the sect leader, you and Lu Aoshuang took to the skies on your swords, leaving behind only the graceful silhouettes of your figures. At last, had you truly departed from Qingyun's sect? What kind of sect would you join this time? Chuan mused quietly. He understood that to confront the mysterious black-clad figures, leaving Qingyun's sect was imperative. Remaining there would not only confine him, but would also make any further advancement exceedingly difficult. He needed to align himself with a more powerful force. As you departed Qingyun's sect, your intention was to join a top-tier sect. It was known that there were 6 premier sects in this world: the Divine Sword Sect, Blood Sun Sect, Flower Ghost Valley, Qinglian Sect, Alchemy Sect, and Sun Moon Sect. Each of the 6 top sects was guarded by superlative masters of the Transformation God Realm, and their domains of expertise varied considerably. For instance, the Divine Sword Sect specialized in swordsmanship, with its disciples all being sword cultivators, while Flower Ghost Valley only accepted female disciples, earning the reputation of a paradise for women. After thorough deliberation, Yu and Lu Aoshuang decided to head to the Divine Sword Sect. In your view, mastering the sword epitomized a man's romance. Since you had entered the world of cultivation, why not strive to become a revered sword immortal? After traversing mountains and rivers and vanquishing demons over the course of a month, you finally arrived at the Divine Sword Sect. Fortune smiled upon you, as the sect was set to hold its triennial entrance examination in just 1 month. Thus, you settled in the nearest city, Sword City. What luck to arrive just in time for the triennial entrance examination. Unlike during the second simulation, when you had perfectly missed the annual examination of the Alchemy Sect. Was this the power of a child of destiny? Lu Chuan was momentarily dumbfounded. Truly, the child of destiny was deserving of the title, as if divine forces guided his path. Upon entering Sword City, you found an inn to stay, spending your days either cultivating or leisurely exploring the city's culture and customs. Life was quite comfortable, akin to a married couple of many years, deeply entwined in each other's presence. This satisfaction filled your heart, and you secretly wished for it to last forever. On the 15th day in Sword City, the son of the city lord, Cui Long, happened to lay eyes on the wandering Lu Aoshuang and was instantly captivated, exclaiming that such a beauty could only belong to the heavens, rare on earth. Of course, during these past 2 weeks, numerous men had been enchanted by Lu Aoshuang's beauty. But upon sensing your golden core aura, they were quickly deterred, recognizing that a young cultivator of your caliber was not to be trifled with. Observing the enchanting Lu Aoshuang, Cui Long's mind turned devious. He intended to abduct her. With a powerful city lord as his father and a brother training at the Divine Sword Sect, he acted with impunity, instilling fear in many within Sword City. This scenario feels eerily familiar. If all goes as expected, I will soon find myself embroiled in a dramatic confrontation? Lu Chuan's lips curved into a slight smile, intrigued by the prospect. Chapter 12. The Divine Sword Sect's future sanus under the bright sun. Amidst the clear skies, Cui Long approached you and Lu Aoshuang with his bodyguards, exuding an imposing presence, and boldly declared his desire to escort Lu Aoshuang to the city lord's mansion as a guest. You and Lu Aoshuang naturally declined his request. The lascivious glint in his eyes made his intentions painfully obvious, even to a blind person. Upon receiving rejection, Cui Long immediately erupted in fury, commanding his bodyguards to take action, intending to forcibly abduct Lu Aoshuang. As for you, you were merely an eyesore, and he resolved to eliminate you on the spot. You laughed in exasperation. The other party not only sought to seize your beloved, but also intended to take your life. It was akin to carrying a lantern to the restroom, a foolhardy endeavor. In that moment, you unleashed the formidable power of your golden core realm, engaging in a fierce struggle with the opponent's bodyguards. Cui Long's retinue was numerous, with the most formidable among them being a golden core cultivator, albeit only at the initial stage, still inferior to your mid-golden core prowess. With a mighty thrust of your hand, you unleashed the sky-piercing palm, striking down with such force that your opponent was rendered immobile upon the ground, unable to rise. The entire encounter transpired in less than a minute. Upon witnessing this, Cui Long was momentarily taken aback, but as realization dawned, he collapsed onto the ground, paralyzed with fear, and frantically begged for mercy. Upon witnessing the cowardice of his opponent, he disdainfully uttered a command to leave. After hearing this, Cui Long felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily retreating in a disheveled manner. Was he truly allowed to depart so easily? Would the younger adversaries give way to the older, more formidable ones? As Lu Chuan contemplated the decision to let Cui Long go, he could not shake the thought that his own actions had been rather limited. Throughout the entire simulation, aside from vanquishing Yang Yu, he had only dealt with this bodyguard, making it impossible for him to embody the ruthless persona he aspired to. Moreover, this was within the confines of the city. To slay the son of the city lord would lead to far graver consequences. That night, upon returning to the inn, they intended to harness Lu Aoshuang's unique constitution to further their training. However, midway through their practice, a contingent of armored soldiers, moving with impeccable coordination, surrounded the inn, demanding the immediate presence of both Lu Chuan and Lu Aoshuang. Both of you furrowed your brows simultaneously, as your cultivation had reached an exhilarating peak, and being interrupted was understandably disconcerting. After donning your attire, you and Lu Aoshuang emerged from the inn, only to find yourselves encircled by hundreds of soldiers. At the forefront stood the Lord of Sword City, Cui Jia, and beside him was none other than Cui Long, whom you had released earlier that day. Indeed, such melodramatic scenarios seemed to unfold regardless of time or place. Upon witnessing this tableau, Lu Chuan's lips twitched slightly. Nevertheless, everything remained within the realm of expectation. Cui Jia, upon seeing the two of you step out, promptly declared that since you had injured his subordinate during the day, an explanation was imperative. You inquired about the terms of negotiation, only to be met with an exorbitant demand of 100,000 inferior spirit stones as compensation. Such a sum is indeed considerable. However, as a third-grade alchemist, you possess wealth beyond measure. Nevertheless, you are unwilling to be taken advantage of and promptly decline the offer. Upon hearing your refusal, the other party erupts in fury, immediately insisting on taking Lu Aoshang as compensation. At this point, it becomes abundantly clear that their true aim is Lu Aoshang, and the claim for compensation is merely a pretext. This time, the City Lord of Sword City himself intervenes. He is a genuine nascent soul cultivator, a figure of immense strength, rendering you utterly incapable of contending with him. Though you may lack the strength, it does not imply that your wife is similarly deficient. Lu Aoshang is also a formidable nascent soul cultivator, possessing exceptional spiritual roots that render her even more powerful than her opponent. Without hesitation, Lu Aoshang unleashed her nascent soul energy, and the two nascent soul masters engaged in a fierce battle within Sword City. Various divine abilities manifested, plunging the city into chaos as the shockwaves from their confrontation reduced many areas to rubble. Cui Jia, who had initiated the conflict, was left trembling with fear. He had never anticipated that Lu Aoshang was a nascent soul cultivator. After all, a cultivator of this caliber at such a young age could only be described as a prodigy, a rarity even within the Divine Sword sect, rivaling the likes of the Holy Sons and Daughters. Midway through the skirmish, Cui Jia hastily called for a ceasefire, claiming it was merely a misunderstanding, and offered a compensation of 10,000 spirit stones in hopes of resolving the conflict. You embraced the descending Lu Aoshang, imitating her demeanor, boldly demanding a compensation of 100,000 spirit stones, intending to reciprocate in kind. Faced with such an exorbitant sum, Cui Jia found himself unable to comply. Even if he could, it would severely deplete his resources. After a round of negotiations, the amount was reduced to 50,000 spirit stones. Having secured the compensation, Cui Jia departed with his soldiers, while Cui Long, the instigator of the incident, faced his father's ire for foolishly targeting a primordial infant ancestor, resulting in a swift reprimand that left him reeling from 2 resounding slaps. With the tempest subsided, you and Lu Aoshang returned to your previous routine. However, the aftermath of this event rendered you both objects of reverence wherever you went. Even the city lord's mansion frequently sent envoys bearing gifts, marking the end of your tranquil existence. Soon, the day arrived for the entrance examination to the Sword God sect. You and Lu Aoshang took to the skies on your swords, journeying to the Sword God Manor for the assessment. The trials of the Sword God sect were significantly more arduous than those of ordinary sects, even evaluating your innate talent for swordsmanship. Yet, with your commendable cultivation level, you successfully joined the sect. As a mid-stage golden core cultivator at the age of 24 was indeed a rarity. Although your aptitude may have been slightly lacking, particularly in swordsmanship, your solid foundation was well appreciated by the sect. As for Lu Aoshang, her arrival stirred a sensation throughout the sect. Not only was she as breathtaking as a celestial being, but her cultivation was also astonishingly high, an infant realm powerhouse under 30 years of age, a truly incredible feat. This drew the attention of the sect leader, who, upon witnessing Lu Aoshang's extraordinary talent, declared her a direct disciple and bestowed upon her the title of prospective saintess. Thus, both you and Lu Aoshang became members of the Sword God sect, though her status towered above yours. As a prospective saintess, she was granted a premium cave dwelling, replete with rich spiritual energy, making it an unparalleled cultivation sanctuary. Naturally, this benefited you. For that very night, you moved in alongside Lu Aoshang. Your bond had deepened to the point of inseparability. Separation would be disorienting for either of you. The following day, your cohabitation became the talk of the sect, with many disciples venerating Lu Aoshang as a goddess, secretly observing her. When the truth surfaced, Lu Aoshang did not shy away, openly acknowledging you as her partner. This revelation shattered the hearts of numerous male disciples, who could hardly accept that the goddess they had idolized just a day prior had already taken a partner. Consequently, you received numerous challenges from inner disciples and direct disciples alike. Fortunately, leveraging your mid-stage golden core cultivation, you managed to fend off these challengers. As for those stronger opponents, Lu Aoshang herself intervened, defeating them and delivering a stinging rebuke, proclaiming that her eyes held only you. Is this the sensation of living off a soft cushion? How utterly delightful. At this moment, Lu Chuan could hardly contain his laughter. With such a virtuous wife, what more could one desire? However, a fleeting thought crossed Lu Chuan's mind, and his smile faded. With less than a year remaining, the mysterious figure in black would soon appear. Would he be able to navigate this impending peril? Chapter 13. Have I become the target of the black-clad individual? Upon learning of your relationship with Lu Aoshang, the sect leader of the Sword God sect refrained from further comment, merely advising that, despite being partners, diligent cultivation remained paramount, particularly for Lu Aoshang, whose talents surpassed yours by a significant margin. Although he could not fathom why she had chosen you, the sect leader extended his blessings nonetheless. Lu Chuan felt a shadow cross his face, sensing a loss of masculine dignity. Humph. Once he simulated a few more times and acquired greater talents and rewards, he would surely reclaim his standing. In the following days, you and Lu Aoshang embarked on a lengthy and tedious cultivation journey. As the saying goes, cultivation knows no time. especially for cultivators of high realms who may spend months or even years in seclusion. Consequently, the time you spent together diminished. During bouts of boredom, you began to take an interest in the current saint and saintess of the Sword God sect. The saint, by Fei Yu, was a rare prodigy in swordsmanship with an exceptional gold spiritual root. The saintess, even more remarkable, was named Ling Wel'an. Not only did she possess an exceedingly rare wind attribute spiritual root, but she also bore an innate sword body, marking her as a true swordsmanship genius. Hence, Lu Aoshuang could only be a prospective saintess. Otherwise, in any other sect, her talents would have sufficed for her to hold the position of saintess without question. The wind attribute spiritual root? An innate sword body? Truly a prodigy. Lu Chuan gasped in astonishment. In this world, spiritual roots generally categorized as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth sometimes undergo mutations, giving rise to variant spiritual roots encompassing lightning, ice, wind, darkness, and light. Variants are far more precious than ordinary roots. Especially with an innate sword body coupled with a wind attribute root, her combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass her current level. This was the first person Lu Chuan had encountered whose talents eclipsed even Lu Aoshuang's. What a revelation. Nonetheless, it seemed likely that the mysterious forces behind the figure in black would continue to target the saint and saintess of the Sword God sect. Having already fixated on the alchemy sect as saint and saintess, it stood to reason they would also pursue the more prodigious figures of the Sword God sect. Lu Chuan found himself curious about whether these two could withstand the impending storm. As your days in the Sword God sect unfolded, your desire for cultivation began to wane. You understood that, given your talents, you could hardly effect any significant transformation within a year. Perhaps the time for simulation was drawing to a close. Lu Chuan mused. Had he grown complacent? Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the 8th year of simulation, coinciding with the year the mysterious figure in black would emerge. That year, Lu Aoshuang emerged from her cultivation, maintaining her realm at the infant stage. Achieving a breakthrough beyond this point would be exceedingly challenging, even for her exceptional talent, as it demanded considerable time and effort. Regrettably, the current circumstances provided her with little opportunity for such cultivation. You began to meander through the serene landscapes of the sect with Lu Aoshuang, cherishing the final moments together. Soon, as the fateful day arrived, the once tranquil Divine Sword sect was besieged by uninvited guests. A cadre of enigmatic figures clad in black robes descended from the heavens, led by a formidable being of the transformation realm. Their sudden appearance shattered the tranquility of the Divine Sword sect, prompting countless elders and disciples to assume a defensive stance. While the sect's master emerged from his seclusion, upon witnessing the mysterious black-clad visitors, the sect master seemed to have an epiphany. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he recognized the identity of the intruders. The leader of the enigmatic figures wasted no time, demanding the surrender of 4 individuals. Threatening war should they refuse, there was no room for negotiation. 4 individuals? Lu Chuan's face contorted in confusion. Which 4? Wasn't there supposed to be only 3? The sect master appeared equally perplexed, as if this unexpected number had surpassed his expectations, and promptly inquired which 4 were being referenced. The other party indicated the current Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Divine Sword sect, then cast a glance at Lu Aoshuang, ultimately fixing their gaze upon you. What the? Why have I become the target? Lu Chuan found himself bewildered. Previously, he had evaded being the focus, yet now, he was singled out. The first 3 individuals mentioned did not surprise the sect master, but your inclusion caught him off guard, as he had never anticipated that an individual of your seemingly mediocre talent would also be deemed a target. Truly astonishing. Confronted with the black-clad figure's ultimatum, the sect master resolutely refused, his anger palpable as he summoned a divine sword, intent on thwarting their advances. Thus, the 2 factions clashed once more, with the notable difference that this time, the Divine Sword sect, bolstered by formidable strength, managed to mount a defense against the onslaught of the black-robed assailants. Particularly notable was the emergence of an ancestor-level figure within the sect, who unleashed a tremendous aura, wielding sword energy that decimated the leader of the mysterious intruders, thereby quelling the ensuing chaos. You swallowed hard, pondering the fortunate decision to join the Divine Sword sect. Had you chosen another sect, it would have been uncertain whether you could withstand the onslaught of the enigmatic figures in black. In the wake of the turmoil, you and Lu Aoshuang, along with the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, were summoned by the sect leader. He asserted that the black-clad individuals who had come this time were merely the beginning, and that even more formidable adversaries would soon emerge. He urged you to hasten your cultivation, for only through such diligence could you hope to thwart the advances of these shadowy foes. Upon perceiving that the leader of the Divine Sword sect was aware of the identity of the cloaked figure, he promptly inquired, eager to unravel the entire sequence of events. However, to his surprise, the leader of the Divine Sword sect shook his head, his countenance bearing the marks of time, and remarked that when one reaches the realm of transformation, all would be revealed. With a visage marked by disappointment, you ponder the attainment of the transformation realm. Given your innate talents, achieving such a feat within mere decades seems implausible. Even the exceptionally gifted Lu Aoshuang could not accomplish this in a short span. After bidding farewell to the sect leader, you and Lu Aoshuang retreated to your cave dwelling to continue your cultivation. Time in the realm of cultivation is but an illusion. And before you knew it, another year had swiftly passed. A year later, a new cadre of enigmatic figures clad in black descended from the heavens. However, this time, their strength was markedly more formidable. Without uttering a single word, they opted for aggression. The divine sword sect stood resolutely against them. Yet it appeared that their objective was not to abduct both you and Lu Aoshang, but rather to take you alone. You are of a lowly caliber, the weakest among the four, and amid the chaos of war, due to a shortage of manpower. You were rendered unconscious by a formidable being of the nascent soul stage and subsequently taken away. The cloaked figure, having achieved its objective, withdrew its forces. Lu Chuan, what the hell? Am I being treated like a soft persimmon? Lu Chuan leapt up in indignation, his expression one of fury. However, there was little he could do. At that time, he was merely at the mid-stage of golden core cultivation, naturally inferior to the three who had reached the nascent soul realm, making him an easy target. Curse that damned cloaked figure. Just wait until Grandpa Lu develops his powers. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. As you regain consciousness, you find yourself tightly bound and ensnared within a formation. Before you can comprehend what has transpired, the formation suddenly activates, unleashing a powerful force that strips you of your cultivation and luck. You have lost your cultivation and destiny. As the objective is accomplished, a figure cloaked in black leisurely approaches you and states, "Do not blame me. After all, it is you who possesses fortune. In this prison, you have no choice." With that, he strikes down with a palm, and you perish. The simulation concludes. Please select a reward from this simulation. Chapter 14. Call me husband. Options. 1. Azure Talent of the Fortunate Child 2. Level 3 Alchemist 3. Superior Xian level cultivation technique. Xian Yuan Gong 4. High quality Huang level spiritual skill. Skyward Palm, great achievement. 5. Dao partner relationship with Lu Aoshang. Gazing at the potential rewards, Lu Chuan fell into contemplation. Particularly upon noticing the last option, he could scarcely believe his eyes. A Dao partner relationship with Lu Aoshang? What is this? Could it be that upon selection, he would directly become her Dao partner? This is truly extraordinary. However, there was no option for mid-stage golden core cultivation. Perhaps that was the result of it being stripped away in the end? His original plan was to choose the first option, the talent of the fortunate child. This would yield remarkable benefits in both cultivation and alchemy. It is worth noting that during the second simulation, he invested a full 5 years to become a level 3 alchemist. Yet in the last simulation, he achieved the same status in merely 4 years, even while dedicating part of that time to cultivation. It was undeniable that the fortunate child's influence played a significant role. Moreover, the fact that he successfully pursued Lu Aoshang must also be attributed to the fortunate child's effects. The fortunate child is crucial to his growth. However, according to the subsequent plot development, it seemed he had become the target of the mysterious figure in black due to the fortune associated with the fortunate child. In the end, not only was his cultivation stripped away, but his fortune was also taken, accompanied by cryptic references to a prison. In summary, his successes and failures were both tied to the fortunate child. It was likely that Lu Aoshang and the other holy sons and daughters were also being targeted due to their own fortunes. Lu Chuan couldn't help but ponder this further. Unfortunately, the information at hand was still too scant, lacking in valuable insights. As the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect mentioned, once he breaks through to the transformation god realm, all will be revealed. Looking at the rewards available for selection, Lu Chuan contemplated briefly and ultimately succumbed to temptation. Choosing the fifth option, the Dao partner relationship with Lu Aoshang. If this were genuine, wouldn't it imply that he and Lu Aoshang would become Dao partners in the simulation? And perhaps tonight. Ahem. Of course, this was merely Lu Chuan's speculation. Whether it was true remained to be seen. Most importantly, he wished to experiment and discover if, without obtaining the fortunate child's talent, he might become the target of others next time. This was critical. Beep. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a Dao partner relationship with Lu Aoshang. Receiving the system's response, Lu Chuan swallowed hard. What should he do now? Should he directly seek out the saintess and declare himself her Dao partner? Wouldn't that be a bit too abrupt? System, open the panel. Host, Lu Chuan Cultivation, Mid-Stage Foundation Establishment Spiritual Root. Medium-Grade Fire Spiritual Root Simulation Count, 0 Simulation Level, LV2 Energy Value, 2500 Talent, Master Alchemist, Azure. Dao Partner, Lu Aoshang. Gazing at the newly added attribute on the panel, Dao Partner, Lu Chuan could not help but gulp again. All signs suggested that Lu Aoshang had indeed become his Dao partner. He could approach her at any moment. Ahem, perhaps he should go see her. But let it not be misconstrued. I am merely a gentleman, seeking to verify the authenticity of our Dao partner relationship. With that thought, Lu Chuan departed from the alchemy peak and made his way to the residence of the saintess. In the Qingyan sect, due to her extraordinary talent, the sect leader had arranged for the saintess to cultivate in solitude on a separate mountain peak named Jade Peak. Upon arriving at the foot of Jade Peak, Lu Chuan was blocked by several female disciples. Senior brother Lu, ahead lies the residence of the saintess. Without her consent, we cannot allow you to pass. The female disciples said, their faces filled with difficulty. Now that Lu Chuan had risen to prominence as a level 3 alchemist's personal disciple, his status had soared. and they could not afford to offend him. Yet, without the saintess's order, no one could ascend the mountain, lest they face punishment. Caught in a dilemma, Lu Chuan spoke politely, "Would you please inform the saintess that I have matters to discuss with her?" The system panel had already indicated that Lu Aoshuang was his Dao partner. There should be no issue, right? The female disciples exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Just as they were about to ascend the mountain to inform the saintess, her voice rang down from the peak, "Let him come up." With the saintess's permission granted, the female disciples breathed a sigh of relief and led Lu Chuan upward. "Senior brother Lu, just ahead is the cave dwelling of the saintess. We shall take our leave here." Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, Lu Chuan scratched his head, pondering whether to enter directly or follow a protocol. "Come in. Why are you standing there like a fool?" Just as Lu Chuan hesitated, the saintess's soft voice drifted from within the cave. Hearing her voice, Lu Chuan's body jolted, and a look of delight spread across his face. The esteemed saintess of the sect was speaking to him in such a delicate tone? Did this not signify that their relationship was indeed extraordinary? With this realization, Lu Chuan stepped into her cave without further hesitation. Upon entering, a unique fragrance assailed his senses, refreshing and invigorating, causing his heart to race. Before him lay an antique and orderly dressing table, a 1,000-year-old sandalwood desk, a bed, and a meditation cushion, all unmistakably feminine in nature. In contrast, his own cave dwelling contained only a simple wooden bed and a meditation cushion. By comparison, Lu Aoshuang's abode was far more exquisite. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed Lu Aoshuang seated on the cushion, focused on her cultivation, seemingly unaware of Lu Chuan's entrance. Lu Chuan scratched his head, sensing a palpable awkwardness in the air. He wondered how the system had facilitated their Dao partner relationship. Had it directly implanted memories, or perhaps hypnotized her? As Lu Chuan pondered, Lu Aoshuang spoke first. "What should I call you? Junior brother Lu, or husband?" Her voice, as melodious as a lark, was a delight to the ears. Merely listening to her was an unparalleled pleasure. In the previous simulation, the textual descriptions had failed to capture Lu Aoshuang's allure. Yet now, experiencing it firsthand highlighted the stark contrast between reality and simulation. One was heaven, the other, earth. Lu Chuan swallowed again, summoning his courage to respond. "If you do not mind, then please call me husband." As the voice faded, Lu Aoshuang ceased her training, stood up, and turned her head to offer Lu Chuan a gentle smile. This smile seemed to freeze time, leaving only the breathtaking radiance of her expression in Lu Chuan's eyes. "Very well, I shall call you my husband." Chapter 15. Upgrading simulation levels. "So, my husband, what shall we do next?" Lu Aoshuang's voice broke the spell of astonishment that had enveloped Lu Chuan. Coming to his senses, Lu Chuan became acutely aware of his earlier lapse and cleared his throat, asking, "Aoshuang, do you remember why you were calling me your husband?" His curiosity bubbled forth. After all, prior to this moment, he and Lu Aoshuang had shared no connection, not even a word. Suddenly, she had become his partner. It was evident that the system must have orchestrated something in the background, and he yearned to uncover what changes it had wrought. Lu Aoshuang nodded and recounted the events that had transpired. Not long ago, a surge of memories had erupted in her mind. Rather than mere recollections, these were experiences that felt more authentic than reality itself, immersing her completely. The emotions within those memories, love, hatred, and conflict, were etched deeply into her soul, indelible and profound. In those memories, she had fallen in love with Lu Chuan and had become his partner. Furthermore, she vividly recalled joining the Divine Sword sect and confronting the enigmatic figures in black. The anguish she felt when Lu Chuan was abducted by those mysterious assailants, a heart-wrenching despair that gripped her being, lingered within her, impossible to forget. As she concluded, Lu Aoshuang leapt into Lu Chuan's arms, embracing him tightly, her grip so fierce it nearly robbed him of breath. It was as though she feared he might vanish again, leaving her alone. Held in her fragrant embrace, Lu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. The implication of being partners meant that the narrative of the simulation had been seamlessly infused into Lu Aoshuang's consciousness, transforming into her personal experience. Thus, the feelings she harbored for him within the simulation could now flourish in reality. In response to Lu Aoshuang's fervent embrace, Lu Chuan extended his arms, reciprocating her hug. "Fear not, Aoshuang, this time I shall never leave your side." Lu Aoshuang murmured softly as she nestled at his embrace. After a while, they slowly parted, gazing into each other's eyes. Overcome by the beauty of Lu Aoshuang, Lu Chuan could no longer restrain himself and leaned in to kiss her. Lu Aoshuang closed her eyes, surrendering to the moment. That night, the darkness enveloped them in a tender embrace. The following day, Lu Chuan awoke languidly within Lu Aoshuang's cave, feeling invigorated. With the assistance of the Tai Xianyin Yang body, he had surged to the late stage of foundation establishment. Of course, this was due to Lu Aoshuang's Tai Xianyin Yang body, which had yet to be fully utilized. The potency of the Yin essence was exceptionally rich, serving as a great boon for men. Coupled with her advancement to the Golden Core realm, which far surpassed Lu Chuan's cultivation, the effects were remarkable. However, the benefits would diminish over time. Nonetheless, daily cultivation together would still offer significant benefits. Thus, Lu Chuan resolved to reside in Lu Aoshuang's cave from henceforth. It not only allowed for enhanced cultivation but also provided enjoyment. Such a fortunate arrangement was rare to find. As for Lu Aoshang, she had no objections. As Lu Chuan's partner, both her heart and body had been completely captivated by him. Moreover, according to her memories, mysterious figures in black would emerge in 8 years. Therefore, living together to enhance their cultivation was undeniably prudent. And so, unbeknownst to anyone, Lu Chuan and Lu Aoshang shared the same cave. Aoshang, how many spirit stones do you have left? Lu Chuan inquired curiously, holding her close on the bed. I have a total of 8,000 spirit stones. Why do you ask, my husband? Do you need some? Lu Aoshang questioned, puzzled. Spirit stones were crucial for cultivators. They were essential not only for cultivation but also for purchasing elixirs, herbs, and magical artifacts. In the eyes of cultivators, spirit stones were equivalent to currency in the mortal realm. While spirit stones were not omnipotent, lacking them was utterly detrimental. 8,000 spirit stones, Lu Chuan murmured. That amount was indeed substantial. He remembered when he was merely an outer disciple. Earning 100 low-grade spirit stones took him an entire month. Even after being taken as a direct disciple by a third-tier alchemist, receiving gifts from countless disciples, elders, and even the sect leader, he had only amassed 3,500 low-grade spirit stones. All of those stones were converted into energy points. Lu Aoshang, however, possessed 8,000 spirit stones, a veritable small fortune within the Qingyan sect. Dear husband, if you need spirit stones, I can lend you some. Next month, the sect will distribute my cultivation resources again, Lu Aoshang said, embodying the role of a devoted wife, her gaze solely fixed on Lu Chuan. Her thoughtfulness was heartwarming. At this moment, Lu Chuan felt a conflict within. Currently, he possessed 2,500 energy points, sufficient for 2 simulations. Logically, he should not be concerned about spirit stones just yet. However, Lu Chuan aspired to upgrade the simulation system to level 3. At level 2, there was a chance to acquire blue talents. At level 3, blue talents could be consistently generated, alongside a possibility of obtaining even stronger blue talents. Gaining a blue talent could potentially transform him into a genius, allowing him to shed his former uselessness. He yearned to keep pace with Lu Aoshang's cultivation, let alone breaking through to the transformation realm, an aspiration that seemed far-fetched given the limited time he had, merely 8 years. With that thought, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, determination flashing in his eyes. Very well, Aoshang, hand over your spirit stones. I have grand designs. Upon hearing his words, Lu Aoshang did not hesitate and retrieved her spatial bag, producing all of her spirit stones. Upon counting, there were not just 8,000, but 8,500. Coupled with his 2,500 energy points, he could amass a total of 11,000 energy points. This not only allowed for the upgrade of the simulation level, but also permitted an additional simulation. What a stroke of fortune. Without a moment's delay, Lu Chuan immediately offered all 8,500 spirit stones to the system. System, open the panel. Host, Lu Chuan cultivation level, late foundation establishment spiritual root, medium quality fire spiritual root simulation attempts, 0 simulation level, LV2, upgradable, energy value, 11,000 talent. Alchemy master, blue, partner, Lu Aoshang gazing at the panel that materialized before him, Lu Chuan did not hesitate and promptly upgraded his simulation level. In an instant, the previously substantial energy value of 11,000 points diminished by 10,000. Lu Chuan could not help but exclaim that the simulation cultivation system was rather extravagant. Whether upgrading the simulation level or conducting a simulation, an exorbitant amount of spiritual stones was required. It seemed that earning spiritual stones would have to become a primary task from now on. System, commence simulation. With the upgrade successful, Lu Chuan immediately initiated the simulation, eager to discern the differences between LV3 and LV2 simulations. Chapter 16, Superior Fire's Spiritual Root Ding, Simulation Commencing. Please select the talent for this simulation. 1. Superior Fire's Spiritual Root, blue. Acquire the Superior Fire's Spiritual Root, enhancing your talent and understanding. 2. Master of Artifacts, green. Gain a certain level of artifact refining talent. 3. Swordsmanship Master, blue. Possess the talent for sword cultivation, making you a prodigy in the sword path. 4. Child of Fortune, green. Receive a small amount of destiny luck. Upon seeing the 4 talents presented before him, Lu Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Particularly when he beheld the 2 blue talents, his breath quickened. He never anticipated such favorable luck. He mused that if he had not drawn any blue talents, it would have been disastrous. Yet here he was with 2. Whether it was the Superior Fire Spiritual Root or the Sword Genius, he yearned to possess them both. System, is it possible to select 2 talents? Lu Chuan inquired urgently. He was determined not to squander this rare opportunity. Ding, spending 100,000 energy points to upgrade to LV4 will not only guarantee the stable acquisition of blue talents, but also grant 2 selection opportunities. Actions speak louder than words. Lu Chuan, 100,000 energy points? That's equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Is this asking for my life? Lu Chuan shuddered, his thoughts snapping back to reality. He surveyed the 4 options before him, promptly dismissing the 2 green talents and deliberating between the 2 blue talents. After much contemplation, He finally chose the superior fire spiritual route. There was no alternative. While the sword genius was impressive, it would not enhance his innate talent or accelerate his cultivation speed. It could only be seen as an embellishment, allowing for swifter comprehension of sword techniques without bringing about substantial change. Ding, selection successful, entering simulation. With Lu Chuan's choice of the superior fire spiritual route, he officially embarked on this simulation of cultivation. Acquiring the superior fire spiritual route significantly elevated his talent and understanding, and his cultivation speed surged to several times that of before. One cannot help but exclaim, truly a remarkable spiritual route, far beyond the reach of mere average spiritual routes. You commenced your arduous cultivation within the secluded abode of Lu Aoxiang. After a period of intense training, it appeared that Lu Aoxiang had recognized the remarkable transformation in your cultivation progress, which rivaled her own pace. Moreover, during each inky night, as you delved into the development of the Tai Xian Yin Yang body, the results were significantly superior to those previously attained. The corners of your mouth curl slightly upwards, revealing a smile imbued with the confidence of a dragon king, conveying to others that you have become a paragon of exceptional fire spiritual roots. A prodigy in the eyes of the world, endowed with unparalleled talent, destined for an even swifter path of cultivation. However, you did not anticipate that possessing such extraordinary fire spiritual roots would enhance the efficacy of your training with the Tai Xian Yin Yang body, allowing you to achieve in a single night what would have taken at least 5 nights previously. Your cultivation steadily progresses. To my astonishment, the supreme fire spiritual root possesses such remarkable effects. Lu Chuan expressed his surprise, not only regarding the enhancement of his cultivation, but also the improved efficacy of frost cultivation. Indeed, the spiritual root serves as the foundation for a cultivator's progress, a statement that holds profound truth. Thus, during the day, you engage in alchemical studies atop the Dan Peak, while at night, you return to Lu Aoxiang's cave to cultivate together. Although you are aware that alchemy may consume your time and slow your cultivation pace, mastering the art of alchemy enables you to earn a living through it, which is of utmost importance. As the saying goes, wealth, companionship, techniques, and territory are essential. Lacking wealth is simply untenable. Despite the time investment, one must pursue this knowledge. With your supreme fire spiritual root, your command over flames has reached new heights, rendering you increasingly adept in the art of alchemy. To become an alchemist, one must possess either a fire or wood spiritual root. The fire spiritual root allows for a more proficient mastery of flame intensity, while the wood spiritual root fosters a closer affinity with herbs. Under the influence of the supreme fire spiritual root, your alchemical efficiency has soared, and your exceptional talent in this domain has enabled you to learn at an astonishing rate, leaving your master, Huang Chun, utterly astounded, exclaiming, "What a prodigy!" After 6 months, you successfully attained the rank of a first-tier alchemist, achieving a 100 success rate in crafting first-tier elixirs. At this juncture, you began to produce elixirs for others, earning spirit stones in hopes of alleviating the pressures of your cultivation journey. You have discerned that the consumption of spirit stones by a superior spiritual root is exceedingly substantial. Previously, refining a single spirit stone would require several minutes. Now, it takes merely a few dozen seconds. Moreover, both you and Lu Aoxiang possess exceptional spiritual roots, making it utterly impossible to sustain this endeavor without a sufficient supply of spirit stones. Thus, you find yourself simultaneously studying alchemy, concocting elixirs for others, and cultivating alongside Lu Aoxiang. Juggling these pursuits with great effort, life becomes incredibly taxing, to the point where Lu Aoxiang frequently displays a look of concern for your well-being. However, as you grasp Lu Aoxiang's hand, you utter, "As long as you are by my side, this hardship is nothing at all." With this singular statement, you profoundly touch Lu Aoxiang's heart, deepening her affection for you. In the first year, through your diligent cultivation, you successfully ascended to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. After a year and a half of relentless toil, Lu Aoxiang's cultivation reached the late golden core stage. It is revealed that when she encountered you, she was already a formidable practitioner at the mid-golden core stage, not merely at the initial stage. In the second year, through your unwavering efforts, you achieved the rank of a second-tier alchemist, capable of refining higher-grade elixirs. This advancement allowed you to charge exorbitant fees for alchemical services, and in an instant, you found yourself affluent, free from concerns regarding resources. After 2.5 years of relentless cultivation, you successfully broke through to the golden core realm, establishing yourself as a true powerhouse among the younger generation. In the third year, the nature of your relationship with Lu Aoxiang became public knowledge, and the familiar narrative unfolded. Yang Yu, brimming with fury, sought you out, only to be halted by the doorman at Yufeng, who declared that no one may ascend the mountain without the Saintess's consent. Upon hearing this news, you calmly rose from Lu Aoxiang's bed, preparing to deal with this petty adversary. When Yang Yu laid eyes on you at the foot of Yufeng, he was exceedingly agitated and issued a challenge. Should he prevail, you would be compelled to leave Lu Saintess's side and never approach her again. If you emerged victorious, he would acquiesce to the marriage proposal. Faced with the same scenario, the same words, yet in a different setting, you couldn't help but smirk slightly. Feeling that Yang Yu resembled a mere passerby, unfazed by Yang Yu's challenge, you gladly accepted it. With a single strike, the energy of the golden core surged forth, vastly surpassing the might of the foundation establishment stage. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yu exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. You are actually a golden core practitioner?" Under the force of your strike, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance, pinned against the wall with no means of escape. You have achieved a resounding victory. Exuding confidence as you not only demonstrated the formidable prowess of the golden elixir realm, but also proclaimed your partnership with Lu Aoshang, declaring that anyone who dares to covet her shall face your wrath. Subsequently, no disciple expressed dissatisfaction. Everyone regarded you as a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for one another, and received congratulations from both your master and the sect leader. In the 4th year, through your relentless efforts, you successfully ascended to the rank of a 3rd-tier alchemist, reaping substantial profits from your alchemical endeavors, thus alleviating any concerns regarding cultivation resources. At this juncture, your master, Huang Chun, could impart no further wisdom, advising you that to progress further, you must journey to the Alchemist sect. You nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further discussion. That same year, bolstered by abundant resources and elixirs, your cultivation advanced to the mid-stage of the golden elixir realm, while Lu Aoshang achieved the perfected state of the golden elixir, just a step away from entering the nascent soul realm. In the 5th year, you remained in the mid-stage of the golden elixir realm, while Lu Aoshang continued to embody the perfected state. It was at this point that you made a pivotal decision to depart from the Qingshan sect. Chapter 17, Journey to the Qinglian sect, Auction. Oh, are you preparing to leave so soon? Upon reading this, Lu Chuan was taken aback. This time was different from the previous occasions, as you did not wait until the imminent appearance of the cloaked figure to make your exit, but rather chose to depart 3 years in advance. He wondered if such a decision would alter the outcome. Curiously, Lu Chuan continued to read on. You have resolved to depart from the Qingshan sect, as it remains too feeble. Not only are its cultivation resources scarce, but even its most formidable techniques are merely of the profound grades upper echelon. To rapidly attain greater strength, one must align with a more powerful sect. You conveyed this idea to the leader of the Qingshan sect, who sighed deeply, expressing his regret, yet chose not to intervene. He understood that certain birds cannot be caged. The Qingshan sect is too small to accommodate two prodigious talents such as yourselves, and it was only a matter of time before you would part ways. Before your departure, he hoped that when you both achieved greatness in your cultivation, you would not forget the nurturing provided by the Qingshan sect over the years. After bidding farewell to your master and the sect leader, you officially departed from the Qingshan sect. Upon leaving, you and Lu Aoshang contemplated which sect to join next. Naturally, the foremost consideration was to seek a top-tier sect. However, the Xinjian sect was not an option this time, as it only held its admission examinations once every 3 years, leaving a 2-year wait until the next opportunity. Thus, you were compelled to consider other sections. After much deliberation, you decided to join the Qinglian sect. Although the Qinglian sect's strength was not on par with that of the Xinjian sect, it was still regarded as a respectable middle-tier sect among the 6 top sections. Consequently, you and Lu Aoshang soared through the skies on your swords towards the Qinglian sect. The journey was fraught with challenges, including traversing mountains and rivers and vanquishing demons. Finally, after a month, you arrived at the territory of the Qinglian sect. Fortune smiled upon you, as there remained just 1 month until the Qinglian sect would hold its biennial admission examinations. Upon learning this news, you and Lu Aoshang made your way to the nearest city, Qinqing City, to await the commencement of the examinations. During this waiting period, you diligently refined elixirs to sell and accumulate spirit stones. At this juncture, you discovered that the largest auction house in Qinqing City, the Qinglian Auction House, was scheduled to hold a grand auction in a week. Sensing an opportunity, you devoted all your expertise in alchemy to concoct a 3rd-grade elixir, which was the finest you could produce, intending to auction it at the upcoming event. Observing the exceptional quality of this 3rd-grade elixir, although its rank was not exceedingly high, the supervisor consented to include it in the auction. You exhaled in relief. A 3rd-grade elixir, if placed within the Qinglian sect, would be regarded as a supreme treasure, sought after by countless individuals. Yet here, amidst a congregation of formidable beings, it appeared less extraordinary. Fortunately, gaining entry to the auction suggested that the final bid would undoubtedly surpass the prevailing market value. In the subsequent week, you and Lu Aoshang diligently cultivated within the inn, toiling day and night, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the auction. After a week had elapsed, the auction finally commenced. On that day, you observed numerous disciples from the Qinglian sect arriving on their swords, eager to procure various treasures. Accompanied by Lu Aoshang, you ventured to the auction house, eager to broaden your horizons and witness the treasures that might emerge. To avert a recurrence of the incident at Sword City, you advised Lu Aoshang to don a veil to obscure her visage, thus guarding against prying eyes. However, even shrouded in mystery, her graceful form captured the attention of many along the way, prompting a sigh from you. It seems that having a perfect partner may not always be a blessing. Upon entering the auction, you took your place in the common seating area. The exclusive boxes on the 2nd and 3rd floors were reserved for the elite, a privilege you had yet to attain since your recent arrival in Qinqing City. Shortly after, the auction commenced, and the first item was presented, a low-grade spiritual technique known as the fire refining palm, suitable for practitioners with a fire affinity. While commendable and well-suited for your cultivation, its rank was still too low for your ambitions, so you refrained from bidding. The technique was ultimately sold for 15,000 spirit stones to a powerful family. Next came the second item, and upon closer inspection, you recognized it as the elixir you had crafted, a third-grade golden chi pill, which could enhance the probability of breaking through to the golden core stage by 30%. However, given the exceptional quality and intact efficacy of your pill, a 50% increase was well within reach. Amidst the eager desires of many perfected foundation establishment practitioners, the pill fetched a staggering 37,000 spirit stones. A smile graced your face, for while the market price hovered around 20,000 spirit stones, this auction had nearly inflated its value by a third. Subsequent items appeared, each increasingly remarkable and rare, yet you had no intention of bidding. You understood that this was merely a simulation, even if you were to win an item. It would ultimately remain beyond your grasp. What good would that do? 2 hours later, as the auction neared its conclusion, only 3 final items remained for bidding. The first of these was a spiritual technique called the Purple Thunder Palm, tailored for practitioners with a lightning affinity, boasting the pinnacle of low-grade spiritual techniques. Practitioners with lightning affinity were exceedingly rare, and despite this scarcity, the technique was fiercely contested, its initial price swiftly climbing to 80,000 spirit stones and continuing to ascend. Ultimately, it was acquired by a distinguished guest on the 3rd floor for a staggering 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing such a price, you could not help but swallow hard. Upgrading the simulation cultivation system from level 3 to level 4 required 100,000 spirit stones. Achieving this upgrade would not only stabilize the production of blue talents, but also grant 2 selection opportunities, crucial for you, as your cultivation had stagnated for quite some time. Each simulation presented choices of greater importance than mere cultivation. The second choice involved alchemy talent, the third pertained to your relationship with Lu Aoxiang, and now, you needed to select the supreme fire affinity to expedite your progress. Regrettably, you found yourself unable to muster even 10,000 spirit stones, let alone 100,000. You were so impoverished that you had to borrow spirit stones from Lu Aoxiang just to upgrade the simulation system. Desperation loomed. You resolved to earn money once the simulation concluded. With the Purple Thunder Palm auctioned off, the second final item was presented, a talisman named the 1,000-Mile Escape Talisman. As its name implies, this talisman, when shattered in times of peril, could transport the bearer 3,000 miles away. In many respects, it served as a second life for practitioners, rendering it exceptionally precious. Even as you gazed upon it, you felt a twinge of desire. Alas, this was merely a simulation, and acquiring it would yield no benefits in reality. The price of the 1,000-Mile Escape Talisman surged rapidly. Unlike pills, talismans held greater value in this realm. Few could craft them, making them a rare commodity. Despite the distance of 3,000 miles not being overly vast, it was auctioned off for an impressive 120,000 spirit stones. Finally, the Qinglian auction house reached its last item, a rare treasure known as the Ice-Fire Dual Lotus. One flower blazed with fierce flames, while the other was enveloped in ice. Their roots intertwined yet remaining distinct, an astonishing sight. The introduction revealed that this treasure possessed extraordinary capabilities, once refined by practitioners with fire and ice affinities. It could significantly enhance their cultivation and slightly elevate their affinity levels, along with purifying their respective elemental energies. The prospect of obtaining this lotus filled you with longing. You sensed that its refinement would yield substantial benefits to your cultivation. Yet, this was but a simulation, and regardless of whether you could win it, you would ultimately be unable to take it with you, forced to watch as countless practitioners vied for its possession. In a short time, the price of the Ice-Fire Dual Lotus soared to 100,000 spirit stones, continuing its relentless ascent without any sign of abatement. You express a sense of awe. Indeed, it is the final piece de resistance, and the ultimate transaction price is likely to exceed 200,000 spirit stones without any doubt. Ultimately, the exquisite Ice and Fire Dual Lotus was acquired by a distinguished guest in a private box on the 3rd floor for an astounding sum of 320,000 spirit stones. Hiss, 320,000 spirit stones? Such a price is likely beyond the means of an average nascent soul elder, at the very least. The sect master of the Green Mountain sect would certainly find it unattainable. Perhaps the one who placed the bid is an ancient being of the transformation stage. Lu Chuan murmured in astonishment. As the auction concluded, you and Lu Aoxiang returned to the inn to continue your cultivation and enhance your prowess. However, within your heart, you silently vowed that upon returning to reality, you would strive to earn several tens of thousands of spirit stones to procure the Ice and Fire Dual Lotus and further advance your cultivation. Such a rare treasure of heaven and earth must not be missed. Before long, a month had passed. On this day, the Qinglian sect welcomed its biannual entry examination. And you and Lu Aoxiang set forth on your swords to participate in the assessment. With your extraordinary talents and cultivation levels, passing the entry examination was a trivial matter, astonishing everyone present. Yet, perhaps it was merely your illusion, but upon detecting your exceptional fire root, the sect master of the Qinglian sect personally appeared to extend his greetings, treating you with extraordinary warmth, as if he had discovered a peerless treasure, fearing that you might escape. After exchanging a few pleasantries, you and Lu Aoxiang, in the roles of prospective saint son and saint daughter, officially joined the Qinglian sect. As prospective Saint's son, both you and Lu Aoshuang were bestowed with a magnificent cave dwelling, replete with abundant spiritual energy, rendering your cultivation efforts remarkably efficient. Even so, you chose to share the cave with Lu Aoshuang. After years of accustomed companionship, separation felt utterly disconcerting, both mentally and physically. Upon learning of this arrangement, the sect master wore a peculiar expression as he observed the deep bond between you and Lu Aoshuang, sighing wistfully. Subsequently, you and Lu Aoshuang commenced your training within the Qinglian sect. With your status as prospective Saint's son, you gained access to the sect's inferior earth-grade technique, the Qinglian scripture. Mastering the Qinglian scripture, both your and Lu Aoshuang's cultivation speed accelerated, and your strength grew substantially. A year later, you successfully advanced to the late stage of the Golden Core, while concurrently, Lu Aoshuang reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core, poised to break through to the nascent soul realm at any moment. On this day, the sect master approached you, expressing his desire to bestow upon you a tremendous opportunity. One that, if successful, would not only elevate your cultivation further but also enhance your foundational spiritual energy, yielding benefits without any drawbacks. You find it utterly astonishing that such a remarkable occurrence would happen to you. You immediately expressed your desire to bring Lu Aoshuang along, but to your surprise, the sect leader informed you that this opportunity was rather unique and could only be accomplished by you alone. You were initially skeptical, yet, harboring a sense of trust towards your master, you chose to acquiesce. After all, as a formidable being at the divine transformation stage, should there be any ill intentions, you would possess no power to resist. Subsequently, your master guided you to the peak where the Holy Maiden of the Qinglian sect resided. You find yourself intrigued by the reason for your presence atop the sacred peak where the saintess resides. As you are aware, the illustrious name of the saintess of the Qinglian sect is Xiaoling Xian. Her identity transcends that of a mere saintess. She is also the daughter of the sect leader, possessing a status that may even surpass that of her father within the sect. Soon, the sect leader guides you into Xiaoling Xuan's secluded dwelling. Upon entering the cave, you are greeted by a fragrant aroma that envelopes you, penetrating your senses. You recognize this enchanting scent as the unique fragrance that emanates from Xiaoling Xian herself. Do not question how you know it, for you have encountered it before. At first glance, you beheld the enchanting Xiaoling Xian, who was currently immersed in her cultivation. Her jade-like legs were gracefully crossed, and her eyes remained tightly shut. Her features were extraordinarily exquisite, reminiscent of a princess from a fairy tale, particularly her snow-white skin, which appeared even more delicate than that of Lu Aoshuang, possessing a radiance that could reflect light. Your gaze descends, resting upon the figure clad in a delicate blush-hued gown that accentuates her graceful silhouette. Her fair, delicate feet are exposed to the air, exuding a subtle fragrance that wafts through the atmosphere. In your mind, the phrase jade feet immediately springs to life, confronted with the beauty, physique, and allure of Xiaoling Xian, who rivals the stunning Lu Aoshuang. You cannot help but swallow hard. Xiao Lu Chuan, with his head held high in pride, ultimately restrains himself, mindful of the presence of the sect leader. After guiding you into the cave dwelling, Xiaoling Xian ceases her cultivation, her eyes fluttering open to reveal a pair of exceptionally lively orbs that gaze intently at you, brimming with vitality and beauty. Just as you prepare to inquire about the nature of your fortune, the next moment reveals the sect leader presenting a rare and precious treasure from the heavens and earth. As you fix your gaze, a surge of astonishment courses through your heart. The Ice and Fire Dual Lotus. Chapter 19. Refinement, a Night of Indulgence. What? The esteemed guest who initially acquired the Ice and Fire Dual Lotus is none other than the leader of the Qinglian sect. Lu Chuan was utterly shocked by this revelation. However, upon reflection, it became evident that few could produce 32,000 spirit stones in one go. As the leader of the Qinglian sect, it was entirely reasonable for them to part with such a sum. Yet, the Ice and Fire Dual Lotus had remained untouched for an entire year. Why now seek to utilize it for oneself? What was the meaning of this? Curiosity flickered across Lu Chuan's face as he continued to read. With the Ice and Fire Dual Lotus presented by the leader of the Qinglian sect, you felt an overwhelming sense of surprise. Not only was this individual indeed the esteemed guest who had acquired the lotus, but they had also refrained from using it for an entire year. Observing the astonishment on your face, the leader of the Qinglian sect offered a gentle smile and began to explain. It turned out that although the Ice and Fire Dual Lotus possessed extraordinary properties, the conditions for its refinement were exceedingly rigorous. Firstly, it required the joint refinement by a cultivator of Fire Spirit Root and one of Ice Spirit Root. Should only one be present, the energies of the Fire Lotus and Ice Lotus would become imbalanced during the process, leading to their mutual dissolution into nothingness. Secondly, both individuals must possess spirit roots of the same caliber, pristine spirit roots with pristine spirit roots, superior with superior, should the levels differ. Energy imbalance would once again result in annihilation. Upon hearing the leader's elucidation, you were struck with clarity. No wonder such a precious treasure had remained unrefined for so long, seeking you out instead. As a cultivator of pristine Fire Spirit Root, you met the refinement requirements, suggesting that Xiaoling Xian must possess a superior Ice Spirit Root. To your surprise, besides the Holy Maiden of the Divine Sword sect, who was a mutated Wind Spirit Root, even the Holy Maiden of the Qinglian sect was a mutated Ice Spirit Root. Understanding the circumstances, You expressed your willingness to assist Saint Xia in refining the ice and fire dual lotus. Unexpectedly, without any exertion on your part, you found yourself capable of refining such a treasure. What incredible fortune! It seemed that in reality, there was no need for you to bid at auctions. Waiting for the ice and fire dual lotus to come to you would suffice. With your agreement, Xiaoling Xian had no objections and intended to refine the ice and fire dual lotus. Once successful, she would instantly break through to the golden core stage and ascend to the nascent soul. The thought of becoming a nascent soul before 30 ignited a thrill within her. She could hardly contain her excitement. Soon, under the guidance of the leader of the Qinglian sect, you and Xiaoling Xian sat opposite each other, poised to refine the ice and fire dual lotus together. The blazing lotus of fire gradually yielded to your refinement, and you could feel the spiritual energy within you surging rapidly, your spirit root slowly enhancing under the nourishment of the lotus. Across from you, Xiaoling Xian was experiencing a similar transformation as she refined the ice lotus. You both synchronized your efforts, drawing from the energy contained within the ice and fire dual lotus. Should the energies of the two lotus flowers become unequal, they would dissolve into oblivion. Thus, you both meticulously refined the ice and fire dual lotus, avoiding any missteps. The leader of the Qinglian sect observed with approval, and to ensure no errors occurred, you maintained a cautious and deliberate pace. He watched over you for an entire day, confirming that all was well before departing the cave, as the responsibilities of the leader of the Qinglian sect demanded his attention elsewhere. Before long, a week had passed. During this time, the leader made several visits, each time confirming that the refinement was proceeding smoothly before hastily departing. Another week slipped by. At this juncture, the refinement of the ice and fire dual lotus was nearing completion. Both the fire lotus and ice lotus had shrunk to the size of a fist, their energies fully absorbed by you and Xiaoling Xian, fortifying your own powers. With a thunderous roar, as the last remnants of the ice and fire dual lotus were entirely refined, you and Xiaoling Xian simultaneously opened your eyes, both experiencing a breakthrough in your respective realms, achieving the pinnacle of the golden core stage for you, and ascending to the nascent soul stage for her. You revealed a radiant smile, unexpectedly refining a rare treasure, which propelled your cultivation to unprecedented heights, just as you basked in the euphoria of your breakthrough. An unforeseen turbulence surged within you, as if a fierce inferno erupted, leaving you in utter discomfort, your entire being seemingly ablaze. Simultaneously, an anomaly beset Xiaoling Xian, her body encased in a frigid aura, growing exceedingly cold, as the spiritual energy within her froze, tiny shards of ice forming upon her surface. Could it be that this ice-fire dual lotus harbors some sinister side effects? I fear it may lead to a descent into madness, rendering all cultivation null. At this juncture, Chuan shuddered in trepidation. He had initially believed the ice-fire dual lotus to be a rare gem, only to discover it might be a poison instead. He hastily continued to observe the unfolding events. Inside the cavern, the opposing elements of ice and fire clashed, one cold, the other hot, causing you to feel an unbearable heat. As though engulfed in flames, while Xiaoling Xian suffered from an extreme chill, her body seemingly frozen in place. Yet, sensing the icy essence emanating from Xiaoling Xian, you experienced an exquisite coolness, and she, in turn, felt a long-lost warmth radiating from you. You two are irresistibly drawn to each other, disregarding everything, embracing tightly in the hope of alleviating one another's predicaments. As the heat within you gradually yields to the encroaching chill, your desire for one another intensifies. And the same holds true for Xiaoling Xian. Ultimately, your rationality succumbs to the temptations emanating from your bodies, leading you to indulge in your desires. You feel an overwhelming sense of happiness. Chuan, what? Such a wonderful occurrence? Upon witnessing this, Chuan was utterly astounded. This is no poison. It is clearly a rare elixir, one that comes once in a millennium, or rather, once in 10,000 years. He is now solely curious whether there exists a dual flame lotus of water and fire, or perhaps a dual flame lotus of wind and fire. Even those of wood, earth, metal, and thunder are not beyond consideration, for one must be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Joining the Qinglian sect was indeed a sagacious decision. He resolved to join the Qinglian sect in the next simulation as well. Chuan remarked with deep reflection. Without further contemplation, he continued to read on. After a night had passed, as the spiritual energy within you gradually returned to normalcy, both you and Xiaoling Xian regained your senses. Reflecting upon the madness of the previous night, you exchanged glances with her, rendered speechless, particularly as her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, evoking a profound sense of compassion. You intended to offer words of solace, yet to your astonishment, the other party immediately drew a gleaming sword, pressing it against your throat with a gaze filled with murderous intent. Gritting her teeth, she declared that you had tarnished her purity and must pay with your life. At that moment, the blade was a mere 0.01 centimeters from your throat. However, after the passage of a quarter of an incense stick, the mistress of the sword relinquished her grip, commanding you to leave at once. You remained silent, donning your attire, gazing at the striking plum blossom upon the bed and the quivering silhouette of the other person, preparing to depart. Before leaving, you softly uttered, "If you do not mind, I can take responsibility." With that, you turned and exited the cave, leaving Xiaoling Xian alone. Chuan pondered. Why does this conclusion seem rather bleak? It appears I have underestimated the complexities of relationships between men and women. A bitter smile graced Lu Chuan's lips. Oh well, it is merely a simulation. There are still opportunities for trial and error. Let us continue to observe. Chapter 20. The Soul's Discourse of Xiaoling Xian. Having left Xiaoling Xuan's cave, you returned to Lu Aoshuang's dwelling. Upon your return, she noticed your presence and the fact that you had achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Your strength now magnified severfold. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as a radiant smile illuminated her face. Yet, witnessing that smile and recalling the earlier events stirred a disquiet within you. You could not help but wonder how Lu Aoshuang would react to the unfolding situation. You did not wish to relinquish Lu Aoshuang. She embodied your ethereal ideal, yet you also desired to embrace Xiaoling Xian. As the saying goes, children make choices while adults desire it all. Lu Chuan coughed. Ahem, system, what audacious truths you speak. His cheeks flushed red. The system had audaciously voiced his innermost thoughts. According to Lu Chuan's understanding, this world permitted multiple wives, whether in the mundane realm or the realm of cultivation, provided one possessed strength. Furthermore, with the system at his disposal, was he not the quintessential protagonist in a novel? Was it not entirely natural for a protagonist to be surrounded by beautiful companions? Thus, Lu Chuan harbored no intention of hanging his hopes on a single tree. Noticing your somber demeanor, Lu Aoshuang immediately inquired about the matter at hand. After a moment of contemplation, you divulged the incident involving the refining of the ice and fire dual lotus. In your eyes, Lu Aoshuang had traversed the journey with you. Sharing both joys and sorrows, it felt unjust to conceal the truth from her. Moreover, this day would inevitably arrive, and one must face it with courage. Upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, Lu Aoshuang fell into a deep silence. In response, you enveloped her in your embrace, holding her tightly, assuring her that you would never leave her side, which slightly alleviated her mood. Nevertheless, her spirits remained subdued, clouded with discontent. Although she recognized the cause stemmed from the ice and fire dual lotus, jealousy still gnawed at her heart. In light of this, you endeavored to soothe her, pouring forth your efforts until exhaustion claimed you, as though your very essence had been drained. Thankfully, your endeavors bore fruit. After your comforting, Lu Aoshuang transformed back into her gentle, docile self, refraining from holding any grudges. In truth, despite her consistently superior cultivation within the realm of familial dynamics, you were the head of the household. Many decisions fell upon your shoulders. It seemed that in her eyes, as long as you were by her side, all else was inconsequential. You understood that this was love. You assured her that no matter what transpires in the future, you would never abandon her. She nodded, revealing a long-forgotten smile. At that moment, she confided in you that she was on the cusp of a breakthrough, having patiently awaited your return. Now that you were back, she was ready to commence her seclusion. Your heart swells with emotion as you tenderly kiss her pure forehead, congratulating her on her successful breakthrough. Thus, Lu Aoshuang enters a state of seclusion to embark on her journey towards the nascent soul realm. Based on your experience, this seclusion may require a month's time. On the second day of Lu Aoshuang's retreat, Xiaoling Xian unexpectedly pays you a visit. It is hard to shake the feeling that she has deliberately chosen this moment, waiting until Lu Aoshuang had begun her seclusion to seek you out. Upon facing the visiting Xiaoling Xian, you exhibit utmost politeness, inquiring about the purpose of her visit. To your surprise, Xiaoling Xian responds with a cold smile, her expression laced with disdain, remarking that you have been quite engrossed with your Dao companion these past few days, to the point of neglecting rest. Are you not weary? You are somewhat taken aback. How could Lu Aoshuang have known about your clandestine rendezvous within your own sanctuary? Could it be that she was eavesdropping? Upon uttering this statement, Xiaoling Xuan's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly denied any such occurrence. Observing her awkward demeanor and her desperate attempt to exonerate herself, you are no longer plagued by doubt, but rather reassured. She indeed had stealthily approached the entrance of your abode. Lu Chuan, is this truly the Holy Maiden of Qinglian's sect? How has she transformed into this? He chuckled softly, shaking his head. This is a positive development. At the very least, it confirms that she holds a degree of concern for you. Whether it be due to the loss of her innocence or some other reason, the fact remains that she cares, does she not? With the matter now fully exposed, Xiaoling Xian ceased her coyness and inquired how you intend to take responsibility for the innocence you have taken from her. You ponder briefly and respond sincerely, acknowledging that although this circumstance arises from the duality of the ice and fire lotus, your actions are your own, and you are willing to take responsibility. However, in light of your earnest reply, Xiaoling Xian is unmoved, asserting that you have already taken her purity, which has granted you an advantage. Now, to seek responsibility from her is hardly commendable. Have you not claimed all the benefits for yourself? After all, she is the saintess of the Qinglian sect, an existence revered by countless disciples, with suitors capable of encircling the sect thrice. Faced with Xiaoling Xuan's incisive remarks, you find it astonishing that her intellect is quite sharp. Indeed, whether it is the act of taking her purity or the notion of bearing responsibility for her, both are undeniably advantageous to you. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that you have indeed reaped all the rewards and pleasures for yourself. You lightly cleared your throat twice, inquiring what compensation the other party desired, assuring them of your utmost effort to comply. However, Xiaoling Xian merely scoffed, expressing disdain as she remarked that you possessed neither wealth nor treasures to offer as recompense. On the contrary, she had an abundance of both. What she sought was far beyond your means. Chuan felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Inwardly lamenting, is this individual merely here to create chaos? They wish to evade responsibility and refuse to provide compensation, yet what exactly do they desire? It truly was exasperating. You find yourself at a loss for words, realizing that the other party must be intent on causing mischief. You promptly inquire about their true intentions, for it is inconceivable that they would approach you without reason. However, the individual responds that if you wish to take on responsibility, she can indeed grant you the opportunity for good fortune and splendid outcomes, but only on the condition that you sever ties with Lu Aoxiang. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible for her, a revered saintess of the Qinglian sect and a goddess in the eyes of countless disciples, to share a husband with another woman. Her lofty pride will not allow it. Furrowing your brow, you instantly grasp the meaning behind the other's visit. It turns out they wish for you to abandon Lu Aoxiang and pursue a relationship with them instead. Faced with this proposition, you resolutely choose to decline, indignantly asserting that you could never forsake Lu Aoxiang, not now or ever. If they are willing to endure, you might assume responsibility. However, if they harbor disdain, then there is nothing left to discuss. Upon hearing your response, Xiaoling Xian falls silent, and after a long pause, she turns to leave. Before departing, you notice tears welling in her eyes. Watching her retreating figure, you remain silent for a considerable time, your expression becoming somewhat haggard as you reflect on the stark contrast between the exhilarating narratives of fiction and the harshness of reality. Achieving the feats depicted in such stories within the confines of reality proves to be a daunting endeavor. At this juncture, Chuan's thoughts crystallize. This is indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. Fiction is one realm, while reality is another. As the Holy Maiden of the Qinglian sect and the daughter of its leader, Xiaoling Xian has been raised in privilege and cannot abide the notion of sharing a partner with another woman, unless one possesses immense strength, strong enough to garner the other's willing admiration, to the extent that they perceive it as an honor. Chuan clenches his fist in quiet determination. He acknowledges his own weakness. If he were sufficiently formidable, reasoning would be unnecessary, his words would hold the weight of the greatest truth in the world. The urgency to grow stronger is palpable. Fortunately, this is merely a simulation, and he has ample opportunities ahead. Sooner or later, he will wholeheartedly conquer Xiaoling Xian. Chapter 21. The Divine Transformation Expert Strikes, Self-Detonation. After Xiaoling Xuan's departure, she never returned. You made several inquiries regarding her whereabouts, as the tears cascading from her eyes remain etched in your memory, and you fear she might act irrationally. According to your findings, she has remained in her cave dwelling since her last departure, and with a sigh, you refrain from seeking her out. A week later, Lu Aoxiang successfully emerges from her seclusion, having broken through to the nascent soul realm, becoming a genuine nascent soul expert, capable of establishing her own sect. Upon receiving this news, the sect is immediately enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. Even in elite sects, a nascent soul expert is a figure of considerable significance, a backbone of the community. Many come to congratulate Lu Aoxiang, including disciples, elders, and even the Holy Son and the sect leader. However, you regretfully note the absence of Xiaoling Xian. In the ensuing days, you and Lu Aoxiang return to a tranquil existence, during which you quietly monitor news of Xiaoling Xian. Nevertheless, she spends the majority of her time secluded within her cave, emerging only occasionally. In the 7th year, your cultivation remains at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Yet you are on the cusp of a breakthrough and anticipate that it will not be long before you succeed. At this point, your life consists of a routine of nurturing Lu Aoxiang and engaging in diligent practice. After 7.5 years, bolstered by countless elixirs, spirit stones, and Lu Aoxiang's support, you deem it the right moment to enter seclusion and strive for the nascent soul realm. The process of seclusion unfolds smoothly, and as your golden core further evolves, it forms a small nascent soul, marking your official emergence as a nascent soul expert, amplifying your power tenfold, thus qualifying you to establish your own sect. A long-awaited smile graced your face as you transcended to the Yuanying stage. Upon receiving this news, the sect was once again enveloped in an atmosphere of joy and celebration. Many came to offer their congratulations, including not only disciples and elders but also the Holy Son and the sect leader. Furthermore, Xiaoling Xian also made her appearance. This marked your first encounter with her since her departure last time. You gazed at her, and she stared back at you, both of you rendered speechless. The master observed your interaction and sighed softly, clearly aware of the circumstances between you, yet feeling powerless to intervene. Subsequently, you and Lu Aoxiang resumed your cultivation, with only half a year remaining until the mysterious figure in black would make their move. For you and Lu Aoxiang, both in the nascent soul stage, this half-year period would not yield any substantial transformation. Despite your current youth, under 30 years of age, alongside Lu Aoxiang and Xiaoling Xian, whose talents are exceptional, advancing beyond the nascent soul stage presents a formidable challenge. Without several years of diligent practice, further progress is simply unattainable. You are somewhat reflective, realizing that only 8 years remain until the arrival of the men in black. The aspiration to grow and develop the strength necessary to confront and ultimately eradicate them within this brief span is an endeavor that seems insurmountable without systematic assistance. With the remaining half year, you embark on the study of spiritual techniques to enhance your own capabilities. You selected a mid-tier mystical technique, the Spirit Fire Palm, and began your study. After 6 months, you mastered the Spirit Fire Palm, enhancing your strength once more. Meanwhile, the figure clad in black indeed made an appearance. Arriving at the Qinglian sect with a formidable presence, led by a formidable being at the transformation realm. Upon witnessing the black-clad individuals, a sense of confusion washed over you. In both the Alchemy sect and the Divine Sword sect, the leaders sent forth were all powerful beings of the transformation realm. What faction could they belong to that boasts such an abundance of transformation realm experts? With little time to ponder, the black-clad figures declared their intent to take 3 individuals, the Holy Sun, the Holy Maiden, and Lu Aoshang. This time, you were not mentioned, confirming your suspicions that their true targets were those endowed with fortune. In that moment, even the leader of the Qinglian sect appeared somewhat taken aback in his eyes. Your talent was noteworthy, and you should have been included in their list, yet your name was conspicuously absent. Naturally, the leader of the Qinglian sect would not acquiesce to the demands of the black-clad figures, and thus, a fierce battle ensued. The leader of the black-clad individuals fought against the sect leader, while the remaining black-clad fighters clashed with the sect's elders. As for the disciples, as the saying goes, beneath the nascent soul, they are mere ants. They lacked even the qualifications to join the fray, relegated to cowering within the sect, trembling in fear. You hurriedly joined forces with Lu Aoshang, concerned for Xiaoling Xuan's safety. In your heart, she had already become your woman, though complete conquest required time. Xiaoling Xian offered no words in response to your arrival, neither did she reject your presence. It seemed she acquiesced to your actions. The assailants, clad in black, were led by a formidable figure of transcendent strength, accompanied by dozens of nascent soul cultivators, intent on overwhelming their foes. Fortunately, your sect possessed considerable might, with an equal number of nascent soul practitioners, successfully countering the onslaught of the black-clad intruders, who gained little advantage. Ultimately, a formidable aura of transcendent power surged from the ancestral ground of the Qinglian sect, causing the assailants to sense impending doom and prepare for retreat. Before their departure, in a desperate bid to avoid leaving empty-handed, the leader even resorted to burning his own lifeblood to forcibly take one individual with him. His chosen target was none other than Xiaoling Xian. Confronted by the overwhelming presence of a transcendent master, Xiaoling Xian found herself utterly defenseless, beneath the realm of transcendence. All were mere insects, with each level representing an insurmountable chasm. Even the sect master of Qinglian had not anticipated that the black-clad leader would go to such extremes, leaving no time for intervention. As the pressure from the assailants bore down upon her, fear etched itself upon Xiaoling Xuan's face, rendering her immobile beneath their oppressive aura. In this dire moment, you stepped forward. You were undoubtedly no match for the agents in black. To speak candidly, as someone at the early stage of the nascent soul, you are akin to an ant in the presence of a transcendent being. Thus, you have chosen the most desperate course of action, self-detonation. Lu Aoshang and Xiaoling Xian seemed to perceive your intention, their expression shifting dramatically as they exclaimed in unison. No. Particularly Xiaoling Xian, her delicate face drained of color, overwhelmed with urgency to the point of tears streaming down her cheeks, weeping uncontrollably. You turned around, revealing to them the final trace of your smile, and resolutely chose to self-destruct. Boom. You have perished. Please select your reward for this simulation. Gazing at the screen of demise, Lu Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Although he had not gathered any useful information, it was sufficient. After all, the singular objective of this simulation from the outset was the exceptional fire spiritual root. However, as he observed the mysterious cloaked figure targeting Xiaoling Xian in the end, Lu Chuan fell into contemplation. It seemed that unlocking Xiaoling Xian's heart could be approached through this avenue. Judging by her final performance, it was evident that she harbored her own sentiments. Shaking his head, Lu Chuan dismissed further thoughts and instead examined the rewards available to him. As for opening Xiaoling Xuan's heart, that was a matter for the next simulation. There was no need to rush. Chapter 22. A Glimmer of Inspiration 1. Exceptional Fire Spiritual Root. 2. Early Yuanying Stage Cultivation. 3. Third Grade Alchemist Level. 4. Earth Tier Inferior Grade Technique. Qinglianju. 5. Mysterious Tier Intermediate Grade Spiritual Skill. Spirit Fire Palm. Great Completion. Observing the contents displayed on the system panel, Lu Chuan did not hesitate for a moment and chose the first option, Exceptional Fire Spiritual Root. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Exceptional Fire Spiritual Root. In the next instant, Lu Chuan felt an enhancement in all aspects of his being, perception, thought, and understanding were all elevated. With the Exceptional Fire Spiritual Root, his sensitivity to spiritual energy became markedly sharper, and both his talent and aptitude surged, rendering previously obscure techniques and skills utterly comprehensible in this moment. It could be said that Lu Chuan had now become a paragon of excellence, with no doubt of his future cultivation reaching the transformation stage. Truly, the Exceptional Fire Spiritual Root is leagues beyond the inferior grade spiritual roots. Lu Chuan remarked with deep emotion. System, open the panel. Host, Lu Chuan Cultivation, Late Foundation Establishment Spiritual Root. Exceptional Fire Spiritual Root Simulation Count. 0 Simulation Level. LV3 Energy Value. 0 Talent. Alchemy Master, Green. Tao Companion. Lu Aoxiang glancing at the system's displayed panel. Lu Chuan could not help but nod in approval. Indeed, compared to the information from his initial panel, a monumental transformation had occurred, and this was merely the change brought about by 4 simulations. If the number of simulations were to increase, the transformations could become even more substantial, to a degree beyond Lu Chuan's imagination. However, with his current energy value at 0, to continue simulating, he would need to earn spirit stones to exchange for energy value. Without further ado, Lu Chuan decided it was time to settle down. Departing from the cave, he made his way to the Pill Peak, commencing his alchemical studies under his master, Huang Chuan. To earn spirit stones, it was imperative to enhance his alchemical skills, a fact that was beyond dispute. As for cultivation resources, in truth, as Huang Chuan's direct disciple, his status had risen significantly, and his cultivation resources had reached 500 inferior spirit stones per month. It is noteworthy that the saintess Lu Aoxiang only received 1,000 inferior spirit stones for her monthly cultivation resources. 500 was indeed not a meager amount. Alas, the Qingshan sect remains too impoverished. Had they ventured to the Divine Sword sect or the Qinglian sect, with their current talents, becoming a quasi-saint would be more than sufficient. At that point, their cultivation resources would undoubtedly surpass the current offerings. Nevertheless, Lu Chuan resolved to remain in the Qingshan sect for a while longer. 8 years is a long time. There is no need to rush. Thus, adhering to the narrative as depicted in the simulation, Lu Chuan spent his days studying alchemy on Pill Peak and returned to the cave each night to cultivate alongside Lu Aoxiang. During this time, Lu Aoxiang noticed marked improvements in her Tai Xian Yin-Yang body cultivation, and when he explained that it was due to his exceptional fire spiritual root, she simply smiled with reassurance, not probing further into how he had attained such a root. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed. Lu Chuan successfully became a first-tier alchemist, capable of refining first-tier pills and earning spirit stones. Unexpectedly, it was indeed just as the simulation had foretold. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Having become a first-tier alchemist, Lu Chuan chuckled, realizing that during this half-year, he had not engaged in any simulations, instead focusing solely on alchemy and cultivation. As for the monthly cultivation resources, a jest indeed. 500 inferior spirit stones were trivial for someone with an exceptional spiritual root like himself. They vanished in no time during his practice. Fortuitously, upon becoming a first-tier alchemist, his master rewarded him with 1,000 inferior spirit stones. After returning, he could conduct another simulation. Lu Chuan remarked with excitement. It must be noted that the benefits of the foundation establishment stage are substantial. Conducting a simulation only requires 1,000 spirit stones. Once one breaks through to the golden core or yuanying stage, each simulation would demand 10,000 or even 100,000 spirit stones. Therefore, when contemplating future simulation rewards, whether to select cultivation is a matter worthy of consideration. Yet, if he refrained from choosing cultivation, he would be unable to resolve his current dilemmas. He had only 8 years left to grow powerful enough to confront the cloaked figure within that time frame. He saw no alternative but to choose cultivation. One step at a time. If need be, he would simply have to select cultivation. However, while the energy values required would be considerable, that was only in terms of inferior spirit stones. When exchanged for middle-grade spirit stones, the amount would be far less. Lu Chuan mused. In this world, there exist not only inferior spirit stones but also middle-grade and superior spirit stones. The golden core stage requires 10,000 inferior spirit stones, which, according to the system's exchange rate, equates to merely 100 middle-grade spirit stones or 1 superior spirit stone. The yuanying stage, requiring 100,000 inferior spirit stones, equals 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones or 10 superior spirit stones. It is not that the energy values required for simulations are exorbitant. Rather, it is Lu Chuan's own impoverishment. Perhaps it could be said that the entire world is rather destitute. Even more so, the world appears somewhat diminutive. This is entirely unlike Lu Chuan's prior imaginings of the immortal cultivation realm. The world cannot possibly be this confined, can it? Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, reflecting that in this world, the 6 foremost sects only have their strongest individuals at the transformation stage. Yet ancient texts within the sect record that there exist higher realms beyond the transformation stage, known as the refining void. Above the refining void, even loftier stages await. Could it be that no one in this world has broken through beyond the transformation stage? This is exceedingly unusual. The more he pondered, the stranger it felt. Regrettably, he is merely a humble foundation establishment cultivator, unaware of how many years it would take to ascend to the transformation stage. As the sect master of the Divine Sword sect stated, to comprehend the intentions of the cloaked figure, one must first enter the transformation stage, which serves as a significant threshold. It appears that to grasp the truth of this world, he must hasten his progress to the transformation stage. Before long, Lu Chuan returned to Lu Aoxiang's cave. Observing Lu Aoxiang immersed in her cultivation, Lu Chuan chose not to disturb her, but instead sacrificed the only 1,000 spirit stones he possessed, Preparing to initiate the simulation. System, commence the simulation. Ding. Simulation initiated. Please select your talent for the simulation. 1. Martial Arts Prodigy, green, a natural talent for martial arts, with an innate ability to grasp any martial arts effortlessly. 2. Danger Perception, green, the ability to sense impending danger in advance. 3. A Glimmer of Inspiration, blue, occasionally able to enter a state of sudden enlightenment. Chapter 4. The Peach Blossom Luck, blue, acquired happiness. Do not simply choose what is right, but rather what is precious. As Chuan gazed upon the 4 newly revealed talents, he made his decision without hesitation, opting for the third one, which sparked a moment of enlightenment. He understood the state of sudden realization well. It is a phenomenon that is often fortuitous and elusive, with many cultivators spending their entire lives without experiencing it even once. Yet, once one enters this state of enlightenment, one's comprehension and innate abilities can be exponentially enhanced. This applies not only to cultivation but also to alchemy, artifact forging, and the understanding of techniques and spiritual arts, as if one were endowed with extraordinary capabilities, allowing for rapid advancement. A single moment of enlightenment can equate to years of arduous practice. It is an opportunity not to be missed. If he could experience such moments of realization a few times, perhaps everything would transform. With Chuan selecting his talent, the simulation commenced. Chapter 23. The Swiftest Breakthrough to the Nascent Soul Stage, having acquired a talent. You continued your routine as usual, spending your days at the Pill Peak studying alchemy and returning to your cave dwelling at night to joyfully cultivate alongside Lu Aoxiang. After 6 months, your cultivation reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, precisely as you had anticipated. Regrettably, during this half year, you had not experienced a single moment of enlightenment. A year later, Lu Aoxiang's cultivation advanced to the late Golden Core stage, mirroring the previous developments perfectly. After a year and a half, through your relentless studies, you successfully became a second-tier alchemist, capable of concocting second-tier elixirs. In a short span, your spiritual stones flourished, alleviating your concerns regarding cultivation resources. In the second year, through your diligent efforts, your cultivation smoothly broke through to the Golden Core stage, rendering your strength more than tenfold greater than before. Alas, despite the passage of 2 years, you still had not encountered a moment of enlightenment. You began to jest that this talent might be a mere illusion, questioning its efficacy, feeling as though it was even less useful than the blue talent. Your heart is filled with discontent, and in an effort to alleviate your mood, you confront Yang Yu and deliver a brutal beating. Yang Yu, bewildered and battered, wonders why you would resort to violence against him. Moreover, you have astonishingly broken through to the Golden Core stage, truly incredible. After the altercation, you inform him that this punishment was inevitable, merely arriving earlier than expected. With that, you turn and depart. Remarkably, this violent encounter provides you with a sense of relief, leaving you feeling invigorated and clear-headed. That night, you experience an unprecedented moment of enlightenment, a rare occurrence that lasts an entire month. This epiphany allows your cultivation to leap to the mid-Golden Core stage, saving you 2 years of arduous training. And even your alchemical skills seem to flourish, propelling you towards becoming a third-tier alchemist. Upon your emergence from seclusion, you reflect on the extraordinary nature of this enlightenment. It truly defies the laws of nature. After 2 years without such an occurrence, this singular moment surpasses 2 years of diligent practice. If only you could experience such moments more frequently, breaking through to the nascent soul stage would surely be a matter of mere minutes. After 2.5 years of rigorous study, you successfully attain the status of a third-tier alchemist, capable of concocting third-tier elixirs, startling Huang Chuan. You attribute this remarkable progress to your recent enlightenment, which brings him a sense of relief. Otherwise, he might have contemplated drastic measures. Even you are somewhat astonished. The fastest previous instance took a full 4 years, yet now, you have achieved this in just 2.5 years, a staggering improvement. You cannot shake the feeling that the duration of 2.5 years carries some significance, though you cannot articulate why. In the same year, your relationship with Lu Aoxiang becomes public, and you officially announce your bond as partners in the path of cultivation. As anticipated, Yang Yu does not confront you again, indicating that the earlier beating had indeed been effective. In the third year, you focus on your cultivation. Yet you remain at the mid-Golden Core stage while Lu Aoxiang advances to the late Golden Core stage. During this period, you do not experience a second moment of enlightenment. But you bear no dissatisfaction. One instance of enlightenment is equivalent to 2 years of arduous training, and if such moments were too easily attained, it would be a troubling prospect. By the 4th year, with the aid of elixirs, spirit stones, and enhanced physical constitution, you successfully break through to the late Golden Core stage, while Lu Aoxiang reaches the full Golden Core stage, marking your fastest progress to date. In the 5th year, your cultivation remains at the late Golden Core stage, while Lu Aoxiang retains her full Golden Core status, yet you are close to breaking through to the nascent soul stage. You calculate the timing carefully and prepare to leave the Qingshan sect to rejoin the Qinglian sect. Upon learning of your departure, the sect master of Qingshan expresses his reluctance, but does not impede your exit. As before, you exchange a few pleasantries before formally departing from Qingshan. embarking on the journey to Qinglian. A month later, you and Lu Aoxiang arrive at Qinglian, coinciding perfectly with the sect's biannual recruitment examination. A timely calculation on your part, sparing you an additional month's wait. Thanks to your exceptional talent, both you and Lu Aoxiang successfully joined Qinglian as prospective holy disciples. The sect master, upon discovering your exceptional fire affinity, is visibly elated, his eyes shining with delight. You are aware. This is due to the auction of the ice and fire dual lotus by the other party. As the saying goes, seeing through but not speaking out. You, as before, reside in the same cave dwelling as Lu Aoxiang, diligently cultivating in silence. In the 6th year, your cultivation successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Merely a step away from the nascent soul realm. Lu Aoxiang, too, attained the Golden Core completion, yet she stands only half a step from the nascent soul, poised to break through at any moment. On this day, the familiar plot unfolds as the leader of the Qinglian sect approaches you, offering a fortuitous opportunity. You discern that this encompasses 2 prospects. One is the ice and fire dual lotus, and the other is the sect's saintess, Xia Lingxian. Unlike the previous simulation, when you were merely at the late Golden Core stage, now you have already reached the Golden Core completion. Upon refining the ice and fire dual lotus, it is likely you will ascend to the nascent soul realm. Regrettably, this enhanced cultivation seems insignificant before the enigmatic figure in black, unable to alter your fate. Yet, you can no longer concern yourself with such matters. The arrival of Xia Lingxian is an opportunity too precious to overlook. Even if it leads to a repetition of past mistakes, you are determined to savor the allure of this exquisite rose. Lu Chuan muses to himself. Am I truly this desperate? Ahem. Has the system portrayed me in too lewd a manner? With a slight cough, he contemplates. Ding. Host. The simulation system replicates the host's true character in a one-to-one manner, hence no excessively lewd scenarios will occur. If you find it lewd, it is simply a reflection of the host's nature, the system replies. All right, enough. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Lu Chuan interjects, his expression darkening. This is not lewdness, it is merely a touch of flirtation. Does this system not have a better choice of words? Without dwelling further, he continues to observe. Upon your agreement, the leader of the Qinglian sect escorts you to the entrance of Xia Lingxian's cave dwelling. Although you are aware of what is about to transpire, curiosity compels you to inquire, why have you brought me here? The sect leader patiently elucidates that the opportunity lies within, before stepping into the cave. Upon entering, you behold Xia Lingxian, immersed in her cultivation. You cannot help but marvel at her beauty. Even after having tasted it once, she remains breathtakingly stunning. You clenched your fists, vowing to conquer the enchanting figure before you. For such a beauty was not to be missed. Shortly thereafter, the leader of the Qinglian sect presented the twin lotus of ice and fire, elaborating on the unique properties and precautions associated with this rare treasure. You nodded in acknowledgement, expressing your willingness to assist the Saintess Xia in refining the twin lotus. The sect leader smiled and began to aid you in the refinement process, which proceeded smoothly as the twin lotus was gradually integrated into your being, empowering you further. Feeling your cultivation surge rapidly, it seemed that breaking through to the nascent soul stage would soon be within reach. After a period of careful nurturing, and confirming that all was well, the sect leader departed the cave to attend to sect affairs. Everything unfolded just as it had during the previous encounter. 2 weeks later, you and Xia Lingxian successfully completed the refinement of the twin lotus, and both of your cultivations soared to the nascent soul stage, your strength magnified tenfold compared to before. Just as Xia Lingxian beamed with excitement, an unusual sensation erupted within her. A chillingly fierce spiritual energy rampaged through her, seemingly intent on freezing her essence. Simultaneously, an unbearable heat surged within you, creating a dramatic interplay of cold and heat within the cave. Before long, as the contrasting temperatures magnetically attracted one another, you found yourself entwined with Xia Lingxian once more. That night, the tender affection of Xia Lingxian was displayed solely for you. The following morning, seated in meditation on the bed with your eyes tightly shut, you experienced an astonishing resurgence in your cultivation level, a miraculous breakthrough. Enlightenment. Opposite you, Xia Lingxian gazed at you with an expression of deep resentment, her eyes filled with fury and a flicker of murderous intent. Unable to fathom how she had lost her purity merely by refining a rare treasure with you. Although she contemplated striking you down, the realization that such enlightenment is a rare opportunity caused her to hesitate, her gaze fixated upon you. Even you were taken aback, after a night of tender affection. You had unexpectedly entered a state of enlightenment. This was the second instance of such a breakthrough since the simulation began. Could it truly be that such a moment could arise from merely embracing Xia Lingxian? She proved to be a significant figure in your life, not only bestowing upon you a rare treasure, but also intertwining her fate with yours, culminating in this enlightenment. A trifecta of joy. This period of enlightenment lasted for 2 months. After 2 months, you emerged from this state, your aura significantly enhanced, now at the mid-nascent soul stage. Upon opening your eyes, the first sight that met you was Xia Lingxian, her vibrant eyes fixed intently on you, the previous murderous intent now replaced by feelings of grievance and confusion. Despite this, she drew her long sword, pressing it against your throat, demanding, "You have taken my purity. How shall you repay me? This time, facing her blade, you felt no fear. You understood that avoidance would not resolve the matter. Moreover, now at the mid-nascent soul stage, you were indeed stronger than her, leaving no room for trepidation. In response to Xiaoling Xuan's inquiry, you calmly removed the sword from your throat, meeting her gaze with tranquility, and said, "Do you not know that I have a destined partner?" As your words settled in the air, you could visibly see the depth of grievance in her eyes intensify, followed by a flash of anguish. Subsequently, Xiaoling Xuan's anger flared, questioning why, if you had a destined partner, you would engage in such actions. You explained in a rather indifferent manner that this was the result of the ice and fire twin lotus, and you surely understand that this was never my intention. Receiving such a somewhat irresponsible response from you, Xiaoling Xian turned her head away, seemingly unwilling to behold you any longer, casually uttering the words "get out," urging you to leave. However, what Xiaoling Xian never anticipated was that not only did you not depart, but you also embraced her from behind, rendering her struggles utterly futile. What on earth is happening? When did I become so audacious? Observing the simulated scenario, Lu Chuan was taken aback. Nevertheless, since the conclusion of the last simulation, he had been contemplating strategies to win Xiaoling Xuan's heart. Judging by subsequent developments, it became evident that since that fateful night, she had harbored feelings for him, albeit unexpressed. Thus, he considered the possibility of laying everything bare, no longer evading the truth. In doing so, perhaps he might still possess a glimmer of hope. He could not afford to remain passive as he did previously. Such an action would lead to no transformation. As the saying goes, I would rather err than do nothing at all. Lu Chuan swallowed hard, silently praying for success this time, and continued to observe the unfolding events. You hold her tightly in your embrace, while Xiaoling Xian struggles desperately, yet she remains unable to break free from your grasp. It is evident that she did not exert herself. Otherwise, even with a slight elevation in her realm, she could not have been so easily subdued. The opponent clearly only offered a token resistance. Witnessing this, a sense of delight surged within you. There is potential here. You then spoke slowly, expressing that although you already have a partner, you would not mind acquiring another. From the very first moment you laid eyes on her upon entering the cave dwelling, you found yourself enamored with her. In response to your words, Xiaoling Xian let out a cold laugh, stating that while affection is permissible, even allowing her to become your partner is an option, the prerequisite being that you must part ways with your current companion. As your heart momentarily froze, you found yourself unexpectedly at this juncture. Much like before, the other party insisted that you must part ways with Lu Aoxiang to be willing to become your companion. In response to Xiaoling Xuan's words, you remained speechless for an extended period. Observing your silence, a cold smirk reappeared on her face, and the pain in her eyes intensified, with glimmers of tears shimmering deep within. Witnessing those familiar tears, your heart trembled, and you could no longer contain yourself. You were unwilling to see her in such anguish. So you chose to offer comfort, naturally embodying your intentions. To your astonishment, this time, in a state of consciousness, Xiaoling Xian did not resist. Your heart swelled with delight, secretly thinking that there was hope. After a night had passed, you had hoped that the relationship between you would ease, yet unexpectedly, she still uttered the words "get out," displaying an air of indifference. However, this time, her words lacked the previous chill and bore a hint of humanity. You smiled faintly, harboring no further thoughts. You understood that she needed time. Relentless pressure would yield no fruitful results. You departed and returned to your own sanctuary. Upon your arrival, Lu Aoxiang greeted you with a smile, sensing that you had ascended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Her expression was one of disbelief. Such a rapid advancement seemed almost impossible. The opportunities spoken of by the sect leader appeared to be extraordinarily remarkable. In response, you elucidated your previous experiences, detailing the process of refining the ice-fire dual lotus and the subsequent enlightenment that propelled your meteoric rise in cultivation. After sharing everything, you embraced Lu Aoxiang, expressing your desire to take Xiaoling Xian, the Holy Maiden of the Qinglian sect, as your partner. As you spoke, Lu Aoxiang maintained a stoic demeanor. Yet the depths of her eyes revealed a flicker of anguish, a reaction you had anticipated. In the following days, you provided her with prolonged emotional solace, assuring her of your unwavering commitment, promising that you would never abandon her. This reassurance eased her heart, ultimately leading her to acquiesce to your wishes. Shortly thereafter, Lu Aoxiang conveyed that she had been in the perfected golden core stage for an extended period and was ready to seclude herself to break through to the nascent soul realm. You nodded in acknowledgement, wishing her a successful breakthrough. On the second day of her retreat, Xiaoling Xian, reminiscent of her previous intrusion, stealthily approached your sanctuary once more. She reiterated her proposition for you to part ways with Lu Aoxiang and be with her instead, offering you the freedom to do as you pleased. In response to Xiaoling Xuan's relentless pursuit, you not only rejected her advances, but also took the opportunity to teach her a lesson, reminding her who truly held the authority. The following day, Xiaoling Xian returned defeated, dragging her weary body away while vocally asserting her determination not to relent. You shook your head with a smile, recognizing that this meager skill was no match for you. What was the point of persistence when you could easily subdue her at any moment? A week later, Lu Aoxiang emerged victoriously, her realm ascending to the early stage of Yuaning, her combat prowess magnified tenfold or more, thus qualifying her to establish her own sect. Upon receiving this news, the sect was instantly enveloped in a joyful atmosphere, with numerous individuals coming forth to congratulate Lu Aoshuang. Among the well-wishers were disciples, elders, the Holy Son, and the sect master, and you even caught sight of Xia Lingxian. After this event, you and Lu Aoshuang returned to your previous lives, quietly cultivating. Unfortunately, having entered the Yuaning stage, advancing further was not an endeavor that could be achieved overnight. The primary reason for this was the insufficiency of spiritual energy provided by low-grade spirit stones. The difference between medium-grade and low-grade spirit stones was not merely quantitative, but also qualitative. To rapidly elevate one's realm, one could only rely on medium-grade spirit stones. Yet, where could you procure such stones? In this world, medium-grade spirit stones were far more precious than their low-grade counterparts, and the average individual lacked the qualifications to possess them. As you grappled with this dilemma, the sect master made his appearance one day. He presented you with 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones, stating that this was a reward from the sect for your breakthrough into Yuaning, which would significantly enhance your cultivation compared to low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, he bestowed upon Lu Aoshuang an equal sum of 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones, emphasizing fairness. However, while he labeled it a reward, you were aware that during the last simulation, such a reward had not existed. Furthermore, when he produced the medium-grade spirit stones, a distinct expression of pain crossed his face, clearly indicating that this was not his genuine intention. The moment you thought of Xia Lingxian, a curious notion crossed your mind. Could it be that this young lady is secretly aiding you? After all, she is the cherished daughter of the Qinglian sect's leader, who dotes on her excessively. No one else could possibly persuade him to undertake such actions. After bestowing the spirit stones, the leader hurriedly departed, leaving you in a state of perplexity, prompting your desire to seek out Xia Lingxian, to which Lu Aoshuang consented. Chapter 25. A shift in the narrative. 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Upon arriving at Xia Lingxuan's cave, you were astonished to discover that the entrance was ajar. You could easily step inside. This further confirmed your suspicion that it was indeed Xia Lingxuan's idea to have the sect leader present the middle-grade spirit stones, and she evidently anticipated your arrival, leaving the doors slightly open for you. Could it be that the plot has taken a turn? At this moment, Lu Chuan wore an expression of disbelief. During the previous simulation, there had been no scene involving the gifting of middle-grade spirit stones, and he had not achieved another breakthrough until the appearance of the cloaked figure. Yet this time, the sect leader had voluntarily bestowed 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The alterations in the narrative were quite significant. With this development, it seemed plausible that he could utilize the spirit stones to achieve another breakthrough before the cloaked figure's arrival. Alas, it would still not suffice to confront the enigmatic figure. However, should his strength increase, he might be able to withstand the sudden assault from the cloaked figure, leading to yet another shift in the storyline. Perhaps everything would transform into something entirely different. Intrigued, Lu Chuan continued to observe. Entering the cave, he found Xia Lingxian seated cross-legged on her bed, deeply engrossed in her cultivation, seemingly oblivious to your presence. With a dismissive smile, one might ponder the rather lackluster performance of this young lady. Upon entering the nascent soul stage, with her golden core crystallizing into an infant form, she possesses an extraordinary level of spiritual strength, her perception enhanced manifold. Even amidst her cultivation, she can effortlessly sense everything occurring around her, rendering it impossible for her to be oblivious to your arrival. Moreover, despite her engagement in cultivation, she adorns herself in a remarkably sheer white dress that accentuates her graceful figure, exuding an unmistakable allure. Would one truly don such insubstantial attire during a serious practice? Certainly not. Without hesitation, you immediately grasp the other's intent, proceeding directly to the bed where you embrace Xia Lingxian, inviting her to cultivate together. The essence of your practice revolved around the profound principles of the universe, a symphony of unity and separation, rich in mysteries. This cultivation session lasted 3 days. After 3 days, as you held Xia Lingxian close, you inquired whether she had requested the sect leader to send you spirit stones. Xia Lingxian did not conceal the truth. She readily confessed and further indicated that if you were willing to leave Lu Aoshuang and join her side, she could offer you an additional 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones to aid your cultivation, fully launching a monetary appeal. You were somewhat astonished, Xia Lingxian. The daughter of the sect leader is indeed a true heiress, embodying the essence of affluence. This evokes memories of your time at the Qingshan sect, where you were supported by Lu Aoshuang. During that period, she never looked down upon your poverty and willingly offered her entire fortune of over 8,000 spiritual stones. Truly the epitome of a devoted partner. You could never forsake her. Faced with Xia Lingxuan's relentless pursuit, you resolutely chose to decline her advances, even going so far as to disregard her pleas for mercy as you administered yet another lesson. Days swiftly passed, and after 3 days, you emerged from your cave dwelling, now in possession of an additional 5,000 medium-quality spiritual stones, a gift from Xia Lingxian. Despite your refusal, she insisted on bestowing upon you this sum to aid in your cultivation. Consequently, you now possess a total of 10,000 medium-quality spiritual stones, an abundance that speaks for itself. Upon returning to your cave, you shared tender moments with Lu Aoshuang before entering seclusion, eager to discover the heights your cultivation could reach with these 10,000 spiritual stones. As you embarked on your training, you quickly realized the superiority of medium-quality spiritual stones. Their efficacy and cultivation far surpassed that of low-quality stones by 100-fold. The quality of the spiritual energy contained within them was exceptionally high, and once refined, your progress and cultivation accelerated dramatically. Reminiscent of the rapid advancement experienced during your golden core phase, a sense of lamentation washed over you. Pondering the prospect of refining medium-grade spirit stones during the golden core stage, which would undoubtedly expedite your cultivation. Alas, in this realm, medium-grade spirit stones are exceedingly rare. Even nascent soul experts hesitate to utilize them. The leader of the Qinglian sect, despite his esteemed status, visibly flinched at the thought of parting with such valuable resources, a testament to their scarcity. Nevertheless, Xiaoling Xian was willing to part with 15,000 medium-grade spirit stones as a gift to you and Lu Aoxiang, a truly precious offering. As the seasons changed, a year slipped by swiftly. Throughout this time, you refined both medium-grade and low-grade spirit stones to hasten your progress, expending 7,000 medium-grade stones. Yet, your cultivation remained stagnant at the mid-nascent soul stage, without a breakthrough. Upon emerging from seclusion, you shared tender moments with Lu Aoxiang, exploring her innate qualities. After your exploration, you hurried to Xiaoling Xuan's cave abode, eager to cultivate alongside her. Life had become a whirlwind of activity, yet amidst the busyness, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped you. In the following months, you continued your retreat, consuming the remaining 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones entirely. After half a year, your efforts bore fruit as you finally ascended to the late nascent soul stage. However, only 6 months remained before the arrival of the enigmatic figure in black. To commemorate your newfound strength, you once again sought intimate moments with Lu Aoxiang, and after your shared warmth, you rushed to inform Xiaoling Xian of your breakthrough, inviting her to join in the celebration. In the last half year, instead of retreating into solitude, you chose to peruse the Spirit Technique Pavilion, selecting a defensive technique to prepare for the impending assault from the figure in black. After 6 months of rigorous practice, you mastered the mid-level Xian rank technique, the indestructible golden body, achieving a state of consummation. When invoked, your entire being radiated with golden light, significantly enhancing your defensive capabilities. You deemed yourself ready. If this could not withstand the attack, then you would be left with no recourse. Simultaneously, with the aid of medium-grade spirit stones, Lu Aoxiang successfully advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage, her strength further amplified. You felt a surge of joy. This must have been the fastest progress through simulations thus far. Observing Lu Aoxiang's breakthrough, you rewarded her once again, aiding her in solidifying her cultivation. After bestowing her reward, you hurried to Xiaoling Xuan's cave abode, and as expected, she too had achieved a breakthrough to the mid-nascent soul stage, receiving an identical reward from you. Before long, the figure in black arrived as anticipated, leading a cadre of formidable nascent soul experts, including a transcendent being at the god transformation stage. The black-clad figure declared an intention to abduct the Holy Child and Holy Maiden, along with Lu Aoxiang. Naturally, the sect leader chose to decline, igniting a fierce battle between the two factions. During the conflict, you and Lu Aoxiang maneuvered towards Xiaoling Xian, who also sought to join you. The bond among the three of you had warmed, and together, you chose to fight as one. Ultimately, as a powerful aura surged from the Qinglian sect's ancestor, the figure in black realized defeat was imminent and prepared to retreat. However, in a last-ditch effort to avoid leaving empty-handed, the figure suddenly erupted, igniting their own lifeblood to forcibly take Xiaoling Xian with them. Confronted with this unexpected onslaught, Xiaoling Xian appeared paralyzed with fear, rooted in place. Yet, you had long prepared for such an eventuality. With a swift motion, you positioned yourself before her, invoking the indestructible golden body, radiating brilliant golden light, ready to withstand the black-clad figure's assault. With a resounding crash, the figure's palm struck you, failing to seize Xiaoling Xian immediately. The sect leader, sensing the urgency, reacted with fury, retaliating with a powerful strike that threatened to shatter the very air around you. Aware that further aggression was futile, the figure in black chose to withdraw. As for you, you bore the brunt of the assault, sent flying several hundred meters, blood pouring from your mouth, your vitality slowly ebbing away. A bitter smile graced your lips as you realized that, despite being at the late stage of the nascent soul realm and having cultivated defensive spiritual techniques, you were still unable to withstand a single strike from the cloaked figure. It is hardly surprising, considering that the assailant was not only a formidable being of the god transformation realm, but had also ignited his own essence blood, significantly amplifying his strength. If you were able to endure such an attack, it would indeed be miraculous. In your final moments, Lu Aoxiang and Xiaoling Xian rushed to your side, their faces etched with panic, particularly Xiaoling Xian, for the black-clad figure had targeted her. She was taken aback that you would step forward, sacrificing your own life to shield her. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she grasped your hand, pleading for you not to leave her. She vowed that as long as you remained, you could do as you wished, even asking her to be your partner in the journey ahead. Hearing her heartfelt words, a smile tugged at the corners of your mouth, as it seemed your plan was indeed feasible. If you could withstand this attack, then you could fully win over Xiaoling Xian. Yet, your strength still fell short. Amidst Xiaoling Xuan's desperate cries, your consciousness began to fade. You have perished. Please select your reward for this simulation. Chapter 26. Completion of Foundation Establishment 1. A flash of inspiration, green. 2. Third-tier Alchemist proficiency. 3. Late-stage nascent soul cultivation. 4. Inferior earth-grade technique, Qinglianju. 5. Superior mystic-grade spiritual skill, indestructible golden body, achieved. As Lu Chuan contemplated the rewards available, he found himself lost in thought. Unexpectedly, the narrative this time exhibited a stark contrast to the previous one. The primary reason, of course, lay in the differing choices he had made. Previously, when faced with Xia Lingshuan's suffering, he foolishly chose inaction, allowing her to endure her pain. This time, however, he had boldly taken the initiative, and to his surprise, it had succeeded. Indeed, the old adage held true. To conquer a woman, one must first conquer her body. Alas, while their relationship had indeed improved, he still failed to withstand the black-clad figure's devastating attack fueled by its own essence. Had he been able to endure it, perhaps everything would have changed. And he could have possessed two partners simultaneously. Lu Chuan chuckled softly. If he could not endure it, so be it. At the very least. He now understood the direction to conquer Xiaolingshan, did he not? Glancing at the rewards before him, Lu Chuan made his choice without hesitation, the talent of a flash of inspiration. Although this talent could be invoked only twice, its impact was immense. Each time, it promised significant enhancement. It was not to be underestimated. As for the late-stage nascent soul cultivation, it was indeed enticing. A single choice could entirely alter the narrative of the next simulation. However, should he choose this, the energy cost for the next simulation would skyrocket to 100,000. An impossibility. After some deliberation, he ultimately deemed the talent a more prudent selection. Upon making his choice, Lu Chuan sensed an intangible change within himself. Yet, he could not quite articulate what had altered. System, open the panel. Lu Chuan's voice resonated. Host, Lu Chuan Cultivation, Late-Stage Foundation Establishment Route, Supreme Fire Route Simulation Count, 0 Simulation Level, LV3 Energy Value, 0 Talent, Master Alchemist, green. Flash of Inspiration, blue, Partner, Lu Aoxue. The panel updated, and the energy value vanished. Well, it seemed he must continue to endure. He sighed, feeling impoverished. As spring gave way to autumn, half a year swiftly passed. A year had elapsed since his first simulation, with 7 years remaining until the black-clad figure's arrival. His cultivation had advanced to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At this rate, even without selecting further cultivation, he would inevitably break through to the golden core stage. Within the cave, feeling his aura grow increasingly robust, Lu Chuan smiled and spoke. Before him, Lu Aoxue nestled in his embrace, exuding a fragrant aura. Gazing adoringly at the man before her. Husband, it has been a year since we became partners, has it not? How swiftly time flies. Reflecting on their year of cohabitation in the cave, Lu Chuan noted the deepening of their bond, reaching an almost inseparable degree. As partners, they had fulfilled all the necessary engagements. Lu Chuan sighed with sentiment. Indeed, time passed swiftly. It had been a year since he arrived in this world. In a hushed tone, Lu Chuan murmured, ensuring Lu Aoxue did not overhear, what shall we do about the black-clad figure in 7 years? At that moment, concern washed over Lu Aoxue's features, her expression shifting from joy to worry. Lu Chuan chuckled lightly, stroking her hair as one might pet a cat, and calmly reassured her. Do not fret, dealing with those black-clad individuals will not require 7 years. With those words, Lu Chuan's gaze sharpened. System, sacrifice 1,000 spirit stones and commence the simulation. During the past 6 months, Lu Chuan had diligently divided his focus, studying alchemy at the Pill Peak, enjoying training with Lu Aoxue in their cave, and refining elixirs for profit. In a mere 6 months, he had amassed over 3,000 spirit stones. Do not underestimate these stones. They were acquired while also meeting the cultivation needs of both himself and Lu Aoxue. With 2 supreme roots, their demand for spirit stones was immense. The monthly resources for cultivation were barely sufficient. Without a substantial supply of spirit stones to support their alchemical endeavors, their progress would not have accelerated so swiftly. Wealth, companions, skills, and territory. The pursuit of wealth must always take precedence. Consuming 1,000 energy points, he initiated the simulation. The system's voice echoed as Lu Chuan embarked on a new simulation. Please select your talent for the simulation. 1. Water Spirit Body, blue, a water attribute spirit body. Naturally harmonious with spiritual energy, making cultivation remarkably efficient. 2. Master Alchemist, blue, gain an even stronger talent for alchemy, becoming a preeminent alchemical prodigy. 3. Superior Wind Root, green. Acquire a superior wind attribute root. 4. Martial Arts Genius, green, a natural talent for martial arts, facilitating the comprehension of spiritual skills. The 4 talents refreshed before Lu Chuan, 2 blue and 2 green, left him astounded. Wow, the drop rate is truly remarkable. Among the blue talents, there was even a physique, the water spirit body. Naturally harmonious with spiritual energy, this physique would significantly enhance the speed of cultivating water attribute techniques and skills. If he were to obtain this physique, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. In this world, physiques were rarer than roots. Even the most inferior physique was a rarity among cultivators. Unfortunately, he possessed a fire root, which was in direct conflict with the water spirit body, rendering them incompatible. Should he select the water spirit body, not only would it offer no assistance to his cultivation, but it could also disrupt his spiritual energy, hindering his progress. Thus, despite the allure of the spirit body, Lu Chuan had no intention of choosing it. What a pity! If he could bestow the water spirit body upon Lu Aoxue, her cultivation speed would surely improve. Lu Chuan shook his head inwardly. He wondered if talents could be conferred to others. Since selecting the water spirit body was not an option, only one choice remained: Master Alchemist. With a green tier Master Alchemist talent, he was already regarded as a rare alchemical genius in the eyes of his master. If he were to attain a blue tier talent, one could only imagine the terrifying level of his alchemical prowess. As for the other two green talents, he believed in selecting the most precious rather than merely the appropriate. System, I choose Master Alchemist, blue, Lu Chuan declared. Ding. Selection successful. Entering simulation. Upon acquiring the alchemical talent, he could distinctly perceive the clarity of alchemical knowledge within his mind. What had once been incomprehensible now became simple and clear, illuminating his understanding. You were somewhat astonished. The Azure talent truly lives up to its reputation. Should you pursue the art of alchemy, your progress would likely accelerate manifold, far beyond the capabilities of mere green talent. Soon enough, you return to your daily routine, studying alchemy at the Pill Peak by day, cultivating within your cave abode by night, and engaging in external alchemical endeavors during your leisure hours to accumulate spiritual stones. Half a year later, Lu Aoxiang makes a breakthrough, advancing to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Simultaneously, you successfully concoct a second-grade elixir, earning the esteemed title of a bona fide second-grade alchemist. Your rapid learning astonishes Huang Chuan, who exclaims in awe, declaring you a prodigy and asserting that should you join an alchemical sect, you could undoubtedly rise to become a fifth-grade alchemist, rivaling even the sect master. You smiled gently, while internally contemplating the idea of joining the alchemy sect instead. After all, joining the Qinglian sect would yield little more than the companionship of Xiaoling Xian, with no significant change in the outcome. It would be far more beneficial to join the alchemy sect and acquire a wealth of knowledge in alchemical practices. Chapter 27. Rejoining the alchemy sect a year and a half later, you successfully transcended to the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, your strength now magnified tenfold. Having broken through to this stage, you resolved to seek out Yang Yu, hoping he could assist you in attaining enlightenment. Upon arriving at Yang Yu's cave dwelling, without uttering a word, you launched into a fierce beating. He stood there, bewildered, questioning the grievance behind your sudden assault. Moreover, he was astounded to learn that you had ascended to the Golden Core stage. Your rapid advancement left him utterly speechless, and despite the attack, he could muster no desire for revenge. After the altercation, you informed him that this beating was inevitable, merely delivered ahead of schedule. With that, you turned and departed. For reasons unknown, Yang Yu felt an eerie familiarity with this scenario, as if it had transpired before, though whether it was merely his imagination remained uncertain. Upon returning to your dwelling, your spirit soared, and you began to meditate deeply. This state of enlightenment lasted a full month, during which not only did you break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, but your alchemical prowess also advanced to that of a third-rank alchemist, enabling you to concoct third-rank elixirs. How astonishing! This might be the quickest ascent to becoming a third-rank alchemist within the simulation. Witnessing this, Lu Chuan was taken aback. In just a year and a half of simulated time, you had achieved the rank of a third-rank alchemist. Such talent in alchemy would surely allow you to contend with the sect master of the alchemy sect. The difference between the green and blue talents, though seemingly a mere level apart, was akin to a chasm. Lu Chuan marveled at this. If blue talent was already so extraordinary, how potent must the purple talent be? And what heights could the golden talent reach? Not to mention the final red talent. The thought alone was staggering. Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled with ambition. By upgrading the simulation system, he could attain even higher talents. With just 8 years at his disposal, defeating the dark-clad figures would be well within reach. Upon becoming a third-rank alchemist, your learning speed astonished your master, Huang Chuan, who exclaimed his desire to leap to new heights. Thankfully, you restrained him, claiming your progress was the result of enlightenment. Huang Chuan exhaled in relief and earnestly expressed his hope that you would join the alchemy sect, for your alchemical talent was truly formidable, and there was every possibility you could become the second sect master in the future. You nodded with a smile, assuring that there would be no issue. Upon returning to the cave, you informed Lu Aoxiang of your intention to join the alchemy sect. Lu Aoxiang smiled with a sense of relief. Yet a look of reluctance surfaced on her face. After all, the alchemy sect only accepted disciples with innate talent for alchemy. She possessed a water spiritual root, lacking any aptitude for alchemy, and thus could not join, unable to accompany you on this journey. You observed Lu Aoxiang's expression filled with reluctance and smiled gently, assuring her that once you established a reputable standing within the alchemy sect, you would bring her along. After all, rules may be rigid, but people are adaptable. You believed that as long as your status within the sect was sufficiently elevated, the sect leader would make an exception to allow Lu Aoxiang to join. Lu Aoxiang nodded obediently, nestling in your embrace, cherishing the final moments together. You did not immediately proceed to the alchemy sect. but rather chose to remain at the Green Mountain sect for an additional 6 months, accompanying Lu Aoshang. During this time, you diligently crafted the necessary elixirs for her, amassing a substantial fortune in spirit stones to support her future cultivation. Once all was accomplished, you tenderly kissed her fair forehead and took your leave. Lu Aoshang stood atop the peak, gazing at your receding figure until it faded into the horizon, remaining motionless like a statue. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chuan's expression turned complex. He was taken aback by Lu Aoshang's profound reluctance towards him. Upon reflection, as his first Dao partner, their bond was deep and significant, akin to a cherished moonlight. He resolved to protect her and assist in the search for her mother. Departing from the Green Mountain sect, you meticulously calculated your time and journeyed towards the Alchemy sect. Unlike the Green Lotus sect, which held its entrance examinations biennially, and the Divine Sword sect, which held theirs triennially, the Alchemy sect conducted theirs annually. After a month, you successfully arrived at the Alchemy sect. Along the way, you rested for a night in Black Gold City, casting a distant glance at Shuejing without intruding. As the saying goes, it is better to forget each other in the rivers and lakes than to cling to mutual dependence. Shuejing was indeed suited for the latter. Upon reaching the Alchemy sect, you found it was fortuitously conducting its annual entrance examination. With your exceptional alchemical talent, mastery as a third-tier alchemist, mid-stage golden core cultivation, and the extraordinary fire spirit root, you quickly became the focal point of the examination, even attracting the attention of the sect leader, who personally designated you as a quasi-saint son, granting you access to resources equivalent to those enjoyed by the saint sons and daughters. Your master is none other than the esteemed leader of the Alchemy sect, a fifth-tier alchemist. Upon joining the sect, you commenced your studies under the guidance of the leader, while also forging connections with the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the sect. The Holy Son, named Si Zhenghao, appears to favor cultivation over alchemy, possessing an exceptional fire spiritual root and currently at the late stage of golden core. The Holy Daughter, Su Ling, wields an exquisite with spiritual root, adorned in a flowing azure robe. Though her stature may not rival that of Lu Aoshang or Xiaoling Xian, her beauty is certainly not to be underestimated. If Lu Aoshang embodies an aloof elegance, Su Ling radiates a pure charm, her visage delicately sculpted like a blooming flower. Her round, rosy face invites the whimsical thought of a gentle pinch, evoking curiosity about the sensation it might provoke. With lively eyes and a dainty, upturned nose, her hair is styled into a playful bun at the back, enhancing her endearing allure, reminiscent of a neighborly sister. From the moment Su Ling laid eyes on you, an intense determination ignited within her. She recalled the leader's prior assertion that she possessed the highest alchemical talent within the entire sect, surpassing even Si Zhenghao. However, upon your arrival, the leader proclaimed her to have found a rival. Should she not strive diligently, there was a genuine possibility of being surpassed by you. Observing her slight discontent, you merely smiled, confident in your blue-tier alchemical aptitude, certain that she could not compare. Yet, feeling slighted by your demeanor, Su Ling's resolve intensified, and she boldly challenged you to a contest. You display a sense of curiosity to your knowledge. The other party has only recently ascended to the rank of a third-tier alchemist, while you have already spent half a year honing your skills at this level, achieving a success rate exceeding 90% in the concoction of third-tier elixirs. How could one possibly compare themselves to another? In the face of this challenge, you choose to decline. Su Ling, visibly displeased, questions whether you are afraid. With a smile, you remark that it was not fear that gripped you, but rather the notion that if a contest were to take place, there should naturally be some reward at stake, wouldn't he there? Otherwise, the outcome of victory or defeat would hold no significance. Listening to your words, Su Ling found a semblance of logic in them, and thus produced an exquisite alchemical furnace, declaring that if you emerged victorious, it would be yours. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that this alchemical furnace is far from ordinary. It is a mid-grade magical artifact, valued at several 100,000 spirit stones. If utilized for alchemy, it could significantly enhance the likelihood of successful concoctions. Chapter 28, The Alchemical Sect Saintess, Su Ling Ah. It is indeed a mid-grade magical artifact. At this revelation, Lu Chuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. In this realm, weapons, much like martial techniques and spiritual skills, are classified into various tiers. Typically, the weapons wielded by practitioners are referred to as magical artifacts, imbued with spiritual energy that augments the wielder's combat prowess. Magical artifacts are categorized into inferior, mid, superior, and exquisite grades. The higher the grade of the artifact, the greater the power it can unleash. Above magical artifacts lie the treasured artifacts, which are not possessions that an average practitioner can attain. Lu Chuan recalled that during previous simulations, the leader of the Divine Sword sect faced an assailant in black, wielding a long sword that was, in fact, an exquisite magical artifact. Even the leader of one of the 6 paramount sects utilized merely a magical artifact, underscoring the rarity of treasured artifacts. To his surprise, the opponent had produced a mid-grade magical artifact. Could it be that she is yet another affluent individual? Seeing her present the mid-grade artifact took him aback. Should he possess it, the success rate for crafting third-grade elixirs would assuredly reach 100, and the quality of the elixirs could be further enhanced, boasting even superior efficacy. Noticing his astonishment, Su Ling's lips curled into an adorable smile, conveying that if he could best her in their contest, then this mid-grade alchemical furnace would rightfully belong to him. You did not refuse and accepted the challenge posed by the other party. As for the stakes you lost, the opponent did not mention them, seemingly believing that defeating you was the ultimate prize. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the elder, you and she entered the alchemy chamber, ready to engage in a contest. The elixir to be concocted was named the True Spirit Pill, requiring a total of 49 various herbs, categorizing it among the third-tier elixirs, which posed a considerable challenge. To your astonishment, Su Ling voluntarily relinquished her own alchemical furnace, opting instead to use the same one as yours, asserting her desire to win your genuine respect. The alchemy sect, renowned as the pinnacle of alchemical schools, indeed boasted several inferior-grade alchemical furnaces within its chamber. Such a sight would be unthinkable at the Chuan sect. According to the elder, even within the alchemy sect, inferior-grade furnaces were not available for just anyone's use. Aside from the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, as well as the elder's personal disciples, other disciples would have to pay to use them. Thus, you and Su Ling commenced the creation of the True Origin Pill. The higher the elixir's grade, the longer the refining process. After 2 hours, as fragrant wisps of medicinal aroma wafted from your furnace, it seemed to herald the imminent completion of your elixir. Beside you, both Su Ling and the elder gazed at you with incredulous expressions upon catching the scent. It was utterly unexpected that you would be on the verge of success so soon, particularly for Su Ling, witnessing your imminent success. A rare sense of panic surged within her. In her moment of distraction, the flames roared higher, and a faint burnt odor emanated from her furnace. Su Ling's expression tightened as she hurriedly adjusted her approach, yet at that moment, your elixir had already been completed. The furnace lid flew open, revealing a high-quality True Origin Pill that you had meticulously crafted. Upon witnessing this, the elder proclaimed your victory, leaving Su Ling in a state of despondency, utterly taken aback that you had succeeded before her, and that your elixir's quality had reached the superior tier. Your alchemical prowess surpassed hers. In light of this unexpected victory, you felt no surprise as you prepared to take her inferior-grade furnace and depart. However, at that moment, Su Ling called out to you, expressing her desire to challenge you once more. This time, the competition would not be about alchemy, but rather who would become a fourth-tier alchemist first. Clearly, she was unwilling to concede defeat. In her eyes, your superiority stemmed from her own lack of diligent study in alchemy during this period. She believed that with earnest effort, she would swiftly surpass you. Without a moment's hesitation, you accepted this seemingly assured challenge. After all, the fortune bringer was right here. There was no reason to refuse. When you inquired about the stakes, however, Su Ling hesitated, seemingly unable to present any better treasures. You inquired whether she possessed any medium-grade spirit stones, to which she shook her head, clearly indicating her lack thereof. With a resigned sigh, you casually remarked that if you were to emerge victorious, she would have to become your companion on the path. Upon hearing your stipulation, Su Ling's face flushed a deep crimson, taken aback by the unexpected nature of your challenge. Observing her indecisiveness, you goaded her further, inquiring if she was afraid. At your words, Su Ling reacted like a startled cat, promptly agreeing to the terms, adding that should she triumph, you would be obliged to return the mid-grade alchemical furnace to her. You have consented. The chicken sauce method? She truly agreed? Upon witnessing this, Chuan felt a twinge of astonishment. He never anticipated that he would resort to the chicken sauce method. However, regarding the request he had put forth, it was not entirely unexpected. In the absence of material wealth, what could the other party offer but their own body? After all, she was the saintess of the alchemy sect, and her appearance was quite satisfactory, sufficient to complement his own. After parting ways, he began to immerse himself in the study of alchemy within the sect, for the other party's talent in alchemy was not to be underestimated. Should he grow complacent, he risked failure. As for Su Ling, she exerted even more effort, while he dedicated 60% of his time to studying alchemy and the remaining 40% to cultivation. She devoted her entire time, 100%, to the study of alchemy, sparing not a moment for idleness. Your masters are all the heads of the alchemy sect, and should you encounter any uncertainties, you may directly seek their guidance, as educational resources are equitably distributed. Seasons change swiftly. A year passes in the blink of an eye. Within this year, your understanding of alchemy has reached new heights. The alchemy sect boasts an extensive collection of literature on the subject, complemented by your prodigious talent in the craft, enabling you to learn with remarkable speed. As for Su Ling, her pace of learning remains commendable, and you estimate that her alchemical aptitude has ascended to that of a green-ranked alchemy master, akin to your former self. Nevertheless, she cannot surpass you. Your current alchemical talent has elevated far beyond your previous capabilities, and a blue-ranked alchemy master is not something a green-ranked individual can easily contend with. In the blink of an eye, another year has swiftly elapsed. After a year of diligent resource utilization, you have successfully advanced to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Concurrently, you feel it is time to undergo assessment by the sect leader, preparing to become a fourth-level alchemy master. Upon hearing of your impending evaluation, Su Ling's heart raced with anxiety, prompting her to approach the sect leader as well, hoping to partake in the assessment alongside you. The sect leader exhibited no surprise at your evaluation. Your exceptional alchemical talent is the greatest he has ever witnessed in his lifetime. and there is no doubt you will achieve the status of a 5th-level alchemy master in the future. Indeed, were it not for the constraints of this world, reaching the 6th or even 7th level would pose little challenge. As for Su Ling, the sect leader cast a sidelong glance at her, a look that seemed to convey, "Are you truly prepared for this evaluation?" Under the weight of the sect leader's gaze, Su Ling's face flushed. Yet she remained resolute in her desire to attempt the assessment. After all, fortune may favor the bold. To become a 4th-level alchemy master, one must successfully concoct 3 distinct 4th-level elixirs. The assessment commenced, and you and Su Ling began your alchemical endeavors simultaneously. The crafting of 4th-level elixirs is significantly more intricate and demanding than that of 3rd-level ones, involving a greater quantity of materials and a process that is immensely taxing on the mind. After 6 hours, you successfully produced your first 4th-level elixir, eliciting a satisfied smile from the sect leader. In stark contrast, a foul odor emanated from Su Ling's chamber, causing the leader's smile to fade. Another 6 hours passed, and you successfully created your second 4th-level elixir, prompting the leader to smile once more. Meanwhile, an unpleasant stench continued to waft from Su Ling's room, causing the leader's expression to sour again. After an additional 5 hours, you successfully crafted your third 4th-level elixir, and the leader's smile broadened, for you had now qualified to be recognized as a 4th-level alchemy master. At the same time, a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted from Su Ling's chamber, indicating that she was on the verge of success, which somewhat eased the leader's concerns. With the successful completion of the assessment, you formally became a 4th-level alchemy master. As for Su Ling, she exited, dejected after failing the evaluation. In that moment, she was compelled to acknowledge the truth. Her alchemical talent does not rival yours. In this contest, victory was once again yours. Chapter 29, Capturing the Alchemy Sect Sanus with your successful assessment. The sect leader extended his congratulations and even rewarded you with an alchemical furnace of medium-grade quality. After toying with the alchemical furnace for a while, a look of delight crossed your face, for this furnace, being of the fire attribute, was far more suitable for you than Su Ling's. Once you had carefully stowed away the furnace, you turned your gaze towards Su Ling, who appeared flustered, her cheeks flushed, seemingly contemplating a certain form of punishment. With a bewitching smile, you approached her and whispered softly in her ear, "Once again, you have lost. Accept your defeat and remember to visit my abode tonight." Having said that, you gracefully departed, leaving Su Ling in a state of bewilderment. After a considerable time, she gazed at your retreating figure and, with a determined resolve, bit her lip. Could it be? This young lady is not truly contemplating becoming your Tao partner, is she? Chuan swallowed hard, his expression inscrutable. To think that the sacred maiden of the alchemy sect could be so easily won over was indeed surprising. If she were to deliver herself to your doorstep, would you accept her? Naturally, you would. Her talent is more than sufficient to complement your own. Not only does Su Ling possess remarkable alchemical aptitude, but her exceptional wood spirit root rivals that of the most talented, such as Lu Aoshan. If she were to focus on her cultivation, she might well surpass Lu Aoshan. That evening, as you cultivated within your abode, having ascended to the rank of a 4th-grade alchemist, you resolved to prioritize your training. For the path to becoming a 5th-grade alchemist is fraught with challenges, and the remaining 3 years would hardly suffice. Late at night, while you were still immersed in your practice, a knock echoed through your cave. The corners of your mouth lifted slightly, knowing it was your little lamb arriving. Upon opening the door, Su Ling stepped inside, her face flushed as she timidly proposed, "Could we perhaps exchange the punishment? If so, I am willing to surrender all my spirit stone resources to you." With unwavering resolve, you declared that it was impossible. After all, this was the agreement established from the outset. Could it be that you now wish to renege? Su Ling let out a resigned sigh, having relinquished any thoughts of resistance, for she had already steeled herself for what lay ahead upon arriving here. Without a moment's hesitation, you pulled her into your embrace, greedily inhaling the fragrance that emanated from her, gazing at her exquisite features, and reflecting upon her unparalleled alchemical talents. Su Ling found herself momentarily enchanted by the prospect of becoming your companion, for you were the first man to truly captivate her heart. Women are inherently drawn to strength, and she was no exception. Your extraordinary prowess in alchemy had evidently won her over. Faced with a lamb delivered to your door, how could you possibly let such an opportunity slip away? With no softness in your heart, you chose to indulge. That evening, melodious sounds of bliss echoed within your abode. Yet alas, no one was there to hear them. The following day, Su Ling, limping slightly, prepared to take her leave, but you swiftly pulled her back. After 2 long years apart from Lu Aoshuang, the sweet taste of reunion was irresistible, and you were unwilling to let her depart easily. Moreover, as per your agreement, she had already become your partner. Was it not your prerogative to act as you wished? You have kept Su Ling in the cave for an entire week. During this time, her gaze towards you has grown increasingly affectionate and reverent. Initially, she arrived here merely as a consequence of losing a wager, but now, she genuinely wishes to be with you. Even when it is time to depart, she lingers, reluctant to leave. Oh, have I succeeded in my pursuit? After this, will there not be an option to form a partnership with Su Ling? Chuan stroked his chin, expressing his thoughts with a hint of ambiguity. When he became partners with Lu Aoshuang, such an option had presented itself. He wondered what the criteria were for triggering this option. Is it sufficient to verbally declare a partnership, or must one completely conquer the other? After some contemplation, Lu Chuan concluded that the latter was necessary. After all, upon becoming his partner, Lu Aoxiang had acquired memories from the simulation. A mere verbal agreement without experience would render the imparting of memories futile. Soon, Lu Chuan continued to read on. After forming a partnership with Su Ling, your relationship remains undisclosed. She will quietly visit your cave, ensuring that others remain unaware. This is not Su Ling's intention, but rather yours. You are aware that once your relationship is exposed, trouble will inevitably follow. In order to minimize complications, you wish to keep your bond discreet. Having recently attained the rank of a fourth-grade alchemist, you believe the time has come to bring Lu Aoxiang to your side. And thus you approach the sect leader to explain your situation. Upon learning that you have a partner and wish to bring her into the fold, the sect leader does not refuse. Instead, he prepares to elevate you to the status of elder, ensuring that there will be no gossip. After all, if every disciple were permitted to bring their family members, what would become of the alchemist sect? Only elders are entitled to welcome family and even recruit disciples. As a fourth-grade alchemist, you meet the criteria for such a position. You nodded in agreement, and soon became the youngest elder in the alchemy sect, Elder Lu. How astonishing that you have ascended to such a position. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chuan expressed his disbelief. The alchemy sect is one of the 6 foremost sects, and the elders therein are of considerable prestige. Yet here you are, an elder before the age of 30, a revelation that could potentially shatter the spirits of many disciples. As you stepped into your role as elder, numerous disciples were struck with incredulity, particularly those who entered the sect alongside you. While they toiled in the alchemy chamber, grappling with the complexities of their craft, you had already achieved the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist and ascended to elderhood. Confronted with the stark disparity in talent, many disciples found themselves in despair, pondering the fateful question, why was I not born as Lu? On the eve of your departure, you summoned Su Ling to your cave abode. She, obedient to your every command, demonstrated unwavering compliance. You confided in Su Ling that you already possess a Dao partner, who resides within the Qingshan sect, and you intend to bring her over. Su Ling was taken aback by your revelation, utterly astonished to discover that you, a man of such character, could harbor intentions towards someone else despite already having a Dao partner. You quietly observed her, intrigued to see how she would respond. After a lengthy pause, Su Ling suddenly leapt into your embrace, expressing her willingness to become your second companion in the path of cultivation. She insisted that since you had captured her heart, you must take responsibility for her. Faced with Su Ling's reaction, you were not the least surprised. In that moment, it dawned upon you that to compel a woman to willingly become your partner, one must conquer her heart and mind completely. This time, through your alchemical prowess, you won Su Ling's admiration, thus even knowing you already had a companion, she was eager to join you as your second. As for Xiaoling Xian, regrettably, you had not managed to win her over entirely, leading to her reluctance. Oh, is that so? Indeed, it appears that women are inherently drawn to strength, a truth that transcends all realms. Upon reaching this realization, Lu Chuan exhibited an expression of enlightenment. In his previous life, even on Blue Star, the same principle applied. With wealth, one could possess numerous wives, each night bringing forth new delights. The world is undeniably pragmatic. However, Lu Aoxiang was different. She had fallen for you when you were still weak, truly a devoted partner through thick and thin. Thus, Lu Chuan silently vowed that regardless of the circumstances, he would never abandon Lu Aoxiang. Chapter 30, Dragon Blood Valley, a Dragon Sculpture. You embraced Su Ling, a smile of mastery gracing your lips like that of a dragon king. That night, you once again experienced the tender affection emanating from Su Ling, and after this evening, it seemed you could sense a shared tenderness between the two of you. The next day, you departed from the alchemy sect, preparing to return to the Green Mountain sect to fetch Lu Aoxiang. On your journey back, you passed through a place known as Dragon Blood Valley. It is said that a true dragon once fell here, its blood spilled upon the ground. However, you were skeptical. What a jest! What caliber of true dragon could possibly perish in such a forsaken place? In any realm, a true dragon is undoubtedly a divine beast, capable of cataclysmic destruction. How could it fall in a place where the mightiest beings are merely at the divine transformation stage? Yet, as you soared on your sword above Dragon Blood Valley, an inexplicable and powerful allure emanated from the depths of the valley, ensnaring your body against your will, drawing you in. A sense of unease washed over you. At that moment, you were already a formidable cultivator at the late Golden Core stage, yet you found yourself utterly powerless against this irresistible force. Was this reasonable? If it were the work of someone, it would require at least a nascent soul cultivator, or perhaps even a divine transformation practitioner to wield such power. Once engulfed by Dragon Blood Valley, you instantly lost consciousness. Time passed, and when you finally awoke, you found yourself at the valley's bottom, shrouded in darkness. You immediately summoned your spiritual energy, illuminating the abyss with the unique crimson glow of your fire spirit root. As the valley floor was illuminated, you beheld something extraordinary, your eyes widening in sheer astonishment. A dragon. To be precise, it was a stone sculpture of a dragon, exquisitely carved, with scales, whiskers, claws, and eyes that appeared almost lifelike. You believed that if the sculpture were to be painted, It would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discern whether it was a real dragon or merely a replica. With a perplexed expression, you pondered who would carve a dragon at the bottom of a valley. It seemed utterly irrational. After observing for a while, you shook your head, preparing to depart. Yet, in the next moment, an exceedingly ancient voice emerged from the depths of the gorge. "Little one, do you know what era it is now?" Startled by the sudden voice, you exclaimed, "Who are you? Do not engage in such supernatural antics here." However, the voice inquired once more about the current era. This time, you discerned the source of the voice, not far from you, and though reluctant to admit it, the origin of the voice was indeed the dragon carving. The dragon had spoken. You are filled with an overwhelming sense of dread, confirming that you are utterly alone, and this is no mere prank. At this moment, the legends of the Dragon Blood Valley come rushing back to your mind. Could it be that the tales hold some truth? It is said that a true dragon once fell here, its blood spilling forth. This time, you dare not hesitate, promptly responding to the inquiry with the declaration that it is now the year 595 of the celestial lock calendar. Upon hearing the current year, a deep sigh resonates from within the valley, and this time, you perceive it more clearly. It emanates from the dragon sculpture itself. The notion of a dragon sculpture capable of speech fills you with astonishment. Perhaps your fall into the valley was orchestrated by this very figure. In an instant, tension grips your entire being, cold sweat trickles down your back. If this dragon sculpture is indeed responsible, its power must be formidable, capable of extinguishing your life as easily as one would crush an ant. Yet, before long, you find yourself relaxing once more. After all, it is merely a simulation. You are not truly at risk of death. What is there to fear? Furthermore, if the dragon sculpture genuinely intended to harm you, you would not have survived to this moment. Shortly thereafter, the dragon sculpture speaks again, remarking on your exceptional fire affinity, suggesting that you are indeed remarkable and likely to become a target for those sinister individuals. With little time left to live, at this revelation, a shiver runs through you. Could it be that this dragon sculpture knows the identities of the shadowy figures? You hastily inquired about the meaning of this statement and the identity of that group of individuals, eager to uncover the truth from Long Diao. With another sigh, Long Diao refrained from answering directly and posed a question in return, asking if you were aware of the pinnacle of cultivation that practitioners in this realm could attain. You ponder momentarily and respond with the realm of transformation. Even the acknowledged strongest sect, the Divine Sword sect, is led by a master of transformation. Thus, it is likely that no cultivators exist beyond this level in the world. Your response seems to align with the expectations of the dragon sculpture, which inquires once more, do you understand why there exist only transformation stage cultivators and none beyond that realm? Regarding this question, you are indeed at a loss and promptly shake your head. Cultivators possess a lifespan of 100 years in the Qi refining stage, 200 years in the foundation establishment stage, 500 years in the golden core stage, 1,000 years in the nascent soul stage, and 2,000 years in the transformation stage. Logically speaking, with such an extensive lifespan, a transformation stage expert should be able to reach the void refinement realm. Should they not? Moreover, attaining the transformation stage signifies a commendable innate talent and foundation. It is implausible to believe that no transformation stage cultivator has ever broken through to the void refinement stage. This defies all logic. There must be an issue, undoubtedly. Yet, the exact nature of this problem eludes you. Perhaps it is connected to the figure in black? Observing your bewildered expression, the dragon sculpture refrains from circumlocution, stating plainly, because this world is a cage, a confinement from which one can never escape. Upon hearing the dragon sculpture's response, your pupils constrict. These very words you have also heard from the lips of the figures in black, who similarly refer to this realm as a cage. This dragon sculpture indeed possesses knowledge of the world's true nature. You hurriedly inquired about the situation, questioning why it was referred to as a cage. The dragon sculpture let out a deep sigh and asked once more if you were aware of why this era is called the Locking Immortal Era, and why it spans merely 595 years. You find yourself at a loss for words. After all, am I the one posing inquiries, or are you? You shook your head in confusion, for indeed, the text offered no explanation for why it was called the Lock Immortal Calendar, nor why it spanned a mere 595 years, which is shorter than the lifespan of a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. This was exceedingly unusual. The dragon sculpture spoke slowly, stating that this realm had been cursed by a powerful being, forever unable to transcend to the god transformation stage, and eternally confined within its bounds. Your astonishment at the dragon's revelation left you speechless, as if your entire worldview had been shattered. Cursed by a formidable entity? You hastily inquired about the identity of this power, the nature of the curse, and its connection to the figure in black. In response to your barrage of questions, the dragon sculpture let out an ancient laugh, tinged with an eerie quality, before recounting a little-known history. It turned out that this world was divided into the mortal realm and the immortal realm. The mortal realm refers to the world where one can attain the pinnacle of cultivation, the great ascendant stage, while the immortal realm is a domain beyond that, where the immortals reside. Immortals? So, this world truly harbors such beings. With this realization, Lu Chuan's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Indeed, in a world of cultivation, the existence of immortals is a given. What defines an immortal? They are beings of infinite lifespan, possessing unparalleled strength, capable of acting at their whim, and are thus revered as immortals. However, this is merely Lu Chuan's perception of immortals. The true essence of such beings remains unknown. Chapter 31. Immortals. The land of confinement. Upon hearing the response, you felt invigorated, eagerly questioning the nature of immortals. Yet, the dragon sculpture merely coughed lightly and remarked that you were currently only at the golden elixir stage, and whether you could ever reach the great ascendant stage was still uncertain. How could you dare to inquire about the immortals? Moreover, this world was under the curse of a powerful being, who was indeed an immortal. Henceforth, any cultivator born in this realm could only aspire to reach the god transformation stage. Unable to surpass that threshold, you swallowed hard and inquired about the consequences of forcibly breaking through. The dragon sculpture's response was straightforward. It would summon a curse of thunder tribulation, leading to utter annihilation. Thunder tribulation. You were no stranger to it. When a nascent soul cultivator breaks through to the transformation god realm, they face their first thunder tribulation. Successfully navigating it elevates one to a true transformation god, a being who stands above thousands, while failure results in complete obliteration, a grand display of a 3-day banquet for the deceased. This elucidates why nascent soul cultivators are relatively common in this world, yet transformation god experts are exceedingly rare. Merely 1 in 10 who confront the transformation god thunder tribulation survives. Furthermore, when breaking through from transformation god to void refinement, an even more formidable thunder tribulation awaits, with survival rates plummeting once more to a mere 10%. The rigorous selection process leaves but a handful who can consistently endure thunder tribulations and ascend to the great ascendance realm. This represents the pinnacle of mortal combat prowess. Thunder tribulation? Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes, uncertain if he would successfully overcome the thunder tribulation when he reached the transformation god realm. For all cultivators, thunder tribulation is an event to be avoided at all costs, as they dread perishing beneath its wrath, turning to ash. Yet for Lu Chuan, it was merely another challenge. After all, he possessed a simulation system. Would he not simply simulate the tribulation? If successful, he could directly choose to enhance his cultivation, bypassing the thunder tribulation altogether and becoming a formidable transformation god, a master of void refinement. Having a system is indeed a tremendous advantage. However, according to the dragon sculpture, this world is cursed. During the transition from transformation god to void refinement, the curse of thunder tribulation will ensue, and under its influence, all transformation god cultivators face certain death. This is the reason no void refinement cultivators emerge in this realm. One wonders if he can withstand the void refinement thunder tribulation. Upon uncovering the truth of the world, you felt a profound understanding, yet you pondered how this connected to the figure in black. You immediately inquired whether the individuals in black were also under the command of that formidable figure. Otherwise, why would they turn against you? Is it not a case of brethren warring against brethren? To your surprise, the dragon sculpture shook its head, indicating that they were not. The individuals in black were likewise denizens of this realm. Approximately 6 centuries ago, at the dawn of the locking immortal era, this world was divided into 2 factions, the radical and the conservative. The radicals were unwilling to remain confined to this realm. For what difference would it make to be akin to a frog at the bottom of a well? My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Thus, they relentlessly sought a means to escape this world. Conversely, the conservatives argued that offending that mighty figure rendered any hopes of leaving nearly impossible, leading them to adopt a passive stance, diligently cultivating within this realm, devoid of aspirations to depart. Initially, the radicals and conservatives were proportioned at 70 to 30, with the radicals in the majority. However, as time progressed, the radicals exerted every effort and devised various schemes, yet they remained unable to depart, resulting in a dwindling number of radicals and a burgeoning populace of conservatives, to the point where the radicals are now scarcely visible. Upon hearing this, a look of enlightenment crossed your face. It was evident that the individuals in black belonged to that faction of radicals. No wonder they do not align with any force in this world yet possess such a multitude of transcendent beings. It is nothing short of astonishing. Subsequently, you inquired once more, if escape is unattainable, why then do they resort to violence against you? Is it not a futile endeavor? In response to your question, the dragon sculpture let out a deep sigh and continued. Initially, the radicals indeed failed to discover a means of escape, squandering much time and losing numerous powerful entities, leading to a precipitous decline in the number of transcendent beings. However, 3 centuries ago, a member of the radicals astonishingly uncovered a method to leave, successfully departing from this realm, which is often referred to as a cage. Could it be reliant upon the power of fate? At this juncture, Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. He was well aware that upon being captured by the individuals in black, his fortune and cultivation were entirely stripped away. It was evident that these individuals had set their sights on his fortuitous potential. Could it be that one could indeed escape through the power of fate? You hastily inquired. What method? The dragon sculpture sighed softly, explaining that theoretically, if you possess the ability to withstand the curse's thunder tribulation and successfully advance to the great ascension stage, you could slip into the void and depart. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly slim. After all, the cursed thunder tribulation is the handiwork of an immortal. whose power is so immense that not only could it obliterate those in the transformation realm, but even great ascension cultivators would be reduced to ashes. The notion of traversing it is nearly impossible. Previously, many radical factions pursued this very path, exhausting every means to endure the thunder tribulation, yet without exception, they all failed. Disintegrating under the tempest. Following this, the radicals regained their composure, recognizing the futility of their approach and resolved to explore alternative avenues. Since elevating their cultivation was unfeasible, they opted for a second path, the intricacies of human relationships. The intricacies of human relationships? What is that supposed to mean? Lu Chuan's expression was one of utter bewilderment. How could leaving this realm relate to human affairs? Was it possible that one must plead with that immortal for freedom? Observing your bewildered demeanor, the dragon sculpture continued, stating that the immortal not only established formations and curses in this realm, but also dispatched formidable guardians to the periphery, preventing anyone from deciphering the formations and escaping clandestinely. These guardians are none other than the most potent forces of the mortal realm, great ascension cultivators. This implies that if you could move this great ascension cultivator, he would permit your departure. Is it truly possible? Lu Chuan exclaimed, astonished. Isn't this akin to brazen bribery? Does that immortal truly remain indifferent? It was hard for him to fathom the implications. After all, if that immortal were to discover this, wouldn't he, the stationed great ascension cultivator, face dire consequences? Or perhaps, the immortal is actually unconcerned about the situation here? Might it be that occasionally allowing one or two to leave poses no issue whatsoever? You expressed the doubts that lingered in your heart, yearning for the esteemed dragon carving to provide you with clarity. Is this truly feasible? The dragon carving replied calmly, affirming its possibility. For 3 centuries prior, there existed individuals who ventured forth through such means, with the sole bribe being the power of fortune born of this realm. Aside from the power of fortune, there exists naught that could sway that imminent cultivator of the great ascension. Chapter 32. The dragon carving bestows treasures, a place of opportunity. The power of fortune? Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. He was well acquainted with the concept of fortune, having not only chosen the talent of the fortune bearer, but also delved into the study of this mystical force. In truth, every world, be it the mortal realm or the celestial realm, is accompanied by fortune. Any cultivator born within this world has a chance to attain the power of fortune. When this power reaches a certain intensity, it manifests as a fortune bearer, with great luck at their side, allowing the entire world to yield before them as if aided by divine intervention. In essence, the power of fortune is elusive and precious, particularly when it pertains to the fortune bearers of significant luck. Regrettably, this world possesses scant understanding of fortune. The scant references in literature merely offer a cursory explanation of what fortune entails. You chose to trust the words of the dragon carving, for indeed, fortune is something that can be encountered but not sought after, rendering a great ascension cultivator's envy entirely plausible. The dragon carving recounted that 3 centuries prior, a faction of radicals had gathered sufficient power of fortune and bribed that eminent cultivator, who, as promised, released one individual. Though merely one, this was enough to signify that there exists a chance for them to escape. The one released was undoubtedly the most gifted and powerful among them, bearing the hopes of the people of this realm, aspiring to one day grow strong enough to liberate them. Now, 300 years have elapsed once more, and the radicals likely seek to amass power of fortune anew to bribe the great ascension cultivator for another chance at release. At last, you grasp the truth of the world. This is indeed the reality. As you gazed upon the motionless dragon carving, a look of reverence graced your face as you inquired about the identity of this venerable being. To possess such knowledge, it was highly likely that it was a cultivator of this realm. Indeed, the dragon carving chuckled, revealing that thousands of years ago, it was but a small serpent, fortuitously consuming an immortal fruit, which set it upon the path of cultivation. After millennia of cultivation, it transformed from a serpent to a python, then to a giant python, ultimately evolving into its current form. Thus, it is not a true dragon but rather a flood dragon, a being of the combined stage of cultivation. Alas, due to the actions of those who angered the celestial beings, this realm suffered greatly. Many strong perished or were grievously injured, and it too was left in its current state, barely surviving, with its powers dissipated, leaving only a faint essence of the soul to cling to this dragon carving. Silently observing the future of this realm, upon learning that this dragon carving was once a formidable cultivator of the combined stage, you felt a profound respect. Internally acknowledging its greatness, you then inquired once more about the purpose of the dragon carving summoning. Surely, it was not merely for conversation. The dragon carving sighed deeply, its tone tinged with melancholy, revealing that soon its soul essence would vanish entirely, unable to witness the day this realm is liberated. To prevent its legacy and treasures from vanishing, it sought a worthy successor. And you, possessing a supreme fire affinity and unparalleled alchemical talent, having attained the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist at such a tender age, are undoubtedly the ideal candidate for this inheritance. Most crucially, you are among the few who meet the criteria for succession and fortuitously pass through this place. Otherwise, even if there were better candidates in this world, in its current form, it could not simply summon others directly. It could only await a fortunate encounter. Thus, it led to your unexpected descent into the valley. Upon uncovering the truth, your countenance radiated excitement. Had you truly stumbled upon a legacy at the bottom of the valley? How is it that a plot typically reserved for protagonists has now unfolded in your own life? You pondered. Perhaps you did not select the talent of the child of fortune. Could it be that you were the protagonist of this world? Faced with the inheritance of the Elder Dragon sculpture, you naturally did not hesitate to accept. Subsequently, the dragon sculpture bestowed upon you a low-grade, heavenly cultivation technique. The Dragon Spirit Manual, an exquisite artifact known as the Dragonfire Cauldron, a rare treasure called the Dragon Blood Fruit, and a sum of 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Regrettably, many high-tier medicinal pills had been consumed in healing from injuries hundreds of years prior, while some lower-tier pills could not endure the passage of time, leaving no elixirs behind. As you gazed upon the rewards conferred by the Elder Dragon sculpture, your eyes sparkled with excitement, and your breath quickened. A low-grade heavenly cultivation technique. If mastered, it would undoubtedly accelerate your cultivation speed. The exquisite artifact, the Dragonfire Cauldron, was a cauldron specifically crafted for alchemy. It was evident that it had been prepared solely for you. As for the Dragon Blood Fruit, it was truly extraordinary. It is said that only in places where dragon blood has been shed can such fruits grow. It contains a wealth of vital energy and spiritual essence. Refining one would not only enhance your physical form but also significantly elevate your cultivation level. Lastly, the 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones would be more than sufficient for you to cultivate to the transformation god realm. These rewards, without a doubt, could usher in your transformation. After all was said and done, the dragon sculpture continued, stating that if you could evade the pursuit of the cloaked figures and cultivate to the transformation god realm, you could return for further items it had to bestow upon you. With that, the dragon sculpture's eyes dimmed, seemingly descending into slumber, rendering your calls utterly futile. You bowed respectfully towards the dragon statue, your expression filled with reverence, and then soared out of the Dragon Blood Valley, heading in the direction of the Qingyan sect. Dragon Blood Valley? How intriguing. It is undoubtedly a place of fortuitous opportunities. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones could not only sustain your own cultivation but also enhance the simulation system. This was a monumental leap forward. Upon realizing this, Lu Chuan's face lit up with excitement. Little did he expect that a mere dragon statue would fundamentally alter the course of his life. He had been troubled about how to upgrade the simulation system, yet here he was, unexpectedly gifted with 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He had struck gold. Lu Chuan could already envision upgrading the system, acquiring higher-level talents, and effortlessly defeating the dark-clad adversaries, even dispatching the gatekeepers of the Great Ascension. Indeed, he could simulate endlessly. Even vanquishing that so-called immortal would pose no challenge. Lu Chuan squinted, a dangerous glint emanating from his eyes. No wonder he felt that something was amiss in this world, poverty beyond belief, and a scarcity of strong cultivators, utterly unlike a true cultivation realm. It was all the doing of that individual. Darn it, they must be eliminated. With a cold sneer, Lu Chuan continued to observe. Upon returning to the Qingshan sect, you went directly to Lu Xiang's cave abode. Seeing her stirred deep emotions within you, prompting you to step forward and embrace her, reluctant to let go. Lu Xiang was taken aback by your sudden return, gazing at your familiar visage. Her eyes glistened with tears as she reciprocated your embrace, unwilling to part. Everything was conveyed without words. To celebrate your first reunion after 2 long years, you both spent a passionate night together. The following day, you embraced Lu Xiang's delicate form, revealing to her that you had ascended to the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist and had even become an elder of the alchemy sect. Offering to take her with you to share in a new life together. Lu Xiang nodded, nestling trustingly in your arms. After careful contemplation, you resolved to disclose the matter concerning Su Ling. Drawing from your prior experience with Xiao Lingxian, you were confident that with a little reassurance, Lu Xiang would come to accept the news. As anticipated, upon learning of your second partner in the alchemy sect, her expression shifted to one of profound grievance. She had never imagined that in merely 2 years apart, you would find another love. Thankfully, your continuous words of comfort reassured her that no matter how many partners you had, there would always be a place for her in your heart, and you would never forsake her. This alleviated Lu Xiang's distress somewhat. Lu Chuan mused, how does it feel as though I have become a cad? In the following week, you and Lu Xiang spent every moment together, compensating for her 2 years of solitude. Under the influence of the Tai Xian Yin Yang body, Lu Xiang's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. In the absence of your guidance over the past 2 years, her progress had undeniably slowed. Yet, you remained unfazed, for the elevation of Lu Xiang's cultivation was of little consequence. The one who could alter everything was solely yourself. Subsequently, you presented the Dragon Spirit technique, engaging in practice alongside Lu Xiang. Upon encountering this lower-tier celestial technique, Lu Xiang expressed immense astonishment, pondering that even the 6 supreme sects might not possess such a treasure. It was said that with a celestial technique, provided one had a modicum of talent, one could potentially cultivate to the fusion stage. To her disbelief, you possessed a celestial technique. With a gentle smile, you acknowledged that this was your destiny. Lu Xiang nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiries. In the ensuing period, you and she diligently practiced the dragon spirit art, utilizing not just inferior spirit stones, but rather superior ones. With a wealth of 100,000 superior spirit stones at your disposal, there was no need to revert to the inferior ones. After a full month of training at the Qingshan sect, it became evident that the dragon spirit art, a celestial-level technique, was incomparable to the earthly or mysterious techniques. It not only rendered the internal spiritual energy more formidable but also significantly enhanced physical strength. You believed that mastering the dragon spirit art would render you invincible among peers, and perhaps even allow you to battle above your rank. After a month had elapsed, you journeyed with Lu Aoshuang to the alchemy sect. Following a fortnight of travel, you successfully arrived at the alchemy sect. Leveraging your status as an elder, you accepted Lu Aoshuang as your personal disciple, granting her access to the mountain peak and the resources reserved for personal disciples, truly a dual benefit. That very night, Su Ling visited your abode, eager to meet your first companion. Upon seeing Lu Aoshuang, Su Ling's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had not anticipated your partner to possess such ethereal beauty, which explained your choice. Lu Aoshuang, in turn, was equally astonished to encounter Su Ling, realizing that your 2-year absence had led you to a companion whose beauty matched her own. That evening, you fulfilled a man's dream, embracing both women, reveling in sheer bliss. This experience was intoxicating, leaving you yearning for more, wishing that such days could persist indefinitely. Not to mention, aside from Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling, there was still Xia Lingxian awaiting your conquest. The prospect of 3 women together was tantalizing. The following day, you retrieved the dragon blood fruit gifted by your esteemed predecessor, preparing to consume it to enhance your cultivation. After swallowing the dragon blood fruit, you entered seclusion for a month of intensive training. Upon emerging from your retreat a month later, not only had your cultivation advanced to the nascent soul realm, but your physical prowess had also significantly increased. And you had developed dragon patterns. The dragon patterns were inherent to the dragon spirit art, which you perceived more as a body refinement technique. Reflecting on it, it was only natural for your predecessor, a flood dragon, to have pursued the path of body refinement. The dragon spirit art is divided into 3 stages: dragon patterns, dragon scales, and dragon bones. Each stage attained results in a remarkable surge in physical strength. You pondered whether, having cultivated the dragon spirit art, you could withstand an attack from the black-cloaked figure of the transformation realm and, in turn, subdue Xia Lingxian. After your retreat, you sought out Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling, indulging in tender moments. Previously, such intimacy had required considerable effort, as both Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling were formidable in their own right. However, with your enhanced cultivation and breakthroughs in the dragon spirit art, this time felt remarkably effortless, allowing you to easily subdue both women, rendering them obedient and exceptionally docile. You possess a certain clarity, realizing that to truly captivate a woman, one must conquer not only her heart but also her body. Both elements are indispensable. Subsequently, you cease your pursuits in alchemy and devote yourself to rigorous cultivation. The mid-grade spiritual stones rapidly deplete in the hands of you, Lu Aoshuang, and Su Ling. By the 5th year, your cultivation remains at the initial stage of the nascent soul, yet with the aid of mid-grade spiritual stones, a breakthrough is not far off. In the same year, with the assistance of elixirs, techniques, and spiritual stones, Lu Aoshuang successfully advances beyond the nascent soul stage, while Su Ling achieves the consummation of the golden core. Their cultivation progress has surged significantly compared to before. You are aware that the blessings of the celestial stage cultivation technique and the medium-grade spirit stones play a significant role in this. The celestial stage technique accelerates the pace of cultivation, while a single medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones, making the cultivation experience incomparable. By the 6th year, your cultivation successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. However, the dragon spirit art still remained at the dragon pattern stage, progressing at a sluggish pace. After all, it is a celestial stage technique, and breakthroughs do not occur hastily. In the same year, Lu Aoshuang's cultivation stagnated at the nascent soul stage, yet Su Ling managed to break through to become a nascent soul cultivator. You were not surprised by Su Ling's advancement, as she possessed an exquisite with spiritual root. Once she dedicated herself to her cultivation, she would not lag behind you and Lu Aoshuang. In the 7th year, your cultivation remained at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, which left you somewhat regretful, as this time you had not surpassed your previous simulated cultivation level. Upon reflection, several reasons contributed to this. First, you had spent considerable time learning alchemy over the past 2 years, which detracted from your cultivation time. Second, you lacked the assistance of the Ice-Fire Dual Lotus. And third, you missed an opportunity for epiphany. Fortunately, you advanced the dragon spirit art to the 2nd stage, allowing you to condense dragon scales across your body, significantly enhancing your physical strength. You estimated that ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivators, even those at the peak of the nascent soul realm, would no longer pose a threat to you. Concurrently, both Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling had also cultivated the dragon spirit art to the dragon pattern stage, enabling them to condense dragon patterns and strengthen their physical forms. During these 3 years of cultivation, you discovered a troubling issue. The 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones obtained from the Elder Long Diao had dwindled to a mere 40,000, depleting at an alarming rate. Astonishingly swift, medium-grade spirit stones are far from durable. Upon realizing this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. Although your cultivation level was rising rapidly, the consumption was indeed substantial. This was particularly true given the shared cultivation among you, Lu Aoxiang, and Su Ling. Even 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones proved insufficient. Lu Chuan shook his head. However, this was merely a simulation. In reality, he hardly needed medium-grade spirit stones for cultivation. He merely required them for simulated practice. When the simulation concludes, the rewards for cultivation would surely yield remarkable advancements, would they not? This is the extraordinary aspect of the simulation system. Although the consumption rate was swift, it was merely a simulation, and you did not dwell on it. It was also during this year that a mysterious cloaked figure arrived as anticipated at the alchemy sect, declaring intentions to take away the Holy Sun, Holy Maiden, and Lu Aoxiang. Faced with the menacing presence of the cloaked figure, the sect master of the alchemy sect naturally opposed this, resulting in a fierce battle, with elders above the nascent soul realm joining the fray. However, despite being one of the 6 top-tier sects, the combat prowess of the elders under its banner was rather lackluster, engrossed in alchemy. Their cultivation levels were generally inferior to those of the cloaked figure, who dominated the battle. Nevertheless, you, as an anomaly, were present. Although your cultivation level is only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, your combat prowess is not in the slightest inferior to that of a perfected nascent soul practitioner, particularly with regard to your physical form, which renders ordinary attacks utterly ineffective against you. Single-handedly, you instill terror in many dark-clad individuals, compelling them to retreat in fright, exclaiming that they have encountered a monster. With your formidable combat ability, you successfully capture the attention of the captain of the dark-clad men, observing you overpowering numerous foes. He furrows his brow and repels the leader of the alchemy sect with a single palm strike before turning his focus upon you. In the face of a superlative expert at the god transformation stage, even with your exceptional combat strength, which far surpasses that of your contemporaries, you find yourself outmatched. After exchanging several blows, you ultimately succumb and are slain by him. You have perished. Please select your reward from this simulation. Chapter 34. The Second Dao Partner, Su Ling. 1. Master Alchemist, Blue. 2. Heavenly Level Technique, Dragon Spirit Formula. 3. Dragon Scale Physical Stage. 4. Mid-Stage Nascent Soul Cultivation. 5. Level 4 Alchemist Proficiency. 6. Relationship with Dao Partner Su Ling. Upon contemplating the available rewards, Lu Chuan swallowed hard. Aside from the first 5, which he had anticipated, he was astonished to find that the relationship with Su Ling was also included. It appeared that gaining Su Ling's acknowledgement would indeed forge their bond as partners. After a moment of reflection, Lu Chuan opted for the 6th option, his relationship with Su Ling. Logically, one might argue that selecting a talent would be the most advantageous, enhancing his current alchemical abilities and rendering him stronger. However, choosing a talent would necessitate returning to the Alchemist sect to repeat the same tasks, requiring Su Ling to be courted anew, which would be a considerable waste of time. It was far more prudent to directly choose the 6th option, expediting his connection with Su Ling and conserving substantial effort. As for enhancing his alchemical talent, that could be addressed at a later date. Besides, once he chose the relationship with Su Ling, an unexpected joy might even arise, wouldn't it? As a thought crossed his mind, a sly smile crept onto Lu Chuan's lips. System, please display the panel. Host, Lu Chuan Cultivation. Foundation Establishment Complete Root. Supreme Fire Root Simulation Count. 0 Simulation Level. LV3 Energy. 0 Talent. Master Alchemist, Green. Flickering Light, Green. Dao Partners, Lu Aoxiang. Su Ling seeing the newly added member in the Dao Partner section, Lu Chuan felt immense satisfaction. Currently, he possessed 2,000 spirit stones, allowing him to conduct 2 more simulations. Nevertheless, Lu Chuan was not in a hurry to proceed. Instead, he decided to wait for fortune to arrive. In the blink of an eye, a month passed swiftly. Throughout this month, Lu Chuan maintained his routine, spending his days refining alchemical concoctions on Dan Peak and training with Lu Aoxiang in the cave at night. Life was quite pleasant, devoid of any pressing urgency regarding the masked adversaries. On this particular day, a most distinguished guest arrived at the Qinshan sect. Lu Chuan, come to the sect hall at once. The urgent voice of the Qinshan sect leader echoed through Dan Peak. At that moment, while Lu Chuan was engrossed in his alchemical studies, a knowing smile graced his lips. Has the time finally come? He rose and made his way to the sect hall. Upon entering, Lu Chuan immediately noticed several elders standing to the sides, led by the Qinshan sect leader, Xie Yunhua. Before Xie Yunhua stood 2 figures, and the leader's demeanor was one of obsequiousness, devoid of the authority one would expect from a sect master. Clearly, these 2 individuals were of a status far beyond his reach. Upon seeing Lu Chuan enter, Xie Yunhua's expression tensed, and he hurriedly spoke. Lu Chuan, these 2 are esteemed figures who have traveled a great distance from the Alchemist sect, specifically requesting to see you. Do you know them? Xie Yunhua wore an expression of curiosity, tinged with anxiety, fearing that Lu Chuan might have inadvertently offended them and that this visit could spell trouble for the Qinshan sect. However, Xie Yunhua's concerns were unwarranted. Observing the 2 visitors, Lu Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, reporting to the sect leader. I not only know them, but I am also quite familiar with them. Indeed, the visitors were none other than Su Ling and an elder from the Alchemist sect. Upon hearing Lu Chuan's response, Xie Yunhua breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that there was no animosity between them. They're my doubt partners. Boom. The next moment, Lu Chuan's astonishing declaration nearly caused Xie Yunhua and the assembled elders to faint from shock. The hall was enveloped in an incredulous silence, as if time had momentarily frozen. With the sound of a pin dropping echoing in the stillness, no one had anticipated that Lu Chuan would utter such a staggering statement, especially Xie Yunhua, whose eyes widened in disbelief, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, utterly terrified. After all, who were these visitors? They were none other than the Holy Maiden of the Alchemist sect, and accompanying her was a nascent soul elder, the only other nascent soul cultivator in the entire Qishan sect. Aside from the sect leader himself, should he offend them, the very existence of the Qishan sect could be jeopardized. Just as Xie Yunhua was about to apologize and seek forgiveness, the next moment, Su Ling, instead of displaying any signs of anger, dashed towards Lu Chuan and, under the gaze of all present, embraced him tightly, her cheeks flushed. She murmured, "Husband, I have come to find you." At this revelation, not only did Xie Yunhua and the elders of the Qishan sect stare in astonishment, but even the elder from the Alchemist sect, who had come to protect Su Ling, stood dumbfounded. What was happening? When did the Holy Maiden acquire a doubt partner? I had no knowledge of this. Gazing at Su Ling in his arms, feeling her soft form and witnessing her delicate features up close, a look of awe washed over Lu Chuan. This was indeed the first time he had seen her in reality, and she matched the descriptions from the simulations, her beauty rivaling that of Lu Aoxiang. Particularly striking were her pure features, innocent eyes, and adorable bun hairstyle, embodying the image of a charming neighborly girl. Who could possibly resist such allure? Lu Chuan gently patted Su Ling's head, and she instinctively squinted her eyes in pleasure, savoring the moment. Her delicate nose greedily inhaled the scent emanating from him. She bore no resemblance to the dignified demeanor expected of the Holy Maiden of the Alchemist sect. Moments later, Xie Yunhua and the others finally regained their composure, only to be swept away by sheer elation. By the heavens, the Holy Maiden of the Alchemist sect is truly your doubt partner? You should have mentioned it earlier. Had I known of this connection, I would not have treated you merely as a disciple. I would have readily appointed you as the esteemed leader of the Qingyan sect. Linger, with so many onlookers here, perhaps it would be better to converse in my cave abode? Lu Chuan said, wrapping his arm around Su Ling's slender waist with a nonchalant smile, his gestures imbued with affectionate familiarity. In fact, he even surreptitiously pinched her waist a couple of times under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out. Su Ling's cheeks flushed crimson. She made no objections and nodded, replying, "Very well, my husband, let us go to your cave. I also wish to meet Sister Chuan." Oh, she possesses memories of Lu Aoxiang as well? Lu Chuan was taken aback upon hearing this revelation. He had not anticipated that she not only harbored his memories, but also those of Lu Aoxiang. Could it possibly be due to their cohabitation? After all, once Lu Aoxiang was brought to their dwelling, the three of them had shared the same cave. If that were the case, the future of their romantic pursuits would indeed be much simpler, requiring no explanations to either party. Before long, Lu Chuan led Su Ling away from the sect's grand hall. As for Xie Yunhua and the elder alchemists who had come along, they exchanged amiable smiles and engaged in friendly conversation. "Sect Master Xie, what a pleasure it is to meet you. Please, elderly, do not stand on ceremony. Take a seat. Servants, bring forth the tea." Chapter 35, Simulation Level LV. For upon returning to the cave, Lu Aoxiang was left utterly bewildered at the sight of Su Ling, whom Lu Chuan had brought back. What was happening? Why had he inexplicably returned with a woman? In Lu Aoxiang's memory, she had always been inseparable from Lu Chuan, and it seemed he had no time to become acquainted with other women. Observing Lu Aoxiang's perplexed expression, Lu Chuan began to explain, "Shuanger, this is the Holy Maiden of the Alchemy sect, Su Ling, and she is also my second partner in this journey." No sooner had he spoken than Su Ling dashed to Lu Aoxiang's side, linking her delicate arm with hers, and exclaimed with a smile, "Sister Shuang, you are as beautiful as I remembered." Upon hearing the word memory, Lu Aoxiang seemed to grasp the situation. Wasn't it memories that had initially drawn her to Lu Chuan? In her recollections, they had supported one another through hardships and advanced hand in hand. The depth of their emotional bond felt as vivid as lived experience. And even though she knew it stemmed from memories, the affection within her heart remained uncontrollable. Thus, it followed that Su Ling must have also fallen for Lu Chuan due to memories, and now she had become his second partner. With this realization, Lu Aoxiang couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lu Chuan before engaging Su Ling in conversation. She wished to uncover the experiences they had shared in their memories and how they had faced the black-clad foes. Observing this interaction, Lu Chuan shook his head, choosing not to intervene. It was best for Su Ling to elucidate the matter. Night soon fell, following the narrative of the simulation. A smile graced Lu Chuan's lips as he extinguished the lights within the cave, the implication unmistakable. In the darkness, Lu Aoxiang and Su Ling exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Especially Su Ling, whose face was aflame with embarrassment, her heart racing with anxiety. Memories were memories, and reality was reality. Engaging in actions from memories in real life was bound to provoke nervousness. However, she had prepared herself mentally for this. Otherwise, she would not have brought the elder from the alchemy sect to Qingshan sect. As for Lu Aoshuang, her heart belonged entirely to Lu Chuan. So she held no objections. The following day, Lu Chuan awoke, a gentle smile gracing his lips, filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. See? This is the life one should lead as a transmigrator. This is the existence a transmigrator ought to enjoy. It surpasses even that of the divine. Lingo, how many spirit stones do you have left? I have great use for them. Upon noticing Su Ling awake, Lu Chuan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ling replied, Husband, I possess 150,000 spirit stones. 150,000 spirit stones? Truly, as expected of the Holy Maiden of the alchemy sect. She was indeed a standard little heiress. To think that when he first encountered Lu Aoshuang, she had only possessed 8,000 spirit stones. Even then, she had been the wealthiest disciple in the entire Qingshan sect. Yet now, Su Ling had amassed 150,000 spirit stones. The disparity was staggering, reflecting the differences between their respective sections. After all, Qingshan sect was worlds apart from the alchemy sect in terms of status and standing. Hearing that Su Ling had 150,000 spirit stones, Lu Chuan's expression brightened with joy, and he hurriedly said, Linga, grant me 100,000. I have great use for it. Su Ling nodded without hesitation, handing over her entire spatial pouch to Lu Chuan. Inside the pouch lay not only her medium-grade magical artifacts and the Qinmu furnace, but also an assortment of pills and 150,000 inferior spirit stones. It was as though she were offering everything within the spatial pouch for Lu Chuan's use, allowing him to take whatever he desired. Lu Chuan was deeply moved and affectionately kissed Su Ling's forehead before promptly taking out 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones to dedicate to the system. I shall consume 100,000 energy points to upgrade the simulation system. With the upgrade, he would not only be able to select 2 talents but also choose 2 rewards upon conclusion. This meant that he could finally advance quickly in his cultivation, which had been stagnating for some time. Ding. Upgrade successful. Current system level, LV4. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Lu Chuan continued with a smile. System. Open the panel. Host. Lu Chuan Cultivation. Foundation Establishment Perfection Route. Supreme Fire Route Simulation Attempts. 0 talents. Master Alchemist. Blue. Spark of Inspiration. Blue. Simulation level. LV4 energy points. 0 partners. Lu Aoshuang. Su Ling. With the system level now at LV4, not only could it consistently produce blue talents, but it also offered 2 selection opportunities. The advancement was significant. If he were to spend 1 million inferior spirit stones to upgrade to LV5, there would be a chance to unlock purple talents. Presumably, purple talents would be far superior to blue ones. Unfortunately, 1 million inferior spirit stones was no insignificant sum, far beyond what he could currently procure. Only by venturing to the Dragon Blood Valley and seizing the opportunities bestowed by the Elder Dragon carving could he hope to upgrade. Without further contemplation, Lu Chuan dedicated another 1,000 spirit stones to prepare for a simulation. Ding. Simulation commencing. Please select the talent for this simulation. 1. Master of the Sword Path. Blue. Acquire the talent of swordsmanship, allowing you to become a paragon of the sword. 2. Supreme Thunder Root. Blue. Acquire a Supreme Thunder attribute root. 3. Defying the odds. Blue. In dire situations, unleash power far exceeding normal limits. With a 3-year cooldown. 4. Heaven rewards diligence. Blue. When you devote yourself to cultivation, your training speed increases. 5. Master of Formations. Blue. Possess the talent of formations, enabling you to become a master of formations. In this simulation, 5 talents emerged, 1 more than before. Evidently a change brought about by the system upgrade. Gazing at these 5 talents, Lu Chuan found himself in a quandary. The title of Sword Master, if attained, would undoubtedly elevate him to the status of a swordsmanship prodigy, paving his path in the realm of sword cultivation. The Supreme Thunder Root required no elaboration. It is well known that the Thunder attribute is not only a variant spirit root, but also extraordinarily domineering, imbued with the innate power of lightning, rendering it invincible among its peers. In this world, different elemental roots exhibit distinct effects. Water attributes are enduring, wood attributes possess strong restorative capabilities, metal attributes are piercing. Earth attributes are substantial, and wind attributes are agile. However, the Thunder attribute is recognized as a particularly formidable spirit root. Nevertheless, should he choose this path, possessing 2 supreme spirit roots would undoubtedly slow his cultivation speed significantly. The talents of resisting the tide and diligence rewarded also ignited a yearning within Lu Chuan. He wished to possess them as well. Alas, one cannot have both fish and bear as paws. After a period of contemplation, Lu Chuan ultimately made his decision. Sword Master and diligence rewarded. His choice of Sword Master stemmed entirely from his dream of becoming a sword immortal. With sword energy spanning 80,000 miles, and a single sword illuminating 19 provinces, it is likely that no man in the world could refuse such an opportunity. As for diligence rewarded, which enhances cultivation speed, it would undoubtedly aid his future endeavors and should not be underestimated. Ding. Selection successful. The simulation commences. Chapter 36, Sword Master. Join the Divine Sword sect. Upon acquiring the titles of Sword Master, Blue, and Diligence rewarded, Blue, he immediately drew forth a long sword and instantly sensed an innate affinity with it. Though he had never wielded a sword before, it felt remarkably effortless, completely unlike a novice handling a long sword for the first time. You are aware that this is due to your unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. Gazing at Su Ling and Lu Ao Shuang in your embrace, you decided not to linger in tenderness, but to make your way to the Dragon Blood Valley, hoping to procure the rewards from the esteemed dragon sculpture ahead of time. A month later, you arrived at the Dragon Blood Valley and successfully descended to the valley's depths, where you beheld the familiar visage of the dragon sculpture. However, no matter how fervently you called out, the dragon sculpture remained unresponsive, prompting you to ponder whether the spirit of the esteemed dragon had succumbed to slumber or if it simply held you in disregard. After all, at that time, you were merely at the perfected foundation establishment stage, lacking in cultivation prowess. With your calls yielding no results, you sighed and departed from the Dragon Blood Valley. Upon returning to the Qingshan sect, you began to contemplate your future strategies. This time, you did not intend to remain in the Qingshan sect, nor did you plan to pursue alchemy studies. Instead, you aspired to journey to the Divine Sword sect, aiming to rapidly elevate your cultivation and fully unleash your innate talent as a master of swordsmanship. Upon learning of your intentions, Lu Ao Shuang expressed her willingness to accompany you to the Divine Sword sect. As for Su Ling, she had to return to the alchemy sect, for as the saintess of the alchemy sect, she could not casually switch allegiances like one from a small, inconspicuous sect such as the Qingshan sect. Lu Ao Shuang's change of allegiance would signify a descent from higher to lower, and her transition would imply that the alchemy sect was inferior to the Divine Sword sect, an assertion the sect master would never endorse. You were well aware of the stakes involved, and without further elaboration, it was agreed that each year, a visit would be made to the alchemy sect to see her, to which Su Ling consented. That evening, you once again experienced an unforgettable night, and the following day, preparations were made for your departure. Accompanied by Lu Ao Shuang, you traversed mountains and rivers for over a month, ultimately arriving at the Sacred Sword sect unscathed. At this moment, the sect was conducting its triennial admission assessment, a timing you had meticulously calculated. Failing to join this year would mean waiting another 3 years, a prospect you were unwilling to entertain. During the evaluation, your extraordinary talent in swordsmanship captured the attention of the sect's leader. Within the Sacred Sword sect, there exists a divine sword capable of assessing one's swordsmanship aptitude. The frequency with which the sword trembles signifies the level of one's talent. It is said that the current Holy Son, by Yufei, trembled the sword 5 times, marking him as a prodigious talent in swordsmanship, rare in a century. The contemporary Holy Maiden, Ling Lanyue, achieved an impressive 8 tremors, her talent in swordsmanship being nothing short of monstrous. To your astonishment, you too trembled the sword 8 times, your resonance echoing throughout the Sacred Sword sect, startling countless elders and disciples, who gasped in disbelief. Even the sect leader emerged from seclusion, eager to witness this swordsmanship prodigy. You were equally astonished, realizing that despite possessing blue-tier swordsmanship talent, you could not elicit a 9th tremor. It appeared that the Sacred Sword sect's foundation was far from ordinary, stronger than you had anticipated. To your surprise, Holy Maiden Ling Lanyue also achieved 8 tremors, suggesting her aptitude in swordsmanship was on par with yours. Lu Chuan gasped, having initially believed that with blue-tier talent, overpowering the sect leader and subduing the cloaked figures would be effortless. Yet, to discover that someone could rival his own swordsmanship was quite unexpected. The sect leader, having verified your talent, looked upon you with a mix of astonishment and admiration, promptly elevating you to the status of the current Holy Son of the Sacred Sword sect, a position rivaling that of the elders, second only to the sect leader himself. As for the former Holy Son, by Yufei, he was demoted to the status of a prospective Holy Son. Meanwhile, Lu Ao Shuang, with her 4 tremors, also displayed considerable talent, earning her the title of prospective Holy Maiden in this realm. You successfully passed the assessment and joined the Divine Sword sect. Upon becoming a member, you expressed your desire for Lu Ao Shuang to be your partner, hoping to share the same dwelling. The sect master, upon hearing this, was slightly taken aback but soon granted your request. As the Holy Son of the Divine Sword sect, you gained the privilege to cultivate the sect's most formidable martial art, the Earth-level superior technique, the 10,000 Swords method. Although its rank pales in comparison to the Heaven-level inferior technique, the Dragon Spirit art, bestowed by the esteemed Elder Longyao, it is more than sufficient for your current capabilities. With the mastery of the Earth-level superior technique and the abundant resources available within the sect, your cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. Coupled with Lu Ao Shuang's innate physical qualities and her diligent talent for compensating for shortcomings, your training advanced by leaps and bounds. Within 3 months, your cultivation reached the Golden Core stage, establishing you as a genuine Golden Core powerhouse. Having entered the Golden Core realm, you prepared to select a sword technique for your training, for how could a sword cultivator neglect the art of swordsmanship? Arriving at the Spirit Technique Pavilion, you chose the Blue Azure 13 swords under the recommendation of an elder. It is said that even the prodigious sword talent of the Saintess Ling Lanwei only managed to master up to the 9th sword. Reaching the 13th would require considerable time and effort. The Blue Azure 13 Swords, a mid-tier Earth-level spirit technique, possesses formidable power, with each sword faster and stronger than its predecessor. When mastered to the 13th sword, its might rivals that of superior Earth-level techniques. However, the difficulty of mastering this technique is immense. Without exceptional sword talent, reaching the 13th sword is an unattainable dream. After acquiring the Blue Azure 13 Swords, you return to your dwelling, simultaneously enhancing your cultivation while studying the sword technique. 3 months later, Lu Aoshang emerged from her seclusion, her cultivation having broken through to the late Golden Core stage. She too ventured to the Spirit Technique Pavilion, selecting a supreme Earth-level sword technique, the 8 Directions Sword Rain. As Lu Aoshang practiced this technique, you trained alongside her, primarily to offer guidance. Your prodigious talent in swordsmanship has allowed you to surpass Lu Aoshang in the speed of your training, making you entirely capable of offering her guidance. Thus, as you hone your skills, you simultaneously learn sword techniques and mentor Lu Aoshang, leading to a fulfilling passage of time. A year later, your cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core, the Blue 13 Swords have evolved to the 4th sword, and the 8 Directions Sword Rain has attained a minor success, significantly enhancing your prowess. In accordance with your prior agreement, you prepared to visit the Alchemy sect to see Su Ling. On the very day of your departure, a graceful figure, adorned with a blue sword at her waist, descended from the heavens and arrived at your cave dwelling. Upon closer inspection, you were astonished to discover that it was the Saintess Ling Lanhua. It turned out that she had been in seclusion for her training, and upon hearing of the arrival of a prodigy in swordsmanship, she had hurried over. It is noteworthy that she possesses an innate sword body, yet has only reached the level of 8 sword trembles. In contrast, you have achieved the same level without any enhancement from unique physical attributes. This is truly remarkable, which fuels her curiosity about you. As Ling Lanhua approached, you greeted her with a gentle smile, taking a moment to observe her. Her physique was perfectly proportioned, devoid of any excess flesh, making her figure enviable to countless women. Her aquamarine hair was tied back in a ponytail, accentuating her exquisite features, sharp brows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and ruby lips that revealed a dazzling smile. She wore a flowing white robe that, combined with her elegant form and the blue sword at her waist, made her appear like a valiant heroine, instantly capturing your attention. Ling Lanhua first glanced at your companion, Lu Aoshang, and upon noticing her lack of discontent, she gracefully allowed you to scrutinize her. After a brief appraisal, you withdrew your gaze and inquired about the purpose of her visit. Ling Lanhua responded with a charming smile, revealing her pearly white teeth as she articulated her intentions. Chapter 37. The Sword Tomb. A place of fortuity. It turns out that her visit had 2 main objectives. First, to witness the prowess of a swordsmanship talent that rivaled her own. Second, to extend an invitation for you to accompany her to the Sword Tomb. The mention of the Sword Tomb piqued your interest, as it is renowned as a place of opportunity within the Divine Sword sect. It is said that powerful figures from the sect have left behind legacies within the Sword Tomb, awaiting talented successors to discover them. Those fortunate enough to access these inheritances might find legendary swords, sword techniques, or even rare sword varieties, leading to a transformative elevation in their strength. Naturally, you accepted Ling Lanhua's invitation. Who would refuse such an opportunity? She explained that the Sword Tomb is exceedingly precious, and due to the rarity of the strong, the inheritances dwindle with each passing moment. Consequently, the sect has decided to grant only 2 spots for this venture, yours and hers. You nodded in acknowledgement. Choosing not to elaborate further, you understood well why the strong are few and far between. This was the work of immortals. She then inquired when you would like to embark for the Sword Tomb. After pondering for a moment, you expressed that there was no rush, as you needed to visit the Alchemy sect first before returning to discuss it further. Ling Lanhua nodded, casting one last glance at Lu Aoshang before gracefully departing, leaving a fragrant breeze in her wake. Subsequently, you bid farewell to Lu Aoshang and set forth alone to the Alchemy sect to visit your second companion. Half a month later, you successfully arrived at the Alchemy sect. Your presence even stirred the sect leader, for you are now the holy son of the Divine Sword sect. Although your cultivation is merely at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, your status is on par with the elders of the Divine Sword sect, prompting a personal welcome. After exchanging pleasantries, you publicly declared that Su Ling is your companion. Su Ling's face flushed with embarrassment, yet the elders and sect leader beamed with satisfaction, recognizing the ideal match between an alchemist and a swordsman as a match made in heaven, showering you both with blessings. Even the disciples pursuing Su Ling, upon learning of your status as the Holy Son, relinquished their unrealistic ambitions, disheartened and sighing in resignation. That evening, you and Su Ling shared an ardent night together. Having missed each other dearly over the past year, reluctant to part and unwilling to rest, after spending a fortnight in the Alchemy sect, you prepared to depart and return to the Divine Sword sect to continue your cultivation. During this time, you ventured to the Dragon Blood Valley, hoping to ascertain whether the venerable dragon sculpture had awakened. Alas, it remained unresponsive, presumably still in slumber. Without lingering, you soared away on your sword, heading directly back to the Divine Sword sect. Upon your return, you first sought out Lu Aoshang for a tender moment, and then proceeded to find Ling Lanhua. intending to embark on a journey to the Sword Tomb together. Upon your arrival, Ling Lanwei greeted you with a gentle smile and led you to meet the sect master, requesting permission to access the Sword Tomb. The sect master was exceedingly pleased to learn of your intent to visit the Sword Tomb, for both of you were exceptional prodigies, renowned for your unparalleled talents within the annals of the sect's history. Should you acquire the formidable inheritance of the Sword Tomb, it might very well shatter the confines of this realm. After all, the Divine Sword sect had once basked in glory. Subsequently, the sect master escorted you and Ling Lanwei to the Sword Tomb, activating the formation that would grant you entry. Before you stepped inside, the sect master earnestly cautioned you that only one inheritance could be claimed. Should you be drawn to multiple legacies, you must choose wisely. In unison, you all agreed. Upon arriving at the Sword Tomb, a sweeping gaze revealed a myriad of long swords thrust into the ground, their sharp energies intertwining and soaring towards the heavens. Were it not for the protective formations, this formidable sword aura would likely shatter the clouds, crafting a most peculiar spectacle. As you and Ling Lanwei stepped forward, the countless swords within the tomb resonated harmoniously, subsequently breaking free from the earth and soaring towards you. Witnessing this extraordinary scene filled you with wonder. And Ling Lanwei elucidated that here, each sword symbolizes a unique legacy, and to wield a sword signifies your acceptance of that legacy. However, you were merely at the periphery of the Sword Tomb, where the legacies were generally not potent. Thus, it was prudent to press onward in pursuit of stronger inheritances, to which you readily acquiesced. As you walk alongside Ling Lanwei, you encounter a plethora of extraordinary phenomena that broaden your horizons. For instance, a blood-red longsword, severed in half, emanates an astonishing aura, accompanied by a torrent of sanguine energy, resembling an ominous blade that other swords dare not approach. Additionally, 9 longswords of varying hues form a sword array in the air, their sword chi swirling like dragons, exuding a majestic presence that is simply captivating. Before long, you arrive at the heart of the Sword Tomb. Here, you behold a singular golden longsword at the center of the tomb, radiating an air of opulence. Unlike the other swords, which are embedded in the ground, this one hovers in midair, exuding a regal dignity akin to that of an emperor among swords, compelling all others to submit. Upon witnessing the sword, a thought suddenly arises within you. Perhaps the reason the swords in the tomb are grounded is to pay homage to it. It is undoubtedly the most powerful legacy within the entire Sword Tomb, yet, regrettably, it shows no reaction to your and Ling Lanwei's presence. Clearly unimpressed by the two of you. Is it possible that such a remarkable artifact still exists within the Divine Sword sect? Chuan exclaims in astonishment. It is evident that this golden longsword possesses an extraordinary legacy, though its true nature remains unknown to him. Perhaps it rivals that of the esteemed dragon-carving ancestor. Alas, the sword appears indifferent to you and Ling Lanwei. Could it be that your innate talent is deemed insufficient, requiring a purple-grade aptitude for sword cultivation? Upon gazing at this sword, your eyes gleam with desire. Ling Lanwei, standing beside you, informs you that this sword belongs to the founder of the Divine Sword sect, who is said to have attained transcendence and ascended to the lofty realm of immortals. This sword has remained in place for thousands of years, untouched, exuding an air of haughty superiority. As you behold the resplendent golden sword, you find it utterly indifferent, prompting you to shake your head in resignation. Consequently, you opt for a more modest selection, choosing one of the divine swords that stand beside it. Surrounding the golden sword, 6 other divine blades are thrust into the ground, each displaying a unique hue and exuding an imposing aura. They respond to both you and Ling Lanwei, their blades quivering incessantly. You and Ling Lanwei intend to make a choice among these 6 divine swords. Aside from the golden longsword, these 6 are truly extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Lanwei was the first to reach a decision. She selected a verdant long sword, which was accompanied by a gentle breeze, its slender form clearly indicating it was a weapon suited for a woman, making it exceptionally fitting for Ling Lanwei. Upon grasping the verdant longsword, Ling Lanwei instantly discerned its name, the Qingfeng sword. It is classified as a low-grade magical treasure, yet with nurturing, it possesses the potential to ascend to a higher tier of divine sword, a rare find indeed. The moment Ling Lanwei seized the Qingfeng sword, the brilliance in her eyes dimmed, evidently accepting some form of inheritance. After a moment of contemplation, you averted your gaze. Ultimately, through your discerning choice, you selected a gleaming silver longsword. As you grasped the sword, its name immediately resonated within your mind, Snow Dragon. Chapter 38, The Howling Snow Dragon and the Sword Nurturing Gourd. Upon holding the Snow Dragon, an overwhelming surge of sword energy engulfed your consciousness, revealing a hidden sword formation within this formidable aura, the Howling Snow Dragon. You sit cross-legged on the ground, embarking on the journey of comprehending this intricate sword formation. During your meditative process, a profound connection stirs within you, leading to a state of enlightenment where man and nature become one. This moment of revelation endures for a full 3 months. After this period, you exhale a breath of turbid air, opening your eyes to reveal a gaze imbued with a mist of sword energy, sharp and piercing. Not only have you advanced to the late Golden Core stage, but you have also attained a minor mastery of the Snow Howling Dragon's roar. The sword formation you can now unleash is potent enough to vanquish even a perfected Golden Core cultivator. As you open your eyes, you notice Ling Lanwei, seated beside you, also awakening. She had long been conscious but chose to remain, patiently awaiting your return to awareness. With a look of admiration and envy, Ling Lanwei gazes at you, astonished that you have not only encountered the opportunity of the Sword Tomb but have also achieved a moment of enlightenment on the spot. It is worth noting that many cultivators go their entire lives without experiencing such a moment, and she is no exception. This moment of enlightenment has spared you 2 years of arduous cultivation. You inquired when she awoke, to which she replied a month ago, leaving you somewhat astonished that she had waited for you in that very spot for an entire month. Moreover, she voluntarily informed you that within the Qing Feng's sword lingered a profound sword intent. If she were to thoroughly comprehend and assimilate this intent, she would be able to master it completely. Upon hearing the mention of sword intent, your expression shifted to one of shock. Whether one practices swordsmanship, blade techniques, spear arts, or boxing, each can cultivate their own realm of understanding. These realms ascend from the fundamental to the sublime, categorized as momentum, spirit, intent, and heart. Sword intent is exceedingly rare. Now, with Ling Lanwei having obtained this sword intent, she could potentially circumvent a decade's worth of arduous trials. Once she fully digests and grasps this sword intent, the potency of her techniques and swordplay will soar, allowing her to engage foes of superior rank with the same ease as partaking in a meal or sipping water. You smiled gently, and while offering your congratulations, you informed the other party that you had acquired a sword formation. Once unleashed, this formation could unleash unparalleled lethality, whether against multiple foes or a solitary adversary. Furthermore, the potency of the sword formation could enhance in accordance with your own cultivation and the refinement of your swordsmanship, rendering it a dynamic and evolving technique. Its rarity and value were certainly on par with her own sword intent. You both exchanged congratulations, and Ling Lanwei's eyes sparkled with mirth, her brows gracefully arched, and her smile was both warm and poised, stirring something within you, causing your heart to skip a beat. Fortunately, with 2 exquisite companions by your side, your resistance to feminine beauty had notably strengthened. Otherwise, in times past, such a smile would have left you entranced for an entire afternoon. After exchanging a few more words, you and she departed from the Sword Tomb side by side. Upon leaving the Sword Tomb, you returned to your respective abodes, intending to enter seclusion for cultivation, to assimilate the gains from your journey. Before parting ways, Ling Lanwei informed you that should you encounter any uncertainties regarding sword techniques, you could seek her guidance, as her experience in swordsmanship far surpassed yours. You readily agreed. Upon returning to your abode, you first indulged in tender moments with Lu Aoshang before commencing your seclusion. As seasons changed from spring to autumn, a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. During the simulated duration of 2.5 years, your cultivation remained at the late stage of Golden Core, while the Blue 13 swords had reached the 7th sword, and your comprehension of the 8 direction sword reign had achieved a state of great mastery. However, the sword array, Snow Howling Dragon Roar, remained at a minor completion stage. In the 3rd year of simulation, leveraging your extraordinary talent in sword cultivation, you successfully grasped the sword momentum, significantly enhancing the potency of your sword techniques. With the formidable sword array at your disposal, your current strength allowed you to effortlessly slay a fully realized Golden Core cultivator with a single strike. And even early-stage nascent soul cultivators would pose no challenge to you. In the same year, Lu Aoshang reached the pinnacle of Golden Core cultivation, preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage. Upon emerging from seclusion, you resolved to visit the alchemy sect to see Su Ling, having promised to make the journey once a year. Who would have thought that time would slip by so swiftly, and before you knew it, the 3rd year had arrived. With only one visit to show for it? After sharing a tender moment with Lu Aoshang, you took to the skies on your sword, departing from the Divine Sword sect towards the alchemy sect. During your journey, you made a brief detour to the Dragon Blood Valley, eager to ascertain whether the venerable dragon carving had awakened. Both their techniques and mid-grade spirit stones held paramount importance for you, promising rapid advancement in your cultivation. Otherwise, with your current pace of training, even with your remarkable talent, you would be unable to grow strong enough before the arrival of the enigmatic cloaked figures. Upon reaching Dragon Blood Valley, just as you soared into the sky above, an overwhelming force of attraction emanated from the valley floor, pulling you in despite your formidable combat prowess. You wear an expression of astonishment upon learning that the venerable dragon sculpture has awakened, and with it, the promise of opportunity. It awakens only in the 3rd year of simulation? This implies that if I wish to acquire 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, I must wait an additional 3 years in reality? Upon realizing this, Chuan could not help but furrow his brow. However, he soon relaxed his features. 3 years are merely 3 years. After that, there will still be at least 4 years remaining, will there not? 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones would undoubtedly enable the upgrade of the simulation system to level 5, granting a purple talent. Compared to the blue talent, the superiority of the purple talent is beyond question. Should I be fortunate enough to awaken a purple swordsmanship talent, it might even sway the golden divine sword within the sword tomb. At present, there is no need for haste. Upon descending into the Dragon Blood Valley, you feel a wave of dizziness wash over you, yet you do not succumb to unconsciousness. Once your mind clears slightly, you behold the familiar dragon sculpture, still ensconced in the well-known narrative. The dragon sculpture inquires what year it currently is, and you respond with utmost honesty. While you maintain a facade of tranquility in your response, to allay any suspicion, you ensure to pose all pertinent questions. After your inquiries, the dragon sculpture expresses admiration for your exceptional swordsmanship talent. At such a tender age, you have already cultivated a sword intent, coupled with a supreme fire spiritual root, marking you as a rare prodigy. It wishes to bestow upon you an opportunity, hoping for your growth, while you are filled with joy at this prospect. A hint of curiosity lingers. Previously, the venerable dragon sculpture recognized you as a fourth-tier alchemist and gifted you a supreme-grade alchemical furnace, now as a sword cultivator. What treasures might it bestow this time? Perhaps something related to swordsmanship? Before long, the dragon sculpture presents you with a low-grade celestial technique, the dragon spirit formula. A celestial fruit known as dragon spirit fruit, a low-grade magical tool, a sword-nurturing gourd, and, astonishingly, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon witnessing this bounty, your breath quickens in excitement. The sword-nurturing gourd, while it may not be a weapon, in terms of value, it is certainly on par with, if not surpassing, a low-grade magic sword. Not only can it nourish a treasured sword, but it can also store sword energy. When the sword energy is accumulated within for an extended period, its potency will reach an astonishing level. At that moment, should you find yourself at a disadvantage, simply unleash the sword-nurturing gourd, and an avalanche of sword energy will pour forth, catching your adversary completely off guard. You would never have anticipated that the esteemed Elder Longdew possessed a sword-nurturing gourd. However, upon reflection, it is quite reasonable. After all, Elder Longdew was a formidable cultivator at the integration stage during his lifetime, and it is entirely plausible that he acquired some remarkable treasures through years of diligent practice. Upon receiving the reward, Longdew expressed that he would soon enter into another slumber. Should he manage to transcend to the god transformation stage, he may return to this place to seek him out, for there are still gifts he wishes to bestow upon him. You respectfully bowed towards the dragon sculpture and subsequently departed on your sword. Chapter 39. Exchange of Sword Techniques. Advancement of Strength. Upon arriving at the alchemy sect, you were reunited with Su Ling after a long absence. She expressed her grievances regarding your visit, lamenting that it was agreed upon to meet once a year, yet nearly 2 years had elapsed since your last arrival. You expressed your sincere apologies to her, elucidating the circumstances, and after much coaxing, Su Ling finally beamed with joy. She understood that for cultivators, time holds no significance. The mere fact that you could visit her frequently was already a remarkable feat that evening, as you reunited after a long separation. The cave was alive with the clamor of chaos, leaving no respite. You and Su Ling reveled in each other's company within the cave for an entire week. As the days passed, your fervor began to wane, prompting you to retrieve the celestial grade low-tier technique, the dragon spirit formula, and impart it to Su Ling. She was utterly astonished by this celestial grade technique, never having anticipated that you possessed such a remarkable skill. You professed that this was your fortuitous encounter, and she, without further inquiry, joyfully immersed herself in her cultivation. Subsequently, you bestowed upon her 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, intending to bid farewell. For Su Ling, who had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones would suffice for a considerable period of cultivation. Just before your departure, Su Ling, reluctant to part, gazed at you with glistening eyes, as if yearning to remain by your side for a longer duration. With a gentle smile, you convey to your counterpart the notion of mutual affection, emphasizing that it is not solely about the fleeting moments of dawn and dusk. Once you have matured and dismantled the schemes of the shadowy figures, you shall be able to remain together for eternity. Su Ling, wiping away her tears, steps forward to kiss your lips, leaving behind a lingering fragrance before allowing you to depart. Upon leaving the alchemy sect, you soar back to the sword sect on your sword, making your way directly to Ling Lanue's cave dwelling, eager to share insights regarding sword cultivation. For cultivators, the exchange of experiences in their practice is of paramount importance. Previously, you had the opportunity to discuss your cultivation experiences with Lu Aoshang. But since acquiring the blue sword cultivation talent, you have predominantly been the one guiding her, creating a void for meaningful dialogue. Ling Lanwei possesses the same sword cultivation talent as you, complemented by an innate sword body, marking her as a prodigious talent in swordsmanship, undoubtedly the ideal partner for exchange. The duration of this interaction spans an entire month. Throughout this period, both you and she gained distinct insights into sword techniques, despite sharing the same sword cultivation talent. Differing perspectives lead to varied interpretations of the sword. In your eyes, as a sword cultivator, one must embody the spirit of a sword that traverses 30,000 miles of sword energy, wielding an unparalleled might that casts a chill across 19 continents, standing sovereign and unmatched. Your thoughts are remarkably unique, captivating Ling Lanwei, whose beautiful eyes shimmer with admiration. For her, the lack of a partner to exchange sword techniques is palpable. Bai Yufei, the holy son of the Origin Sword Sect, possesses extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Yet he has only achieved the 5th resonance of the sword. The gap before the 8th is still substantial, and she often finds herself guiding him. With you, however, there exists a genuine exchange. Following this interaction, both of you have gained insights and are eager to retreat for further contemplation of sword techniques. Before parting ways, you presented the low-grade heavenly stage technique, the dragon spirit formula, inquiring if she would consider its cultivation. Mastering this technique would undoubtedly accelerate her progress. Given Ling Lanue's prodigious talent, you envision her as a formidable female swordswoman capable of confronting the shadowy figures. Regrettably, she declined, asserting that as an innate sword body, her essence aligns with the sword itself, and thus, cultivating sword arts is her most prudent path. You nodded slightly, saying nothing further, and took your leave. Upon returning to the cave, it was inevitable to indulge in a tender moment with Lu Aoshuang. You have discerned that if the other party's profound yin-yang physique remains unrefined for an extended period, it will begin to accumulate the power of yin essence. Consequently, during the next cultivation session, they will be able to assimilate it all at once. Thus, you are not anxious about the potential squander of their innate constitution due to inadequate utilization. One cannot help but marvel at the profound nature of the yin-yang body, which truly deserves its reputation as a supreme furnace physique, revealing such extraordinary applications. After a moment of tender exchange, you presented the celestial tier technique, the dragon spirit art, along with a mid-grade spirit stone for Lu Aoshuang's cultivation. Initially taken aback by the celestial tier technique, Lu Aoshuang soon regained her composure. In her eyes, you were shrouded in myriad secrets, consistently accomplishing feats beyond imagination. Yet, her interest lay not in your enigmas, but rather in you. Observing this, Lu Chuan touched his nose, feeling a swell of emotion. Having spent the most time with Lu Aoshuang, almost inseparable, she could undoubtedly perceive the changes within him. Even so, Lu Aoshuang refrained from probing further, choosing instead to offer her silent companionship, a precious gift in itself. You both commenced your seclusion, as spring gave way to autumn. A fleeting year and a half swiftly passed. During this time, you ingested the rare and precious dragon spirit fruit, which not only enhanced your physical prowess but also elevated your dragon spirit technique to the dragon pattern stage, allowing your cultivation to ascend to the nascent soul realm, thus becoming a veritable nascent soul powerhouse. As for Lu Aoshuang, she remains in her retreat, intent on breaking through the nascent soul realm before emerging. Alas, there was but a single dragon spirit fruit. How splendid it would have been had there been more. One can only wonder if the esteemed dragon carver possesses additional dragon spirit fruits. Without further contemplation, upon concluding your retreat, you hastened once more to the alchemy sect, eager to pay a visit to Su Ling. However, to your astonishment, she too was engrossed in her own cultivation, declaring that she would not emerge until she reached the nascent soul stage. You chuckle softly, bemused by the fact that everyone seems to be in seclusion. With no other option, you return to the Divine Sword sect to continue your exchanges with Ling Lanwei. This time, the duration of your interaction spans another month. Throughout these exchanges, you share numerous moments of physical contact with her, such as handshakes and shoulder leans. Yet, she shows no sign of resistance, instead regarding you with an enigmatic expression. That expression seems to convey a silent question. You already have a partner, and yet you dare to harbor feelings for her? Are you not afraid of provoking jealousy in your companion? Interpreting Ling Lanue's expression, you smile and feign ignorance, proceeding as you must. After a month, you depart with a wealth of insights. Upon returning to your cave dwelling, you once again enter seclusion. 6 months later, you emerge, prompted by the news of Lu Aoshuang's own return. In this simulated 5th year, Lu Aoshuang has successfully advanced to the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, becoming a genuine nascent soul practitioner. As for you, your cultivation remains at the initial stage of the nascent soul. Yet you have mastered the 9th sword of the Azure 13 swords, and the 8-direction sword reign has reached its pinnacle. However, the Snowhowl Dragon's roar remains at a modest level of achievement. The comprehension of sword formations proves to be significantly more challenging than that of sword techniques, resembling a form of array that necessitates a certain innate talent. After Lu Aoshuang's emergence, you naturally take the opportunity to share tender moments with her. Once those moments have passed, you prepare to journey once more to the alchemy sect to visit Su Ling. Upon reflection, it has been 2 years since you last saw her, and she should have emerged from her seclusion by now. Departing from the Divine Sword sect, you set forth on your journey to the alchemy sect, with your cultivation having reached the nascent soul realm and wielding the Snow Dragon Divine Sword. Your speed while flying on your sword is remarkably swift, akin to a shooting star, prompting many cultivators below to stop and gaze in admiration. Within just 3 days, you arrive at the alchemy sect. As expected, Su Ling has successfully emerged from her seclusion, having attained the nascent soul realm. Upon learning of your arrival, she is overjoyed and eagerly pulls you into her cave dwelling for a conversation. You and she once again shared an unforgettable night. Chapter 40. The Abducted Xiao Ling Xian. In an effort to make amends with Su Ling, you lingered within the alchemy sect for a full month before bidding farewell. Before you departed, you entrusted Su Ling with 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones to aid her cultivation. Since receiving 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones from the esteemed dragon carving elder, your resources had dwindled to merely 40,000 within a span of 2 years, consumed at an alarming rate. Of this, 20,000 were given to Su Ling, while the remaining 40,000 were jointly expended by you and Lu Aoshuang in your refining endeavors. Upon returning to the Divine Sword sect, you resolved to enter seclusion once more, for the arrival of the cloaked figure loomed just under 2 years away, necessitating a swift enhancement of your cultivation. As seasons changed, a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. After a year, with the assistance of heavenly techniques, mid-grade spirit stones, and diligent practice, your cultivation advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, and the dragon spirit technique progressed to the dragon scale phase, fortifying your physical form. Now, only a year remained before the cloaked figure's arrival. The prospect of breaking through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm within this year felt bleak, prompting you to concentrate exclusively on sword techniques. During the final year, you frequently visited Ling Lanue's retreat to exchange insights on swordsmanship, even practicing together to foster mutual growth. Ling Lanwei had also reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, much like yourself, however, with the aid of her clear wind sword intent. Her comprehension of the sword had ascended to the sword chi stage, and she had mastered the 12th sword of the Azure 13 swords. When her sword was drawn, the very sky seemed to be dyed azure by the sword's aura, rippling like water, exuding a formidable presence capable of slaying an ordinary late-stage nascent soul practitioner. Naturally, you were not to be outdone. Although your mastery of the sword had only reached the sword momentum stage, you wielded the snow-howling dragon roar sword array. Once the array was unleashed, the divine sword transformed into a dragon, a snow-white serpent roaring through the heavens, equally capable of vanquishing an ordinary late-stage nascent soul practitioner. It could be said that although both of you were still mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, your true combat prowess had long surpassed that realm. A year later, you had cultivated the Azure 13 swords to the 11th sword, achieved perfection in the 8 direction sword reign, and refined the snow-howling dragon roar sword array to a consummate stage. Once the array was deployed, the snow dragon appeared even more lifelike, brimming with murderous intent. Indeed, this time, your simulated strength was formidable enough to be deemed invincible among nascent soul practitioners, even able to contend with those of the divine transformation realm. Was this the essence of swordsmanship talent? Truly terrifying. Upon witnessing this, Chuan wore an expression of astonishment. Achieving mid-stage nascent soul cultivation within 7 years was already remarkable. To break through to the divine transformation realm in such a time frame seemed almost impossible unless one possessed an exceptional heavenly technique and high-grade spirit stones. Yet, in this cage-like world, where the strong were few and far between, how could such powerful techniques and stones possibly manifest? Thus, the path of cultivation must be taken step by step, gradually. On the eve of the cloaked figure's arrival, you personally journeyed to the alchemy sect to bring Su Ling back. Merely a few days later, the mysterious cloaked figure arrived as promised at the Divine Sword sect, intending to abduct the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, along with Lu Aoxiang, yet curiously did not mention Su Ling, seemingly unaware of her presence at the Divine Sword sect. The sect master of the Divine Sword sect, of course, vehemently opposed, and both parties swiftly engaged in battle. During the conflict, you and Ling Lanwei displayed remarkable prowess. None of the nascent soul practitioners who had come were able to withstand even a single strike from you. With each sword drawn, the sword energy surged forth, wreaking havoc. The leader of the cloaked figures, witnessing this, was filled with trepidation, despite being a superlative practitioner of the divine transformation realm. He sensed a profound danger emanating from both of you, as if it were uncertain whether he could defeat you in combat. In a mere moment, the cloaked figures were nearly annihilated by your combined strength, with their leader fleeing in disgrace, appearing much like a dog from a distance. This battle was a resounding victory for you. In the aftermath, the sect master of the Divine Sword sect convened you all, regarding you with an expression of disbelief, as if he could scarcely fathom that you possessed such extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, yet had not become their target. You could easily discern the implications behind the sect master's gaze. It was no jest. The reason for your extraordinary prowess was not merely due to luck, but rather the innate talent bestowed upon you by the system, rendering you beyond the scope of their intentions. The sect master, with a grave countenance, warned you all that the enemy would not relent, hoping that you would grow swiftly to stand united against the cloaked figures. You nodded in unison, responding affirmatively. Following this battle, according to your recollections, the enemy's next offensive would arrive in a year, granting you a respite of 12 months. At this juncture, a thought seemed to occur to you. You whispered a few words of caution into the ears of Lu Aoxiang and Su Ling before preparing to take flight on your sword towards the Qinglian sect to assess its condition. If circumstances permitted, you also wished to bring Xia Lingxian along. Otherwise, even if the Qinglian sect were to withstand the current assault from the cloaked figures, it would undoubtedly falter against their next onslaught. Before your departure, Ling Lanwei approached you, inquiring about your destination, noting that the outside world was fraught with peril. Observing her expression, it appeared she was genuinely concerned for your safety. Without reservation, you informed her of your intention to journey to the Qinglian sect. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Lanwei expressed her desire to accompany you, believing that together you would be better equipped to face any dangers that might arise along the way. You nodded in agreement, and then, alongside Ling Lanyu, you took to the skies on your sword, making your way to the Qinglian sect. After approximately 2 days of travel, you arrived at the Qinglian sect, driven by a sense of urgency. Upon your arrival, the sect master wore a grim expression, his mood evidently sour. You surmised the unfortunate circumstances and inquired whether the saintess of the Qinglian sect had indeed been abducted. In a prior simulation, the figure cloaked in black had intended to forcibly seize Xia Lingxian, sacrificing his own blood essence to do so. This time, without your assistance, Xia Lingxuan's fate appeared bleak. The sect master nodded, recounting the details of the saintess's abduction, which aligned perfectly with your earlier conjectures. Your mood equally soured, your countenance darkening in an instant. In your heart, Xia Lingxian had already become yours, yet now she has been seized by the cloaked figures. How could one endure such a fate? Just as your spirit sank further, a delicate hand suddenly emerged, grasping your own. Turning to gaze, you found it was Ling Lanwei. She urged you to gather your wits, to refrain from sorrow, for the pressing matter at hand was to confront the encroaching shadows that lay ahead. You nodded, feeling a slight alleviation of your mood. Subsequently, you both soared away from the Qinglian sect, returning to the Xinjian sect. Along the journey, you could sense that Ling Lanwei genuinely cared for you. Yet the nature of your relationship was somewhat delicate, akin to a bond that hovered between friendship and unfulfilled romance. To validate this conjecture, you inquired whether she harbored thoughts of seeking a companion for the path. After a moment of contemplation, her beautiful eyes glimmered as she responded succinctly, yes. But it must wait until everything is resolved. Chapter 41. The Terrifying Taoist-Robed Elder O? Could it be that you must first eradicate the shadowy figures before you can claim her as your partner on the path? Upon realizing this, Lu Chuan wore a perplexed expression. The simulations made it clear that throughout the accumulation of shared experiences, Ling Lanwei did not harbor aversion towards you, and her fondness had been steadily rising. Particularly during moments of physical contact, she not only refrained from avoidance but also contemplated whether Lu Aoshang might feel jealous. Moreover, whether it was during the journey to the Qinglian sect or while holding hands to provide comfort, it was evident that Ling Lanwei certainly did not dislike you. On the contrary, her affection seemed to deepen. However, her words also subtly conveyed that even if she did entertain thoughts of finding a companion, it could only occur after the current matters were settled, not in the present. TSK, 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 splendid. If all goes well, another member could soon join the harem. At this rate, the maidens of the three premier sects, the Xinjian sect, Qinglian sect, and the pill refining sect, would all be swept into my fold. As for the remaining sects, such as the Xueyang sect, Huayu Valley, and the Ryu sect, the Xueyang sect is primarily a martial body sect, predominantly inhabited by male cultivators, and currently lacks any holy maidens. Huayu Valley only accepts female disciples, and in this generation, there exists only a holy maiden, with no holy son in sight. Regarding the Ryu sect, Lu Chuan mused quietly. It appears to be the most low-key among the 6 major sects, rarely revealing its true strength. With even its sect assessments occurring only once every 8 years, he was unaware of whether they had any holy sons or maidens. Shaking his head, Lu Chuan dismissed further thoughts and focused intently on his studies. Upon returning to the Xinjian sect, you continued to immerse yourself in cultivation, preparing for the next onslaught from the shadowy figures. Seasons changed, and another year slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this year, your cultivation remained at the mid-stage of the Yuaning realm. In truth, upon reaching the Yuaning stage, progressing further necessitated considerable time for consolidation, even with the possession of inferior-tier heavenly techniques and mid-grade spirit stones. However, you had comprehended the Bailan 13 swords up to the 12th sword. When unleashed, it sent ripples across the azure waves, merging water and sky, showcasing tremendous power. The 8 directions sword rain had reached a consummate state, allowing you to fully grasp its profound intricacies. Nevertheless, the Xuexiao Longyin remained merely at the major accomplishment stage, showing little enhancement. A year later, a fresh wave of shadowy figures approached with fierce intent, this time with 5 of them at the God transformation stage. Truly astonishing. They explicitly demanded the capture of Bai Yufei. Lu Aoshang, Ling Lanwei, and Su Ling. Predictably, they did not mention you. The sect master of the Xinjian sect remained resolute, scolding the intruders for their madness, incredulous that they would sacrifice such prodigious talents merely to escape. Without further ado, both sides once again plunged into battle. Yet, the circumstances remained far from optimistic. You and Ling Lanwei each confront a formidable cultivator at the transformation stage. In the face of this powerful adversary, you both exhibit unwavering strength, wielding your swords with a fierce and commanding grace. The blade's energy surges with a majestic rhythm, as if slicing through the very fabric of the heavens, prompting even the transformation stage cultivator to retreat in trepidation, unwilling to engage in direct conflict. However, the most significant distinction between a nascent soul cultivator and one at the transformation stage lies in the latter's nascent understanding of the laws of nature, enabling them to commune with the ethereal energies of the universe. As long as the spiritual essence of the world remains inexhaustible, the magical power within them flows ceaselessly, boundlessly. Should you fail to vanquish your foe swiftly, the prospect of victory diminishes rapidly. Indeed, as the battle endures, the velocity of your sword strikes dwindles. The potency of your techniques wanes, and the magical energy within you visibly falters, gradually depleting. You are aware that if the opponent is not dealt with soon, victory will be impossible. Unfortunately, both you and Ling Lanwei are merely in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, with a significant gap to the transformation god realm. Even with remarkable swordsmanship, it is impossible to vanquish a formidable transformation god expert. At that moment, a powerful aura emanated from the depths of the ancestral grounds of the Divine Sword sect, indicating that the sect's ancient ancestor had emerged from seclusion. Faced with this venerable figure, the cloaked man dared not show any negligence. After all, he was a being who had lived for a full 6 centuries. On par with the legendary figures of the Locking Immortals era, his strength unfathomable and not to be underestimated. Without uttering a word upon his exit, the ancestor of the Divine Sword sect pointed his sword at the cloaked man. In an instant, the entire sect was engulfed in a tempest of sword energy. As 1,000 blades resonated in unison, the 5 cloaked figures of the transformation god realm were no match for the sect's ancestor in a single encounter. He dispatched 2 of them with ease. The remaining 3, witnessing this, felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, and without a moment's hesitation. They fled in utter disarray. Was this yet another crisis averted? After so many simulations, this was the first time you had survived for such an extended period. Observing this, Chuan found it somewhat unbelievable. Having repelled the second wave of cloaked figures, it seemed there was a chance of survival for a while longer. Yet, how long could it last? Nevertheless, this had already surpassed previous survival records, and this simulation was rich with information. Judging by the strength displayed by the ancestor of the Divine Sword sect, slaying 2 transformation god experts in one encounter indicated that they were at least in the late stages or even perfected in their cultivation. They could be considered the pinnacle of power in this realm. With the cloaked figures having retreated, you were granted a moment to breathe. The ancestor of the Divine Sword sect sighed deeply, seemingly filled with countless regrets. He cast a long glance at you, Ling Lanwei, and Luo Xiang, saying nothing before returning to the ancestral grounds to resume his meditation. With the cloaked figures repelled, you found yourself with more time to cultivate. And you couldn't help but ponder whether, with such a powerful figure as the ancestor, the schemes of the cloaked figures could succeed. Unless they sent a fully realized transformation god expert, it seemed unlikely that anyone could abduct you from the Divine Sword sect. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months passed swiftly. During this time, your cultivation progressed further, yet you still did not break through. One day, the cloaked figures returned to the Divine Sword sect. But this time, there was only one. Before him stood an elder with an ethereal presence, clad in a loose gray robe reminiscent of a Taoist priest. He carried himself with an air of composure, his eyes perpetually squinted, exuding the demeanor of a formidable being. Just by his appearance, one could sense his terrifying strength. Approaching the Divine Sword sect, the robed elder spoke nonchalantly. Old Sword Master, you must be aware of the purpose of my visit. Do not be so foolish as to ignore it. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking compassion and annihilating the Divine Sword sect. In response to the elder's sharp words, the ancestor of the Divine Sword sect remained silent deep within the ancestral grounds for a long while before finally uttering 2 words, Hound. Upon hearing this, the robed elder not only did not become angry but shook his head and replied, being a hound is preferable to remaining in the transformation god realm for eternity. Is it not? Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, the elder flicked his sleeve, drawing Ling Lanwei, Luo Xiang, and the others uncontrollably towards him. Seeing this unfold, your eyes turned crimson as you watched your beloved ones being taken away. Naturally, you could not accept this and chose to fight the robed elder to the bitter end. The Snow Dragon sword immediately formed the Snow Howl Dragon chant, transforming into a massive silver dragon that lunged at the robed elder. Faced with your assault, the elder frowned, waving his hand, and in an instant, the silver dragon shattered. While you were reduced to nothingness, you have perished. Please select your rewards for this simulation. Chapter 42, Breakthrough, Mid-Infant Soul Stage 1. Master of Swordsmanship, Blue 2. Diligence can compensate for ineptitude, Blue 3. Mid-Infant Soul Stage Cultivation 4. Low-Ranked Heavenly Technique, Dragon Spirit, Art 5. Dragon Scale Body 6. Sword Formation, Snow Howling Dragon Chant, Complete, 7. Low-Ranked Magical Artifact, Snow Dragon Sword 8. Azure Blue 13 Swords, 12th Sword, 9. 8 Direction Sword Rain, Perfect, 10. Sword Nourishing Gourd. The available rewards were abundant, nearly overwhelming Chuan's vision. As the simulation concluded, a chill flickered in Chuan's eyes. How audacious of the robed elder to brazenly abduct Luo Xiang and the others before him. He was indeed courting death. In the future, this robed Taoist must be ground to dust. However, the final few phrases carried immense weight, leaving Chuan momentarily at a loss to comprehend. According to the robed elder, he had successfully transcended to the transformation god stage, advancing beyond it to the void refinement realm. Yet, the price of this breakthrough was to become a lackey. What could this possibly mean? Furrowing his brows, Chuan pondered. A lackey? For whom? A lackey of the great ascension cultivators? He had initially believed that no void refinement cultivators existed in this realm, yet it seemed that was not entirely true. With a faint sigh, Chuan shook his head and remarked, the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Surveying the rewards available for selection, Chuan hesitated not for an instant, opting for the Master of Swordsmanship, Blue, and Mid-Infant Soul Stage Cultivation. While the other rewards were indeed tempting, Chuan discerned that without choosing cultivation, he could not alter the outcome. Ultimately, time was still too short for him. The simulation's duration had merely reached the mid-infant soul stage. Without selecting cultivation, it would be impossible to proceed. Boom. Upon Chuan's selection of the rewards, an immensely powerful and vast aura surged into his being. This force even startled Luo Xiang and Su Ling within the cave abode, prompting them to turn their gazes towards Chuan, their expressions filled with astonishment. Under the gaze of all, Chuan's aura soared uncontrollably, beginning from the early Golden Core stage, advancing through the mid and late Golden Core stages, reaching Golden Core perfection, and culminating in the early mid-infant soul stage. It was only upon attaining the mid-infant soul stage that Lu Chuan's cultivation finally stabilized. Moreover, this mid-infant soul stage was not a recent breakthrough, but rather a well-accumulated level, not far from the late-infant soul stage. He had perfectly inherited the cultivation from the simulation. With the successful breakthrough to the mid-infant soul stage and feeling the nascent spirit within him, Lu Chuan felt a surge of soul power, yielding a faint smile. After such a long time, his cultivation had finally advanced once more, directly arriving at the mid-infant soul stage. Filled with emotion, Lu Chuan exhaled a breath of turbid air. System, open the panel. Host, Lu Chuan cultivation, mid-infant soul stage spiritual root. Supreme fire spiritual root simulation attempts. 2 talents. Master Alchemist, green. Flash of spiritual light, green. Swordsmanship talent, blue. Simulation level, LV4 energy value, 0 Dao companions, Lu Aoshuang, Su Ling. The number of simulation attempts had reached 2. A gift from the system for his breakthroughs to golden core and mid-infant soul stages. Observing the system's displayed panel, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. If he were to conduct a few more simulations, would there still be a need to worry about the black-clad figures? In the blink of an eye, they would be reduced to ashes. My husband, what has transpired? How have you suddenly reached the mid-infant soul stage? Upon sensing Lu Chuan's current cultivation, Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling gazed at him with incredulity, their beautiful eyes wide open in astonishment. Surely, even a transmission of enlightenment could not be so exaggerated. Aha, Aoshuang. Linger, this is a secret of mine. Worry not. Grant me a bit more time, and that group of black-clad figures will be of no concern. Lu Chuan laughed heartily, his heart brimming with joy. With his strength now at the mid-infant soul stage, he felt unprecedentedly powerful, and a tinge of arrogance began to swell within him. At that moment, Lu Aoshuang seemed to ponder something, murmuring softly, Husband, do you know the identity of the black-clad figures? Why are they intent on capturing us? In her eyes, Lu Chuan harbored too many secrets. Perhaps he knew something. Observing Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling's curious expressions, Lu Chuan contemplated briefly before deciding to reveal the truth of the world to them. He could not allow them to remain ignorant of why they were targeted by the black-clad figures until the end. Moreover, Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling were his allies. They would not betray him. Thus, Lu Chuan recounted the truth of the world in detail, during which Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling's expressions grew increasingly grave, occasionally displaying signs of confusion that Lu Chuan patiently clarified. Upon learning the truth, Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling's faces turned extremely pale. They had never expected to be born in a place of confinement. Even more shocking was the realization that the black-clad figures targeted them solely for their fortune. If that were the case, should they fail to contend with the black-clad figures, would they inevitably meet their demise? Noticing Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling's serious expressions, Lu Chuan chuckled softly and reassured them, Fear not, Aoshuang, Linger, with me around, the black-clad figures pose no threat. I have no intention of remaining in this world indefinitely. I will shatter this prison and bring you both to freedom. Upon hearing Lu Chuan's words, Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling's eyes sparkled simultaneously. Indeed, they still had their husband by their side. With so many secrets surrounding him, perhaps he truly could contend with the black-clad figures. Husband, even if you have a way to deal with the black-clad figures, what about the immortals? What of the cursed thunder tribulation? Lu Aoshuang inquired curiously. As long as they remained in this realm, once they broke through to the void refinement stage, they would face the cursed thunder tribulation. Confronting the cursed thunder tribulation meant certain death. Not to mention, this realm had already angered an immortal. Upon hearing the mention of immortals, both Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling felt a chill run down their spines. Even Great Ascension cultivators seemed like distant figures in their eyes. How much more so for the immortals above the Great Ascension? Offending an immortal would leave any ordinary cultivator in despair. This was precisely why there existed conservative factions in this realm. They simply could not muster the spirit to resist. Lu Chuan smiled faintly, embracing Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling. Offering comfort, do not worry. There will surely be a way, won't there? Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling nodded, snuggling against Lu Chuan, feeling a glimmer of reassurance within their hearts. It seemed that as long as their husband was present, every difficulty would have a solution. Gazing at his remaining 2 simulation attempts, Lu Chuan did not rush into the next simulation but rather prepared to rest for a while. After 3 days of intimacy with Lu Aoshuang and Su Ling within the cave abode, Lu Chuan finally resolved to commence another simulation. This time, Lu Chuan had a clear and specific goal, to win over Xiaoling Xian. You may wonder why. Naturally, it is to upgrade the simulation system. To Lu Chuan, the blue talent has become insufficient. Upgrading the simulation system requires the consumption of 1 million energy points, equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. This is not a sum that any faction can casually provide. When converted to medium-grade spirit stones, it amounts to an astounding 10,000. Although the esteemed Elder Long can procure 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 3 years is an eternity, and he cannot afford to wait. Thus, Lu Chuan must set his sights on Xiaoling Xian. After all, Xiaoling Xian is backed by the sect leader of the Qinglian sect, making her a quintessential heiress. In a previous simulation, she had generously provided him with 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones for cultivation. If he could procure these 10,000 stones, it would suffice to upgrade the simulation system. System, commence the simulation. Ding, simulation initiated. Please select the talent for the simulation. 1. Fire Spiritual Body, blue. Acquire the Fire Attribute Spiritual Body. 2. Child of Destiny, blue. Obtain a wealth of fate and fortune, becoming a once-in-a-century child of destiny. 3. Tortoise Breath, blue. Capable of concealing one's cultivation aura, detectable only by those two major realms higher. 4. Charisma, blue. An enhancement of charm, making it easier to win the affection of women. 5. Iron Body, blue. Tripling one's defensive capabilities. Gazing upon the talents presented in this refresh, Chuan contemplated deeply. The Fire Spiritual Body must be acquired. The exceptional fire root combined with the Fire Spiritual Body would significantly enhance his cultivation speed, allowing him to flourish like a fish in water. It would truly make him an unparalleled prodigy in the realm of cultivation. The real decision lay with the second option. The Child of Destiny is quite advantageous, whether in cultivation or various other aspects. Everything would proceed with remarkable ease, as if aided by divine intervention. However, once chosen, he would become a target for the dark-clad figures, which requires careful consideration. Tortoise Breath allows for the adjustment of his cultivation aura, detectable only by those two major realms higher. Undoubtedly, Tortoise Breath would provide immense assistance. After all, he is currently a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, not yet 20 years old. Should this be revealed, it would surely raise eyebrows and prompt exclamations of encountering a monster. Moreover, joining a sect as a nascent soul is impractical. A nascent soul could easily become a respected elder, so why descend to the status of a disciple? If other disciples were to learn of this, envy would surely ensue. As for Charisma and Iron Body, they are decent, but at this stage, their benefits are certainly overshadowed by those of Tortoise Breath. After a moment of reflection, Chuan made his choice. System: I select the Fire Spiritual Body and Tortoise Breath. Selection successful, entering simulation. Upon acquiring the Fire Spiritual Body, your sensitivity to the spiritual energy in the air becomes heightened, and the spiritual energy within you, aided by your physique, transforms into a scorching and overwhelming force, formidable in its potency. Even though your cultivation remains unchanged, your combat prowess has already doubled, allowing you to effortlessly defeat your former self, devoid of a spiritual body. One cannot help but marvel at the essence of one's constitution, for it is indeed a treasure of great worth. The mere possession of such a constitution bestows the remarkable ability to transcend ordinary limits in combat. Upon acquiring the spiritual body, both Luo Shuang and Su Ling discerned a subtle shift in your aura, though they could not quite articulate the nature of this change. Subsequently, Su Ling inquired about your future plans. After some contemplation, you recalled your previous affiliation with the Divine Sword sect and resolved to join the Qinglian sect this time, aiming to win over Xiaoling Xian. Su Ling nodded in affirmation, mentioning her intention to return to the Alchemy sect, as her position as a saintess prohibits her from casually aligning with other sections. You refrained from elaborating further, instead assuring her that you would visit the Alchemy sect annually, to which Su Ling readily agreed. Fortunately, the Qinglian sect conducts its entrance examination biennially, and this year presents an opportunity for you to enter, sparing you the necessity of remaining at the Qing Mountain sect. However, prior to your departure, you decided to make a pilgrimage to the Dragon Blood Valley. Having failed in your previous attempt, you now found yourself at the mid-stage of the Yuaning realm, uncertain of your chances for success this time. As you soared through the skies on your sword to the valley's depths, it was with a heavy heart that you noted the Elder Dragon remained ensconced in slumber, impervious to your calls. It appears that this matter is not significantly influenced by one's cultivation level. Without much thought, you turned and left the Dragon Blood Valley. Upon returning to the Qingshan sect, you prepared to depart with Luo Xiang. Upon learning of your imminent departure, the sect leader expressed his regret but did not impede your journey. Instead, he urged you to remember the nurturing grace of the sect in the years to come, should you achieve great progress in your cultivation. You agreed. Leaving Qingshan sect, you and Luo Xiang made your way to Qinglian sect. Along the journey, you reveled in the beauty of the mountains and waters, akin to a blissful couple enjoying their honeymoon. You even engaged in cultivation amidst nature, which provided you with a unique experience. After more than a month, you finally arrived at Qinglian sect, just as it was holding its biennial entrance examination. As anticipated, you successfully joined Qinglian sect, thanks to your exceptional talent in the Fire Spirit Body, and this time, you were honored to become the Holy Son of Qinglian sect. This achievement was attributed to your Fire Spirit Body. Whether as a Holy Son or a Holy Daughter, candidates must possess the most formidable talents and strengths among all disciples to command respect. With your superior Fire Spirit Root and Fire Spirit Body, your talents were unparalleled within the sect. Coupled with the assistance of the turtle breathing technique, you adjusted your cultivation to the mid-stage of the Golden Core, placing you among the elite of the younger generation, which led the sect leader to elevate you directly to the position of Holy Son. While the former Holy Son was demoted to a quasi-Holy Son, Luo Xiang was designated as a quasi-Holy Daughter. Thus, you became a member of the sect, and you expressed to the sect leader your desire to share a dwelling with Luo Xiang as your partner. The sect leader, though slightly astonished, consented. Becoming the Holy Son brought with it a transformative array of resources for cultivation compared to your time at Qingshan sect. However, with your current cultivation at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, the lower-grade spirit stones offered little assistance. Nevertheless, you chose to remain silent, waiting for the day when the venerable dragon carving would awaken, believing all would be well then. Furthermore, the purpose of this endeavor was to forge a connection with Xiaoling Xian, rendering all else secondary. To deepen your relationship with Xiaoling Xian, you frequently sought her out to exchange insights on cultivation. However, upon learning of your partnership with Lu Aoxiang, Xiaoling Xian maintained a distant demeanor, seemingly indifferent toward you. In response, you merely smiled, choosing to say nothing. As the seasons changed, a year swiftly passed. With the aid of spirit stones and her innate constitution, Lu Aoxiang successfully progressed to the late stage of the Golden Core, while your own advancement could only be described as modest, bringing you closer to the late stage of the nascent soul. As per your agreement, you traveled to the Alchemy sect to visit Su Ling. After spending a month at the Alchemy sect, you returned to Qing Lian sect. Another year slipped by unnoticed. In the second year of your simulation, Lu Aoxiang remained at the late stage of the Golden Core, while you were still at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Despite the acceleration afforded by your fire spirit body, the limited assistance from lower-grade spirit stones made significant breakthroughs laborious, requiring immense time. Moreover, the only technique you had mastered thus far was the inferior Earth-grade Qing Lian formula, which was insufficient for your aspirations, although there was little advancement in your cultivation. A positive development occurred. Your relationship with Xiaoling Xian had grown considerably. Initially, Xiaoling Xian held a degree of disdain for you, perceiving your pursuit of her despite your existing partner as a form of insincerity. Thus, she sought to distance herself from you. However, you proposed a challenge. If she could defeat you, you would cease your attempts to engage with her. Conversely, should she fail, she would have to permit your visits and could not use seclusion as an excuse to avoid you. She accepted your terms. However, the outcome was predictable. Hundreds of defeats ensued. As a practitioner at the mid-stage of the nascent soul with the fire spirit body, it was implausible for her to best you. Yet, with each defeat, you noticed her growing less resistant and more determined to strengthen herself, aspiring to one day surpass you as her new goal. You smiled disdainfully, a mere chuckle escaping your lips. As the seasons transitioned from spring to autumn, a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, you eagerly departed from the Qinglian sect, setting forth at a relentless pace towards the Longshui Valley. One wonders what rewards the dragon sculpture might bestow upon you this time. Will there be any changes? Chapter 44. Inferior heavenly rank spirit technique. Upon reaching the skies above Longshui Valley, a familiar force of attraction enveloped you once more. However, unlike the previous two occasions, this force did not draw you in directly. Instead, it merely caused your form to waver slightly. You discern that the intensity of this suction is approximately akin to that of an early stage of transformation, evoking a sense of melancholy within you. It is truly lamentable to realize that the once formidable dragon carving, a venerable cultivator at the integration realm, is now reduced to unleashing only the power of the early transformation stage. Without hesitation, you promptly descend into the valley and encounter the esteemed dragon carving. You initially exhibited a sense of astonishment, but soon engaged in conversation, the dialogue mirroring previous exchanges. This narrative was one with which you were quite familiar. However, the elder dragon was markedly different, taken aback by the revelation. He was astounded to discover that you, at such a tender age, had already attained the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, possessing not only an exceptional fire spiritual root, but also the fire spirit body, truly a once-in-a-millennium talent for cultivation. Had you not been born into this confining world, your future breakthroughs in the refining void stage would have been all but guaranteed, and with a stroke of fortune, even the fusion and great ascension realms would have been well within your grasp. Amidst his admiration, the elder dragon also felt a profound sense of regret for you. Without hesitation, he presented the opportunity at hand. A low-grade heavenly technique, the dragon spirit formula, 2 dragon spirit fruits, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and a low-grade heavenly skill, Inferno of Wrath. Rather than offering treasures, he exchanged them for a fire attribute skill, perfectly aligned with your abilities. You exclaim with astonishment. What a remarkable creature this dragon sculpture is. The treasures it possesses are indeed astonishingly abundant. Setting aside the additional dragon spirit fruit, the fact that each of the 3 simulations yields distinct treasures is truly extraordinary, such as the alchemy furnace, the sword nurturing gourd, and the celestial tier spiritual techniques. You gaze at the dragon sculpture with eyes alight, yearning to strip it bare and uncover the treasures it conceals. This venerable dragon is truly remarkable. One wonders just how many riches it still harbors. At this moment, it is not only the simulated Lu Chuan who is captivated, but even the real Lu Chuan cannot help but exhibit a glint of avarice. This dragon sculpture, without exaggeration, is akin to a hidden treasury. Each encounter unveils new treasures. Lu Chuan senses that the dragon sculpture undoubtedly possesses treasures far more precious than the celestial level techniques, yet has refrained from revealing them. Perhaps, upon his breakthrough to the transformation realm and a return to this place, these treasures will finally be disclosed. Sensing your gaze, the dragon sculpture becomes restless, feeling that there is something unusual about your look, as if you regard it as an unparalleled treasure. It hastily clears its throat and informs you that once you reach the transformation realm, you may return, as it has further treasures to bestow upon you. Before swiftly sinking back into slumber, you withdrew your burning gaze, bowing respectfully to the dragon sculpture before departing from the Dragon Blood Valley on your sword. After leaving, you made a brief visit to the Alchemy sect, where you spent a week, leaving behind a celestial-level technique and 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones before hastily taking your leave. Upon returning to the Qinglian sect, you once again shared the celestial-level technique with Lu Aoshang before swiftly entering seclusion. With the acquisition of 2 dragon spirit fruits, your strength was bound to undergo a transformation. After 3 years of sluggish progress, your impatience had reached its peak. This period of seclusion lasted for 6 months. During this time, Xiaoling Xian unexpectedly sought you out, but upon learning of your retreat, she quickly departed. After 6 months, you refined the 2 dragon spirit fruits, finally breaking through to the late stage of the nascent soul, and you were not far from achieving the perfect nascent soul. Your physical body had also ascended to the dragon scale stage. Upon emerging from your seclusion, you were filled with joy. After such a long time, your strength had finally increased. However, Lu Aoshang remained in seclusion. With the celestial-level technique and mid-grade spirit stones, her cultivation speed had accelerated dramatically, and upon her exit, she was likely to reach the peak of the golden core stage. Without further contemplation, you decided to visit Xiaoling Xuan's cave abode. Upon seeing you, she immediately expressed her desire to spar with you. A smirk graced your lips as you effortlessly held her at bay with a single gesture, rendering her unable to straighten her posture. Xiaoling Xuan's face was a canvas of disbelief. She had not anticipated such rapid improvement in your strength after just one seclusion. The gap between you was widening. Noticing her slightly despondent expression, you chuckled softly and produced the celestial-level lower-tier technique, the Dragon Spirit Formula, inquiring if she wished to cultivate it. Upon seeing the celestial-level technique, Xiaoling Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment, her breath quickening. No wonder your strength had always surpassed hers. It was due to your possession of the celestial-level technique. If she were to master it, she would undoubtedly surpass you in no time. Xiaoling Xian was eager to obtain this technique, yet you did not readily relinquish it. Instead, you asked her what she was willing to offer in exchange. In response, Xiaoling Xian proposed to trade spirit stones, magical artifacts, spiritual techniques, or precious materials. Yet you rejected all her offers. Anger flickered across her face. Was your intention to vex her deliberately by withholding the technique without offering any terms? You smiled silently and whispered something in her ear. Instantly, Xiaoling Xuan's cheeks flushed with a rapid crimson hue, and she indignantly retorted, "Ha! Perverted wolf, you must be dreaming. I shall never acquiesce to such a thing." You shook your head, expressing regret, and prepared to depart with the celestial tier technique in a grandiose manner. Yet, just as you were about to leave, a hand pulled you back, and a soft, fragrant kiss graced your cheek, leaving a trail of sweet scent in its wake. When you turned to look, Xiaoling Xian had vanished, along with your celestial tier technique. My goodness, have I truly become so adept at this? Upon witnessing this, Lu Chuan could not help but swallow hard. How does it feel as though I have transformed into a master of romance? Moreover, it appears that conquering Xiaoling Xian does not require withstanding the attacks of the cloaked figures. Perhaps it could be accomplished seamlessly while refining the ice and fire dual lotus? Indeed, plans often fall short of changes. Observing the vanishing figure of Xiaoling Xian, you offered a faint smile and shook your head as you departed. Upon returning to your cave dwelling, you resumed your seclusion and cultivation, preparing to learn the celestial tier low-grade spiritual technique, Inferno of Wrath. Inferno of Wrath. A technique of the fire attribute is notoriously difficult to master. Fortunately, with your exceptional fire spirit root and fire spirit body, progress in cultivating fire attribute techniques is remarkably efficient. In the blink of an eye, another half year passed swiftly, marking the 4th year of simulation. During this year, Lu Aoshang broke through to the perfection of the golden core stage, and with the assistance of the celestial tier technique and mid-grade spirit stones, was not far from the nascent soul stage. As for you, after 6 months of seclusion, you had only just comprehended Inferno of Wrath to a minor success. Once unleashed, the flames raged fiercely, as if capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, exuding an extraordinary might. You surmised that, with your current abilities, vanquishing a perfected Yuanian cultivator would be a trivial endeavor. Should you encounter a transformation stage master, you might engage in a protracted struggle, yet ultimately, with the passage of time, you would inevitably be compelled to concede defeat. You find yourself reflecting, pondering that if you were to wield a sword, your prowess would surely surpass your current abilities. Whether it be sword energy or sword formations, divine swords could significantly enhance your combat strength, making battles against formidable foes as effortless as partaking in a meal. Regrettably, you have not joined the divine sword sect this time. However, there is no cause for despair. Once you have successfully wooed Xiaoling Xian, joining will remain an option. Moreover, once you have captured Xiaoling Xuan's heart, it would be akin to aligning yourself with a wealthy patroness. At that juncture, you could enjoy the benefits of her generosity, upgrading the system to level 5. Thus granting you a chance to acquire a purple talent, further amplifying your strength. Chapter 45, Securing Xiaoling Xian with Lu Aoshi emerging from her seclusion. You share a tender moment, nurturing your bond. After this intimate exchange, you make your way back to the alchemy sect to visit Su Ling. Spending a month within the alchemy sect, you finally return to the Qinglian sect. Upon arriving at your cave residence, you are pleasantly surprised to find Xiaoling Xian has taken the initiative to seek you out, her aura now radiating the fullness of the golden core stage. Observing the approaching Xiaoling Xian and sensing her newfound realm, a smile graces your lips as you realize your fortune is about to unfold, and in abundance. As anticipated, Xiaoling Xian reveals that she has acquired a rare treasure of heaven and earth, and she is willing to share half of it with you. You are aware that this rare treasure is indeed the dual ice and fire lotus. However, the last time you acquired the dual ice and fire lotus, it was the esteemed leader of the Qinglian sect who sought you out, while this time, it is Xiaoling Xian who has taken the initiative to come to you. Not only that, but when the lotus was previously auctioned, there was a year-long wait, whereas this time, Xiaoling Xian has reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage even earlier than before, preparing to utilize it a year in advance. The alterations in this narrative are indeed substantial. It is evident that to effect change in the storyline, one must take proactive measures. Upon reflecting on this, Chuan felt a surge of emotion. Fortunately, he possesses simulation opportunities. At times, even if one makes an erroneous choice, it can be rectified in the subsequent attempt. One cannot deny the brilliance of the simulation system. There is virtually no risk involved. One simply needs to select a reward upon the conclusion of the simulation. The sole drawback is its considerable consumption of spirit stones. Not only does upgrading the system require spirit stones, but now that he has reached the nascent soul stage, each simulation necessitates a staggering 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not to mention, the subsequent transformation into God stage requires 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. And the refining void stage demands a monumental 10 million. Without a substantial financial foundation, it is utterly unmanageable. In light of Xiaoling Chuan's request, you naturally could not decline. How could one refuse such an opportunity freely offered? You distinctly remember that she had expended 320,000 low-grade spirit stones to procure the dual ice and fire lotus. Before departing, Xiaoling Xian cast a glance at Lu Aoshuang, her face reflecting astonishment. Internally, she mused, as expected of your partner, her beauty rivals my own. Lu Aoshuang likewise regarded her, thinking, as expected of the woman chosen by my husband, her beauty matches my own, and she possesses rare treasures, willingly sharing them. How magnanimous. Amidst their individual contemplations, you followed Xiaoling Xian as she departed. Upon arriving at Xiaoling Chuan's cavern abode, you beheld the sect leader standing within. At that moment, the leader regarded you with an enigmatic gaze, a smile playing on his lips, as if scrutinizing a prospective son-in-law. With a stoic expression, you noticed that Xiaoling Chuan's ears had flushed crimson. She hastily urged her father to cease his gaze and commence the proceedings without delay. The sect leader, shaking his head in resignation, retrieved the ice-fire dual lotus and began to elucidate its significance. After a brief moment of contemplation, you nodded in understanding, expressing your willingness to assist Xiaoling Xian in the joint refinement of this extraordinary lotus. Subsequently, you both positioned yourselves opposite each other, and with the sect leader's guidance, you commenced the meticulous process of refining the ice-fire dual lotus. As you became engrossed in the task at hand, the sect leader acknowledged your efforts with a nod before departing the cave to attend to some sect-related affairs. After all, the expenditure of 320,000 spirit stones could not be without its repercussions. During the refinement, the sect leader visited the cave multiple times, verifying the progress before taking his leave each time. Half a month later, upon the complete refinement of the ice-fire dual lotus, Lu Aoshuang successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage, becoming a true nascent soul cultivator. As for you, you remained at the late nascent soul stage. Although the ice-fire dual lotus was indeed a remarkable treasure, its age rendered it more beneficial for golden core cultivators rather than for those at the nascent soul level. Once the refinement was concluded, Xiaoling Xian wore a look of delight, pondering whether her newfound prowess would make her a worthy opponent for you. However, before she could revel in her triumph, an unusual sensation surged within her as an icy chill began to take hold, freezing her very essence. In contrast, you found that the anticipated searing heat was absent, replaced instead by a mild warmth. Clearly, despite the minor side effects of the ice-fire dual lotus, your profound cultivation and possession of the fire spirit body mitigated any significant adverse effects. Your consciousness remains alert. Lu Chuan, Welfare Bureau? As the excruciating chill coursed through her body, Xiaoling Xian instinctively drew closer to you. In response, you summoned the fiery essence within you to dispel the biting cold that enveloped her. Feeling a long-lost warmth emanating from you, Xiaoling Xian instinctively sought it out, and you graciously embraced her gentle yearning. The following day, as Xiaoling Xian regained her awareness, she gazed at you, who was in a state of deep contemplation, her expression a tapestry of complexity. This time, her eyes held no malice, nor any trace of hatred. They were filled solely with confusion and uncertainty. Staring at your visage, so near yet so distant, she lingered for a while before letting out a resigned sigh and quietly commenced her own cultivation to solidify her powers. The period of enlightenment lasted an entire month. After this time, your cultivation broke through the barriers of comprehension, achieving the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, in this state of profound insight, the flames of fury reached their zenith, culminating in an ultimate mastery. You have discovered that in a state of epiphany, your comprehension of spiritual techniques has markedly intensified. Initially, you anticipated that mastering the art of Wrathful Inferno would require 2 to 3 years of diligent training. However, a single moment of enlightenment has granted you immediate understanding. As you awaken from this revelation, you find that Xiaoling Xian stands before you, her eyes, imbued with celestial energy, fixed upon you with unwavering attention. Just as you were about to utter a word, she brandished a sword, pressing it against your throat, accusing you of tarnishing her innocence. With a soft chuckle, you flicked your fingers, and the sword soared forth, embedding itself deeply into the stone wall. With a powerful embrace, you drew Xiaoling Xian into your arms, as helpless as a little lamb. You extended your palm, gently grasping her snow-white chin, and gazed into her eyes, declaring, Xiaoling Xian, from this moment forth, you shall become my third Dao partner. Xiaoling Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. A third Dao partner? What is the meaning of this? You actually possess a second Dao partner? Just as she prepared to inquire about the identity of your second partner, you lowered your head slightly, swiftly covering her delicate lips. Before she could react, Xiaoling Xian was met with the arrival of her second spring. A week later, you are impeccably dressed, ready to depart. As for Xiaoling Xian, she gazes at you with a hint of melancholy, utterly unprepared for the realization that she has unexpectedly become the third party. You informed Xiaoling Xian that you would await her in the cave and departed without delay. As for Xiaoling Xian, with a hint of resignation, she sighed and accepted the reality of being placed third in line. After all, what could she do when her affections were directed towards you? Upon returning to the cave, Lu Aoshan greeted your presence with a warm smile, having been deeply worried during your month-long absence. You informed her that your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, and that it would not be long before you could transcend to the transformation stage. A broader smile graced Lu Aoshuang's face. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoling Xian arrived at your abode, a decision you orchestrated, as you intended for the three of you to reside together henceforth, fostering deeper bonds of affection. Chapter 46, A New Legacy as the seasons turned from spring to autumn. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye. In the simulated fifth year, your cultivation remained at the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, Lu Aoshuang successfully ascended to the initial stage of the nascent soul, now a veritable nascent soul practitioner. As for Xiaoling Xian, she too is a practitioner at the initial stage of the nascent soul, yet she has not made any breakthroughs. During this period, the consumption of your resources has been alarmingly swift. The 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones bestowed upon you by the venerable dragon sculpture have dwindled to merely 30,000. One cannot help but marvel at the reality of cultivating immortality, where the abundance of spirit stones required for one's solitary practice is indeed staggering. Moreover, one must also provide for Lu Aoshan, Xiaoling Xian, and Su Ling, adding to the burden. For a moment, the weight of this responsibility feels overwhelming. Yet, life must persist, and one must forge ahead under the strain. Alas, such a drain on resources. It stands to reason that with each additional person comes another mouth to feed, and thus, even 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones cannot withstand the consumption. Perhaps, a visit to the dragon sculpture to extort a little more might be in order? Lu Chuan pondered. There is an undeniable sense that the old dragon is not to be underestimated, as it conceals its treasures with great care. Surely, it must possess a wealth of gold. However, one wonders if there exist more entities akin to the dragon sculpture in this realm. It cannot be that all the formidable beings of yesteryear have perished, leaving none to survive, Lu Chuan mused. The next time, he should directly inquire with the dragon sculpture. Xiaoling Xian appeared to sense your distress regarding the spirit stone resources. One fateful morning, she quietly departed, and upon her return to the cave at noon, she presented you with 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon beholding this generous offering, a smile graced your lips as you envisioned the pained expression of the Qinglian sect's leader. Curiosity piqued. You inquired about the total number of mid-grade spirit stones remaining in the Qinglian sect. To your surprise, Xiaoling Xian shook her head, revealing her ignorance on the matter, though she was certain that the quantity was limited. In truth, her father had informed her that this realm no longer housed any mid-grade spirit veins. Thus, the spirit stones currently in circulation are merely remnants of past hoarding. Each piece used diminishes the total stock. This revelation left you astounded. Such a situation truly exists. No wonder. During the simulation, the leader of the Qinglian sect, one of the 6 premier sects, appeared deeply pained when offering a mere 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It seems that mid-grade spirit stones have become a non-renewable resource in this domain. The reluctance to part with them is undoubtedly the doing of that immortal. Your heart begins to seethe with exasperation, as if cultivating immortality resembles the arduous journey of seeking enlightenment. Fraught with countless trials and tribulations, you silently vowed within your heart that you must seek out this immortal in the future and reveal to him the reason why the flowers bloom in such vivid hues. Accepting the 2,000 spirit stones that Xiaoling Xian had procured for you, you embraced her tightly and bestowed a tender kiss upon her crimson lips. Xiaoling Xuan's eyes narrowed, resembling a playful kitten, as she instinctively reciprocated your affection. After a brief moment of warmth, you offered a few words of advice to Lu Aoshuang and Xiaoling Xian before turning away, heading towards the Alchemy sect to visit Su Ling. Upon arriving at the Alchemy sect, it was no surprise that her cultivation had also reached the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. Aware of the threat posed by the cloaked figures, she had prioritized her training, relegating alchemy to a secondary concern, and was currently only a third-tier alchemist. Fortunately, being within the Alchemy sect, she was never lacking in elixirs, and her days were quite satisfactory. Upon meeting Su Ling, an inevitable entanglement ensued, and after about a week, you left her with 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones before departing gracefully. Instead of returning immediately to the Qinglian sect, you ventured to the Dragon Blood Valley, hoping to extract further cultivation resources from the dragon sculpture. Upon reaching the valley's depths, the sight of the long-desired dragon sculpture filled your heart with joy. It was indeed a hidden treasure trove, akin to a dragon, its entire being replete with riches, leaving one to ponder what other valuables it might yield. Approaching the dragon sculpture, you called out several times, yet received no response. Was it still in slumber? Just as you were about to take your leave, the dragon sculpture emitted a soft cough, inquiring why you, not yet having reached the transformation stage, sought its presence. Seeing the dragon sculpture awaken, you expressed your delight and explained that your resources for cultivation had become quite scarce, and you wished to procure a little more. Otherwise, advancing to the transformation stage would prove challenging. The dragon sculpture, somewhat perplexed, claimed that providing you with 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones to facilitate your breakthrough to the transformation stage should pose no significant issue. How then? Had you suddenly found yourself in need? You candidly acknowledged that you have 3 companions, and that the 4 of you possess a mere 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, which are insufficient to facilitate your ascension to the transformation of God Realm. Upon hearing this, the dragon sculpture's whiskers quivered slightly, leaving one to wonder if it was merely an illusion. It seemed to possess an understanding of the circumstances of this realm, recognizing that middle-grade spirit stones are a non-renewable and exceedingly precious resource. Ultimately, the dragon sculpture exhaled 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones to you, asserting that you should return to seek it once you attain the transformation of God Realm. You nodded slightly, yet did not depart immediately. Instead, you inquired of the dragon eagle whether there were others like him still in existence. Surely, not all the formidable beings could have perished, could they? As you articulated your inner doubts, the dragon eagle fell into a prolonged silence. Witnessing his reaction, a tremor coursed through your heart. Could it be that other powerful entities still survived? Was the dragon eagle not the sole one? After a considerable pause, the dragon eagle finally exhaled deeply and began to elucidate. Indeed, he was not the only survivor of that cataclysmic battle. Although countless lives were lost, there were still some strong beings who managed to escape death, yet their conditions were akin to his own, not entirely incapacitated but hardly functional. Now, 6 centuries have elapsed since that fateful conflict, and the majority of those once mighty have gradually succumbed to the ravages of time. Even he, a formidable beast blessed with longevity far surpassing that of his peers, could not last indefinitely. He estimated that those truly clinging to life in this world were likely no more than a mere handful. Listening intently to the elder dragon eagle's words, your heart sank, filled with sorrow upon realizing that the survivors from that era had gradually dwindled. The dragon eagle continued, revealing that within the ancestral grounds of the Divine Sword sect, there remained one powerful being. However, he was now devoid of strength, scarcely distinguishable from a mere invalid. A tremor coursed through your heart, as you had not anticipated that the Divine Sword sect still harbored formidable warriors who had not perished over the years. Upon reflection, it seemed quite plausible that the sect, with its extraordinary heritage, could indeed possess living legends. The dragon eagle continued, stating that while some of the mighty had succumbed to fate, they had nonetheless bequeathed their legacies, awaiting the arrival of fated descendants, with the hope that one day they might shatter the shackles of heaven and earth. Your countenance brightened with delight as you inquired about the location of the inheritance. If you were to acquire it, your strength would undoubtedly advance swiftly. In response, the ancient dragon sculpture let out a rasping laugh and remarked that the legacies left by various cultivators differ significantly. Some may not be suitable for you. For instance, certain cultivators bequeathed formations, others bestowed talismans, and some left inheritances tied to different elemental roots. Ultimately, those that truly align with oneself are exceedingly rare. After a pause, the dragon sculpture continued, informing you that 3,000 miles east of the Sun and Moon sect lies a pool named the Sun and Moon Pool, where a legacy resides at its depths. However, in order to obtain this inheritance, one must endure trials. Should you succeed, the legacy shall be yours. A look of joy illuminated your face as you respectfully bowed to the dragon sculpture, and then, with a swift motion, you took flight on your sword, heading towards the Sun and Moon sect. Chapter 47. Mid-grade magical artifact, Fire Cloud Armor. After approximately 2 days, you successfully arrived at the territory of the Sun and Moon sect. However, instead of proceeding directly to the sect, you veered away, soaring straight towards the Sun and Moon Lake. It would be absurd to venture into the Sun and Moon sect, as you were unfamiliar with it. Your sole purpose for this journey was to acquire the legacy contained within the Sun and Moon Lake. After roughly half a day's travel, you finally located the Sun and Moon Lake, as described by the dragon sculpture. From your elevated vantage point, the lake appeared modest in size, its waters remarkably clear, shimmering with a radiant glimmer under the sun's embrace, resembling a dazzling golden cloak. A flicker of joy crossed your face. The opportunity lay at the bottom of the pond. And what was there to hesitate about? You promptly soared downward on your sword, just as you were about to reach the water's surface. A graceful figure unexpectedly leapt from the depths, reminiscent of a mermaid from a film, showcasing a stunning physique and skin so fair it seemed to reflect the light. Stunned by the sight, you paused, and as the figure emerged from the Sun-Moon Lake and beheld your descent, she too was momentarily frozen in disbelief, her expression a mixture of shock and astonishment. After a brief moment, she appeared to regain her composure, her cheeks flushed, eyes filled with fury, and her silver teeth clenched tightly. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, a multitude of water droplets transformed into sharp water needles, hurtling toward you. The force of these needles was formidable. Even an accomplished golden core cultivator might struggle to withstand them. Yet, who were you? A perfected nascent soul cultivator. These water needles posed no threat. Unfazed by the onslaught, you flicked your fingers, and blazing flames erupted, instantly vaporizing the barrage of needles. With a light chuckle, you declared it all a misunderstanding, for you had no knowledge that anyone resided within the pond. Bai Qiuji, fuming with indignation, cursed you as a lecher. Hurriedly donning her attire before soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from this realm. As you watched her depart, you shook your head, dismissing the encounter, and swiftly directed your sword toward the pond's depths, intent on seizing the opportunity and making your exit. The Sun Moon Lake was not vast, yet its depths were unfathomable, beyond your wildest imagination. Furthermore, as you ventured deeper, the chill intensified, eventually coating your skin with a thin layer of frost. As if attempting to encase you in ice, you find yourself somewhat astonished, as the chilling aura at the bottom of the pool proves to be far more terrifying than you had anticipated, rendering even your perfected nascent soul cultivation ineffective. Could this be the trial set forth by that formidable being? Without further contemplation, you promptly activate your fire spirit body, causing the spiritual energy within you to surge fervently, akin to a blazing inferno. In an instant, the temperature of your exterior escalates dramatically, an endeavor to combat the frigid chill emanating from the water below. Time becomes an obscure concept as you descend, and ultimately, despite the full exertion of your fire spirit body, you find yourself shivering uncontrollably, the cold gnawing at your bones, rendering your body rigid. Just as you begin to question whether you have been ensnared by the dragon sculpture, you finally reach the bottom of the pool, where you uncover a concealed cavern. With a glimmer of joy illuminating your face, you hurriedly retreated into the cavern. Upon entering, the chilling aura that had previously enveloped you dissipated like a receding tide, revealing a realm of perpetual spring that enveloped you in a long-lost warmth. At the heart of the cave, a humanoid skeleton emerged within your line of sight. You approached cautiously to examine this skeletal figure, only to discover that the ground where it sat bore several inscribed lines of text. The essence of these inscriptions conveyed that the being, known as Yang Yinzi, had once been a formidable practitioner of the combined cultivation realm, possessing a fire spirit body. Regrettably, despite exerting every ounce of strength, he could not safeguard this realm. Foreseeing his imminent demise, he had deliberately left a legacy, awaiting the arrival of a fated successor. Upon reading this, astonishment washed over you. It was unexpected that the entity also possessed a fire spirit body. Undoubtedly, his legacy would pertain to the fire element. No wonder the esteemed dragon-carving elder had recommended this place to you. It was destined to align with your own attributes. A look of realization dawned upon Lu Chuan as he comprehended this connection, with the other possessing a fire spirit body. It was logical that the legacy would indeed be related to flames, coinciding perfectly with his own nature. After absorbing the inscriptions, you surveyed your surroundings and found the cave devoid of any objects, not even a trace of vermin, causing your brow to furrow in concern. Had the legacy already been claimed by another? Just then, your gaze fell upon a pitch-black ring adorning the skeleton's finger, and in an instant, the term spatial ring sprang to your mind. Without hesitation, you swiftly removed the ring and, channeling your consciousness into it, were met with a sight that filled you with unrestrained joy. Spirit stones. The ring was brimming with an abundance of spirit stones. A rough estimate revealed over 1 million low-grade spirit stones and an astonishing 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, within the ring lay a mid-tier heavenly technique, the 7-colored fire spirit art, along with a mid-tier magical artifact, the fire cloud armor. As you examined the fire cloud armor, intricate patterns resembling swirling flames adorned its surface, rendering it a visual delight. More importantly, artifacts of this caliber possess sentience. When donned, the fire cloud armor would instantly adapt to fit your physique perfectly, ensuring utmost comfort for both men and women. Moreover, being classified as a mid-tier artifact, it could withstand attacks from typical nascent soul practitioners, effectively resisting a significant portion of assaults from transformation realm cultivators. It was truly a rare and invaluable life-preserving treasure. After equipping the fire cloud armor and securing the spatial ring, you offered a respectful bow to the skeleton, intending to depart. With these resources coupled with the mid-tier heavenly technique, a breakthrough to the transformation realm seemed imminent. Not to mention, the ring housed 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Utilizing them for system upgrades or simulations would substantially alleviate the burden of resource scarcity. After all, as a nascent soul practitioner, each simulation required 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, and the subsequent transformation realm simulations demanded a staggering 10,000. This system, while remarkable in many aspects, was indeed a voracious consumer of spirit stones. Lu Chuan could not help but voice his frustrations. Upgrading the system to level 5 necessitated 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, while level 6 required 100,000. And level 7 soared to 1 million. The subsequent levels, 8 and 9, would surely be astronomical figures. In summary, aside from simulations, Lu Chuan's primary focus was to amass wealth, exploring every conceivable means to acquire spirit stones. With the legacy secured, you exited the cavern, Upon reaching the bottom of the pool, the icy chill enveloped you once more, but fortunately, clad in the fire cloud armor, which radiated boundless warmth. You were well equipped to fend off the biting cold. Your countenance brightened with delight as you marveled at the mid-grade treasure's unparalleled prowess. Despite your inability to harness the fire spirit body, it effortlessly resisted the encroaching chill. Departing from the sun-moon lake on your sword, as you broke the surface, two figures emerged above you, seemingly awaiting your arrival. One was the woman who had departed earlier. Upon seeing her, visions of an expansive, pristine winter landscape flooded your mind. The other bore a striking resemblance to her, with a plump figure and a gentle, mature demeanor, unmistakably her mother. Upon laying eyes on you, Baichoji gritted her teeth, her gaze ablaze with fury, and exclaimed, "Lecherous scoundrel." Chapter 48, The Transformation of Divine Tribulation. Upon hearing her words, you instantly comprehended the purpose of their visit. They had come to seek retribution. With a slight furrow of your brow, you quietly inquire whether there has been some misunderstanding. For you are entirely unaware that someone is submerged in the pond. Yet, little did you know, Baichoji harbored a profound disbelief in your explanation. She retorted with indignation. Unaware? Then why did you soar directly towards Sun Moon Lake? Is it not because she is within it? Or is there some treasure hidden beneath the surface? Chuan. Indeed, her words ring true. Listening to her, you find yourself momentarily speechless. From her perspective, it is undeniable that your intent seemed directed towards her. However, the truth is quite the opposite. Your aim was solely the treasure at the bottom of the pond. Yet, admitting the existence of such treasure is out of the question. After all, this is the territory of the Sun-Moon sect, and discovering a treasure here would provide them ample justification to reclaim it. Noticing your prolonged silence, Baichoji assumed she had hit the mark, her expression growing ever more furious, her once pale cheeks now flushed with anger. This was the first time in her life she had been treated in such a manner. It was utterly outrageous. Beside her, her mother, exuding an air of unyielding authority, declared that you must gouge out your eyes to leave. Otherwise, you could not expect to depart unscathed. When paths become impassable, one must resort to force to carve a way through. Given that explanations were futile, you resolved to forego them altogether. Defeating your opponents would render their objections moot. It mattered not whether they observed your prowess. Even should they desire something more thrilling, they would scarcely dare to utter a word. Boom. In an instant, you and Baichoji engaged in a fierce battle. Baichoji's mother, with her cultivation at the transformation realm, was a formidable force. You surmised she must belong to the Sun-Moon sect. Otherwise, a mere ordinary faction could not possibly produce such a powerful being. As for Baichoji, she had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, boasting exceptional talent, rivaling that of Lu Aoshuang and others. You, on the other hand, were far from ordinary. Having achieved the completion of the nascent soul realm, you also possessed the fire spirit body, adorned in fire cloud armor, with your physique reaching the dragon scale level. Mastering a low-grade, heavenly technique known as Fiery Wrath. With such layers of enhancements, your strength was not inferior to Baichoji's mother. In fact, due to your fire cloud armor and robust physique, her attacks posed little threat to you. As for Baichoji, she was simply no match for you. In that moment, you single-handedly overwhelmed the two of them in combat. Witnessing your terrifying combat prowess, both Baichoji and her mother were struck with astonishment. A fully realized nascent soul practitioner could unleash such formidable strength, indicating that your origins were undoubtedly extraordinary, at the very least. You were a prodigy nurtured by one of the top sects. At that instant, they both retracted their previous disdain, inquiring about your purpose for venturing into the Sun-Moon sect's territory. Perhaps it was merely your imagination, but upon deducing your affiliation with one of the 6 top sects, their expression suddenly shifted to one of anxiety, as if fearing that some concealed matter might soon be unveiled. You did not dwell on it, merely indicating that you were passing through, and that the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding, not your intention at all. Baichoji and her mother exchanged glances, and in that moment, they both chose to forgive, allowing you to depart unimpeded. You were profoundly intrigued by the sudden transformation in the other person's demeanor. It is as if they are eager for your departure. One can discern the shift in the other party's demeanor, which stems partly from one's own prowess and partly from one's status. Though curious, you refrain from probing further. Having secured the inheritance, there is no reason to linger. With a farewell, you depart the realm of the Sun and Moon sect, soaring away on your sword. There is an air of intrigue about the Sun and Moon sect, isn't there? The secrecy surrounding it is palpable. And the fact that the entrance examination occurs only once every 8 years seems rather unusual. As you ponder this, your eyes narrow, and you murmur to yourself. However, dwelling on such matters now serves little purpose. Moreover, no matter how complex the other party may be, can they rival your own uniqueness? Possessing a system that is something beyond the comprehension of the natives of this world. Upon returning to the Qinglian sect, you inevitably share tender moments with Lu Aoshuang and Xiaoling Xian. Regrettably, the mid-tier heavenly skill, the colorful fire spirit art, cannot be cultivated by either of them. This technique is inherently fire attribute, suitable only for cultivators with fire attribute spiritual roots. Lu Aoshuang possesses water attribute roots, while Xiaoling Xian has ice attribute roots. These elements are mutually exclusive. Forcing them to practice this technique would only result in harm to their bodies and cultivation levels. After your affectionate exchanges, You present them with a generous amount of mid-tier spirit stones. Upon witnessing the pile of spirit stones resembling a small mountain, both Lu Aoshang and Xia Lingxian stand momentarily stunned, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, as if caught in a daydream. With a soft chuckle, you inform them that this opportunity was a result of your recent outing, assuring them that you will no longer lack mid-grade spirit stones for your cultivation, allowing you to use them at will. Only then do they truly believe in this reality, and their admiration for you deepens. After a brief exchange of words, you begin your seclusion, immersing yourself in the cultivation of the heavenly tier mid-grade technique, the seven-colored fire spirit art. Time is inconsequential in the pursuit of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed, and we find ourselves in the simulated 6th year. Your cultivation remains at the perfected nascent soul stage. Yet you are perilously close to the divine transformation realm. I trust that it will not be long before you attempt to transcend into the divine transformation realm and face your first thunder tribulation. Over the past year, you have consumed 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, successfully cultivating 2 flames of differing hues. The 7-colored fire spirit technique allows for the cultivation of 7 distinct flames, which can also merge. The greater the variety of flames, the more formidable the fusion. Lu Aoshang remains at the initial nascent soul stage. Yet she has refined her physical body to the dragon pattern stage. It is not that her progress is slow. Her cultivation speed is among the top in this realm. The primary reason for her relative lag is your astonishing pace. Not to mention, those 2 dragon spirit fruits have significantly boosted your cultivation and physical prowess, saving you several years of arduous training. Lu Aoshang, on the other hand, has not been afforded such fortune or opportunity, remaining within the sect for relentless training, and thus, she cannot compare to you. Xia Lingxian is also at the initial nascent soul stage, having similarly refined her physical form to the dragon pattern stage. With your emergence from seclusion, it is only natural that you share tender moments with Lu Aoshang. After your affectionate interlude, you soar on your sword towards the alchemy sect in search of Su Ling. This time, you spent merely a week within the alchemy sect, leaving behind 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones before hastily returning to the Qinglian sect to continue your seclusion. Time has flown by, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a dense canopy of dark clouds looms over the Qinglian sect, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, as if the heavens themselves are enraged and poised to unleash divine retribution. Your first tribulation, the transformation tribulation, has arrived. Chapter 49, The First Shot of Revenge. The transformation tribulation comprises a total of 36 bolts, each one progressively more formidable, culminating in an apex of power with the final strike. Beneath the onslaught of the transformation tribulation, countless perfected nascent soul cultivators have been reduced to ashes, their remains obliterated. A sight that evokes profound lamentation. This is precisely why many cultivators speak of tribulations with trepidation and choose to avoid them at all costs. Yet, you stand undaunted before the transformation tribulation, not for any trivial reason, but due to your profound foundation. Your physical form and strength far exceed the current realm, rivaling that of transformation itself. Moreover, with the aid of the fire cloud armor, you are shielded from a portion of the tribulation's damage, allowing you to confront it with greater composure. Boom. As the bolts of thunder descend, the Qinglian sect appears poised and prepared, with numerous disciples and elders observing this tribulation, including the sect's master. For those cultivators who have not yet reached the transformation realm, witnessing a tribulation is an invaluable opportunity, offering immense benefits. Whether in cultivation or when facing future tribulations, it provides significant insights and experience. As the formidable thunderbolts rain down, you can feel their potency escalating. Fortunately, your robust physique and the protective fire cloud armor allow you to withstand the tribulation with only minor setbacks. Soon, 35 strikes have passed, leaving only the final bolt. The last strike, the most powerful of all, lingers ominously in the sky, gathering its strength before it finally descends. As for you, your body bears the marks of battle. Bloodied and battered from enduring the 35 strikes, claiming to be unscathed would be a mere fantasy. This final bolt, should you withstand it, will elevate you to the transformation realm. Should you falter, it will mean obliteration and the end of your path. At last, after half an incense stick's worth of time, the ultimate thunderbolt crashes down, its roar echoing for miles, as if the heavens themselves are in fury, a sound that is deafening. Boom. As it strikes, the force is ferocious, and you feel as though your very soul might be cast into the void, akin to a vivid dream. Fortunately, this bolt does not claim your life. You successfully endure it. With the final strike's descent, the ominous clouds above the Qinglian sect dissipate, and the sky once more becomes clear and bright. Having weathered the tribulation, your aura begins to ascend, and in no time, you reach the transformation realm. Breaking through to transformation, you continue to meditate, consolidating your newfound power. Oh, have you successfully passed? Ha ha ha. The simulation system is truly remarkable. If one can overcome the tribulation in the simulation, there is no need to face it in reality. One can simply select the cultivation level achieved in the simulation. 100% inheritance. Ha ha. Upon reaching this point, Lu Chuan bursts into hearty laughter, overflowing with joy. Undergoing a tribulation is undoubtedly a daunting endeavor, even for great ascension cultivators. Fortunately, he need not experience it firsthand, allowing his simulated self to endure it suffices. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months have elapsed, and now, the 7th year of the simulation has arrived, just in time for the arrival of the mysterious figure in black. On the eve of the black-clad individual's arrival, you choose to emerge from seclusion. After a 6-month retreat, you have thoroughly solidified your initial stage of transformation and have cultivated the 7-colored fire spirit technique to manifest 3 flames, further enhancing your strength. Upon your emergence, Lu Aoxiang and Xia Lingxian eagerly surround you, extending their heartfelt congratulations, their faces alight with joy, genuinely thrilled for your accomplishment. You gently caress their heads, softly encouraging them. It was merely a matter of time before they would transcend to the divine transformation. That evening, you shared tender moments with Lu Aoxiang and the others. After this affectionate interlude, you made your way to the alchemy sect to bring Su Ling back. In that moment, you recalled Ling Lanwei from the Divine Sword sect. With her backing, she would undoubtedly withstand the onslaught of the shadowy figures. Having Su Ling by your side, you found yourself blessed with 3 companions. And for a fleeting instant, an overwhelming sense of bliss enveloped you, as if you were dwelling in a realm of immortality, reluctant to depart. Days later, the enigmatic figures arrived punctually at the Qinglian sect. Yang Yin demanded that the sect master surrender Lu Aoxiang and Xia Lingxian, a request that the sect master resolutely declined. The 2 sides were on the brink of a fierce confrontation, during which you chose not to reveal your true strength. Instead, you employed the technique of breath holding, adjusting your cultivation to the nascent soul stage, all in pursuit of vengeance. You surely remember that the enigmatic figure in black who visited the Qinglian sect has slain you twice and abducted Xia Lingxian. How could such a grudge go unavenged? As anticipated, as the battle escalated to a fevered intensity, a formidable aura of transformation erupted within the ancestral grounds of the Qinglian sect. The figure in black, realizing the tide was against him, prepared to retreat. Yet, just before his departure, the leader among them suddenly ignited his lifeblood, his power surging dramatically as he charged towards Xia Lingshuan's location, intent on forcibly seizing her once more. The corners of your mouth curl slightly. You have awaited this moment. In this instant, you cease to conceal your profound cultivation, and a formidable aura of transformation emanates, pervading the heavens and the earth. The approaching figure cloaked in black senses your immense power, their eyes widening in astonishment, akin to the sound of a bell tolling, inwardly exclaiming in disbelief at the presence of a concealed master of transformation. Is this not the infamous 6th? As the black-clad individual charges towards you, you unleash a mighty palm strike, invoking the wrath of the heavens. Within you, 3 flames of distinct hues intertwine, coalescing into a more potent and searing new fire. A colossal hand formed of flames materializes in the heavens, descending with force upon the black-clad adversary. Upon sensing the devastating might of your attack, the expression of the black-clad figure morphs in terror, their face paling as they detect the ominous scent of death looming near. With a thunderous crash, there is no time for reaction as the fiery hand strikes, propelling the foe thousands of meters away, the scorching and dreadful flames reducing them to ashes, their demise irrevocable. Splendid! That wretched black-clad individual has finally met their end. This marks the first step towards retribution. Observing this scene, Lu Chuan's excitement is palpable. He knows that throughout the simulations leading up to this moment, he has never succeeded in slaying a black-clad transformation master, even during his previous simulation. Upon joining the Divine Sword sect, mastering sword techniques, and honing his sword formations, his prowess merely allowed him to contend with the black-clad foes. But killing them was beyond his capability. Yet this time, he has decisively vanquished a leading black-clad figure, igniting the flames of revenge. Rest assured, the black-clad individuals are merely the beginning. In the future, whether it be the formidable cultivator or the celestial being behind them, none shall escape my grasp. Especially that celestial being. They must understand why the flowers bloom so red. Cackling with delight, as you eliminate the transformation master, the remaining black-clad figures stand frozen. Unable to fathom that their leader has perished, you do not spare them either, sending them all to accompany their fallen comrade on the path to the underworld. You have successfully vanquished all the dark-clad figures who came this time. However, you are aware that the dark-clad individuals will continue to launch their assaults. This is merely the inception, especially that enigmatic elder in the Taoist robe, whose cultivation remains an unfathomable mystery. Your cultivation level is at the initial stage of the divine transformation, relying on the fire spirit body, along with the support of celestial level techniques and skills. Your prowess is undoubtedly on par with mid to late stage divine transformation practitioners. However, if your opponent happens to be the Taoist robed elder, the situation becomes uncertain. After all, he is likely a practitioner above the divine transformation, a formidable being of the void refinement. It remains to be seen whether he is indeed a genuine practitioner of the void refinement or merely an impostor. Should he be authentic, it would signify that there exists a method to transcend the void refinement realm in this world. Conversely, if he is not, then as a divine transformation practitioner, he should find it challenging to contend with me. The truth will reveal itself when we meet. Chapter 50. Dragon Spirit Immortal Fruit Void Refinement, you say? Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and murmured, with my current strength, Even a perfected divine transformation practitioner would find it difficult to defeat me outright. If the Taoist-robed elder lacks the ability to subdue me immediately, it would indicate that he is not a void refinement practitioner, but rather a divine transformation one. Should I, once again, be vanquished in a single blow, it would undeniably confirm his status as a void refinement practitioner. This time, in the simulation, I am destined to encounter the Taoist-robed elder, and then I shall ascertain the veracity of his capabilities. After dealing with the black-clad individuals who came this time, you offered a few words of counsel to Lu Aoshuang and the others before soaring into the skies, departing from the Qinglian sect en route to the Dragon Blood Valley. You surely remember that Long Diao once mentioned that when he breaks through to the transformation stage, he will seek him out, and at that time, he will have something to bestow upon him. I wonder what treasures the other party will present. Your heart is filled with curiosity. With your formidable cultivation of the transformation realm, you soar through the skies at an astonishing speed, arriving at Dragon Blood Valley in approximately 1 day's time. Upon entering the valley, as you proceed along your path, the dragon sculpture awakens, expressing its surprise with a tone of delight. Well done, young lad. I never anticipated you would break through to the transformation realm so swiftly. Impressive. You bowed respectfully to the dragon sculpture, despite having surpassed its strength. In its mortal existence, it was a formidable cultivator of the harmonization realm, who chose to sacrifice itself for the sake of this realm, bravely opposing the insurmountable immortals. This transformation evokes in you a profound admiration. Upon your arrival, the dragon sculpture let out a soft sigh, revealing that it possessed a treasure capable of eluding the pursuit of those relentless individuals. Recognizing your exceptional talent, it encouraged you to cultivate gradually. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for you to escape this confining prison. To perish here would indeed be a great misfortune. You find yourself taken aback, not anticipating that the dragon sculpture summoned you solely to bestow upon you a treasured artifact that would ensure your survival. Upon reflection, recognizing your remarkable talents, it is evident that you have become a target for that group in the eyes of the dragon sculpture. Once marked by them, escaping their clutches would be an arduous endeavor. However, it is fortunate that you are not their intended prey. Whether or not you possess a magical artifact makes little difference. Nevertheless, in light of the dragon sculpture's goodwill, you do not decline the offering. After all, who would refuse a precious treasure? Even if it proves of no use to you, it could certainly benefit someone like Lu Aoxiang or Su Ling. You graciously accepted Long Diao's kind gesture, vowing to live life to the fullest and, should the opportunity arise, to escape this confining prison. Long Diao emitted a sound of contentment, opening his mouth to reveal a black cloak. This exquisite treasure, known as the Cloak of Concealment, possesses the remarkable ability to completely mask one's presence. With this rare artifact draped upon you, evasion from the prying eyes of adversaries becomes effortless, allowing you to seek out an undisclosed sanctuary to discreetly cultivate your strength. You wear an expression of astonishment, dear treasure, nearly rivaling your own innate ability to conceal your presence. The sole distinction lies in the inability to adjust one's own cultivation. As the dragon sculpture collects the hidden essence, it opens its mouth once more, releasing an array of treasures, including inferior and medium-grade spirit stones, various techniques and skills, as well as a single dragon spirit immortal fruit and 5 dragon spirit fruits. Upon witnessing this, you exclaim in awe, realizing that this ancient dragon is indeed extraordinary, having concealed such a wealth of treasures, truly a mobile treasure trove. Particularly with the abundance of dragon spirit fruits, it is evident that there are hidden riches. Goodness, this old dragon has hoarded so many treasures behind my back. The 5 dragon spirit fruits, if consumed, would undoubtedly accelerate the enhancement of one's cultivation and physical form. At this moment, Lu Chuan cannot restrain his exclamation, his face alight with unrestrained joy. With these treasures, his cultivation can swiftly ascend once more. However, what exactly is this dragon spirit immortal fruit? An upgraded version of the dragon spirit fruit? After the initial euphoria, you gaze at the unfamiliar dragon spirit immortal fruit and inquire of the elder dragon sculpture as to its nature. Feeling a tremor of trepidation from the vitality and energy it emanates, the ancient dragon sculpture chuckles softly, explaining that these fruits are born from a dragon blood treasure tree he cultivated during his lifetime. The dragon blood fruit bears fruit once every 300 years, while the dragon blood immortal fruit matures once every 1,000 years, making them exceedingly precious. Now, he entrusts them all to you, hoping that you will utilize them wisely. A flicker of joy illuminated your countenance, swiftly followed by profound sorrow. The tone of the venerable dragon sculpture resembled that of someone bequeathing their final wishes, as if he were acutely aware of the brevity of his existence, thus opting to entrust all his treasures to you. Observing the sorrow etched upon your face, the dragon sculpture offered a serene smile, proclaiming that as a cultivator, one is perpetually engaged in a struggle against the heavens, the earth, and humanity. The inevitability of birth, aging, illness, and death looms over all, and he opined that even the exalted immortals must eventually face demise, let alone himself. Your heart tightens at the thought. Do even celestial beings face the inevitability of death? Yet, the desire for immortality burns within you. To live again would allow you to cherish the preciousness of life all the more. Moreover, this realm is one of cultivation, where the hope of eternal life lingers. How could you not strive towards immortality? Breaking free from confinement and seeking vengeance against celestial beings is merely a current objective. Your true ambition lies in achieving everlasting life and unrivaled supremacy. Eternal life. Invincibility. Indeed, this encapsulates my ultimate aspiration. Beyond this, nothing else holds significance. Upon reflecting on this, Chuan could not help but lick his lips. The allure of immortality is undeniable. Who wouldn't yearn for it? The very essence of cultivation is to attain eternal youth, is it not? Regrettably, mere immortality is but a hollow aspiration. Only when paired with invincibility can it be deemed formidable. In that moment, the universe will be expansive, granting you freedom to act as you please. Who would dare utter a word against you? Furthermore, possessing a system is akin to having an extraordinary advantage. Achieving all this is far from insurmountable. After exchanging a few more words with the dragon sculpture, you bid farewell, intending to return and engage in secluded cultivation. Soaring through the skies, you return to the Qinglian sect, and now, there remains a year until the next arrival of the cloaked figures. You distributed 3 dragon spirit fruits among Lu Aoshang and the others. In truth, while the dragon spirit fruit is indeed remarkable, any rare treasure, when consumed excessively, tends to develop a certain resistance, resulting in diminishing effects with each subsequent use. There is little necessity for the consumption of 5 dragon spirit fruits, as their efficacy wanes progressively. Moreover, you possess a single dragon spirit immortal fruit, whose effects are far more extraordinary. Thus, you resumed your seclusion. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a year had elapsed. After this year, you successfully emerged from your retreat, having ascended to the mid-stage of spirit transformation through the use of the dragon spirit immortal fruit and 2 dragon spirit fruits, with the late stage now within reach. Your physical body experienced a significant enhancement, and the dragon spirit technique reached its ultimate phase, dragon bone. You estimate that, with your current realm and physical form, mid-stage transformation god cultivators are no match for you. Only those who have reached the consummate stage of transformation god possess the qualifications to engage you in battle. Your prowess has undoubtedly reached the zenith of this realm. With your mastery in the void refinement, none can contend with you. Shortly after your emergence, cloaked figures returned, this time in the form of 3 formidable beings from the transformation realm, intent on capturing Lu Aoxiang and her companions. Chapter 51. The robe of void refinement without unnecessary preamble. When foes meet, their animosity is palpable. Should they seek to claim what is yours, they must first tread over their own remains. Furthermore, your strength has undergone a remarkable enhancement, perfectly poised to utilize these 3 adversaries for practice. As the battle looms, you, fortified by your immense power and physical prowess, find it effortless to engage 2 of the transformation realm figures single-handedly, while the leader of the Qinglian sect contends with another. Armed with your dragon bone physique, the fire cloud armor, fire spirit body, and the mid-tier celestial technique, the 7-colored fire spirit art, your might is unparalleled. Overpowering the 2 cloaked figures, who possess no capacity for resistance, left lamenting their encounter with a true monster. Indeed, your cultivation of both physical and magical arts grants you a combat strength surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. Yet, the drawbacks of such dual cultivation are evident, as it demands immense resources and time. Unless one is an exceptional prodigy, few would embark on this arduous path. However, with your simulator at your disposal, resources can be regenerated, and time and talent are mere trifles. Dual cultivation is indeed the most fitting for you. As the skirmish progresses, the 2 transformation realm figures prove no match for you, succumbing one after another. Sensing the tide turning, the remaining figure hastily ignites his own essence to flee. Yet you deny him that opportunity, unleashing a furious conflagration that engulfs the sky in a terrifying blaze of vibrant colors. With a single strike, the flames ravage him, inflicting grievous wounds, and he is swiftly dispatched. Triple kill. Splendid. With my current might, I am virtually unmatched below the void refinement. I wonder, though, if I could stand against the elder in the robe? At this moment, a faint smile graces Lu Chuan's lips, revealing his satisfaction. It is undeniable that from humble beginnings as a mere chi practitioner to reaching the pinnacle of power in this realm, he derives a sense of accomplishment. Much like leveling up in a game, progressing step by step until one becomes the strongest in the national server. This simulation system bears a striking resemblance to nurturing games. One merely needs to make choices, select talents, and await the emergence of strength. How delightful! Lu Chuan beams with contentment. As the tumult subsides, you prepare to retreat into seclusion once more, only to be startled by the eruption of a formidable aura from within the Qinglian sect's ancestral grounds. The elder has emerged. Not only that, but he has summoned you, eager to engage in conversation. You approached with eagerness. Before long, you beheld the venerable ancestor of the Qinglian sect. It must be said that despite being referred to as an ancestor, he appeared remarkably youthful, exuding a warm smile and striking handsomeness. When he smiled, his gleaming white teeth were revealed, enveloping those around him in a refreshing aura akin to a gentle spring breeze. The reason for his desire to meet you was quite straightforward. Your exceptional prowess at such a tender age is indeed remarkable, a true testament to unparalleled talent that is exceedingly rare. He also inquired whether you were aware of the circumstances surrounding this realm. You nodded in acknowledgement, stating that you were aware, which left the other party visibly astonished. However, they quickly regained their composure. Since you were informed, they decided to be succinct. Your talent is exceptional, yet it is lamentable that you were born into this confinement. For the pinnacle of your existence can only ascend to the realm of transformation. A flicker of curiosity ignites within you as you inquire whether there exists a means to depart from this world. The elder of the Qinglian sect shakes his head, only to nod shortly thereafter. Your confusion mingles with a glimmer of hope in your eyes. He speaks slowly, stating that while there is currently no way, it does not imply that hope is entirely lost. Curiosity piqued, you inquire about the essence of hope. The venerable ancestor of the Qinglian sect elucidates that the so-called curse is, in fact, a formation laid down by a certain immortal. This formation encompasses a vast expanse, enveloping the entire realm. Any practitioner who attempts to transcend the void refinement stage within this domain will be automatically identified by the formation, which will consequently unleash a terrifying thunder calamity, leading to their utter obliteration. However, the formation is not destined to endure for eternity, given sufficient time. Its potency will gradually diminish. Thus, it follows that with patience, waiting for the weakening of the formation's power and the reduction of the thunder calamity's intensity, they may seize the opportunity to transcend the void refinement stage, ultimately shattering their confines step by step. Chuan, the corners of your mouth twitch slightly as you inquire about the duration of this process. The venerable ancestor of the Qinglian sect ponders for a moment before responding. It may require thousands of years. The formations set by the celestial beings are undoubtedly intricate. Yet in the mortal realm, no one possesses the capability to restore them. Thus, they are destined to be eroded with time. Not to mention the formations, even their masters. The celestial beings will eventually succumb to the passage of time. Their only recourse is to wait. Chuan interjects, I cannot afford to wait. A span of tens of thousands of years is a luxury only the most accomplished cultivators can endure, and even then, it offers but a glimmer of hope. Failing to resolve the issue entirely, listening to the words of the Qinglian sect's ancestor, you feel a sense of disheartenment and hastily exchange a few words before taking your leave. Upon returning to your cave dwelling, you share tender moments with Lu Aoshang and others, before once again entering seclusion. Half a year later, as before, the elder in the Taoist robe arrives at the Qinglian sect, accompanied by a figure clad in black, ready to escort Lu Aoshang and the others away. In the presence of the elder, you feel no trepidation. On the contrary, you are eager to engage in combat and discern the true strength of your opponent. You, Yang Yan, wish to take away Lu Aoshang and the others. You must first tread over your own corpse. Upon hearing this, the elder in the Taoist robe let out a scornful laugh and shook his head, saying, You are but an ant attempting to shake a mighty tree, utterly unaware of your own limitations. With that, he pointed a finger in your direction. In the face of that singular gesture, you felt a long-forgotten sense of danger, compelling you to act without hesitation in defense. Despite possessing a formidable physique and the protection of the fire cloud armor, you were still sent flying thousands of meters by that finger, blood gushing from your mouth, your body feeling as if it were in disarray, an overwhelming discomfort enveloping you. That single strike had left you gravely wounded. A true master of the void refinement, without a doubt, you were somewhat astounded, realizing that the other party truly belongs to the void refinement realm. It appears that within this realm, there indeed exists a means to transcend the void refinement stage. The elderly figure in the Taoist robe stepped forth, as if traversing the cosmos, instantly appearing before you, sneering as he inquired whether you have discerned the disparity in strength between you. This is the chasm that separates the transformation god from the void refinement, an insurmountable divide. You offered a tranquil smile, your gaze devoid of fear, instead igniting your entire essence and unleashing your most formidable spiritual technique, prepared to fight with unwavering determination. By sacrificing your own vitality, your strength experienced a tremendous enhancement. You surmised that, with your current power, even a consummate divine transformation would pose no challenge. Pondering whether you could pose even a modicum of threat to the elder. Observing the might you had unleashed, the robed elder initially appeared astonished, only to then shake his head in regret, remarking that until you reached the Yellow River, your resolve would not wane. Very well. He would allow you to witness firsthand the stark distinction between divine transformation and the formless realm. In the next moment, you beheld the astonishing sight of a shadowy replica of him emerging from his form, an external incarnation. The two robed elders simultaneously directed their fingers toward you. Even with your vital essence ablaze and your power surging, you could only struggle to withstand their onslaught. With each strike you endured, your body suffered immensely, leaving you utterly unable to contend. Before long, as your internal vitality was nearly expended and your strength waned, you were extinguished by a mere gesture from the robed elder. You have departed from this realm. Please select your reward for this simulation. Chapter 52, Dao Partner Xiao Lingxian. Please choose your reward for this simulation. 1. Fire Spirit Body 2. Tortoise Blessing, Blue, 3. Mid-Stage Transformation 4. Heavenly Grade Middle Tier Technique, 7 Colored Fire Spirit Art 5. Heavenly Grade Lower Tier Spirit Skill, Rage of Heavens Fire 6. Fire Cloud Armor 7. 10. Relationship with Xia Lingxian as a Dao partner. Gazing at the splendid array of rewards, Lu Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Unfortunately, at this stage, he could only select 2 rewards. He pondered when he might be able to choose multiple rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chuan declared, System, I choose the Fire Spirit Body and the relationship with Xia Lingxian as my Dao partner. The Fire Spirit Body was a necessity, as its enhancement to both his cultivation and combat prowess was substantial and simply too valuable to forego. Regarding the second choice, it appeared that the relationship with Xia Lingxian held the most merit. Firstly, upon selection, he would gain another Dao partner and experience a different kind of connection. Secondly, with Xia Lingxuan's assistance, he could upgrade his system, allowing him to become even more formidable in the next simulation. Upon finalizing his choices, Lu Chuan distinctly felt a tremendous transformation within his body. Both the yang energy circulating within him and his perception of the spiritual energy in the air had undergone significant enhancements. At that moment, his combat power surged. Indeed, the sensation of increased combat prowess was utterly addictive. Feeling the changes within, a smile graced Lu Chuan's face. System, open the panel. Host, Lu Chuan Cultivation, Mid-Stage Nascent Soul Root, Supreme Fire Root Physique, Fire Spirit Body Simulation Attempts, 1 Talent. Master Alchemist, Green, Glimmering Spirit, Blue. Master of Swordsmanship, Blue, Simulation Level, LV for Energy Value, 0 Dao Partners, Lu Aoxiang, Su Ling, Xia Lingxian. Observing his panel, Lu Chuan nodded in approval. A new entry for his physique had been added, and the number of Dao partners had increased by 1. He had 1 simulation attempt remaining. Having used this one, the next would require the expenditure of spirit stones for the simulation. In the nascent soul stage, each simulation demanded 100,000 lower-tier spirit stones, equivalent to 1,000 middle-tier spirit stones. At present, he could not afford such a sum. Thus, he must use his final simulation opportunity judiciously, waiting until after upgrading his system before utilizing it. Before long, a month elapsed. During this time, Lu Chuan remained entwined with Lu Aoxiang and Su Ling, basking in blissful seclusion each day. During this period, Su Ling inquired about Lu Chuan's future plans, to which he replied that he intended to bring Lu Aoxiang to join the Divine Sword sect. Coincidentally, this year marked the sect's triennial entrance examination. Should he miss it, he would have to wait another 3 years. Beloved, I must return first. The sect leader does not permit me to be away for too long. On the day of their parting, Su Ling embraced Lu Chuan, reluctant to leave. Lu Chuan gently stroked her hair and reassured, Do not worry, Ling. Once I join the Divine Sword sect, I shall visit the Alchemist sect every year. Hee, all right, my beloved. Do not forget your promise. Su Ling smiled, pecked him on the lips, and gracefully departed from Qingshan's sect, leaving behind a lingering fragrance that hung in the air. Witnessing this, Lu Chuan sighed softly. If it were not for the lingering dangers and the presence of the dark-clad individuals, he would never have been able to bear her departure. Living with his many Dao partners and enjoying a life akin to that of an emperor was undeniably delightful. In summary, the future required diligent effort. He must thoroughly eradicate the threats posed by the dark-clad figures. Just the strength of the robed elder was beyond what he could contend with in his simulated form. Not to mention, it remained uncertain whether more formidable beings like that elder existed. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. It seemed that future simulations would necessitate risking his life to infiltrate the stronghold of the dark-clad individuals and gather intelligence. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Currently, he was entirely unaware of the dark-clad forces. With the enemy concealed while he remained exposed, this could easily lead to catastrophic losses. Without further thought, 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, another distinguished guest arrived at Qingshan's sect, the Holy Maiden of the Qinglian sect, Xia Lingxian. Upon learning this news, sect leader Xie Yunhua nearly collapsed in disbelief. Good gracious, how is it that one esteemed guest departs only for another to arrive? Whether it was the Holy Maiden of the Alchemist sect or the Holy Maiden of the Qinglian sect, neither was someone he, a mere leader of Qingshan's sect, could afford to offend. Moreover, Xia Lingxian had specifically requested to meet Lu Chuan. Upon receiving this news, Xie Yunhua was even more perplexed as to why both individuals were so intent on meeting Lu Chuan. Could it be that he harbored some secret? Ahem, sect leader. To speak candidly, she is also one of my Dao partners. In the grand hall of the sect, Lu Chuan glanced at the approaching Xia Lingxian and explained slowly. Xie Yunhua? The elders of the sect? Lu Chuan, no. Lord Lu, how is it that you possess so many Dao partners? Upon learning this revelation, Xie Yunhua stumbled over his words, even changing how he addressed Lu Chuan. How could he not be astonished? To have 2 extraordinary Dao partners was, quite frankly, a status that Lu Chuan now held, something he could only aspire to. Lu Chuan chuckled and replied, Perhaps it is simply the allure of a man. With that, he took Xia Lingxuan's delicate hand and turned to leave the grand hall, leaving Xie Yunhua and the sect elders bewildered. Upon returning to his dwelling, Lu Aoxiang gazed at the newly introduced figure, Xiaoling Xian, in astonishment. She had not anticipated that her husband was secretly entangled with another. Without a doubt, this was once again due to his memories. Thinking of this, Lu Aoxiang shot Lu Chuan a sideways glance, her expression suggesting, "You certainly have your talents." Unfazed, Lu Chuan offered no explanation. A man need not say much, allowing Xiaoling Xian to clarify instead. As expected, upon seeing Lu Aoxiang, Xiaoling Xian joyfully ran over, taking Lu Aoxiang's arm and affectionately calling her sister Lu, exuding an air of intimacy. Although Xiaoling Xian was of similar age to Lu Aoxiang, she was well aware of Lu Aoxiang's irreplaceable status in Lu Chuan's heart through the memories she possessed. She was indeed a unique presence, his moonlight, his steadfast companion, and a partner through trials and tribulations. With such buffs, Lu Aoxiang was unparalleled in Lu Chuan's heart. "Little sister, who might you be?" Noticing the enchanting yet unfamiliar Xiaoling Xian, Lu Aoxiang could not help but inquire about her identity. "Elder sister Lu. I am the current Holy Maiden of the Qinglian sect, Xiaoling Xian." Xiaoling Xian gently pulled Lu Aoxiang aside and began to explain. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, stood quietly nearby, choosing not to intrude. Let Xiaoling Xian handle the explanation. Before long, night descended, and once again, Lu Chuan found himself immersed in a unique atmosphere reminiscent of his first visit to Qingshan's sect with Su Ling. The following day, Lu Chuan awoke feeling refreshed and turned to Xiaoling Xian beside him, saying, "Xianer, you haven't forgotten the task I entrusted to you, have you?" Xiaoling Xian nodded and cautiously produced a spatial pouch, which was astonishingly filled with 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This was indeed a matter Lu Chuan had specifically instructed during their last simulation. Lu Chuan was curious. If choosing a Dao partner allowed for the inheritance of memories, would the matters he entrusted also be passed along with those memories? It certainly seemed so. Gazing at the 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones within the pouch, a broad smile spread across Lu Chuan's face, almost reaching his ears. He could not help but revel in the delightful feeling of being supported by others. Having enjoyed the support of Lu Aoxiang, then Su Ling, and now Xiaoling Xian, he found himself wondering who would be next to offer such support. Of course, Lu Chuan was not merely a man living off others. As the saying goes, a virtuous wife assists her husband in his ambitions. While I shall repay her with a fortune, he cherished the contributions of Lu Aoxiang, Su Ling, and Xiaoling Xian, vowing to repay their kindness 1,000-fold in the future. "Dearest, do you have a plan to deal with that group of black-clad individuals? It seems there is a powerful figure among them who transcends the transformation stage. Even you might not stand a chance against them." Xiaoling Xian asked with a worried expression, reflecting on the final events of his memories. Lu Chuan realized that the old man in the Taoist robe was evidently not merely a transformation stage cultivator, but rather a formidable being beyond that realm, an entity of the void refinement stage. Yet, now both she and Lu Chuan were merely at the golden core and nascent soul stages, respectively. How could they possibly grow strong enough to contend with such a being in less than a decade? It seemed an insurmountable task, akin to a fantastical dream. As Xiaoling Xian voiced her concerns, Lu Aoxiang cast a worried glance their way, her eyes filled with deep concern for Lu Chuan. Regardless of whether it was her memories, Su Ling's, or Xiaoling Xuan's, they all recalled that Lu Chuan ultimately perished at the hands of those black-clad figures. While they understood that it was merely an illusion and not reality, there was an underlying feeling that what was merely a memory for them was a lived experience for Lu Chuan. This realization only deepened her heartache. Lu Chuan smiled reassuringly, reaching out to gently pat the heads of Lu Aoxiang and Xiaoling Xian. "Fear not. Not only can I handle a mere void refinement stage black-clad cultivator, but I have means to confront even stronger foes. Soon, you will no longer need to worry about the threat they pose. We shall live together in peace." Upon hearing Lu Chuan's words, the two women felt a slight sense of relief. If their husband believed he had a solution, then surely he did. Their role was simply to silently support his decisions from behind. After calming their hearts, Lu Chuan promptly retrieved 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones to upgrade the system. Upon offering the 10,000 stones as a sacrifice, he declared, "System, consume 100,000 energy points to upgrade." Ding. Upgrade successful. Current system level, LV5. There is a probability of drawing a purple talent during simulations. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Lu Chuan's lips curled into a smile. If blue talents could elevate him to the status of an unparalleled cultivation genius, how extraordinary would the subsequent purple talents be? It was well known that whether white, green, or blue talents, each level up brought immense enhancements, leading to qualitative changes. Now, with the unlocking of purple talents, he wondered how far these newfound abilities could elevate him. System, commence simulation. Lu Chuan decided to test the power of the purple talent without hesitation. Ding. Simulation initiated. Please select the talent for this simulation. 1. Golden cicada escaping its shell, blue when on the brink of death. You will be randomly teleported to a location within 100,000 miles. Cooldown time, 3 years. 2. Forceful torrent, blue in dire situations, unleash battle prowess several times greater than normal. Cooldown time, 3 years. 3. Supreme thunder root, blue acquire a supreme thunder attribute root. 4. Master of formations, blue gain a certain talent in formations, enabling you to become a master of formations. 5. Dustless Sword Heart. Purple attained the Dustless Sword Heart and become an extraordinary swordsmanship prodigy. Among the talents available in this simulation, with 4 blue and 1 purple, the selection was quite favorable. Naturally, the first choice was evident, the Dustless Sword Heart. Chuan recalled that Ling Lanhua possessed an innate sword body, granting her exceptional swordsmanship talent that rivaled his blue sword talent. Should he select the purple-level Dustless Sword Heart, his swordsmanship talent would likely reach a terrifying new height, far surpassing Ling Lanhua. He would effortlessly tremble the Divine Sword during the assessment of the Divine Sword sect, and might even gain the recognition of a golden Divine Sword. It was a choice he could not afford to miss. As for the second option, Chuan found himself momentarily uncertain in light of the remaining choices. In the face of purple talents, blue talents seemed rather trivial. He found himself somewhat dismissive of them. After contemplating for a while, Chuan ultimately chose the second option, Forceful Torrent. By acquiring the purple-level talent, he was confident that his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, whether he could stand against the Taoist elder remained an unknown. Thus, he resolved to choose Forceful Torrent in dire circumstances. It would allow him to unleash several times his normal battle prowess, potentially equipping him to confront the Taoist elder. With a stroke of luck, perhaps he could even overturn the Void Refinement stage and seize control of the universe. I must give this a try. System, I select Dustless Sword Heart and Forceful Torrent. Ding. Selection successful. Entering simulation. Upon obtaining the Dustless Sword Heart, Chuan could distinctly feel his swordsmanship talent enhanced significantly. With the aid of the Sword Heart, his comprehension of sword techniques reached an astoundingly monstrous level. Ordinary sword techniques could be grasped with a mere glance, enabling him to master them with minimal effort. Techniques that would take others years or even decades to learn, he could comprehend in an instant. Recognizing the stark contrast between the Dustless Sword Heart and the mastery of sword techniques, Chuan could hardly contain his ecstatic joy, acknowledging that the purple talent truly lived up to its name, far surpassing anything a blue talent could offer. The enhancement to his swordsmanship talent was not merely a minor improvement. It felt as though he had ascended 2 or 3 tiers. Oh, is it truly that extraordinary? It seems I have underestimated the power of purple talents. Upon reaching this point, Chuan beamed with delight. Upon careful reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. The system's talent levels are limited to 6 distinct categories: white, cyan, blue, purple, gold, and red. The purple talent, being so close to the ultimate red talent, is undoubtedly formidable. In comparison to the blue talent, its enhancement is indeed substantial. You casually practiced several low-level sword techniques of the Qingshan sect and discovered that a mere glance could lead to profound comprehension, which provided you with a clearer understanding of your innate talent for the sword. After spending a few days in the cave dwelling with Lu Aoshang and Xia Lingxian, you prepared to leave the Qingshan sect, bringing Lu Aoshang along to join the Divine Sword sect. Before departing, you assured Xia Lingxian that you would visit her at the Qing Lotus sect each year, to which she gladly acquiesced. Thus, you added another annual visit to your list, that being Xia Lingxian. There was no alternative. Having chosen to embrace a harem, it was only fair to distribute affection evenly among them. Perhaps this is the inevitable plight of a harem's male protagonist. Yet, you have no regrets. Chuan. Chapter 54. The terrifying talent for swordsmanship. After approximately a week of leisurely traversing the mountains with Lu Aoshang, you arrived at the Divine Sword sect in a tranquil manner. At that moment, the sect was conducting its triannual admission examinations. During the assessment, your Yuaning realm cultivation astonished all present. No one had anticipated encountering such a remarkably young Yuaning practitioner, for you were not yet 20 years of age. It was as if you had been bestowed with extraordinary luck. Even more astonishing was the fact that someone of your caliber, worthy of being called an elder of the Yuaning, would choose to participate in the admission tests of the Divine Sword sect and become one of its disciples. It was utterly inconceivable. Your remarkable cultivation is such that not only could you become a disciple, but even an esteemed elder of the Divine Sword sect would be well within your reach. With your extraordinary abilities, even before undergoing the swordsmanship aptitude evaluation, you have captured the attention of the sect's leader, who personally emerged from seclusion to inform you that possessing a notable talent in swordsmanship would grant you the status of a special elder within the sect, affording you resources and standing equal to that of the holy sons and daughters. It is indeed an extraordinary spectacle to witness a nascent soul cultivator under the age of 20. Such brilliance is unparalleled and unprecedented. The Divine Sword sect is certainly reluctant to let such a prodigy slip away. However, the notion of publicizing a nascent soul disciple is rather extravagant. It could potentially undermine the confidence of every other disciple, who are still at the foundation stage, upon learning that one among them has already reached the nascent soul realm. Who could bear such a revelation? After much deliberation, they resolved to elevate you to the position of elder, ensuring that your resources would be on par with those of the holy sons and daughters. When presented with this proposition by the sect leader, you graciously accepted. Soon, the assessment commenced, and your prodigious swordsmanship talent allowed you to soar effortlessly through the ranks. In the final test, as you faced the divine sword, it trembled 9 times, each resonating sound echoing throughout the entire mountain of the sect. At that moment, Not only the current leader of the Divine Sword sect, but also the reclusive ancestors were stirred. 9 Tremors of the Sword. It has been ages since such a swordsmanship prodigy has emerged within the sect. Throughout its storied history, no more than 3 individuals have achieved this feat now. With another appearing, how could it not cause a stir? Indeed, the purple swordsmanship talent is capable of producing 9 sword tremors. Observing this, Chuan nodded, not in the least surprised. If blue talent can achieve 8 tremors, then purple talent is expected to surpass that. If it failed to resonate 9 times, it would indicate a flaw in the divine sword itself. Yet, the question remained whether it could garner the recognition of the golden divine sword within the sword tomb. Chuan distinctly recalled the grandeur and majesty of the golden divine sword, akin to a sovereign among swords, lofty and imperious. Even he did not possess complete confidence in securing the sword's acknowledgement. Should he succeed, it would undoubtedly present a monumental opportunity, enabling him to ascend to new heights. With your 9 sword tremors reverberating throughout the sect, you were summoned to the Grand Hall by the leader of the Divine Sword sect. There, before all the elders, the sect leader conferred upon you the title of Divine Son. You would have the liberty to allocate most of the sect's resources at your discretion, and remarkably, you were permitted to retrieve 3 inheritances from the Sword Tomb. You were no stranger to the Sword Tomb, a place of fortuitous opportunities within the Divine Sword sect. Regrettably, during your last visit, the leader only allowed you and Ling Lanyue to claim 1 inheritance, yet this time, you were granted the privilege to take 3. At this moment, you could not help but marvel at the allure of extraordinary talent, as if the entire world were paving the way for you, the singular child of destiny. Moreover, within the Grand Hall, your gaze fell upon the figure of the Holy Maiden, Ling Lanyue. As your eyes met hers, she appeared momentarily taken aback. Before offering you a polite smile, acknowledging your presence, you distinctly recall that the last time you joined the Divine Sword sect, even when the sword trembled 8 times, Ling Lanyue did not conclude her seclusion until after she emerged to meet you. This time, however, the other party has astonishingly ended her retreat directly. It seems that the significance of the 9 tremors of the sword cannot be underestimated. Without any action taken, it has dramatically altered a multitude of events. Having become the son of the Divine Sword sect, you maintain a serene composure as you inform the sect leader that Lu Aoxiang is your companion on the path, expressing your desire to reside in the same cave dwelling. Upon hearing the unfamiliar name, the sect leader is taken aback, asking, Lu Aoxiang? Who might that be? I have not heard of her. Yet this is of little consequence. As your companion on the path, even if she is merely an inconspicuous female disciple, the elders are bound to treat her with utmost respect, wary not to offend. Such is the power bestowed by status. At this juncture, an elder interjects, revealing that during the sect's entrance examination, a disciple has attained the level of 4 sword tremors, and her name is indeed Lu Aoxiang. The sect leader is slightly astonished. 4 sword tremors, at any time, marks her as a budding genius in the sword arts, deserving of attention. However, in the face of the true prodigy, the one who has achieved 9 sword tremors, this pales in comparison, resembling the disparity between a firefly and the bright moon, an insurmountable gap. Concerning your request, the sect leader immediately assents, promptly arranging for you both the most spacious and opulent cave dwelling, and even presenting you with 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones for your cultivation. At this moment, you have already reached the Yuanying stage, rendering low-grade spirit stones nearly ineffective. Only medium-grade spirit stones can significantly accelerate your progress in cultivation. You respectfully inclined your hand towards the leader of the Divine Sword sect, expressing your gratitude, and subsequently departed from the Grand Hall of the sect to locate Lu Aoxiang, heading towards your designated cave abode. What a surprise! Joining the Divine Sword sect grants an immediate reward of 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones. If acquired, this would ensure a substantial reserve of simulated energy for an extended period. Chuan couldn't help but murmur. In the nascent soul realm, a single simulation requires 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, equating to 1,000 medium-grade stones. Subsequently, in the transformation realm, a simulation necessitates 1 million low-grade spirit stones, or 10,000 medium-grade stones. Currently, after deducting the 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones consumed by the upgrade system, Chuan found himself with merely 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones remaining. The remaining scattered low-grade spirit stones were of little use. It was imperative to swiftly discover a method for acquiring spirit stones. Shortly thereafter, the leader of the Divine Sword sect proclaimed you as the contemporary son of the sect, a status surpassing that of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, while Lu Aoxiang was designated as the prospective Holy Maiden. In your first year within the sect, you commenced studying the sect's most formidable technique, the high-tier earth-level technique, the 10,000 swords method, alongside the most potent spiritual skill, the mid-tier earth-level skill, the Azure 13 swords. Concurrently, a profound sense of perplexity enveloped you, given the substantial heritage of the Divine Sword sect. It seemed illogical for the most powerful techniques and skills to be limited to merely earth-level. Could it be the machinations of the cloaked figure? Without dwelling further on this thought, you diligently immersed yourself in your practice. Lu Aoxiang was also training in the 10,000 swords method and the exquisite high-tier earth-level skill, the 8 directions sword rain. During this training, you truly recognize the extent of your innate talent and swordsmanship. Previously, during simulations, it took until the very end to cultivate the Azure 13 swords to the 12th sword. Yet this time, within just a year, you managed to cultivate the Azure 13 swords to the 11th sword and the 8 directions sword reign to perfection with astonishing speed. In your eyes, no matter how intricate the sword techniques or sword formulas appeared, they all transformed into comprehensible simplicity, as if the path of the sword had been distilled to its essence. Free from any pressure, you have finally grasped the essence of what it truly means to be a top scholar tackling problems. Chapter 55, Re-entering the Sword Tomb. Goodness, this is remarkably swift. Is there any difference from having a cheat? Upon reading this, Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The arduous cultivation of the Azure Blue 13 swords has led him to attain the 11th sword in just 1 year? Not to mention the extraordinary technique, the 8 directions sword reign. Achieving perfection in merely a year, completely comprehending the intricacies of the 8 directions sword reign, without any pressure whatsoever. At that moment, Chuan seemed to recall something and hurriedly inquired, System, if one possesses 2 similar talents for cultivation, can their effects be combined? Prior to selecting the Dustless Sword Heart, he had already possessed a blue-level sword cultivation talent, the Sword Master. Although the Dustless Sword Heart is also a talent for sword cultivation, it does not serve as a superior replacement for the Sword Master. This implies that, despite both being sword-related talents, they do not share the same origin. Ding. Yes, host. The system's reply illuminated Chuan's eyes. So that is how it is. This means that not only is the Dustless Sword Heart exerting its power, but my Sword Master talent is also in play. It is as if both sword talents are functioning simultaneously. No wonder the progress is so rapid. Chuan chuckled. If he were to acquire several more sword talents, wouldn't his sword cultivation speed increase even further? Unlimited talent stacking. And this does not merely apply to sword cultivation. Alchemy, formations, talismans, and physical attributes can also benefit. A year later, he was preparing to visit the Alchemy sect and the Qinglian sect to see Su Ling and Xiao Lingxian. Coincidentally, on the day of his departure, the Holy Maiden of the Divine Sword sect, Ling Lanyue, arrived at his dwelling atop her sword. He was not the least bit surprised by her arrival. It was evident that she had come to invite him to the Sword Tomb. As expected, Ling Lanyue informed him that the sect was preparing to open the Sword Tomb, allowing him to accompany her in search of opportunities. Moreover, the sect leader had specifically stated that he could choose 3 inheritances. At this, Ling Lanyue gazed at him with envy. 1 inheritance can save 10 years of detours, let alone 3, which could spare him over 30 years. Upon his emergence from the Sword Tomb, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a tremendous transformation. He did not decline Ling Lanyue's invitation, readily accepting, while mentioning that he needed to step out for a while and would discuss the trip to the Sword Tomb upon his return. Ling Lanyue agreed. Furthermore, he warmly expressed that should she have any uncertainties regarding swordsmanship, she could seek his counsel for discussions and exchanges. Upon hearing this, Ling Lanyue's face brightened, her enchanting eyes sparkling with delight. For her, what was most lacking at present was someone with whom she could engage in discussions regarding swordsmanship. Unfortunately, her sword cultivation talent was already at the pinnacle within the sect, rendering exchanges with others futile. They could only offer guidance, which was utterly unhelpful. Now, with his sword talent surpassing hers, their interaction could genuinely be termed as mutual exchange, and he might even provide her with insights that would benefit her for a lifetime. Ling Lanyue expressed her gratitude profusely, and before leaving, she cast a glance at Lu Aoxiang, relieved to see that her expression bore no signs of jealousy or discontent. Departing from the Divine Sword sect, he first visited the Alchemy sect, spending about a week with Su Ling before heading to the Qinglian sect to see Xiao Lingxian. During the journey, he couldn't help but reflect that having multiple partners was indeed a blessing, and while he could manage it, the constant back and forth was rather cumbersome. Eventually, once his strength grew even more formidable, he would approach the sect and bring all his partners together. In the face of absolute strength, the sect leaders would undoubtedly not refuse. After spending a month at the Qinglian sect, he returned to the Divine Sword sect. Initially, he had planned to stay at the Qinglian sect for merely a week before returning to the Divine Sword sect to visit the Sword Tomb. However, Xiao Lingxian, with her tears and pleas, insisted that he remain a little longer before she would allow him to leave, claiming that it was a rare opportunity to have him all to herself and that she could not let it slip away. With a resigned smile, you decided to spend more time with her. Upon returning to the Sacred Sword sect, you made your way to Ling Lanyue's cave dwelling, informing her that preparations were complete and you were ready to proceed to the Sword Tomb. Ling Lanyue nodded in agreement and led you to report to the sect leader. Upon learning of your impending journey to the Sword Tomb, the sect leader nodded approvingly, not only permitting your expedition but also mentioning a golden divine sword suspended at the very heart of the Sword Tomb, encouraging you to attempt to gain its recognition. Should you succeed, perhaps some of your lingering questions would find resolution, and this realm would be infused with a glimmer of hope. You were somewhat astonished, for you did not anticipate that a golden divine sword could bestow a glimmer of hope upon this realm. Just how extraordinary must this golden divine sword be? You nodded earnestly, signifying your commitment to do your utmost. Subsequently, The master led both you and Ling Lanyue to the sword tomb. Upon opening the entrance, the master instructed Ling Lanyue to take only one inheritance, while you were permitted to select 3, urging you to ponder your choices carefully. You and Ling Lanyue answered in unison and promptly stepped into the sword tomb. 3, perhaps? Uncertain whether your current swordsmanship talent would earn the recognition of the golden divine sword, you pondered in silence. If not, it would truly be a calamity. Must one possess a golden level of swordsmanship to succeed? Chuan mused. If even the violet talent falls short, then only the golden talent remains. One can only hope for success. As for the other 2 legacies of swordsmanship, how would you choose? Upon entering the sword tomb, you beheld an array of formidable divine swords embedded in the ground. With your and Ling Lanyue's arrival, these swords appeared to awaken as if endowed with consciousness. Their resonant cries echoing, yearning for your endorsement. Particularly for you, numerous divine swords surged forth from the earth, swirling around you in a ceaseless dance, generating sharp gales as if rallying to a swordsmanship monarch, leaving Ling Lanyue envious. After all, not a single divine sword circled her, all the limelight stolen by your presence. In your company, even she was relegated to a mere backdrop. Nevertheless, Ling Lanyue bore no resentment towards you. Instead, her gaze shimmered with admiration. You, however, paid little heed to these divine swords. Possessing a pure sword heart, you were far more attuned to the swordsmanship legacy contained within, instantly discerning which swords were beneficial and which were not. Clearly, all these swords were of no use to you, and you ignored their existence entirely. Side by side with Ling Lanyue, you ventured deeper into the sword tomb. After traversing a considerable distance, a sudden intuition prompted you to gaze towards a blood-red divine sword not far away. To be precise, it appeared to be a malevolent sword, its blade of vivid crimson, as if forged from blood, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Most notably, this long sword was broken, its blade incomplete, a fractured weapon of sinister design. Due to its broken state, the sword did not rest upon the ground but hung suspended in the air, starkly contrasting with the surrounding divine swords, thus capturing your attention. Chapter 56, Golden Hong's Sword. Spirit-level technique. Ling Lanyue sensed your gaze and turned to see the blood-red broken sword, her expression shifting to one of alarm. She cautioned you that it was an evil sword, imbued with a potent and ominous bloodlust that could portend misfortune. You nodded slightly, then averted your gaze, continuing to follow Ling Lanyue. Meanwhile, you pondered that if there were no superior options ahead, the choice of this cursed sword might indeed be viable. Soon, you and Ling Lanyue reached the innermost depths of the sword tomb, where not a single other divine sword captured your attention along the way. Upon arriving at the deepest point, you beheld the golden divine sword suspended in the air, and an overwhelming desire surged within you. This sensation was unparalleled, unmatched by any other divine sword. You understood that the golden sword harbored an extraordinary legacy, one that, if obtained, would propel you to unparalleled heights. A sense of curiosity inevitably stirs within you. Will you earn the acknowledgement of the golden divine sword? Beside you, Ling Lanyue's eyes shimmer with the same intrigue. Your unparalleled talent in the way of the sword is arguably the finest in the world. If such prowess cannot garner the approval of the golden divine sword, then surely no one else can. Fortunately, your apprehensions prove unfounded. Upon your arrival, the golden divine sword emits a remarkably clear and resonant sound, its melody echoing throughout the entirety of the sword tomb. In that moment, the divine swords that had surrounded you, as if commanded by an emperor, swiftly returned to their rightful places, plunging once more into the earth. Your face radiates astonishment as you realize you have gained the recognition of the golden divine sword. You are soaring indeed. Beside you, Ling Lanyue expresses her congratulations, her eyes filled with an even deeper admiration. After all, women are naturally drawn to strength, and she is no exception. With a sigh, Chuan exhales a breath of relief, his expression easing. Indeed, possessing a purple swordsmanship talent warrants the acknowledgement of the divine sword. Were it otherwise, it would be quite absurd. After all, a golden talent is surely an extraordinary force, not just in the mortal realm, but even in the celestial realm. As you receive the recognition of the golden divine sword, excitement courses through you as you step forward to touch the sword. The golden divine sword offers no resistance, allowing your hand to glide over it, clearly affirming your existence. Immediately, an overwhelming surge of sword intent flows from the golden divine sword into your consciousness. Under this immense sword intent, countless divine swords within the sword tomb resonate with a chorus of sword cries, as if paying homage to the sovereign of swordsmanship. As you embrace the transmission of swordsmanship, Ling Lanyue withdraws her admiring gaze, embarking on her quest for her own sword opportunity. Before long, her attention settles on a verdant long sword, the Qingfeng sword. After a careful examination, she nods in approval and makes her choice. Through the transmission, you learn the name of the golden divine sword, Jinhong. Furthermore, a petite figure composed of sword energy emerges within your consciousness, standing at approximately 155 centimeters, her frame appearing remarkably delicate and charming, as if she were a little sister who had mysteriously appeared. Yet, in her grasp, she wields the golden divine sword, Jinhong. You stood in profound respect, instantly recognizing the identity of the individual before you, the founding ancestor of the divine sword sect. After all, The golden phoenix sword had been left in the sword tomb by the sect's progenitor, and with it in their grasp, their identity was unmistakable. To your surprise, you discovered that this revered figure was none other than a diminutive woman, a veritable embodiment of youthful charm. Before you could ponder further, her petite yet commanding presence pointed decisively at you, unleashing an extraordinary surge of sword energy. In that instant, a torrent of sword chi surged into your consciousness, coalescing into a martial art, the spirit-grade lower-tier technique, the sacred Emperor Sword Art. In addition to this technique, she also imparted a heavenly-grade supreme spiritual skill, the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash. A spirit-grade technique? This transcended even the heavenly tier. At this revelation, Lu Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment, as he realized that the golden phoenix sword contained techniques beyond the heavenly realm. It is essential to understand that the hierarchy of martial arts is classified into 4 realms: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, which not only dictates the speed of a practitioner's cultivation, but also establishes the pinnacle they can attain. Even the most extraordinary talent would languish in their progress if they were limited to a mere profound-grade technique, resulting in a slower cultivation rate. Often, stagnation in advancement is not due to a lack of talent, but rather the inadequacy of the martial arts level. To think that the golden phoenix sword would bestow upon him a spirit-grade technique. My goodness, should everything proceed smoothly, Lu Chuan could effortlessly cultivate to the great ascension stage with this technique in hand. After this momentous event, the delicate figure gradually became ethereal, ultimately transforming into a diminutive, exquisite golden sword that lay quietly within your consciousness. You can sense that within this golden blade lies a sword intent potent enough to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Once unleashed, it can sever all things. It appears to be the final card she has left for herself. Without further contemplation, armed with the low-grade spiritual technique, the sacred Emperor Sword Art, you immediately sit cross-legged on the ground and begin your comprehension. During the process of understanding, a moment of inspiration strikes, unifying with the cosmos, and you enter a state of epiphany. This moment of clarity endures for a full 3 months. After 3 months, you open your eyes, revealing a piercing sword aura swirling within, exuding an imposing presence, while countless sword winds envelop you, akin to a formidable master of the sword path. Through this epiphany, your grasp of the sword technique has ascended directly to the sword aura stage. This remarkable advancement is undoubtedly a testament to your extraordinary sword talent, combined with the fact that you were merely a step away from the sword momentum stage. Now, with the aid of this awakening, you have shattered 2 realms in succession. Moreover, possessing a pure sword heart, your attainment of the sword heart stage is a foregone conclusion. The low-grade spiritual technique, the sacred Emperor Sword Art, has also made considerable progress. It can transmute the spiritual energy within your body into sacred Emperor Sword Chi, and the potency of this sword Chi can be enhanced in tandem with your own sword aura. In other words, the stronger your sword aura, the mightier the sacred Emperor Sword Chi becomes. Currently, you have converted all 10 units of your spiritual energy into sacred Emperor Sword Chi, which, once unleashed, is remarkably sharp and capable of effortlessly breaching the defenses of the nascent soul stage. Regrettably, your cultivation has yet to break through. You remain at the mid-nascent soul stage, yet you are quite close to the late stage. While your cultivation has not seen significant advancement, your current strength makes you a formidable force in the nascent soul realm. As you open your eyes, the nearby Ling Lanue also awakens. She informs you that the Clear Wind sword she obtained contains the essence of Clear Wind sword intent. And once she digests and masters this intent, she too can cultivate her own sword intent. Initially, she believed she would comprehend the existence of sword intent faster than you. Yet to her astonishment, you emerged from your epiphany having directly attained the sword aura stage. Even she remains at the sword momentum stage for now. Listening to Ling Lanue's words imbued with admiration and surprise, you smile gently and express your willingness to exchange insights and progress together. Ling Lanue, filled with joy, agrees, her admiration for you intensifying in the depths of her eyes. After retrieving the first inheritance, it is time to seek the second and third. The next moment, your gaze shifts to the nearby Snow Dragon sword. Old companion, in the past, acquiring the Snow Dragon sword and the accompanying Snow Howl Dragon Roar sword formation would have delighted your heart. However, now that you possess the Golden Phoenix sword and its unparalleled sword path inheritance, the Snow Howl Dragon Roar sword formation seems rather trivial in comparison to the Golden Phoenix sword. The disparity is not insignificant. Nonetheless, you still choose the Snow Dragon sword. After all, aside from the Golden Phoenix, the other sword path inheritances are of equal caliber, making your choice inconsequential. It is better to select a sword with which you are familiar. Grasping the Snow Dragon, a powerful sword aura surges into your mind, and at the same time, you acquire the cultivation method for the Snow Howl Dragon Roar. With the second sword path inheritance in hand, only one remains. In your heart, the first thought that surfaced was that broken blood-red sword. Without hesitation, you accompanied Ling Lanue to the place where the shattered blade hung in suspension. As you prepared to retrieve the malevolent sword, Ling Lanue once again cautioned you to exercise utmost caution, for during the process of mending the sword, one must not succumb to the bloodlust it harbored. You bestowed upon her a reassuring gaze, and then grasped the blood-red sword firmly in your hand. As the long blade settled into your grip, an overwhelming aura of slaughter surged forth, as if it yearned to incite you to eliminate all adversaries in existence. Every foe of yours, without exception, must be vanquished. Kill, kill, kill. Spare none. As this murderous intent permeated your consciousness, the sacred imperial sword energy within you immediately surged into action, slicing through it with unparalleled precision, eradicating it completely. You were somewhat astonished, not expecting a mere broken sword to harbor such an intense aura of slaughter. Indeed, it is remarkable. As the murderous intent dissipates, you discern the name of this sword, the blood-weeping sword. It is, without a doubt, a malevolent blade, capable of absorbing the blood of cultivators to enhance its own quality and strength. In other words, the more blood the blood-weeping sword absorbs, the mightier it becomes. Ultimately, even a mere chi refinement cultivator wielding the blood-weeping sword could effortlessly slay golden core and nascent soul practitioners. However, it is crucial to note that as the blood-weeping sword grows in power, the wielder will be influenced by its consciousness. Eventually, should the cultivator's strength fall short of the sword's, they may be consumed by its murderous intent, becoming a mere slave to the blade. This implies that it is a sword capable of slaying its master. Of course, this information is merely what the sword cultivator left behind regarding the blood-weeping sword. It is rather sparse and does not elaborate further on the sword's origins or the pinnacle of its potential. In fact, there is no mention of any swordsmanship legacy within. Only the blood-weeping sword itself. A mere broken sword has captured my attention. Thus, it is indeed extraordinary. At the very least, it surpasses any divine sword within the sword tomb, aside from the golden phoenix sword. Lu Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured softly, "A sword that can slay its master? How intriguing. I shall endeavor to master you completely." With the blood-weeping sword in hand, your journey to the sword tomb with Ling Lanyue draws to a close. As you leave the sword tomb side by side, you immediately spot the sect leader of the divine sword sect waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon seeing you, he approaches eagerly, inquiring impatiently whether you have gained the recognition of the golden divine sword. With a smile and a nod, you wave your hand, and the golden phoenix, akin to a radiant flash, swiftly pierced the heavens, landing in your grasp. Upon seeing the golden phoenix, the sect master of the divine sword sect appeared particularly exhilarated, dancing with joy as he informed you that this sword was a legacy from the founder of the sect. Not only does it possess a rank of spiritual treasure, but it also harbors the full force of the ancestor's strike. As he spoke of the founder, a profound admiration illuminated the master's face, a source of pride for him. Yet, you looked on with a peculiar expression, envisioning a petite figure, no taller than 155 centimeters. Regrettably, the golden phoenix sword did not reveal her precise appearance. Otherwise, you would have been curious to know what the founder of the divine sword sect truly looked like. The sect master scrutinized the golden phoenix sword for a moment before letting out a deep sigh, informing you that due to a lack of nurturing, its rank had diminished to that of a mid-grade magical artifact, and restoring it to the level of a spiritual treasure would require some time. A spiritual treasure, being a pinnacle above superb magical artifacts, possesses an exceptional level of spirit. Although merely a magical artifact, it can sometimes display human-like qualities and possess its own thoughts. Truly, the legacy of the divine sword sect's founder is remarkable, whether it be the golden phoenix sword or the spiritual level techniques contained within. Even a perfected practitioner might not easily attain them. Lu Chuan remarked with a sense of nostalgia, excitement flickering in his eyes. He could hardly wait for the conclusion of this simulation to choose the untroubled sword heart and join the divine sword sect. Having spent over a year at the Qingshan sect, he felt he had grown sufficiently and was ready to step beyond the novice realm to embrace a broader world. The sect master, mindful of the legacy left by the founder, was eager to activate the sect's sword nurturing pool to restore the sword's vitality and aid in its recovery to the rank of spiritual treasure. You did not decline the master's proposal, nor did you worry about the divine sword sect attempting to seize the golden phoenix sword. After all, the sword possessed a spirit. In your presence, it was a true divine weapon, responsive only to you. Should it be handed to another, it would revert to its aloof stature, disregarding any attempt to wield it. After placing the golden phoenix sword into the sect's nurturing pool, you returned to your cave dwelling with Ling Lanyue, preparing to enter seclusion and absorb the fruits of your journey. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Truly, cultivation knows no time. In the 3rd year of the simulation, you chose to exit seclusion. Over these 2 years, with the aid of the sacred emperor sword technique, you successfully advanced to the late stage of the nascent soul, having transformed 20% of the spiritual energy within you into sacred emperor sword chi, enhancing your strength further. The 13 azure swords reached complete mastery, while the Snowhowl Dragon Roar sword formation cultivated to a minor completion, and the Thousand Shadows sword had merely scratched the surface. This was not due to a lack of talent in the sword path, but rather the brevity of time. During these 2 years, you focused primarily on cultivating the sacred emperor sword technique and converting your inner energy, which limited your time for practicing spiritual techniques. Even for a genius like yourself, it was evident that to simultaneously elevate techniques, spiritual arts, cultivation, and swordsmanship required a considerable investment of time. Not to mention, You also wished to refine your body and learn various skills such as alchemy, formations, and talismans. Time was simply insufficient. 7 years indeed felt too short. Fortunately, you possessed a simulator. If once was not enough, then twice, and if twice was still insufficient, then thrice. One day, you would become an all-encompassing master, proficient in all arts. A smile graced Lu Chuan's lips, confidence radiating from his countenance. Upon exiting seclusion, the 2,000 mid-grade spiritual stones bestowed by the sect master had been nearly depleted. Calculating the time, the ancient dragon had likely awakened. It was time to extort the resources it had hoarded. Dragon sculpture? In addition, you planned to visit the Alchemy sect and the Qinglian sect to see Su Ling and the others. After spending a few days in warmth with Lu Aoxing, you mounted the snow dragon and set forth to the Dragon Blood Valley. Chapter 58. The fruits of 2 years leaving the Divine Sword sect. You arrived at the Dragon Blood Valley. As you soared above the valley, a fierce gale erupted from within, yet, with your current strength, this wind could not disturb you in the slightest. You find yourself reflecting, initially being swept into the depths by this force, but later becoming unyielding, and now, it can scarcely affect you in the slightest. Your strength is evidently on the rise. Without further contemplation, you soar down to the valley, where you encounter the familiar dragon sculpture. The dragon sculpture expresses profound astonishment at your arrival, unable to fathom how, at merely 20 years of age, you have reached the late stage of the Yuaning realm. Moreover, the sword aura surrounding you is fierce, and your gaze is piercing, unmistakably signifying a formidable practitioner who has long immersed himself in the path of the sword. How could he remain unmoved? The dragon sculpture can distinctly perceive your true combat prowess. Traversing the Yuaning realm is trivial, and even a confrontation with a Huashan expert would not be beyond your capabilities. Noticing the dragon sculpture's astonishment, a subtle smile graces your lips, reminiscent of the Dragon King, and you engage in conversation with him. Upon concluding your dialogue, the dragon sculpture bestows upon you 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 dragon spirit fruits, a low-grade heavenly technique known as the dragon spirit formula, and a low-grade magical artifact, the sword nourishing gourd. Having accomplished all this, the dragon sculpture remarks that when you break through to the Huashan realm, you may return, for he has more treasures to offer you. You nodded in agreement, then respectfully bowed to the dragon sculpture before departing from the Dragon Blood Valley. After leaving, you began to ponder when to retrieve the inheritance from Sun Moon Lake. The last time you reached the bottom of the lake was only after attaining the peak of the nascent soul stage. This time, although your cultivation was merely at the later stage of nascent soul, with the protection of sword energy and the assistance of your fire spirit body, you believed reaching the lake's depths would pose no significant challenge. After a moment of contemplation, you decided to postpone the journey. Currently, there was an overwhelming amount of cultivation to attend to, leaving you hardly any time to spare. Upon arriving at the Alchemy sect, you imparted the dragon spirit technique to Su Ling and entrusted her with 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, staying for a week before departing on your sword. At the Qinglian sect, you similarly shared the dragon spirit technique and mid-grade spirit stones with Xia Lingxian, this time only remaining for a week before taking your leave once more. During your visits, both Su Ling and Xia Lingxian expressed some lingering disappointment, recalling the promise to meet once a year, lamenting that it had already been 2 years since your last encounter. With a helpless smile, you utter words of consolation. Fortunately, both women merely expressed their grievances verbally, fearing that your fondness for them might wane with prolonged absence. In reality, with just a touch of comfort from you, they quickly cease their tears and reveal their smiles. Upon returning to the Sacred Sword sect, you present the dragon spirit technique to Lu Aoxiang. Just as you prepare to enter seclusion, Ling Lanyue arrives at your doorstep, seeking to engage in a discourse on the art of the sword. You readily acquiesce. Although it is a form of exchange, it is predominantly you who imparts wisdom to Ling Lanyue. Your extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, coupled with your mastery of the sword energy stage, grants you a deeper understanding of the blade than Ling Lanyue possesses. During the course of your discussions, you elucidate the essence of the 13th sword from the azure blue 13 swords, facilitating Ling Lanyue's comprehension and learning. Before you, she resembles an eager student, wholly absorbed in your teachings. Her eyes sparkle like stars, reflecting an ever-growing admiration for you. After a week of insightful dialogue, Ling Lanyue has greatly benefited and intends to return to assimilate these newfound insights. After bidding her farewell, you commence a period of seclusion to enhance your own strength. While the Sacred Emperor Sword technique is undeniably powerful as a spirit-level martial art, its resource demands far exceed those of a heavenly-level technique, as evidenced by the conversion of 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones yielding merely 20. Moreover, you must also cultivate the body-refining technique, the dragon spirit art, which consumes resources at an astronomical rate. Fortunately, you possess 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones bestowed by the dragon sculpture, along with 2 dragon spirit fruits, significantly alleviating the strain on your resources. You resolved that upon concluding your retreat, you would make a journey to Sun Moon Lake to acquire the resources lying at its depths. With the treasures held within your spatial ring, you would be unfettered by concerns regarding the consumption of energy for your cultivation for a considerable stretch of time. Seasons turned, and your seclusion extended once more to a span of 2 years. Upon your emergence, you found yourself in the simulated 5th year. During these 2 years, you refined 2 dragon spirit fruits, elevating your physical form to the stage of dragon scales. Coupled with tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones and the aid of spiritual techniques, your cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. By practicing the sacred Emperor Sword art, you converted 40 portions of spiritual energy within you, amplifying the might of the sacred Emperor Sword Chi. With a mere flick of your finger, the sacred Emperor Sword Chi surged forth, formidable and terrifying. Capable of dispatching nascent soul practitioners as effortlessly as one would slaughter chickens or dogs. The Celestial Great Supreme Spiritual Technique, Thousand Shadow Sword Flash, reached a minor completion stage, allowing you to unleash a single sword strike that manifested countless sword shadows, dense and overwhelming, obscuring the sky and sun. Each sword shadow harbored tremendous power. Should they strike together, not even a nascent soul would stand a chance, let alone a beginner in the divine transformation realm. If you were to cultivate the Thousand Shadow Sword Flash to great perfection, a single strike could conjure 300 sword shadows, to its zenith, 500, and to completion, the maximum of 1,000 sword shadows. 1,000 sword shadows? How astonishing. Truly, this celestial grade supreme spiritual technique is unparalleled. Should you master it, facing foes of higher realms would pose no challenge whatsoever. Chuan, with a look of astonishment, mused inwardly on whether he could rival that enigmatic elder in the Taoist robe, perhaps even attempt to vanquish him. With the snow-howling dragon roar sword formation reaching a stage of great perfection, once unleashed in conjunction with your sacred Emperor Sword Chi, it could unleash a power far exceeding your current realm. It can be said that your combat prowess can no longer be measured merely by the heights of cultivation. You are confident that an ordinary divine transformation practitioner would not stand against you, and you might even ascend to slay them. This encapsulates the entirety of your gains over the 2 years of seclusion. Upon concluding your retreat, you could not resist indulging in tender moments with Lu Aoxian. Afterward, a twinge of guilt settled within you. In recent simulations, your time with her had dwindled, becoming increasingly hurried. Days passed in a blur of seclusion or the journey to seclusion, neglecting her feelings. Regrettably, there was little choice. Threats loomed from both behind and ahead. Not only the menace of the shadowy figures, but also the curses of this realm, along with the guardianship of great ascension practitioners, and a myriad of other issues demanding your resolution. You cannot afford to pause, but must continue onward, burdened. After several days in the company of Lu Aoxian, you departed from the Sword Sect, embarking on a journey to the Alchemy Sect and the Qinglian Sect to visit the 2 ladies, Su Ling. During this time, Xia Lingxian obtained the rare Ice and Fire Dual Lotus and expressed her desire for you to join her in its refinement. You nodded in agreement, acknowledging that although the Ice-Fire Dual Lotus had its limitations, it still offered an opportunity for refinement, a benefit nonetheless. After the process, due to the side effects, you found yourself entangled once more with Xia Lingxian, reluctant to part ways. After a tender exchange, you departed from the Qinglian Sect, embarking officially towards the Sun Moon Sect. Chapter 59. The Unusual Sun Moon Sect. After approximately 2 days, you arrived at the territory of the Sun Moon Sect. As before, you circumvented the sect and made your way directly to the Sun Moon Lake. Contemplating quietly within, you pondered whether you would encounter that woman again. However, even if you did, it mattered little. With your current prowess, what could she do? She could neither intimidate nor hinder you. Yet, as you soared above the Sun Moon Lake, directing your sword downwards into its depths, you were unexpectedly met with a familiar figure emerging from the water, sending shimmering droplets cascading around her. Bai Qiuji gazed at your unfamiliar visage, her expression one of astonishment. Regaining her composure, she swiftly transformed her shock into indignation. Striking the lake's surface, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy accompanied by countless water needles aimed directly at you. With a serene countenance, your eyes flickered, unleashing a myriad of piercing sword energies that instantly reduced the water needles to mere ashes. Witnessing your prowess, Bai Qiuji looked astonished and without hesitation. She lightly tapped her toes and swiftly ascended into the sky, fleeing from this realm. Observing her retreating figure, you couldn't help but shake your head, feeling that such coincidences were rather extraordinary, encountering her twice in succession. Redirecting your gaze, you soared into the Sun and Moon Lake, descending towards its depths. As you plummeted, the water's temperature grew increasingly frigid, sending chills throughout your body. Fortunately, not only did you possess the fiery spirit body, but you were also enveloped in the protective aura of the sacred Emperor's sword energy, making this experience far more bearable than the last. Before long, you reached the lake's bottom. Upon arriving, you discovered the concealed cave dwelling. Without a moment's hesitation, you stepped inside. Approaching the skeletal figure, you retrieved the obsidian ring adorning its finger. Gazing at the ring brimming with spirit stones, as well as the 7-colored sacred spirit technique and the fire cloud armor, a long-lost smile graced your face. With these spirit stones, you would not lack for cultivation resources for a considerable time. Donning the fire cloud armor, you bowed respectfully to the skeletal figure and exited the cave, ascending from the lake's depths. Breaking through the lake's surface, you were met with an unexpected scene. You had anticipated that the fleeing woman would return with her mother to confront you. Yet, to your astonishment, not only did she arrive with her mother, but also with a host of nascent soul experts. Counting them revealed no fewer than 10. Moreover, your keen observation discerned that some of these nascent soul cultivators don the elder robes of the Sun and Moon sect, unmistakably indicating their affiliation. As you emerged from the lake, Baichioji's mother stepped forward, exuding the formidable aura of a transformation realm cultivator. She demanded to know your intentions for trespassing on the Sun and Moon sect's territory. Given that the Sword sect was situated no less than 1,000,000 kilometers away, an exceedingly vast distance, typically, nascent soul cultivators would not venture here without significant cost. In the face of such a multitude of nascent soul cultivators and a transformation realm powerhouse, your expression remained unperturbed. In fact, a slight smile played at the corners of your mouth, as you were eager to understand the true nature of the Sun and Moon sect's exaggerated reaction. There was undoubtedly something amiss. If there were no ulterior motives, why would they mobilize such forces? What unspeakable deeds had the Sun and Moon sect committed? At this juncture, Chuan murmured softly to himself. Both the previous simulation and this one revealed the Sun and Moon sect's behavior to be exceedingly peculiar, far from what one would expect from a top-tier sect. Consider the Sword sect, the Azure Lotus sect, the Alchemy sect, and other prestigious sects. Even when faced with powerful outsiders, they exhibited little response. In fact, they had established a service called Inquire the Way, allowing those who wished to seek guidance in swordsmanship, cultivation, or alchemy to spend spirit stones for instruction. In simpler terms, it was akin to purchasing a course. Their conduct was remarkably open and generous, in stark contrast to the Sun and Moon sect's evident caution. There was certainly something awry with the Sun and Moon sect. You discern the peculiarities surrounding the Sun and Moon sect, yet you choose not to expose them. Instead, you stand with your hands clasped behind your back, claiming to be merely a passerby, unaware of the reasons behind the sect's fervent mobilization. Naturally, the group does not believe your words. After journeying a great distance to reach the Sun and Moon sect, you assert you were just passing through? Such a tale is fit only for a fool. They exchange glances, eventually directing their attention towards the mother of Baichioji. With a cold snort, Baichioji's mother declares that she will personally investigate the veracity of the situation. As for now, she requests that you behave yourself. As they intend to escort you back to the Sun and Moon sect, you are indeed reluctant. What distinction is there between entering the Sun and Moon sect and stepping into a tigeress den? Instantly, a fierce aura of sword energy emanated from your entire being. Even before the sword energy moved, it inflicted pain upon the surface of the bodies of numerous Yuaniing masters, causing them to retreat in haste. Even Baichioji's mother, a formidable transformation stage cultivator, was struck with astonishment upon sensing the might of your surrounding sword energy, finding it utterly incomprehensible. With a disdainful snort, you convey your intent to come and go as you please, unimpeded by anyone. Witnessing your blatant disregard for the esteemed Daemoon sect, Baichioji's mother trembles with fury, promptly commanding the elders to seize you. She herself takes the lead, unleashing her formidable power at the transformation realm, charging towards you. In an instant, a barrage of vivid and intricate spiritual techniques is unleashed upon you. Colossal hands descend from the heavens, radiating immense might. Iron fists forged from spiritual energy surge forward relentlessly. And a blazing dragon of fire opens its gaping maw, intent on devouring you whole. In the face of this united assault from numerous nascent soul and transformation realm cultivators, you remain composed, your gaze tranquil, as you slowly utter, a mere assembly of insignificant beings, nothing more. How audacious! With your strength significantly enhanced, you find the perfect opportunity to test your current prowess against this throng. In a heartbeat, you summon the snow dragon, and the snow dragon's sword emits a crystalline, melodious resonance, soaring into the distance. With a swift stroke of your sword, the sacred emperor's sword aura surged forth, transforming in midair into hundreds of ethereal sword shadows that cleaved through the oncoming attacks. The thousand shadows sword gleamed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sacred emperor's sword aura was exceedingly fierce. Each sword shadow was capable of bisecting an opponent's strike, leaving a cut smoother than ice, instantly reducing it to nothingness. Some sword shadows even aimed directly at the nascent soul cultivators, who found themselves utterly defenseless against this onslaught. A deep sword mark was carved into their bodies, and blood gushed forth as if it were free, their forms plummeting to the ground, stripped of combat capability. It could be said that before your sword aura, the nascent soul cultivators could not withstand even a single blow, save for Baichioji's mother, who, leveraging her formidable cultivation at the transformation stage, still managed to contend with you, Zhou Xian. Yet at this moment, she faced dozens of sword shadows alone, her face etched with trepidation. Beads of cold sweat cascading from her brow, the pressure mounting significantly. This was still a situation where you had held back, were you to unleash your full power. Those dozens of sword shadows could effortlessly inflict grave injury upon her. In this instant, you gained a clearer understanding of your own might, unrivaled beneath the transformation stage. As the multitude of nascent soul cultivators fell grievously wounded, blood flowing freely, you sensed the blood-crying sword in your embrace responding, as if an ancient beast had awakened from its slumber. In the next moment, before you could make a move, it shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, actively seeking to absorb the blood of the nascent soul cultivators. Witnessing this, your brows furrowed deeply, and your expression darkened. Chapter 60. The blood-crying sword displays its might. You could never have anticipated that the blood-crying sword would act independently, disregarding your command. Isn't spontaneous action a trait exclusive to spiritual treasures? Could it be that the blood-crying sword was once a spiritual treasure? Chuan pondered in disbelief. If it were indeed a spiritual treasure, then why was it a broken sword? Chuan's face was a mask of confusion. The most notable characteristic of a spiritual treasure is its exceptional sentience, and moreover, its durability far surpasses that of top-tier magical artifacts. It is no exaggeration to say that destroying a spiritual treasure is an exceedingly difficult feat. Only a great cultivator at the integration stage or a supreme being in the ascension stage possesses the capability to obliterate a spiritual treasure. Presently, the blood-crying sword had been cleaved in two. Who could have accomplished such a feat? Setting aside who might have shattered the blood-crying sword, the crux of the matter lay in its unnerving behavior. It acted autonomously at the sight of blood, completely ignoring my presence. Truly a wicked sword, indeed. Chuan wore a grave expression. For now, his strength surpassed that of the sword, allowing him to exert control. However, should the blood-crying sword grow in power, would it not break free from his grasp entirely? Watching the blood-crying sword, like a wild stallion unbound, rampaging across the battlefield to absorb blood, your countenance darkened considerably. What astonished you further was that the blood-crying sword did not merely consume the blood shed by the nascent soul cultivators. Rather, it actively drew from their wounds. You observed as the blood-crying sword emitted a formidable force of attraction, causing blood to uncontrollably surge from the wounds of the nascent soul cultivators, forming a river of crimson that flowed into the sword. This spectacle left the nascent soul cultivators dumbfounded, their hearts gripped by terror. What manner of wicked sword was this? How could it actively draw blood from within their own bodies? As the blood-crying sword continued its relentless absorption, the nascent soul cultivators found themselves powerless to intervene. No matter what measures they employed, blood continued to flow uncontrollably into the sword. Realizing this dire situation, they screamed in panic, fleeing in all directions, their eyes betraying their palpable fear. Meanwhile, you observe the blood-crying sword's peculiar behavior for a moment. As you observe, the blood-weeping sword continuously draws blood, its blade erupting with a vivid crimson glow that flickers like a pulsating heart, exuding an eerie aura. Furthermore, the Yuaning cultivators whose blood has been siphoned witness their hair transforming from black to white at an alarming rate, while their skin begins to sag and wrinkle, as their lifespans rapidly diminish. How dare you? Upon witnessing this scene, Baichioji's mother could no longer contain herself. These were elders of her sun and moon sect. How could she stand idly by as they were robbed of their vitality by a malevolent sword? With a surge of divine transformation, she unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the blood-weeping sword. This strike was magnificent, creating a massive blue shockwave that rippled through the air like a tsunami, sending the blood-weeping sword hurtling thousands of meters away, halting the blood-draining process. Seeing this, you bellow, "Come back." The blood-weeping sword then transformed into a streak of red light, returning to your grasp. Holding the sword, you can palpably sense its insatiable thirst for blood. Even in your hand, it writhes with restless energy, trembling violently. Faced with this sinister blade, you hesitate not for a moment, swiftly casting it into the sword-nurturing gourd to prevent it from wreaking further havoc upon the world. After the recent turmoil, the members of the Sun and Moon sect now regard you with a decidedly altered gaze, especially the Yuaning cultivators who had their blood drained. Looking at you as if you were a harbinger of death, utterly terrified, you shake your head in resignation, uncertain of why the blood-weeping sword has suddenly spiraled out of control. It seems this is the first time witnessing blood since its emergence from the sword tomb, which explains its insatiable thirst. Your gaze fell upon the members of the Sun and Moon sect, yet they averted their eyes, retreating in trepidation, utterly unwilling to continue the confrontation. Particularly, Baichioji's mother could distinctly sense that you had not exerted your full strength, should you unleash your complete power. The outcome of a potential duel remained an enigma. With no recourse, she could only concede that there had indeed been a misunderstanding and urged you to take your leave. You nodded, glanced at the group of individuals, and then, with determined steps, departed into the snowy expanse. Shortly thereafter, you returned to the Divine Sword sect and promptly reported the matter to the sect leader. The unusual behavior of the Sun and Moon sect raised suspicions. Could there be something nefarious afoot? Upon learning the intricacies of the situation, the sect leader furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating a troubling possibility, his expression betraying unease. He gravely nodded, assuring you that an investigation would ensue, and advised you to focus on your cultivation. Undisturbed by these events, you nodded in agreement and promptly returned to your secluded dwelling, preparing for a period of intensive cultivation. Only 2 years remained until the arrival of the cloaked figure, and it was imperative to seize this time to cultivate strength rapidly. Fortunately, with access to superior martial techniques and an abundance of mid-grade spirit stones, coupled with the previous refinement of the ice and fire dual lotus, your foundation was remarkably solid, bringing you close to the realm of divine transformation. Before entering seclusion, Ling Langyue visited your abode once more, wishing to engage in a discussion on the sword path. Upon this encounter, you noticed a subtle yet palpable aura of sword intent emanating from her. exuding an air of sharpness that made her presence feel undeniably formidable and untouchable. You were somewhat astonished, instantly perceiving that she had reached the stage of sword chi. Indeed, she informed you that after 2 years of seclusion, she had successfully attained this level. With the sword intent contained within the clear wind sword, it would not be long before she reached the stage of sword intent. Having completely comprehended the 13th sword of the Azure 13 Swords, her cultivation had progressed to the mid-stage of Yuaning. Although she still fell short of your prowess, she had made significant strides. You expressed your congratulations for Ling Lanyue's advancement, and it must be said that aside from you, she was perhaps the most gifted individual in this world, at least for the time being. Had she not been born in this realm, there would be no doubt she could reach the integration stage in the future. Unfortunately, if the curse of the Thunder Tribulation could not be resolved, not only would integration be a distant dream, but even reaching the void refinement stage would be a luxury. Without further contemplation, you began to exchange insights on the sword with her. This exchange lasted for half a month, during which you both shared your understandings of the sword, leading to a profound enlightenment for Ling Lanyue, who benefited immensely. As for yourself, you could only say that you gained a modest harvest. Once the exchange concluded, Ling Lanyue expressed her heartfelt gratitude, recognizing that while it was termed an exchange, the majority of the time had been you guiding her. After repeatedly thanking you, she chose to take her leave. After bidding farewell to Ling Lanyue, you officially commenced your own seclusion. In the blink of an eye, spring had given way to autumn, and a year had passed. With the assistance of spiritual-grade techniques and medium-grade spirit stones, your cultivation speed was remarkably swift. This year, you once again faced your own transformation Thunder Tribulation. Chapter 61. Re-entering Transformation, Holy Heaven Sect. The Transformation Thunder Tribulation, comprising 66 bolts, each more formidable than the last, tests the fundamental strength of cultivators, with few managing to pass unscathed. Fortunately, your foundation is robust, and with prior experience in overcoming tribulations, you did not regard the Transformation Thunder Tribulation with trepidation. Moreover, this time, you were far stronger than before, shielded by the aura of the Holy Emperor's Sword, rendering ordinary attacks incapable of breaching your defenses. Boom. As the Thunder Tribulation coalesced, the entire Sword Sect, from the Sect Master to the disciples and elders, discreetly observed your progress. With each bolt of thunder cascading down, you navigated through without incident, encountering no mishaps. When the final bolt of thunder coalesced and thunderously struck down, you withstood it with the protection of Holy Emperor's Sword Chi and your dragon scale physique. From that moment forth, you had completely ascended to the transformation stage, your strength reaching a pinnacle in this realm. Indeed, this tribulation was traversed with remarkable ease. It seemed that future encounters with the Transformation Thunder Tribulation would pose little threat. Chuan nodded, his expression calm. However, possessing a simulator, he had no need to undergo the Transformation Thunder Tribulation in reality. He could simply opt for the cultivation rewards within the simulation, inheriting them with complete certainty. There was no need for excessive worry. Yet, now was not the time to select a cultivation level. Choosing the Transformation Cultivation would mean that each simulation would require an energy value of 1 million, equivalent to 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Given the current economic circumstances, it was impossible to simulate more than a few times. It would be prudent to wait until resources were abundant. After overcoming the tribulation, you began your seclusion to consolidate your cultivation. Half a year later, you emerged from seclusion, exuding a powerful aura characteristic of the transformation stage. Furthermore, having practiced the Holy Emperor's Sword technique, you had converted 55% of your spiritual energy into Holy Emperor's Sword Chi, enhancing your attacks and fortifying your strength. Although your cultivation was merely at the early stage of transformation, you were confident that even typical late-stage transformation cultivators would be no match for you. Perhaps only those at the perfected transformation stage would be qualified to contend with you. Regrettably, during this period of seclusion, you had prioritized cultivation and did not allocate time to refine your spiritual techniques. The Shadow Blade Flicker remained at a minor success. Though you had managed to condense 150 sword shadows, the Snow Howling Dragon Roar Sword Array was still at a major success, showing little advancement. Thus, it could be said that your most significant gain from this seclusion was your enhanced cultivation. Upon your emergence, Lu Aoshuang expressed her congratulations, genuinely pleased at your increased strength. However, her cultivation was only at the mid-stage of Yuaning, significantly trailing behind you. Reflecting on the past, Lu Aoshuang had once been far ahead in cultivation, yet now you surpassed her by 100-fold, evoking a sense of nostalgia. In the days to come, your power would only continue to grow, and the speed of your advancement would increase. Lu Aoshuang could only watch your figure recede, unable to catch up. Besides Lu Aoshuang, Ling Lanyue also rushed to your cave dwelling to extend her congratulations, her gaze toward you filled with admiration. After all, a Yuaning cultivator under 30 years of age could indeed be considered a prodigy, and you, being under 30 and already at the transformation stage, were nothing short of an extraordinary marvel. As long as you did not fall, Ling Lanyue believed that your future breakthrough to the integration stage was a certainty, and even advancing to the Great Ascension stage would pose no problem. You expressed your gratitude to Ling Lanyue, and in the following days, You indulged in tender moments with Lu Aoxiang, compensating for the affection you had neglected during this time. After a few days of intimacy, the leader of the Divine Sword Sect summoned you to the Grand Hall of the sect. Upon your arrival, the leader greeted you with heartfelt congratulations, his face adorned with a beaming smile. For the Divine Sword Sect, a powerful figure in the transformation stage is an invaluable asset, one not to be overlooked. He then conveyed that the Jin Hong sword, having been nurtured in the sect's sword nurturing pool, had regained its status as a top-tier magical artifact, radiating brilliance. Should you wish to wield it, you are welcome to retrieve it from the nurturing pool at any time and after your use. You may return it to continue its cultivation. You clasped your hands in gratitude to the sect leader, for the sword nurturing pool is indeed a resource-intensive endeavor. And the leader's decision to activate it undeniably increased the burden on the sect. After mentioning the Golden Phoenix sword, the leader appeared to recall something, and his expression gradually darkened. He informed you that following your report on the peculiarities of the Sun and Moon sect, he personally undertook an investigation, only to uncover an unexpected connection between the Sun and Moon sect and individuals from that side. Those individuals from that side? With a slight furrow of your brow, you instantly comprehend that the individual referred to by the sect leader is none other than the enigmatic figure clad in black. Could it be that the Sun and Moon sect has established contact with these shadowy beings? This group of cloaked figures seeks to capture those who possess fortune within this realm, does it not? Logically, the Sun and Moon sect should also harbor individuals of destiny, rendering them targets for these dark figures as well. Yet, why would the Sun and Moon sect willingly seek to engage with the black-clad individuals? At this juncture, Lu Chuan's brow furrows deeply, his mind swirling with confusion. Knowing that danger lurks ahead, why would one venture forth towards it? You articulated the doubts that lingered in your heart. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Divine Sword sect let out a deep sigh, his expression marked by the weight of years. He revealed that ever since this realm fell under a curse, rendering it incapable of producing void refinement cultivators, they gradually began to adopt a laid-back attitude. With effort proving futile, why toil at all? They simply indulged in food, drink, rest, and leisure, living their lives free from worry. Often, he pondered the question of how high a cultivator's realm must ascend to be deemed truly high. However, to his astonishment, over 3 centuries ago, a faction of radicals birthed a genuine void refinement cultivator. In an instant, their long-dormant spirits surged with excitement, unable to contain their exhilaration. There was indeed a way to transcend to the void refinement realm. Not long after, that very cultivator arrived in person to share this joyous news and extended an invitation for them to join, promising opportunities for future breakthroughs to the void refinement realm. Yet, when the ancestor inquired how this breakthrough was achieved, the cultivator candidly revealed the method without reservation. Be a dog. A dog? A lackey? Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, recalling how the elder in the Taoist robe had once come to the Divine Sword sect, where the sect's ancestor had vehemently uttered those very words, imbued with anger. It was no surprise, then, that being a dog was far from a noble endeavor. Indeed, the leader of the Divine Sword sect clarified that to be a dog meant becoming a lackey of the Holy Heaven sect, a sect established by the Great Ascension Supreme, the overseer of this realm. In other words, to break through to the void refinement realm, one must serve that Great Ascension cultivator as a lackey. And the duties of such a role included collecting the heavenly fates born of this world. In essence, it meant harming one's own kind. Chapter 62. The Truth of the Man in Black. The leader of the Divine Sword sect confided that, as cultivators progress, the emphasis on innate talent diminishes significantly. In the early stages of cultivation, the higher one's talent, the faster the rate of advancement, allowing one to easily gain an edge over peers. While others remained in the Qi refinement stage, you might have already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. While others lingered in the foundation establishment stage, you would have condensed your golden core, becoming a golden core true person. While others were still in the golden core stage, you would have transformed your golden core into an infant, ascending to the esteemed status of a nascent soul ancestor, capable of founding a sect. It was clear who the true genius was. However, as cultivation progresses, the impact of talent becomes increasingly limited. Rather, at such levels of cultivation, who isn't a genius. Thus, the gap between individuals narrows. Moreover, after breaking through to the transformation stage, advancing further becomes exceedingly arduous. Even the rarest talent must retreat into seclusion for years to see any significant improvement, let alone those who aspire to reach the void refinement stage or beyond, such as the integration stage. Even the most prodigious talents must diligently cultivate in solitude, as no shortcuts exist. The days when slight cultivation could yield significant advancements are but a distant memory. It has become commonplace for cultivators to seclude themselves for decades or even centuries. No matter how gifted one may be, the truth remains. As one progresses, the pursuit of higher realms becomes increasingly challenging, rendering even the greatest talents trivial in the grand tapestry of time. After all, this is the path of immortality. If cultivation were as simple as casual practice, achieving transcendence would be a mere fantasy. Upon reading this, Lu Chuan felt a surge of emotion. Transformation stage cultivators possess lifespans that can reach 2,000 years. Yet, within that vast expanse of time, Countless transformation stage cultivators exhaust their lives without ever breaking through to the void refinement realm, let alone the subsequent integration and great ascension stages. The disparities among them cannot be bridged simply by talent. Unless, of course, one is an extraordinary prodigy that appears once in 100,000, a million, or even 10 million years. But such talents are exceedingly rare, emerging only once in eons. Who would ever expect to be one of them? Do you fancy yourself the protagonist? The leader of the Divine Sword sect further elucidated that when talent ceases to facilitate rapid advancement, fortune assumes paramount importance. To pursue immortality, one must heed four principles: wealth, companionship, law, and land. Wealth always ranks first. Here, wealth encompasses not only spirit stones, but also a myriad of rare materials, divine elixirs, and treasures. To acquire these invaluable resources, one must possess sufficient fortune. Many individuals owe their success to mere luck. If one claims superior talent or capability, it is often unfounded. Yet, they consistently stumble upon unforeseen treasures, discovering rare materials that might take centuries or even millennia to manifest, effortlessly encountering fortune at every turn. These factors often constitute the true reasons behind the disparities in cultivation levels. Hence, as one progresses, what truly matters is fortune rather than talent. Furthermore, fortune is intrinsically linked to the heavenly Tao. In this world, which powerful individual is not endowed with great fortune? Such individuals not only exhibit extraordinary cultivation prowess, but also possess fortunes beyond the reach of ordinary beings, formidable to an astonishing degree. To assert that these unparalleled powerhouses can thrive without the influence of fate would be a statement too incredulous for even a dog to believe. Consequently, as time progresses, these supreme beings place increasing importance on their own fortunes, employing every conceivable means to amass such luck. Only through this endeavor can they hope to advance further, ultimately ascending to the exalted status of immortals. Is this the reason behind the attempt to usurp my fortune? The realm of cultivation is indeed merciless. Each formidable figure has undeniably ascended the ranks by stepping over the corpses of countless others. The lives of the weak are as inconsequential as blades of grass, their deaths dictated by forces beyond their control. Chuan found himself reflecting deeply. It was only now that he truly comprehended the brutal realities of the world of cultivation. Strength reigns supreme, while the weak are held in contempt. Listening to the explanation provided by the leader of the Divine Sword sect, a moment of clarity washed over him, revealing the true intentions of the cloaked figures. It became evident that their purpose was to gather fortune for that eminent cultivator of the Great Ascension. It was no wonder that the ancestor of the Divine Sword sect referred to the cloaked figures as hounds, for they were indeed those who sacrificed the fortune of this realm in exchange for opportunities to elevate their own cultivation. Such a method is undeniably cruel. The sect leader continued, stating that upon learning of this matter, the ancestor was filled with righteous fury and immediately expressed his refusal, leading to a fierce confrontation with the opposing party. Unfortunately, the fully realized ancestor was no match for the formidable beings of the void refinement stage, resulting in not only his defeat but also the abduction of the current Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Divine Sword sect, who never returned thereafter. That year, anyone possessing fortune was seized, vanishing without a trace. Perhaps realizing that such actions completely contradicted their initial intentions, the cloaked figures rarely appeared in this realm thereafter, mostly conducting their affairs on their own turf. Furthermore, previously, they would not don black robes when venturing out, but since the first persecution of those bearing fortune, they have consistently cloaked themselves in black. Thus, the black robe became their emblematic attire. Black robes? Why is it that villains seem to favor such attire? Especially those who enter with sinister laughter. It is almost certain they are antagonists. Chuan shook his head. Upon grasping the entire sequence of events, a wave of emotion washed over him. Despite being confined within the same prison, yearning to shatter the shackles and liberate this realm, time has transformed their ideologies into two vastly opposing factions, now verging on enmity. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the Sun and Moon sect was secretly in contact with the cloaked figures, suggesting they too wished to join the fray. No wonder their actions were so clandestine. They feared discovery and a united backlash against them. The leader of the Divine Sword sect then recounted his personal investigation into the matter, which ignited his wrath, compelling him to confront the leader of the Sun and Moon sect and the ancestor behind him. To his astonishment, it turned out to be the ancestor's design. The ancestor of the Sun and Moon sect, unable to resist the allure of power, sought to escape the confines of the God transformation realm, leading him to covertly engage with the cloaked figures. This led to a fierce clash between the two factions, but lacking a significant disparity in strength. The leader of the Divine Sword sect returned defeated. Upon revealing this to the ancestor, the latter was so enraged that he emerged from seclusion, wielding a divine sword and vowing to cleanse the sect of its corruption. However, by the time the ancestor arrived, the Sun and Moon sect had already been abandoned, with only a few unaware disciples remaining, while the elders and the leader had vanished. It was likely that they anticipated the exposure of their dealings and fled to the lair of the cloaked figures. At this revelation, your eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. So, the cloaked figures could indeed be joined, and the leader was aware of their whereabouts. You hastily inquired about the whereabouts of the enigmatic figure clad in black. pondering to yourself the prospect of joining their ranks in the next simulation in hopes of uncovering more intelligence. However, upon witnessing the profound excitement etched upon your face, the leader of the Divine Sword sect turned pale, as if struck by an unsettling realization. Could it be that you were contemplating the same aspirations as he feared? Observing the terror in his expression, you quickly discerned that he had misinterpreted your intentions. You promptly clarified that your aim was not to ally with the mysterious faction, but rather to seek retribution once your own strength had sufficiently grown. Upon grasping your true intent, the leader's demeanor softened. Yet he cautioned you about the vast chasm that exists between the realms of transformation and void refinement, emphasizing that seeking vengeance is no trivial endeavor. After repeated inquiries, the master finally revealed the location of the figure cloaked in black. It turned out that several thousand miles beyond the Bloodsun Valley lies a precipice, a monumental creation born from the fierce clashes of countless powerful beings during that legendary battle. This chasm divides the realm into northern and southern territories. They claim the south, while the enigmatic figure in black resides in the north, on the opposite side of the cliff. You nodded, a look of realization dawning upon your face. So, the individuals in black were indeed present there. Were they situated over yonder? Perhaps next time, one might consider attempting to align oneself with the forces of these shadowy figures. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to triumph in 100 battles. Over 3 centuries ago, a cultivator of the void refinement stage emerged from the ranks of the black-clad, and now, another 300 years have elapsed. How many void refinement practitioners might they have birthed since then? Or is it possible there remains but a single one? Chuan wore a perplexed expression. Yet, paramount to this inquiry is the Holy Heaven sect that lies behind these black-clad figures. Along with that formidable practitioner of the ascended stage, a thorough understanding is imperative. Upon learning the whereabouts of the black-clad individuals, you sought to ascertain the number of void refinement practitioners they possessed. Regrettably, the sect leader shook his head, indicating his ignorance. The two factions had not interacted for 3 centuries, leaving him entirely unaware of the extent of their development. You nod, refraining from further inquiries. Subsequently, the sect leader informs you that after the departure of the Sun and Moon sect's members, the sect made arrangements for an elder to oversee all matters of the sect and to soothe the disciples' emotions. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the ancestral figure of the Sun and Moon sect, along with its formidable practitioners, had forsaken their posts, taking with them treasures from the sect's treasury. However, the Sun and Moon sect still retains control over several lower-grade spiritual veins, and within the martial arts pavilion, aside from the precious techniques that were taken, some basic techniques remain. This implies that the Sun and Moon sect can still function normally, although it can no longer be regarded as a top-tier power. It is still far from being a minor sect. Presently, the Divine Sword sect, along with the other 4 leading sects, is deliberating on the future arrangements for the Sun and Moon sect. Would you be inclined to assume the role of its leader? Your cultivation has reached the realm of transformation, placing you on par with the leaders of the other 5 prestigious sects, making you wholly deserving of the position. Upon hearing the words of the sect leader, your eyes widened in astonishment, your face a canvas of disbelief. To assume the role of sect leader? Goodness! Throughout my life, I have treaded cautiously, from a mere disciple to a prospective saint, then to a saint, and finally to a divine child. And now, to be offered the position of leader of the esteemed Sun and Moon sect, once one of the 6 foremost sects? Such a leap in status seems rather excessive. Chuan was taken aback. Has one truly ascended to the position of sect leader? Although the Sun and Moon sect no longer holds the title of a top-tier sect, it was once among the elite, boasting several inferior spiritual veins and retaining most of its martial arts techniques. With such a foundation, it still ranks among the first tier of sects beneath the top echelon. That such a sect would invite me to take on the mantle of leadership is indeed intriguing. Observing your contemplation, the leader of the Divine Sword sect offered a warm smile, assuring you that several elders would be dispatched to assist you, ensuring that you would not bear the burdens alone. Furthermore, as the leader of the Sun and Moon sect, with several inferior spiritual veins at your disposal, you would not lack for inferior spirit stones, and the resources for cultivation would be relatively abundant. Given that the sect leader has expressed this, you nodded in agreement. After all, as a formidable being of transformation, what could possibly deter you from becoming a sect leader? The past is the past, and the present is a new dawn. After your agreement, the leader of the Divine Sword sect approached you, a look of satisfaction gracing their features as they patted your shoulder. Your rate of growth has exceeded his wildest expectations. Having only joined the Divine Sword sect a few years ago, you have already attained the formidable status of a transformation god and ascended to the position of the Lord of the Sun and Moon sect. Given more time, your future prospects are boundless. After bidding farewell to the sect leader, you returned to your cave dwelling and shared the news of your ascension to the position of Lord of the Sun and Moon sect with Lu Aoshang. Upon hearing this, Lu Aoshang's lips parted slightly, her expression frozen in disbelief, as she stood there in astonishment, unable to comprehend that you had become the leader of one of the 6 supreme sects, the Sun and Moon sect. Although Lu Aoshang understood that the current Sun and Moon sect no longer held the title of a top-tier sect, it was once revered as such, and the mere mention of the Sun and Moon sect would inevitably evoke thoughts of a premier sect. Once she regained her composure, Lu Aoshang immediately leaped into your embrace, her face alight with joy as she repeatedly offered her congratulations. Not only had your cultivation been elevated, but your status had transformed into that of a sect leader. A truly joyous occasion that could not fail to elate you. You embraced Lu Aoshang, gently caressing her soft tresses, and expressed your desire to take her to the Sun and Moon sect, where you would be the sect master, and she would be the esteemed sect mistress. Lu Aoshang smiled radiantly, tears of emotion welling in her eyes, and joyfully assented. Initially, she harbored concerns about her ability to keep pace with your rapid ascension in cultivation, fearing that one day you might abandon her. Fortunately, those anxieties proved unwarranted. A virtuous wife aids her husband in his ambitions, while I, in turn, offer her wealth beyond measure. How could I ever entertain such thoughts? Upon reflecting on this, Lu Chuan chuckled softly and shook his head. Nevertheless, this served as a poignant reminder. His swift advancement in cultivation far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, particularly for someone as significant as a life partner. In the future, he resolved to exercise greater caution when selecting a companion, ensuring that he was not swayed by impulsive emotions. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by Lu Aoshang and several elders from the sect, you departed from the Divine Sword sect en route to the Sun and Moon sect. Before your departure, the sect master and Ling Lanyue came to bid you farewell. You can perceive the lingering reluctance in Ling Lanyue's eyes. In the future, should she wish to engage with you in the art of swordsmanship, she must undertake the journey to reach you. However, as a practitioner of the Yuaning stage, this distance is trivial, easily traversed in a matter of days, so it cannot truly be deemed a hassle. A few days later, you both arrive at the Sun and Moon sect. With the visible departure of the sect master and numerous elders, the disciples of the sect are thrown into a state of panic, their hearts filled with unease throughout the day. One must ponder, when does a sect master choose to flee? It is either due to provoking formidable adversaries or the decline and depletion of resources within the sect. In either scenario, it spells calamity for all disciples of the Sun and Moon sect. Even the arrival of elders from the Divine Sword sect to offer solace proves futile. You seem to perceive the turmoil within your disciples, and without hesitation, your formidable cultivation at the transformation stage erupted, resonating through the heavens and the earth. For a radius of thousands of miles, your magnificent aura could be felt, astonishing all who beheld it. Chapter 64. The Gathering of the Sect Leaders. Do they seek to seize the spirit veins? Upon arriving at the Sun and Moon sect, in order to pacify the hearts of the people, you unreservedly showcased your immense prowess and strength. As your transformative aura permeated the cosmos, eclipsing the Sun and Moon, your presence instantaneously captivated the attention of all disciples of the Sun and Moon sect, drawing their gazes toward you. There were those who felt concern, trepidation, and despair. Many disciples could not help but wonder if you were the formidable adversary that the Sun and Moon sect had provoked, here for vengeance against the sect. Alas, their fears were unfounded. Upon revealing your overwhelming strength, you declared that from henceforth, you would be the new leader of the Sun and Moon sect, governing it with your authority. Upon learning of your new position, the disciples sighed in relief, their eyes rekindled with hope. Undoubtedly, a cultivator at the transformation stage stood as a pinnacle of power in this realm, and your ascension to their leader was undoubtedly a source of reassurance. Some disciples who had contemplated fleeing abandoned their thoughts of escape. After establishing your identity, you formally became the sect leader of the Sun and Moon sect and proceeded with Lu Aoshang to your designated residence. For the following month, you dedicated all your energy to managing sect affairs. Although the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect sent several elders to assist you, you felt it imperative, as the leader, to personally oversee the matters. Fortunately, after a month of diligent effort, you finally steered the Sun and Moon sect back onto the right track, with everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Ahem. This was your first experience as a leader, managing all the disciples of the sect, and it felt quite unfamiliar. At this juncture, Lu Chuan cleared his throat, his expression slightly awkward. It must be said that in reality, he was merely a disciple of the Qingshan sect. Yet in this simulation, he had risen to the position of sect leader. Moreover, he had become the leader of such a colossal entity as the Sun and Moon sect. If he could remain calm within, that would indeed be remarkable. Unexpectedly, within a mere 6 years, he had ascended to the position of a sect leader. Such an evolution was beyond Lu Chuan's wildest expectations. Having successfully managed the Sun and Moon sect, you also came to understand its profound heritage, discovering that the sect possessed 5 small spirit veins. These veins not only catered to the cultivation needs of the disciples, but also provided a substantial amount of spirit stones to aid your own cultivation. You cannot help but marvel at the prospect of becoming the leader of a sect. Not only does it elevate one's status, but it also grants access to abundant cultivation resources. If one were to become the master of a sect in reality and convert all these inferior spirit stones into energy points, wouldn't that be akin to soaring to new heights? To think it could be done in such a manner, Lu Chuan exclaimed, pondering deeply. While inferior spirit stones may lack significant value and offer minimal assistance to one's cultivation in substantial quantities, they could indeed be sacrificed to the system for conversion into energy points. At that juncture, would not the simulation level ascend dramatically? Alas, in the simulation, becoming the sect leader is a matter set 6 years hence. One cannot simply wait for 6 years, can one? On this day, having settled the affairs of the sect, you prepared to visit Long Diao to procure the remaining resources he possesses. After all, Long Diao had instructed you to seek him out only after achieving the transformation realm. And now that you have attained that status, it is indeed time to proceed. Furthermore, you intended to share this news with Su Ling and Xiao Lingxian. Surely, their expressions would be filled with astonishment. Just as you were about to depart from the Sun and Moon sect, for presences of transformation realm energy approached from afar. Their target evidently the Sun and Moon sect. As you furrow your brow, a troubling thought crosses your mind. Could it be that the members of the Sun and Moon sect, whom you had previously evaded, have returned? However, upon sensing a familiar aura of transformation, your furrowed brow relaxes, and an enigmatic expression adorns your face. Before long, four formidable beings of transformation arrive above the Sun and Moon sect, prompting you to greet them. For these 4 individuals are none other than the leaders of the other 4 esteemed sects. The leaders of the Pill Refining sect, the Azure Lotus sect, the Blood Sun Gate, and the Flower Ghost Valley have all come to the Sun and Moon sect. You are particularly well acquainted with the leader of the Azure Lotus sect. As his daughter has been under your care, how could you not be familiar? It was his aura that initially led you to realize that the visitors were not the dark-clad figures you had feared. Upon seeing you, the leader of the Azure Lotus sect offers you a gentle smile, a gesture that serves as a familiar greeting, for you have known each other for quite some time. You respond with a smile, inquiring about the purpose of their visit. To your surprise, they indicate that they have come merely to meet the new leader of the Sun and Moon sect, a social call to become better acquainted. Only the leader of the Blood Sun Gate appears to harbor ulterior motives. As a sect dedicated to physical cultivation, the Blood Sun Gate is comprised predominantly of muscular practitioners, and he presents himself as a quintessential embodiment of physical prowess, bald and robust. After the initial pleasantries, he asserts that while the Blood Sun Gate possesses only 4 small spiritual veins, the Sun and Moon sect boasts 5. Given that many of the previous strong practitioners of the Sun and Moon sect have departed, he argues that retaining 5 small spiritual veins is an extravagance that serves no purpose. Thus, he proposes to take one for his sect, promising future recompense. Listening to the leader of the Blood Sun Gate, you cannot help but grasp the underlying intent of his visit. This is not merely a social call, but an attempt to covet the small spiritual veins of the Sun and Moon sect. How dare he covet what belongs to me? It seems he is courting his own demise. At this moment, your eyes widen in indignation, and a surge of anger wells up within you. In your view, as the leader of the Sun and Moon sect, these 5 small spiritual veins are your rightful possessions. How could you allow anyone to encroach upon them? Moreover, the spirit stones within these veins could be invaluable for future exchanges of energy. How could you entrust them to a bald brute? As the leader of the Blood Sun Gate continues with his proposition, your eyes narrow, and an aura of intensity envelopes you. The age-old adage of the strong preying upon the weak holds true in every realm. Although the 6 top sects may appear to coexist peacefully beneath the surface, they vie for resources, wealth, and power. In the face of riches, even the closest of brothers may turn against one another. The Blood Sun Gate, taking advantage of the Sun and Moon sect's decline and the exodus of its strong practitioners, seeks to usurp what is rightfully yours. Alas, the Sun and Moon sect is yours, and so too are the small spiritual veins. Robbed from you. Does he have the audacity? You cast a glance at the master of the Blood Sun sect and assert that the minor spiritual vein rests in your possession, should he desire it. He must come and seize it. However, should he fail to do so, you shall bid him farewell without further ado. Faced with your piercing words, the master of the Blood Sun sect comprehends that demanding the immediate surrender of the spiritual vein is futile. He must first vanquish you. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of blood energy emanates from him, transforming his presence into that of a ferocious primordial beast, instilling fear in all who behold him. You, however, are undeterred. As the sacred Emperor's sword energy is unleashed, a sharp and formidable force pierces through the heavens and obscures the Sun and Moon. Unyielding in the face of his blood energy, the clash of battle is imminent. Meanwhile, the 3 masters of the Qinglian sect stand aside, arms crossed, silently observing the duel between you and the master of the Blood Sun sect. This confrontation is a rite of passage you must confront to solidify your position as a master. Evasion is not an option. Otherwise, despite your esteemed status as the master of the Sun and Moon sect, you shall fail to command respect. It is imperative to demonstrate your worthiness for this role through strength. Chapter 65. The Master's Defeat. A terrifying power above the Sun and Moon sect. You and the master of the Blood Sun sect stand in opposition, both exuding a formidable aura of the transformation realm, engulfing the mountains and rivers in your presence. Below, the disciples of the Sun and Moon sect watch intently, curiosity bubbling within them as they ponder who is the stronger, the newly appointed master or the seasoned leader of the Blood Sun sect. Despite their intrigue, their loyalty prevails, and they rally behind their master. Thus, within the vast expanse of the sect's plaza, countless disciples cheer fervently for you, proclaiming their determination to triumph over the master of the Blood Sun sect. A sense of comfort envelopes your heart. Truly, as a disciple of your own, he exhibits remarkable understanding. At this moment, the leader of the Blood Sun sect launched an assault. As a practitioner of body refinement, his most formidable asset is his physical form. With each swift punch he unleashed, the sheer force reverberated through the air, producing a series of thunderous sonic booms that were deafening to the ears. Observing his onslaught, your heart tightened. A mere casual strike from him could obliterate a nascent soul cultivator, showcasing his formidable prowess. However, you are no novice yourself, after all. You have mastered both body and technique, with your physique reaching the dragon scale realm and your swordsmanship honed to an exceptionally profound level. Grasping your snow dragon sword, you draw it forth, the sword's aura ripples, harmonizing with the heavens and the waters. The Sacred Emperor's sword energy erupts violently as you engage in battle. In the midst of combat, you discern that his cultivation has attained the late stage of divine transformation, surpassing you by 2 minor realms. Yet, when it comes to combat prowess, you find yourself in no way inferior to him, and, in fact, you seem to exert a subtle pressure over him. You have cultivated the spirit-level technique, and the profound energy within you, combined with the formidable power of the Holy Emperor Sword Chi, has elevated your spiritual strength far beyond the initial stages of the spirit transformation realm. Coupled with various powerful sword techniques, your combat prowess is scarcely inferior to that of the Blood Sun sect's leader, who finds himself thoroughly suppressed, unable to even close the distance. As time passes, despite his remarkable physical strength, he suffers more and more sword wounds, blood gushing forth, leaving him grievously injured. Meanwhile, you remain unscathed. Oh, is it truly the case that the seasoned leader of the Blood Sun sect, a master of the spirit transformation realm, cannot even inflict harm upon me? Moreover, according to the descriptions from the simulations, it appears I have not yet exerted my full strength. If I were to engage with all my might, he would undoubtedly not stand a chance against me, my power nearing the perfection of the spirit transformation realm. At this realization, Chuan nods, gaining a clearer understanding of his current strength. It can be said that although he is in the early stages of spirit transformation, his capabilities allow him to dominate the realm effortlessly. This, of course, is largely attributed to the benefits of the spirit-level technique and the sword chi. However, he acknowledges that he would certainly not be a match for a practitioner of the void refinement realm. The disparity between spirit transformation and void refinement is immense. Even a single avatar of a void refinement practitioner possesses formidable strength, and when the two realms cooperate, they can achieve a synergistic effect that exceeds the sum of their parts. For a spirit transformation practitioner to triumph over one of the void refinement realm is exceedingly difficult. As the battle rages on, the leader of the Blood Sun sect accumulates even more sword wounds, his blood flowing incessantly, nearly transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. In stark contrast, you remain entirely unharmed. Even your breathing remains steady. The strength of each party becomes evident, seemingly recognizing the disparity between you. The leader of the Blood Sun sect promptly calls for a ceasefire, conceding that it is reasonable for the Sun and Moon sect to possess 5 lower-grade spiritual veins, expressing no objections whatsoever. In response, you calmly retract your divine sword, imparting a valuable lesson without the necessity for lethal force. After all, he is not an assassin. Trivial skirmishes do not warrant complete annihilation. Sensing your transcendental strength, the leaders of the Alchemy sect and the Flower Ghost Valley sect regard you with trepidation, utterly astonished that someone so young possesses such formidable combat capability, indicating a boundless future ahead. It is no surprise that the Divine Sword sect has recommended you as a worthy candidate for the position of leader of the Sun and Moon sect. Below, countless disciples witness your overwhelming might, chanting praises of your leadership, utterly captivated by your prowess, their admiration palpable in their gazes. Once the battle concludes, the other 4 sect leaders exchange a few pleasantries with you before taking their leave. Notably, the leader of the Blood Sun sect, humiliated by being bested by a spirit transformation practitioner under 30, is the first to depart, unable to bear the shame of remaining in your presence. After bidding farewell to the 4 leaders, you finally make your way to the Dragon Blood Valley to acquire the remaining resources from the dragon sculpture. As you soar into the Dragon Blood Valley, your arrival immediately captures the attention of the dragon sculpture, which, sensing your formidable cultivation aura, expresses surprise at your rapid ascension to the spirit transformation realm within a mere few years. Truly remarkable. As in the previous simulation, he is reluctant to see you perish easily and entrusts you with all his possessions, a dragon spirit immortal fruit, 5 dragon spirit fruits, a high-grade treasure for concealment, along with various other treasures and a vast quantity of spirit stones. He sighs deeply, asserting that as long as one lives, they will eventually witness a glimmer of hope. But if one perishes, all is lost. He wishes for you to survive in this realm. Alas, his lifespan approaches its end, and he will not be able to witness the dawn of a new era in this world. With a sigh from the depths of your heart, you respectfully clasp your hands before the dragon sculpture and bid farewell. Is it truly impossible to see again? That is hardly the case. In merely a year, I have evolved to this remarkable state. Given a little more time, the potential is boundless. Chuan declared confidently, with a resolute determination within. I am committed to breaking free from the shackles and liberating this realm before the dragon sculpture meets its end. To acquire the remaining resources of the dragon sculpture, You first journey to the Alchemy sect, where you spend a week presenting Su Ling with some medium-grade spirit stones and a dragon spirit fruit. Following that, you proceeded to the Qing Lian sect, dedicating another week to offering Xia Lingxian some medium-grade spirit stones and a dragon spirit fruit, before returning to the Sun and Moon sect, intending to enter seclusion for cultivation. As for Lu Aoshang, she diligently assisted you in managing the affairs of the sect. As the sovereign of a sect, you must not be an indifferent overseer. Your partner, as your devoted companion, diligently manages affairs on your behalf. You are profoundly touched by Lu Aoshang's actions. She truly embodies the essence of a steadfast spouse. After hastily imparting a few words, you formally commence your seclusion. With the passage of seasons, a year has swiftly elapsed. During this period, under Lu Aoshang's stewardship, the Sun and Moon sect has flourished, and the sect's assessments have been transformed from an 8-year interval to a biennial occurrence. Concurrently, you have successfully emerged from your retreat. By refining the Dragon Spirit Immortal Fruit and 2 Dragon Spirit Fruits, your cultivation has advanced to the mid-stage of spirit transformation, and your physical form has ascended to the Dragon Bone stage, rendering your body immensely powerful, capable of withstanding assaults from fully realized spirit transformation practitioners. It can be asserted that even without relying on the Holy Emperor's sword Qi, your physical prowess alone suffices to traverse the realm of spirit transformation. Having cultivated the Holy Emperor's sword technique, you have transmuted 70% of your spiritual energy into Holy Emperor's sword Qi. You find yourself reflecting deeply. Indeed, the cultivation of the spirit-level techniques demands time and perseverance, regardless of your exceptional innate talent. Upon emerging from seclusion, you inevitably engage in a series of entanglements with Lu Aoshang, rewarding her for her diligent contributions to the Sun and Moon sect. After spending a few tender days together, you become aware of the impending arrival of the enigmatic figures clad in black. Thus, you set forth to the Alchemy sect and the Qinglian sect to bring Su Ling and Xia Lingxian back with you. However, to your surprise, shortly after their return, the spirited young Ling Lanue approaches you, eager to exchange insights on the art of the sword. Your expression is peculiar. It is unexpected that the 4 targets chosen by the cloaked figure have gathered here with you. Without further contemplation, you commence an exchange of sword techniques with Ling Lanue, quietly anticipating the arrival of the black-clad individual. Chapter 66. The Might of the Sun and Moon sect. Days later, the cloaked figures arrive as promised, led once again by a being of the transformation realm. Unlike before, when you were merely a disciple of the sect, your extraordinary prowess had not garnered much attention from the cloaked figures. However, now you have transformed into the master of a sect, and they must seek your consent to take Lu Aoshang. As anticipated, upon their arrival, the leader promptly demands that you surrender Lu Aoshang, stating that even the previous master of the Sun and Moon sect has abandoned the darkness to ally with them. He warns you that if you are wise, you should comply, or they will not hesitate to show their ruthless side. In response to the black-clad figure's words, you furrow your brow, finding his incessant prattle intolerable. With a swift motion, you summon the blood-weeping sword, its aura surging as you strike at the transformation realm figure. In an instant, the sword's energy surges forth like a tempest, and with a single stroke, you sever the figure's head, blood cascading like a torrential downpour. A swift execution. The blood-weeping sword seems to come alive, ravenously drawing the figure's blood, akin to a famished tiger encountering its first meal after years of starvation, voraciously consuming every drop. In addition to the transformation realm figure, dozens of nascent soul-cloaked figures also fall victim to your blade, their blood drained completely. Since the cloaked figures have chosen to ally with the great ascension cultivators and target the fortunate beings of this realm, they are now your enemies. And you show no mercy. Having dealt with this batch of cloaked figures, you understand this is merely an appetizer. More formidable foes will come to abduct Lu Aoshang and others. Afterward, you inform Ling Lanue that she too is a target of the cloaked figures. If she does not mind, she may stay at the Sun and Moon sect, for you will ensure her safety. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Lanue consents, recognizing that your strength has reached the pinnacle of this realm. If you cannot protect her, then no one can. Thus, the 4 fortunate beings, Lu Aoshang, Su Ling, Xia Lingxian, and Ling Lanue, take residence in the Sun and Moon sect. Instantly, you feel an immense pressure and resolve to enter seclusion once more to enhance your strength. Fortunately, with the resources bestowed by the Elder Dragon sculpture and the inheritance acquired from the Sun and Moon pool, your resources are abundant. With over 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones and more than 1 million low-grade spirit stones, alleviating any concerns regarding resources. 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Currently, the simulation system has reached level 5, and to advance to level 6, one requires 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. If I possess such a quantity, I could directly upgrade to level 6. Lu Chuan gazes longingly. Alas, this is merely a simulation, not reality. Moreover, having such an abundance of medium-grade spirit stones in the simulation is a matter of years in the future, and he cannot wait that long. The only swift method to acquire spiritual stone resources lies within the inheritance of the Sun and Moon pool. As spring gives way to autumn, a year swiftly passes. After 1 year, you successfully emerge from seclusion. Your cultivation remains at the mid-transformation realm, Yet you have converted 80% of your spiritual energy into Sacred Emperor Sword Chi, enhancing your power further. The Heavenly Grade Supreme spiritual technique, the Thousand Shadow Sword Flash, has been cultivated to perfection, allowing you to conjure 300 sword shadows. The Snowhowl Dragon Roar Sword Array has reached its pinnacle, amplifying its power. When unleashed, it can easily subdue even those at the peak of the transformation realm. Your prowess has significantly advanced compared to a year ago. After your seclusion, you ventured to the Divine Sword Sect to retrieve the Golden Hong Sword from the Sword Nurturing Pool. After several years of nurturing, the Golden Hong Sword has been restored to the level of a low-grade spiritual treasure. However, this is not its ultimate potential. In your eyes, the pinnacle of the Golden Hong Sword should be that of a high-grade spiritual treasure. In the mortal realm, a high-grade spiritual treasure is something that even the most accomplished cultivators covet but cannot easily attain. Without a certain fortuity, it would be utterly impossible to acquire such a treasure. It is truly remarkable that the founder of the Divine Sword Sect chose to place a high-grade spiritual treasure within the Sword Tomb. After retrieving the Golden Hong Sword, you expressed your gratitude once more to the sect leader and returned to the Sun and Moon Sect. Not long after, a group of black-clad individuals launched another assault, this time consisting of 5 Transformation Realm cultivators. Among them were the former leader of the Sun and Moon Sect, by Chioji's mother, and the ancestral elder of the Sun and Moon Sect. Recognizing their identities left you somewhat astonished. You had not anticipated that the black-clad individuals sent to capture Lu Aoshuang would include former powerful figures from the Sun and Moon Sect. Undoubtedly, the most complex emotions were felt by the former leader and the ancestral elder of the Sun and Moon Sect. The Sun and Moon Sect is their foundation, the place where they grew up. Now, with the tides of power having shifted, how could their feelings not be intricate? Additionally, revisiting familiar grounds evoked memories that stirred within them an indescribable and profound emotion. Regrettably, as people aspire to ascend, water flows downward, and in order to break through to the transformation realm, they had no choice but to act. Upon arriving at the Sun and Moon Sect, the 5 black-clad transformation realm cultivators immediately demanded that you surrender Lu Aoshuang and her companions, lest they take a more severe stance. You naturally chose to refuse. How could 5 transcendental beings dare to act recklessly before you? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. A fierce battle was imminent. As you faced the 5 black-clad transcendental beings alone, exhibiting no signs of weakness, the sword energy of the Holy Emperor surged dramatically, piercing through the heavens and the earth, while the Snowhowl Dragon's roar effortlessly morphed into a snow-colored dragon, lunging towards them with ferocity. In that moment, you had the 5 black-clad figures firmly under control. Among them was the former ancestor of the Sun and Moon Sect, a superlative powerhouse at the pinnacle of transcendence. It was evident that your combat prowess left your disciples utterly astounded. They had not anticipated that their sect leader could possess such formidable strength, as if you were wielding the powers of a cheat. Initially, the 5 black-clad figures struggled to withstand your onslaught when united, but as the battle progressed, your comprehension of the sword path deepened. The intensity of your sword energy grew ever sharper, and gradually, the 5 black-clad figures found themselves at a disadvantage, no longer able to contend with you. Of course, this was under the condition that you were holding back. Your previous combat experiences were scant, and this time, you deliberately sought to refine your skills in battle, thus prolonging the engagement. Otherwise, even with a perfected transcendental being among them, they would stand no chance against you. With a resounding crash, you struck down 3 of the black-clad transcendental beings one after another with your sword, prompting the former ancestor of the Sun and Moon Sect to sense impending doom. Seizing the opportunity, he whisked away by Chioji's mother and chose to flee. Watching their retreating figures, you stood with your hands clasped behind your back, opting not to pursue. With the conclusion of this battle, you felt a stirring within your heart and entered into seclusion. In a fleeting moment, you achieved a state of unity between heaven and man, experiencing a long-awaited epiphany. Chapter 67. Not weak in the void refinement? This moment of enlightenment lasted for 3 months. Regrettably, while such an epiphany can significantly enhance one's innate talent and comprehension, its effects are not enduring. This is the sole drawback of such insights. If only an epiphany could last for several years, there would be no need to worry about black-clad figures. Upon concluding your enlightenment, you reaped immense rewards, reaching the stage of sword intent in your understanding of the sword path. Each strike of your sword now emanated an artistic conception, solidifying your status as a true master of the sword. The spirit-level technique, the Holy Emperor Sword Art, had converted 90% of your spiritual energy into Holy Emperor Sword energy. The Thousand Shadows Sword Flash, under this enlightenment, reached its pinnacle, capable of conjuring 500 sword shadows. Meanwhile, the Snowhowl Dragon's roar achieved perfection, fully grasping the mysteries of the sword array. Although this moment of enlightenment lasted merely 3 months, it was equivalent to years of arduous cultivation. This is the terrifying power of enlightenment. The only drawback is that your cultivation remains at the mid-transcendental stage, yet you are exceedingly close to the late stage. It is only a matter of time before you ascend to the late transcendental stage. For any cultivator, an epiphany is an extraordinary opportunity. Alas, attaining such enlightenment is exceedingly challenging. Were it not for my innate talent of a sudden flash of insight, the possibility of experiencing an epiphany would remain uncertain. Having read this, Chuan shook his head slightly. He pondered whether, in future simulations, a superior alternative to the sudden flash of insight talent could manifest. If so, it must be seized. Upon emerging from seclusion, your strength underwent a monumental transformation. Prior to your retreat, you could vanquish perfected transcendental cultivators. However, after your seclusion, dispatching perfected transcendental beings became effortless, as easy as breathing. Yet, you remained uncertain whether your current strength could withstand a void refinement cultivator's prowess. It seems that only a direct confrontation with the robed elder would reveal the truth. After your retreat, you attended to some sect affairs and indulged in tender moments with Lu Aoxiang and the others. During this time, you noticed Ling Lanyue regarding you with a peculiar expression, seemingly surprised that, apart from Lu Aoxiang, you had two other partners, especially given that the four of you resided together in the same cave abode. It was evident that you were experiencing profound happiness during this period. Disregarding Ling Lanyue's strange gaze, after your tender moments, you returned to seclusion to solidify your current state. Soon, 3 months passed. After 3 months, you felt a stirring within and promptly exited your cave abode. At the same time, the black-clad figures launched another assault. But this time, only two approached the Sun and Moon sect. One was the previously escaped ancestor of the Sun and Moon sect, a perfected transcendental cultivator, and the other was a robed elder whose cultivation had reached the void refinement stage. It was evident that their intention was to abduct Lu Aoxiang and the others. As expected, upon their arrival, the robed elder gazed at you with eyes gleaming with brilliance, acknowledging that your strength, as a member of the younger generation, was indeed remarkable, having single-handedly repelled the combined assault of 5 transcendental cultivators. Furthermore, you were not a target of the Holy Heaven sect and could easily join them to embrace a broader horizon. All that was required was for you to hand over Lu Aoxiang and the others as a gesture of allegiance, and he would grant you a place among them, along with a commendable status. Faced with the elder's persuasion, you resolutely chose to decline. Hand over Lu Aoxiang? Such a thought is inconceivable. In response to your refusal, the robed elder shook his head lightly, muttering a regretful sentiment. In an instant, a fierce killing intent erupted from his gaze. Since he would not join them, you could not be allowed to remain. With a thunderous roar, the robed elder unleashed his formidable void refinement cultivation and charged towards you. In that fleeting moment, his aura surged like a tsunami, relentless and overwhelming, as if intent on consuming you whole. You dared not to be negligent. Raising your hand to summon the Golden Hong sword, the sword emitted an exceptionally crisp and melodious sound, carrying an inexhaustible aura of the sacred Emperor's sword energy, which collided fiercely with the opponent's presence. At that moment, your comprehension of the sword path had ascended to the realm of sword intent, where each strike was imbued with profound meaning, rendering its power exponentially more formidable. In an instant, bolstered by your profound swordsmanship and the fierce sacred Emperor's sword energy, combined with the lower-grade spiritual treasure known as the Golden Hong sword, you engaged in a fierce contest with your adversary, neither side willing to yield. Witnessing your terrifying prowess, not only did the ancestors of the Sun and Moon sect find it hard to believe, but even the elder in the Taoist robe widened his eyes in astonishment, completely unprepared for the realization that you could stand against him on equal footing. As the battle raged on, the intensity between you and the Taoist robed elder escalated dramatically. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth surged violently, capable of swallowing the Sun and Moon, while the sword energy soared across the landscape, capable of cleaving mountains and rivers, creating a moment where neither party could afford to relent. Your prowess utterly astonished the elder in the Taoist robe. He never anticipated that, despite your mid-stage transformation, your combat strength would rival his own. This revelation shattered his understanding, and he could not help but exclaim in his heart, "What a monster!" You are undoubtedly qualified to be regarded as the foremost individual beneath the realm of void refinement. Observing the difficulty in subduing you, the elder in the Taoist robe resolved to cease holding back and to exert his full effort. After all, reaching the divine transformation stage allows one to commune with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, rendering one's internal energy nearly inexhaustible. Prolonged combat thus becomes meaningless, relying instead on one's profound foundation and Taoist techniques. In the blink of an eye, the elder summoned his external incarnation, and the two Taoist elders launched a simultaneous assault against you, intensifying the pressure upon you. Although the power of the external incarnation does not match that of the true body, the synergy between the two can indeed yield a result greater than the sum of its parts. Yet, even with the combined efforts of the two Taoist elders, they still could not overcome you. Your robust foundation is not something that can be resolved simply by the addition of an external incarnation. Oh, has my power now become comparable to that of the void refinement stage? I had previously thought that the void refinement realm was an insurmountable mountain, yet it appears to be rather less formidable than I imagined. Upon reaching this realization, Chuan could not help but murmur. It turns out that the void refinement stage is not as powerful as I had envisioned. Provided one's foundation is sufficient, it is entirely possible to contend against it. However, in the next moment, Chuan noticed the words appearing in the simulator, causing his eyelids to twitch and his mouth to twitch slightly. Very well. The void refinement stage is indeed not as simple as I had thought. There remains an essential distinction between divine transformation and void refinement. Upon seeing that even with the summoning of an external incarnation he could not subdue you, the Taoist elder shook his head with a sigh and decided to get serious. In an instant, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth began to stir, coalescing into an enigmatic and wondrous aura within the elder's hands. Heavenly essence. Once the heavenly essence manifested, the spiritual energy in the air seemed to respond with fervor, completely boiling over. You too felt the overwhelming presence that surpassed the intensity of spiritual energy by dozens of times. Before you could react, the Taoist elder struck with his palm, and the heavenly essence surged forth, instantly extinguishing the snow dragon you had conjured. The impact struck you directly, causing you to spit blood as your figure was sent hurtling backward for thousands of meters, sustaining severe injuries. Chapter 68. A forceful strike against void refinement. Is a cursed thunder calamity descending? Heavenly essence? Could this be a unique technique possessed solely by those of the void refinement realm? Otherwise, upon entering the divine transformation stage, with internal energy that is boundless and inexhaustible, if those of the void refinement still relied on spiritual energy, would there not be a significant disparity? Chuan furrowed his brow, contemplating. Unfortunately, he was quite unfamiliar with heavenly essence, as it had never been introduced in the simulation. From what he observed in the simulation, the Taoist elder was able to injure himself with a single strike, showcasing the formidable power of heavenly essence. Nevertheless, Chuan did not believe he would be easily vanquished by the Taoist elder. He still possessed a trump card that he had yet to reveal. In a moment of desperation, he could unleash a battle prowess several times greater than his usual state. If he were to activate this hidden strength, the outcome of who would live or die would remain uncertain. As you were sent flying by the elder's palm, suffering immense pain, it felt as though your dragon bones were shattering within you. It dawned on you that there indeed exists a certain gap between the realms of divine transformation and void refinement. At the very least, the heavenly essence wielded by your opponent was something you had never encountered, and its power was far beyond that of mere spiritual energy. Fortunately, your foundation was sufficiently profound. Even with the elder employing the exclusive heavenly essence of the void refinement realm, he could not obliterate you instantaneously. Were it any other divine transformation practitioner, even one at the peak of the stage, they would not have been able to withstand a single strike from the Taoist elder. With no time to ponder further, the Taoist elder stepped forward, instantly appearing before you, gathering the heavenly essence once more to unleash another assault. You could not afford to be negligent, gathering all your sword energy to unleash the Thousand Shadows sword flash. In an instant, the air was filled with a dense array of sword phantoms, numbering as many as 500, once more clashing against the Taoist-robed elder. Alas, despite the formidable quantity of sword shadows, their quality fell short compared to the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Even though each sword shadow was imbued with sword intent, its power surging tremendously, it was ultimately vanquished by the elder's celestial energy. Nevertheless, the prowess you displayed left the Taoist-robed elder utterly astonished. He remarked that your exceptional talent and profound foundation ranked among the finest he had encountered in all his years of cultivation. Should you avoid misfortune, a bright future awaited you. Regrettably, astonishment aside, the necessity of your demise remained. Indeed, your monstrous talent ignited within the elder a resolve to eliminate you. Such a being, remaining an adversary, would keep him unsettled as long as you drew breath. Consequently, the Taoist-robed elder launched a more ferocious assault against you. His celestial energy entwined with spiritual techniques, bombarding you relentlessly. You struggled to withstand the onslaught, your sword intent surging like an ocean. Yet you remained suppressed by the elder's might, accumulating wounds upon your body. As your injuries mounted and your stamina waned, you began to falter, on the verge of collapse. Perceiving your imminent downfall, the elder bellowed, channeling the celestial energy within him to unleash his most formidable technique. A colossal hand, shimmering with golden light, reached out towards you, intent on erasing your very existence. At that moment, in the face of despair, a glimmer of hope emerged. A mysterious power suddenly surged within you. And under the influence of this force, whether it be Taoist techniques, spiritual energy, the majestic sword aura of the Holy Emperor, or the essence of sword intent, all erupted with tremendous might, amplifying their potency manifold. A surge of joy welled up within you as you suddenly realized that it was the mysterious force that had turned the tide. Without a moment's hesitation, you steadied your breath and, harnessing this enigmatic power, began to counterattack the elderly figure in the Taoist robe. With a single stroke of your sword, the air crackled with energy, piercing through the heavens and the earth, cleaving the elder in the Taoist robe in twain with a colossal golden hand forged from the very essence of the cosmos. In that moment, the elder was utterly bewildered. What transpired? How could you, who were on the brink of defeat, suddenly unleash a power that surpassed his own? Had you entered a realm of divine intervention? In the face of the elder's astonishment, you did not hold back. The golden phoenix soared and descended with ferocity, unleashing an unrelenting torrent of sword energy aimed squarely at the elder. The tides of battle shifted dramatically in an instant. The elder could sense that your spiritual energy, the potency of the sacred emperor's sword aura, and the might of your sword intent had inexplicably surged several-fold. With the amalgamation of these three forces, He found himself utterly outmatched. Internally, he could only exclaim that he had encountered a ghost. You granted the old man in the Taoist robe no respite or opportunity to react, unleashing your most formidable thousand shadow sword flash. Countless sword shadows materialized in the air, all converging upon the Taoist elder. This time, even with his invocation of the primordial forces of heaven and earth, he was unable to dismantle the onslaught of sword shadows. Unsurprisingly, the Taoist elder was swiftly perforated by the multitude of sword shadows. In his final moments, his face etched with terror and confusion, he gazed at you, unable to fathom how you had suddenly become so powerful. To his astonishment, it was through the fortifying power of a desperate resurgence that you had slain the Taoist elder, a genuine practitioner of the void refinement realm. What an arduous feat. As Chuan witnessed this moment, a profound sense of reflection washed over him. Yet, the demise of a void refinement practitioner was merely the inaugural step towards his ultimate success. Beyond the void refinement lies the fusion stage, and beyond that, the Great Ascension. Chuan could already envision the day when he would vanquish a Great Ascension master. The day of slaying a Great Ascension would herald the liberation of this world. As the corpse of the Taoist elder plummeted from the sky, the ancestor of the Sun and Moon sect reacted instantaneously. His eyes narrowed in alarm as he transformed into a streak of light, channeling all his spiritual energy in a frantic flight for survival. As you gaze upon the hasty retreat of the elder from the Sun and Moon sect, a desire stirs within you to pursue and vanquish him. However, the mysterious power within you begins to wane, compelling you to relinquish that notion. After all, you are gravely injured. Despite the extraordinary surge in strength granted by your previous efforts, it does not mend your wounds. After dispatching the elder clad in a Taoist robe, you offer a few words of instruction to Lu Aoshang and the others before retreating into seclusion to recuperate and heal. A month later, a thunderous tribulation gradually coalesces above the Sun and Moon sect. In your heart, a sense of bewilderment arises. Has anyone truly transcended the realm of transformation? Otherwise, how could the tribulation of thunder manifest? Surely, it cannot be the thunder of the void refinement realm. Before you can comprehend the unfolding events, a bolt of lightning, potent enough to obliterate all, descends with a thunderous roar, striking directly toward you. You are instantaneously reduced to ashes, utterly devoid of any power to resist. You have perished. Please select your rewards for this simulation. Chuan. What is happening? Is this tribulation targeting me? Chuan was utterly bewildered. Why had he attracted the tribulation? His brow furrowed, filled with confusion. After pondering for a while, he arrived at a possibility: the cursed tribulation. It is not an exaggeration to say that, with his current foundation, he could withstand even the void-refining tribulation to a certain extent. A single bolt of lightning could obliterate him to ashes. Such power could only be wielded by a cursed tribulation. Clearly, someone was manipulating the formation to unleash the cursed tribulation upon him. At this realization, Chuan's lips twitched. Is this even permissible? This is utterly lacking in martial ethics. With a sigh, Chuan shifted his focus to the rewards available from this simulation. The purple talent, Dustless Sword Heart, was a must-have. As for the other options. Chapter 69. The Realm of Sword Intent, departing from Qingshan Sect 1. Dustless Sword Heart, Purple, 2. Turning the Tide, Blue, 3. Midstage Transformation 4. Sword Path, Sword Intent Realm 5. Physical Dragon Bone Realm 6. Golden Phoenix, Sword 7. Holy Emperor Sword Technique. Gazing at the densely packed reward options on the system panel, Chuan couldn't help but swallow hard. He desired all of these. Unfortunately, he could only choose two. The first, Dustless Sword Heart, was essential. Such a purple talent was rare and precious. As for the second option, Chuan pondered slightly before making his decision. System. I choose Dustless Sword Heart and the Sword Intent Realm. The Sword Intent Realm. In the simulation, he had comprehended it after 2 moments of enlightenment. Coupled with years of arduous cultivation, it was incredibly valuable. Moreover, both his cultivation level and Holy Emperor Sword Chi could be enhanced with sufficient resources and time. However, achieving the Sword Intent Realm required extraordinary perceptiveness and a continuous understanding of the profundities of sword techniques, which was far more challenging than elevating his cultivation or Holy Emperor Sword Chi. Only a fool would not choose this. Boom. As Chuan selected the rewards for this simulation, the aura surrounding him underwent a dramatic transformation. He stood as if an unsheathed blade, radiating a formidable sword intent. Nearby, Lu Aofeng and Xia Lingxian felt a disorienting sensation under this sword intent. In their eyes, Chuan seemed to transform into a sword. The distinction between man and sword blurred. This was the stage of sword intent. Simply possessing the sword path's realm was sufficient to influence other cultivators. As for the sword heart above the sword intent, it was even more extraordinary. Though he wielded no sword, his heart bore one. When the sword heart stirred, all things could become a sword. However, reaching the realm of sword heart was no simple feat. The difficulty was undoubtedly far greater than attaining the sword intent realm. Even with Chuan's purple level sword talent, the Dustless Sword Heart would still require time to achieve. It could not be accomplished overnight. As for how long it would take, that remained uncertain. My lord, what is this aura surrounding you? I feel as if you have transformed into a sword. As Chuan's aura gradually calmed, Lu Aofeng and Xia Lingxian hurriedly approached him, their expressions filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend this sudden change. Lu Chuan smiled lightly and explained, "Ha ha ha, Alfong, Lingxian. I simply felt a connection, and my sword path realm has elevated, which may have given you the illusion of my transformation into a sword. Do not worry." Upon hearing Lu Chuan's explanation, Lu Alfong and Xia Lingxian finally breathed a sigh of relief, their faces brightening with joy. So it was because my lord had grown stronger. "My lord, what are our plans moving forward?" Lu Alfong inquired curiously. Before long, Xia Lingxian would return to Qing Lian's sect, leaving only Lu Chuan and herself in Qing Shan's sect. Lu Chuan glanced at the two women, contemplating slightly, and said, "I plan to leave Qing Shan's sect and join the Divine Sword sect. Alfong, we shall go together." "Very well." Lu Alfong's face blossomed with a smile, radiant and enchanting. Xia Lingxian nodded, saying, "The Divine Sword sect is recognized as the strongest among the 6 top sects, its foundation unparalleled by the other 5. It is indeed the best choice for you, my lord." However, she then shifted her tone, her expression darkening as sorrow flickered in her eyes. "If my lord joins the Divine Sword sect, we may not be able to meet often." In Xia Lingxuan's memory, Lu Chuan had joined Qing Lian's sect, the same sect as her. But now, he intended to join Divine Sword sect, which meant they would not see each other frequently. Noticing the sadness in Xia Lingxuan's heart, Lu Chuan gently patted her head, eliciting a contented expression from her. "Do not worry, Lingxian. Even if I join the Divine Sword sect, I will set aside time each year to visit you at Qing Lian's sect. Once I grow strong enough to deal with the men in black, I will bring you over, and we will live together." "Very well, it is a promise, my lord." Xia Lingxian grinned mischievously, her adorable smile brightening the moment. Deep within, she began to eagerly anticipate Lu Chuan growing stronger swiftly, defeating the men in black, and living together thereafter. In the following days, Lu Chuan did not engage in simulations but instead spent time with Xia Lingxian and Lu Alfong in the cave dwelling. Each simulation yielded different information that he needed to digest thoroughly and make new judgments. After several days, Xia Lingxian bid farewell to Lu Chuan and Lu Alfong, accompanying the sect elder back to Qing Lian's sect. "My lord, when shall we head to Divine Sword sect?" One morning, after Lu Alfong awoke, she curiously inquired. Lu Chuan pondered slightly. An important question lay before him. Should he visit the Sun and Moon Pond to retrieve the inheritance at the bottom? Within the pond lay 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones and 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones, as well as the Heavenly Tier technique, 7-colored fire spirit technique, and the low-grade magic treasure, fire cloud armor. Obtaining these could elevate the system to level 6. With this thought in mind, Lu Chuan curiously asked, "System, what changes come with upgrading the simulator to level 6? Level 5 allows for a chance to generate a purple talent. Does level 6 enable a stable generation of purple talents?" Ding. Simulator level 6 guarantees at least 1 purple talent per simulation, and the selectable rewards at the end of the simulation increase from 2 to 3. Upon hearing the system's response, Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, System, based on previous upgrade patterns, shouldn't level 6 guarantee stable generation of purple talents? Why is it just a minimum of 1 this time? Does this imply that the remaining talents are still at the blue level? In the past, upgrades transitioned from a state of probability to one of stability. The likelihood of obtaining a cyan talent evolved into a consistent acquisition of such talents. Similarly, the chance of acquiring a blue talent became a stable attainment. However, in the forthcoming upgrade, apart from an increase in the number of selectable rewards at the end of the simulation, it appears that the guaranteed minimum is merely 1 purple talent. Ding. Host, there exists a fundamental distinction between purple and blue talents. To expect to upgrade all talents to purple with merely 100,000 spirit stones is an impossibility. Such fortune is unheard of in this world. Lu Chuan mused, indeed. The disparity between purple and blue talents is exceedingly vast. To be candid, having chosen a purple talent once, I find myself somewhat disdainful of blue talents. They are at once insipid and regrettable to discard. A guarantee is a guarantee, after all. At the very least, the increase in the number of selectable rewards is advantageous. Is it not? An additional reward means a swifter enhancement of my strength. Schwanger, prepare to set off for the Divine Sword sect. Upon concluding his dialogue with the system, Lu Chuan declared, while obtaining the inheritance from the Sun and Moon Lake would elevate the simulation system's level, the risks involved are substantial. Currently, he possesses merely mid-stage Yuan in cultivation. Although bolstered by sword intent, he could only contend with a transformation stage cultivator at best. Defeating one, however, remains impossible. Lamentably, apart from sword intent, his foundational strength is exceedingly insufficient. The cultivation techniques he practices are merely from the Xian class within the Qingshan sect. Moreover, he possesses no notable sword techniques to speak of. Should he be discovered by the disciples of the Sun and Moon sect, as depicted in the simulations, a concerted attack would spell danger. It is prudent to avoid perilous endeavors. Once he joins the Divine Sword sect and fortifies his foundational strength, pursuing the inheritance from Sun and Moon Lake would not be too late. Thus, Lu Chuan, accompanied by Xia Lingxian, bid farewell to the Qingshan sect's master, Xie Yunhua, and the alchemy master, Huang Chun, officially departing from the Qingyan sect. This marked the conclusion of over a year of an exclusive journey within the Qingshan sect. Chapter 70. The Divine Sword Sect's Prodigy. A new beginning. After spending half a month, Lu Chuan, alongside Lu Aoshuang, meandered leisurely and arrived at the Divine Sword Sect. At this moment, the sect was conducting its triennial admission assessments. Naturally, Lu Chuan and Lu Aoshuang registered to participate. Name? Inquired a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, who was in the midst of registration. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he felt that this cultivator participating in the assessment was extraordinary. An aura of sharp sword intent seemed to accompany him, rendering it difficult to gaze directly upon him. The entire presence was akin to a precious sword, embodying the essence of the sword itself. What an eerie sight. The registering disciple mused silently. Lu Chuan, he replied nonchalantly. Age? 19. Cultivation level? Mid-stage Yuaning. Upon hearing this, the disciple in charge of registration was utterly taken aback. He gazed at Lu Chuan with an expression of astonishment. As if to say, are you 19 years old? In the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm? Truly, such boasting is beyond reason. You are practically rubbing your own intellect into the ground. At that moment, the disciple coughed lightly, furrowing his brow as he sternly declared, what nonsense are you spouting? Be serious and refrain from exaggeration. Otherwise, you shall not be permitted to proceed. It was evident that he remained skeptical. With a resigned shake of his head, Lu Chuan unleashed the formidable aura characteristic of the mid-stage nascent soul realm, which instantly enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon the sect square where the Sword God sect was conducting the assessment. Among them were the eyes of the sect's elders. Upon sensing the aura of the mid-stage nascent soul realm, one might assume a formidable expert from another sect had arrived, only to discover that this potent energy emanated from a participant of the assessment. Heavens! The disciple responsible for registering Lu Chuan was momentarily dumbfounded, his expression frozen in disbelief. Could it be that he truly stood before a venerable ancestor of the nascent soul realm? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a Sword God sect elder appeared before Lu Chuan in a flash of movement. With a look of astonishment, he clasped his hands in greeting and inquired, Friend, are you here to participate in our sect's disciples' assessment? As a fellow nascent soul cultivator, Lu Chuan was more than worthy of being addressed as friend. Despite the elder's role in the assessment, he dared not assume a superior stance before Lu Chuan, treating him as an equal. Lu Chuan smiled and nodded, affirming, Indeed, I am 19 years of age, and I am here to take part in the sect's assessment. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted to one of greater astonishment and elation. After uttering a brief please wait, he soared into the depths of the Sword God sect. Lu Chuan understood that, according to the scripted events, the elder would be reporting to the sect leader. Sure enough, after approximately half a stick of incense had burned, a powerful aura erupted from the depths of the sect, far surpassing that of the nascent soul realm. It was the transformation realm. Soon after, a strikingly handsome middle-aged man clad in white emerged, descending before Lu Chuan. Upon sensing Lu Chuan's age and cultivation level, Li Jian's face broke into a delighted smile as he exclaimed, Young friend, have you come to partake in our sect's assessment? Lu Chuan nodded, replying, Correct. I wish to join the Sword God sect. Internally, he mused that this man must be the current sect leader, a figure who had aided him several times in the simulated scenarios. Upon hearing this, Li Jian's smile deepened, and he replied eagerly, Excellent. I am Li Jian, the current sect leader of the Sword God sect. It is certainly not a problem for you to participate. However, given that you have already reached the nascent soul realm, it is somewhat unusual for you to become a disciple. How about this? As long as you possess talent and swordsmanship, you may become a special elder of our sect, with a status and resources on par with the holy sons and daughters. What do you think? Faced with an identical scenario, as in the simulation, Lu Chuan did not decline and chose to agree. A special elder? No. I am destined to be the future holy son. After this brief interlude, the assessment for entering the Sword God sect continued. However, Lu Chuan was now led by Li Jian to the testing sword to determine the extent of his swordsmanship talent. The testing sword was a pure white long sword, appearing somewhat ethereal. Upon seeing it, Li Jian promptly instructed, Young friend, place your hand upon the sword, and it will automatically assess whether you possess the aptitude for swordsmanship. If it trembles twice, you may join our Sword God sect. Lu Chuan nodded, without hesitation, grasping the hilt of the sword. Clang. In the next moment, the testing sword seemed to come to life, emitting an extraordinarily clear sound of trembling that resonated throughout the Sword God sect. Li Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and then, clang, clang, clang. The sword trembled 3 times, the sound reverberating endlessly. The radiance in Li Jian's gaze intensified, and his breath became increasingly rapid. Clang, clang, clang. The sword continued to tremble, ringing out a total of 9 times. By the time the 9th sound echoed, Li Jian was utterly stunned. He had never anticipated that Lu Chuan not only possessed extraordinary talent in cultivation, reaching the nascent soul realm at such a young age, but that his swordsmanship talent was also so terrifying and unparalleled. It was well known that the current holy daughter of the Sword God sect, Ling Lanyue, who possessed an innate sword body, had only achieved 8 trembles. Yet Lu Chuan had caused the testing sword to tremble 9 times. Such a prodigy in swordsmanship was a rarity that might only appear once in a millennium or even 10,000 years. Li Jian even began to suspect that had the testing sword the capacity to tremble more than 9 times, Lu Chuan's talent would have elicited an even greater response. Leader, have I passed the assessment? Lu Chuan released his grip and flashed a mischievous grin at Li Jian. Familiar with the plot, he knew perfectly well that he had not only passed the assessment, but had also astonished everyone in the sect. Moreover, the leader would specially designate him as the Holy Son, placing him above the Holy Sons and Daughters. The reason for his inquiry was solely to indulge in a bit of showmanship. As soon as Lu Chuan's words echoed, Li Jian snapped back to reality from his astonishment. In the next moment, he erupted into uproarious laughter, his expression wild with joy. Grasping Lu Chuan's arm, he vanished from the spot. Within the grand hall of the sect, Lu Chuan found himself brought before a gathering of dozens of elders, all summoned by Li Jian. Before the assembly of elders, Li Jian announced, from this day forth, disciple Lu Chuan shall be recognized as our sect's holy son, with a status surpassing that of the holy sons and daughters, second only to me. All elders, holy sons, and daughters must adhere to the commands of the holy son without fail. As Li Jian's declaration resounded through the grand hall, every individual present, including the holy sons and daughters who had come, turned their gaze toward Lu Chuan in unison. How could they not recognize that Lu Chuan was the unparalleled prodigy who had caused the testing sword to tremble 9 times? With this realization, admiration washed over their faces, and they hurriedly expressed their agreement. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chuan acknowledged that he had officially become the holy son of the Sword God sect, standing above all others. The next simulation would commence from this point onward. Chapter 71. System Upgrade. 2 purple talents subsequently, just as described in the simulation, after becoming the Holy Son. Lu Chuan promptly declared that Lu Aoxiang was his destined partner and expressed his desire to share a residence with her. Li Jian appeared puzzled. Lu Aoxiang? Who is that? At that moment, an elder of the Sword God sect stepped forward and remarked, Sect leader, during this assessment, there was a genius who achieved a trembling of 4 times. Named Lu Aoxiang. Upon hearing this, Li Jian appeared bewildered. So that was the case. With a tremor of his sword 4 times, he could indeed be considered a genius in ordinary circumstances. Yet, before the unparalleled prodigy Lu Chuan, he undoubtedly faded into the background, becoming merely an accessory, a green leaf. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Since she was the Divine Son's destined partner, it would not be an exaggeration to say that even the elders would treat her with utmost respect and would not dare to offend her. Without hesitation, Li Jian immediately arranged for the most spacious and luxurious cave dwelling for Lu Chuan and Lu Aoxiang. Subsequently, he presented Lu Chuan with 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones for cultivation. Lu Chuan accepted with delight. Accompanied by Lu Aoxiang, he returned to his designated cave dwelling. Lu Chuan felt a sense of nostalgia. Henceforth, the simulation would commence from here, not from the Qingshan sect. After organizing the spirit stone resources he currently possessed, 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones and several low-grade spirit stones, Lu Chuan pondered briefly and decided to focus on cultivation first. Once his cultivation level increased and his strength grew, he would retrieve the inheritance from the Sun and Moon Pond. He would then upgrade the simulation system and initiate a new round of simulation. Without further contemplation, Lu Chuan began to study the most powerful martial arts of the Divine Sword sect, the high-grade Earth Tier technique, the 10,000 Sword technique. This time, he did not even choose to learn the 13 blue swords, as he was solely intent on rapidly enhancing his cultivation. As spring turned to autumn, time passed swiftly, and a year had elapsed. After a year, with a surge of formidable energy erupting from the cave dwelling, Lu Chuan emerged from seclusion. His cultivation had advanced to the late Yuaning stage. Combined with the 10,000 sword technique and the realm of sword intent, Lu Chuan was confident that even a transformation god practitioner would find it challenging to contend with him. It was time to head to the Sun and Moon Pond to retrieve the inheritance. As long as he remained cautious along the way, there should be no issues. Resolute in his decision, Lu Chuan left the cave dwelling and set off for the Sun and Moon Pond. However, just as he departed, a graceful figure floated into view. It was the Saintess Ling Lanhua. Lu Chuan naturally understood her purpose for coming. She was inviting him to the Sword Tomb. As expected, upon her arrival, Ling Lanhua regarded Lu Chuan with respect and said, Divine Son, the sect master has informed me that the Sword Tomb can be opened at any time, and the Divine Son may retrieve 3 portions of Sword Path inheritance. May I inquire when you plan to go? Lu Chuan pondered for a moment before replying. There's no rush. I have some matters to attend to first. I shall return to discuss it. Understood, Divine Son, Ling Lanhua responded respectfully. Just as Lu Chuan was preparing to leave, he seemed to recall something and said, By the way, if you encounter any uncertainties regarding the sword path in the future, feel free to seek me out for discussion. Now that Lu Chuan's sword path had reached the realm of sword intent, he was entirely qualified to guide Ling Lanhua and resolve her queries. Upon hearing this, Ling Lanhua was momentarily taken aback, but her expression brightened as she smiled and replied, Thank you, Divine Son. With that, Lu Chuan soared away on his sword towards the Sun and Moon Pond. Approximately a week later, Lu Chuan circumnavigated the Day Moon sect, and quietly arrived near the Sun and Moon Pond. After observing the surroundings for a while and confirming that there were no issues, Chuan boldly entered the pond. With his late Yuaning cultivation, fire spirit body, and the enhancement of sword intent, Chuan descended to the pond's bottom. Though his body felt stiff and icy, he was unharmed and successfully discovered the concealed cave dwelling at the bottom of the pond. Diving into the cave, he was instantly greeted by a spring-like ambience. The chill within his body dissipated, and he encountered the skeletal figure possessing the inheritance. Approaching the skeleton, Chuan skillfully retrieved the black spatial ring it wore, probing inside with his divine sense to ensure everything was in order before nodding and respectfully bowing to the skeleton. System: sacrifice 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones to upgrade the simulator. Taking out the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones contained within the spatial ring, Chuan promptly declared. Ding. Upgrade successful. The simulation level is now LV6. In an instant, the 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones in the spatial ring were reduced by 1/3. And the next upgrade of the simulation system would require 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones? After thoroughly searching this realm, I should be able to gather that amount. After all, there are numerous inheritances left behind by powerful beings in this realm. However, the requirement of 10 million mid-grade spirit stones for the subsequent upgrade is a considerable challenge. Chuan shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. It was time to leave. Yet before departing, Chuan seemed to recall something and immediately sat cross-legged beside the skeletal figure, sacrificing 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones while murmuring. System: commence simulation. Ding. Simulation initiated. Please select the talent for this simulation. 1. Child of Fortune. Blue, gain a substantial amount of destiny luck, becoming a once-in-a-century child of fate. 2. Heart towards the path. Purple, single-mindedly pursue the path, undistracted, accelerating the cultivation speed during seclusion and enhancing comprehension of the Tao during enlightenment. 3. Combat instinct. Blue, born for battle, enhancing combat experience, intuition, and skills. 4. Last radiance. Blue, increases self-detonation power by 10-fold. 5. Heavenly grade fire spirit root. Purple, acquire a heavenly grade fire attribute spirit root. Upon witnessing the talents refreshed in this simulation, Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening, and emotions surging. Purple talents. And 2 of them. With the simulation level at LV6, he was guaranteed at least 1 purple talent, but he never expected such fortuitous luck to yield 2 purple talents. It was not about choosing the right one, but selecting the precious. The disparity between purple and blue talents was immense, one that 10 blue talents could not compensate for. If missed, who knew when the next opportunity would arise? Especially since these 2 purple talents were not to be underestimated. Whether it be the heart towards the path or the heavenly grade fire spirit root, they were both irresistible to Chuan. The heavenly grade fire spirit root was above the supreme fire spirit root. Spirit roots are classified from low to high as miscellaneous, low grade, mid grade, high grade, supreme, and then heavenly. According to records, possessing a heavenly grade spirit root means that, provided resources are sufficient and without untimely demise, there should be no issue in breaking through to the great ascension stage in the future. The heavenly grade spirit root serves as a passport to the great ascension supreme. How could Chuan not be tempted? He must secure it. System: I choose heart towards the path and heavenly grade fire spirit root. Ding. Selection successful. Entering simulation. Acquiring heart towards the path, you single-mindedly pursue the path, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires within your heart gradually dissipate, as they only hinder your cultivation and comprehension speed, thus better left aside. Chuan. This is rather harsh. Upgrading from Supreme Fire Spirit Root to Heavenly Grade Fire Spirit Root enhances your talent and comprehension significantly, and your sensitivity to the spiritual energy in the air becomes sharper. Beyond spiritual energy, you also perceive an energy of a quality far exceeding that of spiritual energy in the air. However, this energy is exceedingly rare in the heavens and earth, elusive and intangible. Your heart is filled with suspicion. Could it be that this is the celestial essence that only the void refinement cultivators can harness? To your astonishment, despite merely being at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, you are able to perceive the existence of the celestial essence. You cannot help but marvel at the formidable power of your heavenly grade spiritual root, which far exceeds that of even the finest spiritual roots. Without lingering, you swiftly depart from the cave dwelling, preparing to return to the Divine Sword sect. As for the annual promise to visit the Alchemy sect and the Qinglian sect to see Su Ling and the other lady, you deem it unnecessary, considering it a complete waste of time in your pursuit of enlightenment. Chuan, as he prepared to depart from Sun Moon Lake, ready to soar away on his sword, he appeared to have caught sight of something, his figure momentarily pausing. Cloaked Figures. Chapter 72, The Domain of the Cloaked Ones. There, in the expanse of heaven and earth, 2 cloaked figures coincidentally traversed the sky above the Sun Moon sect. You surfaced abruptly, colliding head-on with the other party. For a moment, 3 pairs of eyes stared at each other in astonishment, each filled with a profound sense of bewilderment. You never anticipated that your visit to Sun Moon Lake would not lead you to encounter members of the Sun Moon sect, but instead, you would come face to face with enigmatic figures cloaked in black. Such is the fortune, indeed. After a brief moment of tension, your spirits began to lighten. Fortunately, this is merely a simulation. Even in the event of demise, it holds little consequence. In fact, one might even directly obtain a reward of innate talent. What is there to fear? Should you perish? A return to reality followed by a brief respite before venturing forth again should pose no significant issue. Above in the sky, the two shadowy figures exchanged glances, seemingly arriving at a decision, and together they lunged towards you, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. You can sense that both of these figures clad in black are formidable cultivators at the transformation stage. Even though you have comprehended the essence of the sword, and your attacks, infused with this sword intent, are formidable enough to rival their power, you still find yourself at a disadvantage against the two. Nevertheless, you refuse to succumb to despair. Gripping your treasured sword, you engage them in battle. During the confrontation, your combat prowess astounds the two black-clad individuals. They never anticipated that. Despite your cultivation being at the late stage of the nascent soul, your fighting capability could match that of a transformation stage cultivator. It is truly astonishing. Unfortunately, as time passes, the mana within you is depleted, and your strikes begin to wane in vigor. Seizing the opportunity, the two figures strike you simultaneously, rendering you unconscious. Chuan reflects, I never imagined it would end so swiftly. The simulation is concluding. Indeed, it was wise to conduct a trial run before departing. Had I ventured out earlier, the outcome of this simulation would have mirrored my future fate. He feels a shiver of anxiety, his back drenched in cold sweat. After all, having traversed into the realm of cultivation, he is unwilling to meet death once more. Yet soon after, Chuan notices something amiss. For the text within the simulator continues to materialize. After an indeterminate period, you gradually regain consciousness, and your eyes behold an unfamiliar wooden cabin, in which you find yourself resting upon a wooden bed. Am I not dead? The moment that springs to mind is the sensation of rising from the wooden bed, a feeling of something amiss causing your brow to furrow. Your cultivation has vanished. Your body is frail and weak, devoid of any discernible aura of cultivation. As if you have transformed into an ordinary mortal, stripped of all power. Your heart is filled with uncertainty. What is the meaning of this situation? Fortunately, your consciousness remains remarkably clear, allowing you to recognize that you are still within a simulation, not the realm of reality. The loss of your cultivation is inconsequential. It matters not. Just as you were about to leave the cabin to assess the situation outside, an elderly man with white hair entered, followed by two individuals clad in black. Upon noticing your awakening, the old man wore a broad smile, extending a warm welcome to you on their territory. A sudden shock gripped your heart, and an unsettling possibility emerged in your mind. You realized that you had not been slain by those two cloaked figures. Rather, you had been taken back to their domain. As for the reason, unbeknownst to you, yet with a faint sense of intuition, you can surmise a few things. As the saying goes, the appreciation for talent is universal. When one's own gifts are so extraordinary, it is only natural for others to seek to entice you. Although you are inwardly aware that this is the domain of the cloaked figures, you feign extreme terror to avoid arousing suspicion. Stripped of your powers and thrust into an unfamiliar realm, it is only natural to feel a sense of dread. Noticing your pallid complexion and the flicker of fear in your eyes, the elderly man with white hair chuckles softly and begins to elaborate. The information he provides aligns closely with what you had previously learned. They are indeed radicals, and the place you find yourself in is called Tianjiao, which translates to a corner of the heavens, also hinting at a self-deprecating notion of being confined to a mere corner for eternity. Years ago, someone in this realm offended an immortal, who then cast a celestial-level formation, ensnaring them within its confines, rendering them eternally unable to escape. Their cultivation could only reach the stage of transformation, akin to birds trapped in a cage. Their dissatisfaction has driven them to seek a means of escape. Not far from Tianjiao lies the heart of the celestial formation, controlled by the Holy Heaven sect. The Holy Heaven sect boasts a supreme ruler presiding over it. Even when taking into account the entirety of the world, it is one of the foremost sects, not to be trifled with. Thus, they are utterly incapable of escaping, destined to remain here for all time. Even more critically, the energy required to sustain the celestial formation is drawn from this very realm. Consequently, since the formation's inception, no mid-grade or higher spiritual veins have emerged here, and the primary culprit is this celestial formation. Is that truly the reason? Upon reaching this revelation, Chuan finds it hard to believe, a look of enlightenment spreading across his face. He had initially thought the absence of mid-grade spiritual veins was due to the machinations of the cloaked figures or the Holy Heaven sect, or even the supreme cultivators. Yet, unexpectedly, the true mastermind is none other than that immortal. How outrageous! Were it not for the immortal and the formation, with the aid of the simulation system, his path of cultivation should have been smooth sailing. If he had utilized spirit stones to upgrade the system and casually simulated a few times, wouldn't he have effortlessly achieved the ethereal transformation? How could it be that now he hesitates even to choose a cultivation reward, fearful that an increase in level would elevate the energy required for simulation beyond his means? As a nascent soul cultivator, a single simulation requires 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. For the transformation stage, it demands 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Even with the inheritance of the skeletal figure, given his current resources, he can barely simulate twice. It is astonishingly dire. And all of this is the doing of that immortal. In his heart, Chuan curses the immortal vehemently, vowing that when he ascends to the immortal realm, he will make him pay. You maintain a skeptical demeanor towards the white-haired elder's words. After all, have they not already become the henchmen of the Holy Heaven sect? Why not disclose this? However, you do not allow these thoughts to surface on your face, instead feigning realization, as if to say, so that is how it is. Subsequently, you express your confusion, inquiring why he has brought you here and divulged so much information. The elder chuckles gently and responds, your talent is truly extraordinary. After testing, it appears you possess a heavenly root, which is simply astonishing. If you do not falter in the future, breaking through to the supreme stage will be a mere formality. It is precisely because of this admiration for your talent that I have refrained from dealing you a fatal blow and am willing to devote all resources to nurture your potential. With a bitter smile, you express the futility of talent, pondering what significance it holds in this realm where the pinnacle of achievement is merely the transformation stage. To your surprise, the elderly man offers a mysterious smile, reassuring you that should you devote yourself to your cultivation, he will reveal a method to transcend the void refinement stage. In fact, he assures you that even the breakthrough to the integration stage is within reach. Chuan is taken aback, questioning the veracity of such claims. Could they truly possess a means to ascend to the integration stage? His brow furrows in skepticism, recalling that it was said one could only gain the chance to advance to the void refinement stage by serving the Sacred Heaven sect. How could the opportunity for the integration stage suddenly arise? Doubt lingers on your face as you openly question the words of the silver-haired elder. Yet, to your astonishment, he smiles gently, stating that your extraordinary talent, endowed with a heavenly root, has captured not only his admiration but also that of the Sacred Heaven sect, which is eager to nurture your potential. However, this comes with the stipulation that you must join the Sacred Heaven sect and become one of its members. During your unconscious state, they administered the spirit-devouring pill to you. It is imperative that you take the antidote at regular intervals. Failure to do so will result in the complete dissolution of your cultivation into the ether. The elder then produces a white pill, infused with a peculiar fragrance, and inquires whether you are willing to join the Sacred Heaven sect. If you consent, you must consume this pill. If you refuse, you shall be relegated to the status of a mere mortal, devoid of any cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, you swiftly arrive at your decision, grasping the pill and consuming it without hesitation. It would be absurd to miss this opportunity, especially since you have long harbored intentions of infiltrating the organization of the enigmatic figures in black and gathering intelligence on this situation. As the pill takes effect, your cultivation at the late stage of the nascent soul is restored and invigorates your being. The silver-haired elder, pleased with your discernment, nods approvingly, his gaze reflecting a blend of regret and anticipation. He then informs you that the antidote must be taken once a year, and he will provide you with a new antidote next year. You nodded in acknowledgement and were promptly escorted by the white-haired elder to learn about the situation in Tianjiao. According to the elder, this realm is known as Lingzhou. Due to the devastating battle that transpired years ago, a massive chasm was carved into Lingzhou. To the north of the chasm lies Tianjiao, while to the south is the place where you previously resided. The area of Tianjiao is relatively small, occupying only 1/3 of Lingzhou, and it is home to a solitary sect, the Heavenly Palace. The elder is the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Palace, a fully realized transformation realm practitioner. Upon hearing this, you felt a sense of astonishment. For a fully realized transformation realm practitioner among the 6 major sects is equivalent to an ancestral figure, representing the pinnacle of strength. Yet, in the Heavenly Palace, he is merely a Grand Elder? Undoubtedly, the sect leader must be a void refinement practitioner. Could it be the Taoist-robed elder? The Heavenly Palace indeed possesses a power far surpassing your expectations. A fully realized transformation realm practitioner holds the title of merely an elder, suggesting that the other elders in the Heavenly Palace have likely also attained the transformation realm. No wonder there are so many transformation realm experts among the black-clad individuals. It turns out that here, being in the transformation realm only qualifies one for the role of an elder. Chuan couldn't help but reflect. In his last simulation, upon breaking through to the transformation realm, he had become the leader of one of the 6 major sects, the Sun and Moon sect. As for the elders under his command, they were all at the nascent soul stage. Yet within the Heavenly Palace, a transformation realm practitioner is merely an elder, while the sect leader has reached the void refinement stage. The disparity in strength is glaringly evident. Soon, the white-haired elder led you to the Heavenly Palace, preparing you to meet the sect leader. The Heavenly Palace wields tremendous power, dominating one mountain peak after another. Although there is only the Heavenly Palace in Tianjiao, its land area is undoubtedly comparable to that of 3 divine sword sects combined. Upon arriving before the sect leader, you were taken aback. Indeed, it was that Taoist-robed elder. Upon seeing you, the elder's face lit up with joy, but his gaze held an unsettling intensity, as though he were looking upon a rare and exquisite treasure. You have not overthought the matter. After all, it is merely a simulation, and one should adapt to circumstances as they arise. Subsequently, the elder in the Taoist robe declared that from this moment forth, You shall be known as the Holy Son of the Heavenly Outer Palace, while the original Holy Son shall be demoted to the status of a quasi-Holy Son. However, it is noteworthy that there exists no Holy Maiden within the Heavenly Outer Palace. The highest rank is that of the Holy Son, subordinate only to the sect leader. After exchanging a few more words, you were ushered by the white-haired elder to your personal cave abode. Furthermore, the elder bestowed upon you 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones along with a mid-tier celestial technique, the Great Spirit Fire Art, urging you to diligently cultivate and strive for an early breakthrough into the divine transformation realm. Should your resources dwindle, simply inform him, and he would provide you with additional support. Presently, their sole objective is to dedicate all available resources to your cultivation. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones? How could they possess such a wealth of spirit stones? Upon reaching this point, Chuan felt a sense of disbelief. To simply acquire 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones at will? Moreover, within the Heavenly Outer Palace, every elder has attained the divine transformation realm, and the Taoist robe elder, as the sect leader, is at the void refinement realm. The resources required to nurture such a multitude of divine transformation and void refinement cultivators would undoubtedly amount to an astronomical figure. Without an immense supply of mid-grade spirit stones, it would be impossible to cultivate so many powerful individuals. Consequently, it can be inferred that the Heavenly Outer Palace possesses a reservoir of spirit stone resources that far surpasses the combined resources of the 6 major sections. Yet, in this realm, have the mid-grade spiritual veins not been extinguished? How then do they possess such an abundance of mid-grade spirit stones? Chuan pondered deeply. In addition to the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the mid-tier celestial technique, the Great Spirit Fire Art, equally astounded Chuan. Not only does the technique reach the celestial tier, but it also belongs to the fire attribute, seemingly tailored specifically for him. Upon receiving the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones in the Great Spirit Fire Art, you expressed your astonishment and inquired about the source of such a vast quantity of mid-grade spirit stones, given that the mid-grade spiritual veins were purportedly depleted. The white-haired elder chuckled and explained that these were bestowed by the Holy Heaven sect. As for the reason behind the Holy Heaven sect's generosity, it is due to a certain agreement reached between them, whereby the Holy Heaven sect would not only provide cultivation resources, but also assist in breakthroughs into the void refinement realm. The sect leader achieved his void refinement status with their aid. Therefore, there is no need to worry about resources. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak up. With a visage of bewilderment yet an inner smirk, you ponder the so-called agreement, which merely serves to gather the fated energies of this realm for them. Nevertheless, you refrain from exposing the truth. Since the resources are available for unfettered use, you shall not hold back. The heavenly grade spiritual root allows for the refinement of spiritual stones at a pace surpassing that of even the finest spiritual roots. Armed with this celestial gift, your cultivation speed is set to increase significantly. Furthermore, with the innate talent of the heart of the path, your seclusion will yield an even swifter advancement in your practices. Provided the resources are ample, your rate of progress could become utterly unimaginable. In this simulation, you are confident that you shall establish a new record in cultivation. Before your departure, the white-haired elder seemed to recall something and cautioned you not to leave the heavenly corner, urging you to focus solely on your cultivation in this place. With that, he departed. You then commenced your training, immersing yourself in the Grand Spirit Fire technique. Regrettably, despite its potency, the last simulation had you mastering a spiritual tier technique, the Sacred Emperor's Sword Art, revealing a substantial disparity between the two. Although tinged with disappointment, you nonetheless delved into your practice. With the heavenly grade spiritual root in the heart of the path, you became engrossed in your cultivation, rapidly strengthening at an astonishing rate. The medium-grade spiritual stones in your possession were consumed one after another, reduced to mere waste stones. This period of seclusion lasted for 3 months. 3 months later, a disciple, brimming with fury, sought you out, demanding the return of the sacred son position. He was none other than Chao Sheng, the former quasi-sacred son whom you had dethroned. Confronted by the furious and unyielding Chao Sheng, you furrow your brow in confusion. Was it merely a matter of seizing a title of sacred son? Was such a reaction truly warranted? His demeanor suggested you were a sworn enemy, a slayer of his kin. Arriving at your cave dwelling, Chao Sheng proclaimed his desire to engage in a duel. Should he emerge victorious, the sacred son title would be restored to him. Conversely, if you were to prevail, he would willingly accept the role of quasi-sacred son. You held no interest in Chao Sheng's proposition. A duel? Why should I engage in such a contest with you? Would that not simply squander my precious time? In your eyes, there is only the pursuit of cultivation, the path of the great Tao. Everything else pales in significance. Rejected. Chao Sheng's anger intensified, declaring that the title of sacred son was of utmost importance to him. Having been usurped, he felt compelled to reclaim what he had lost. You shook your head with a hint of impatience, suggesting that if the position of the Holy Son held such importance for him, he should simply take it. For you did not covet it at all. Chao Sheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy as he inquired if your words were sincere. Observing his expression, your heart was filled with confusion, and you sensed an oddity. It felt as though the position of the Holy Son was far more significant than a mere title, given his evident reaction. Just as you were lost in contemplation, an elderly man with white hair approached you with a stern demeanor. He directed a sharp rebuke at Chao Sheng, forbidding him from causing a ruckus, stating that this was the decision of the sect leader, and if there were any grievances, he should address them directly with the leader. Then, with a smile, he turned to you, explaining that it was merely a misunderstanding and urging you to focus on your cultivation without being disturbed by this matter. After speaking, he led Chao Sheng away. Watching their retreating figures, you felt certain they were concealing something from you. Chao Sheng's expression implied that the position of the Holy Sun was far more complex than you had initially perceived. Nevertheless, this would not hinder your cultivation. Complexity aside, the Holy Sun's position was still yours, was it not? With your current low realm and weak strength, your immediate priority was to elevate your cultivation level before investigating further. Without dwelling on it, you resumed your seclusion to enhance your abilities. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. After a year of refining with the assistance of numerous mid-grade spirit stones, heavenly-grade spiritual roots, and the heart of the path, you successfully broke through to the perfected Yuaning realm. During this time, Chao Sheng had not come to disturb you again. With your breakthrough, you couldn't help but marvel at how heavenly-grade spiritual roots were indeed incomparable to extraordinary ones. Not only was the speed of your cultivation remarkably swift, but breaking through realms felt as effortless as eating or drinking, with no bottlenecks whatsoever. At the same time, you began to ponder that it had been a year since you left the Divine Sword sect, and they must have already detected something amiss. You wondered what the situation was like there now. Without further contemplation, you chose to exit your seclusion, intending to visit the Technique Pavilion to select a suitable spiritual skill. It must be said that although your cultivation speed had increased this time, in terms of foundation, it could not compare to your previous experience. During your last endeavor, you not only cultivated both body and technique but also practiced swordsmanship. In terms of foundation, it could no longer be measured merely by the level of cultivation. This time, apart from the faster cultivation speed, it could almost be said that there was little foundation to speak of, the only noteworthy aspect being the realm of sword intent. The disparity was vast. Thus, you resolved to visit the Technique Pavilion to select spiritual skills and enhance your strength. Upon arriving at the pavilion, you presented your Holy Sun identity token, eager to choose a spiritual skill. The elder guarding the pavilion immediately adopted a demeanor of utmost respect and began to make recommendations for you. After a lengthy selection process, you ultimately chose a low-grade heavenly tier's spiritual skill, the Burning Fire Palm, and prepared to leave. It must be noted that the cultivation resources and foundation in the Outer Palace were indeed superior to those of the Divine Sword sect. However, the strongest techniques in the Technique Pavilion were merely of low-grade heavenly tier, reflecting on the exceptional heavenly-grade sword technique from your previous cultivation. You couldn't help but feel a sense of regret, despite joining the faction of the black-clad individuals. Your development seemed to lag behind what it was during your time at the Divine Sword sect. Upon returning to your cave dwelling, just as you were ready to cultivate, you sensed the gradual decline of your internal realm. You furrow your brow, aware that the effects of the elixir have waned, necessitating the consumption of a new antidote. At that moment, the white-haired elder, having calculated the timing perfectly, arrives at the entrance of your dwelling, presenting you with the new remedy. In addition to the antidote, he astonishingly produces a rare treasure, the Millennium Fire Spirit Mushroom. He claims that refining the Millennium Fire Spirit Mushroom will not only rapidly enhance your cultivation but also fortify your spiritual energy, amplifying the potency of the fire essence within you, beneficial in every aspect and devoid of any harm. Oh, how could he be so benevolent as to bestow upon me such a precious treasure, one that has aged a millennium? A hint of surprise crosses Lu Chuan's face. Although the elder has clearly stated their aim is to exhaust all resources in nurturing him, Lu Chuan cannot shake the feeling that there is more to this than meets the eye. Once he is cultivated, then what? Is there truly a means to contend with the Holy Heaven sect and the formidable beings of the Great Ascension residing within? It seems patently impossible. Thus, it follows that their intention in cultivating him harbors ulterior motives. After consuming the antidote and gazing at the Millennium Fire Spirit Mushroom in the elder's hand, a wave of joy floods your heart. This Fire Spirit Mushroom is indeed of no lesser age than 3,000 years. Its value is immense. Even a divine transformation cultivator would reap tremendous benefits from it, let alone you, who is merely a nascent soul practitioner. The white-haired elder chuckles, asserting that this rare treasure was acquired at great expense from the Holy Heaven sect, with the express purpose of facilitating your swift advancement. You must not betray their goodwill. Strive to grow and evolve in the shortest possible time. You were deeply moved, repeatedly expressing your gratitude, astonished that the other party would go to such lengths for you. Yet, internally, you cursed them for their shamelessness. Was this not an obvious act of flattery? Thank you. I might as well thank an egg. Accepting the Millennium Fire, you returned to your cave dwelling to continue your secluded cultivation. Seasons changed, and before you knew it, a year had passed. With the assistance of the Millennium Fire, your cultivation level experienced another breakthrough, leading you to the tribulation of divine transformation. Should you successfully navigate this trial, you would attain the status of a divine transformation practitioner. Remarkably, this time, you encountered your divine transformation tribulation in merely 2 years. Unbelievable. Drawing upon the experience from previous tribulations, despite your average foundation this time, you passed through it with minimal peril, emerging as a true practitioner of divine transformation. following your success in overcoming the tribulation. The white-haired elder promptly visited to extend his congratulations, bringing with him a new antidote for you to consume. In addition to the antidote, he presented you with a precious herb, the crimson flame grass, for you to refine and solidify your realm. Although the crimson flame grass does not compare to the previous fire, it is certainly adequate for stabilizing your cultivation. You accepted the crimson flame grass with a deeply moved expression, knowing without a doubt that it had been procured at great cost from the Holy Heaven sect. You could never allow such a precious gift to go to waste. Yet, internally, you could not help but scoff at the thought of receiving one valuable treasure after another. If there were no hidden agendas, you would find it utterly implausible. Upon seeing you accept the crimson flame grass, the elderly man with white hair nodded in satisfaction. A look of contentment gracing his features. He remarked that you had achieved a breakthrough to the transformation realm in merely 2 years, an astonishingly swift pace. The sect master had reported this matter to the Holy Heaven sect, and it was believed that, before long, emissaries would arrive to assess your innate talent and cultivation level. If they were pleased, they might even be inclined to bring you into the Holy Heaven sect. Chuan's expression shifted in disbelief. The notion that individuals from the Holy Heaven sect could enter this realm was unexpected. Their ability to intervene at any sign of turmoil posed a significant threat. If a supreme being were to take action personally, it would be far beyond what he could withstand. Initially, he had thought that the most formidable adversaries in this realm were the void refiners affiliated with the enigmatic figures in black. Yet, he realized that the ultimate challenge lay in contending with the supremes after all. The road ahead was daunting. At present, he was merely at the nascent soul stage. A far cry from the void refiners, let alone opposing a supreme being. However, Chuan did not succumb to despair, for he possessed a system that was his greatest support. The prospect of the Holy Heaven sect sending representatives filled him with a thrill. If he caught their eye, he could leave this realm behind, liberated from its constraints. Once free from Lingzhou, he could soar to greater heights, harnessing external resources to expedite his growth significantly. But then, a thought crossed his mind, and he quickly quelled the rising excitement within him. Your intuition suggests that this matter is likely not as straightforward as it seems. Yet you cannot pinpoint the exact issue at the moment. The Sacred Heaven sect requires the power of fortune, and since you possess none, you ought not to be their target. After much contemplation with no conclusion, you choose not to delve further. After all, this is merely a simulation, and any issues will reveal themselves in due course. Bidding farewell to the white-haired elder, you resume your seclusion, beginning the refinement of the crimson flame grass to solidify your cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. With the aid of the crimson flame grass, you have thoroughly fortified your cultivation, your spiritual energy now incredibly profound. Furthermore, the flame mastery technique has also reached a stage of great accomplishment under your diligent practice. As a celestial-grade spiritual skill, the difficulty of mastering it is evident. However, the present is not as the past. You possess a fire attribute spiritual root and a fire spirit body, granting you a natural advantage in cultivating fire-based techniques and skills, thereby enhancing your speed remarkably. Moreover, your spiritual root is of the highest caliber, complemented by the assistance of the heart of Tao. Your comprehension of spiritual techniques has reached an astonishing level. In just a year and a half, you have mastered the lower-grade spiritual technique, the blazing palm, to its pinnacle. Such remarkable speed. Even faster than my own training in swordsmanship. Upon realizing this, even Chuan was taken aback. It seems that to rapidly enhance one's strength, it would be prudent to learn a few formidable fire attribute spiritual techniques. Otherwise, whether it be the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash or the Snow-Howling Dragon's Roar, despite their immense power, the speed of comprehension remains woefully insufficient. It is utterly impossible to attain mastery in such a brief span of time. However, where might one find such powerful fire attribute techniques? The only viable option appears to be the mid-grade technique, the Rainbow Fire Spirit Formula from the Sun Moon Lake. Yet, the disparity between the Rainbow Fire Spirit Formula and the Sacred Emperor Sword technique is far too vast. It is not that one does not wish to cultivate fire attribute techniques. Rather, in this realm, there exists no technique more potent than the Sacred Emperor Sword technique. Chuan shook his head, filled with regret. After 3 months of seclusion, you chose to emerge and began investigating the strength of the Outer Palace. After all, this was the very purpose of your intended affiliation with the Outer Palace. Fortunately, as the Holy Sun, your status is second only to that of the sect master, granting you unfettered access to many areas aside from certain forbidden zones. Following your inquiries, the might of the Outer Palace left you astounded once again. There are 35 elders within the sect, each possessing formidable cultivation at the transformation god stage, a number sufficient to sweep away the 6 major sects without difficulty. Moreover, within the Outer Palace, there exists a 6th-tier alchemist and a 6th-tier array master, along with several 5th-tier alchemists and array masters. It is noteworthy that the Alchemist sect, one of the 6 major sects, has a sect master who is merely a 5th-tier alchemist. While the alchemical prowess within the Outer Palace has long surpassed that of the Alchemist sect, not to mention their expertise in formations, weapon forging, talismans, and more. This newfound understanding completely reshaped your perception. It turns out that the influence of the Outer Palace has already transcended that of any sect in Lingzhou. Even the combined might of the 6 major sects cannot contend with the Outer Palace. Upon completing your investigation into the current strength of the Outer Palace, you realized what it truly means to have a limited perspective, an invaluable lesson indeed. It is evident that the Outer Palace's tremendous power, far surpassing the other 6 major sects, owes much to the Sacred Heaven sect. Merely the resource of spirit stones alone is beyond the reach of the other 6 major sections. After a thorough investigation, you found yourself reflecting. Without hesitation, you immediately made your way to the cave of the white-haired elder to request mid-grade spirit stones. Given the Outer Palace's abundance, why should you remain modest? The white-haired elder expressed surprise that you had already exhausted the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones he had recently allocated to you. You inform him that a celestial-grade spiritual root not only possesses an extraordinarily rapid rate of refining spiritual stones, but also ensures that the spiritual energy within each realm is more substantial and profound, far surpassing that of cultivators at the same level. In other words, within the same realm, the strength of the spiritual root directly correlates with the potency of the spiritual energy. Your spiritual prowess surpasses theirs, naturally leading to a greater consumption of spiritual stones. Upon hearing your explanation, the elderly man with white hair exhibited a profound sense of admiration, his face illuminated with envy. The more potent the spiritual root, although it demands a greater quantity of resources, the advantages are self-evident. Aside from the expenditure of spiritual stones, there are virtually no drawbacks. Only benefits. Even though he possesses an exceptional spiritual root, he is still deeply envious of your heavenly-grade spiritual root. Without further contemplation, the white-haired elder generously bestowed upon you 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, urging you to cultivate diligently and not to disappoint their earnest intentions. A look of emotion surfaced on your face, yet internally, you scoffed at the sentimentality. What benevolent intentions! I scoff at your pretense. Before departing, your curiosity led you to inquire how long it would be until the members of the Sacred Heaven sect arrived, noting that 3 months had already elapsed. Little did you know, the elder with white hair informed you that a slight disturbance had occurred in the outside world, which might delay their arrival for a while longer. Urging you not to fret, you nodded slightly, without further contemplation, and returned to your secluded chamber to continue your meditative retreat. It has been 2.5 years since your departure from the Divine Sword sect, and one can only wonder what the current state of affairs is there. Regrettably, the white-haired elder has forbidden your return. Otherwise, you would indeed wish to pay a visit to the Divine Sword sect to claim the swordsmanship inheritance contained within the Golden Hongsword. As for a companion on the path, your heart is now wholly dedicated to the path, and their influence merely affects the pace at which you strengthen yourself. However, it seems that the talent of a heart devoted to the path, while commendable, carries its own evident drawbacks. In the pursuit of power and cultivation, one becomes increasingly unable to accommodate other matters within their vision. Upon reflecting on this, Chuan furrowed his brow. While it is indeed crucial to grow stronger, he is reluctant to transform himself into an emotionless machine of cultivation. After all, to attain strength, one need only diligently simulate and select rewards. Yet, to forsake the most fundamental of human emotions would be disastrous. As the saying goes, the great way is devoid of sentiment, but humanity is filled with emotion. If one loses their feelings, can they still be considered themselves? It appears that one must exercise caution when selecting the heart devoted to the path in the future. Chuan pondered quietly. As spring gives way to autumn, a year has swiftly passed. During this time, the ancient white-haired sage made an appearance, bringing with him a new antidote. At this juncture, the simulation time has extended to 3.5 years. In another 2.5 years, the man in black will come to capture Lu Aoshang and others who possess great fortune. Intriguingly, you find that your heart remains largely untroubled. Even though 3 among them are your companions in the path, you are aware that this is the consequence of the heart of the way, guiding you to focus solely on the path, undistracted and resolute. A year of seclusion. Your cultivation remains at the initial stage of the transformation realm. Without the aid of rare treasures from heaven and earth, even with your extraordinary talent, your progress in cultivation has slowed considerably. However, your mastery of the low-grade, heavenly technique, the blazing fire palm, has reached its pinnacle, advancing rapidly. It won't be long before you attain perfection, fully comprehending the subtleties of the blazing fire palm. The mid-grade heavenly technique, the Great Spirit Fire method, has also seen significant progress. It enables you to cultivate formidable flames, which are categorized from lowest to highest as mundane fire, earthly fire, heavenly fire, and the most potent, spiritual fire. You have already cultivated heavenly fire. Once unleashed, it can scorch the heavens and boil the seas, with temperatures so searing they are nearly insurmountable. Given your current foundation, you believe that confronting an average late-stage transformation realm cultivator would pose little challenge for you. On this particular day, while you remain in seclusion, an elder quietly approaches you. The elder's intent is straightforward: escape. Flee. Leave the Celestial Palace. The farther away, the better. Chapter 76, Escape from the Celestial Palace. You are quite familiar with this elder. He is the 6th-tier alchemist within the Celestial Palace. You are utterly astonished, unable to fathom why the other party would seek you out. Moreover, they are granting you the opportunity to escape? To flee from the Celestial Palace? Are you not the chosen one of the Celestial Palace? Aside from the sect leader, your position is the highest. Why would you run? Intriguing. You want me to flee? What scheme is this alchemist elder concocting? Upon reaching this point, even Lu Chuan felt a flicker of interest. Noticing your bewilderment, the elder sighed and elaborated, stating that soon, the people from the sacred heavenly sect will arrive. And by then, it will be too late for you to escape. A furrow of concern creased your brow. From the implications of the other party's words, it seemed that the individuals from the sacred heaven sect harbored intentions to harm you rather than nurture your potential within their esteemed ranks. Sensing your inner turmoil, the elder alchemist offered further clarification. It turned out that while you would indeed be taken to the sacred heaven sect, the purpose of this journey was not to cultivate your talents, but rather to usurp your very essence. Upon reaching the void refinement stage, a practitioner could learn specialized soul techniques that enable them to seize control of another's body. However, the cost of such an act is exorbitant. It is akin to experiencing a second life, an act that defies the natural order. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would wager their own existence in such a perilous gamble. And you, possessing a heavenly great spirit root and unparalleled aptitude, had stirred the covetous thoughts of an elder within the sacred heaven sect, who contemplated the notion of seizing your being. Should you find yourself ensnared within the sacred heaven sect, it would be akin to stepping into a den of dragons and tigers, with little hope for survival. This unsettling truth came to light through a chance eavesdropping on conversations between the Grand Elder and the sect leader. Once your celestial grade spiritual root was detected, the members of the sacred heaven sect harbored ulterior motives, compelling the sect leader and the Grand Elder to keep a vigilant watch over you. Upon hearing this revelation, a chilling sensation gripped you. The notion of soul snatching? Someone sought to seize your very essence? It was no wonder that the silver-haired elder treated you with such extraordinary kindness, offering not only an abundance of mid-grade spirit stones but even procuring 2 rare treasures from heaven and earth. It dawned on you that all of this was orchestrated by the sacred heaven sect. After a moment of panic, you soon regained your composure. This was merely a simulation. There was no need for alarm, for your life was not truly at stake. Once you calmed your thoughts, curiosity arose within you. Why had he chosen to disclose this matter to you? The alchemist elder sighed deeply, asserting that not everyone was willing to be a pawn of the sacred heaven sect. He certainly was not, harboring aspirations to overthrow it. Alas, the disparity between their powers was insurmountable, rendering such ambitions nearly impossible. However, he saw a glimmer of hope in you. With your celestial grade spiritual root, it was likely that you could one day reach the great ascension stage. Should you find a way to counter the curse of the thunder tribulation, you would stand a chance against the sacred heaven sect. Thus, he was willing to extend his aid. Most importantly, should you escape, the responsibility would fall upon the sect leader and the Grand Elder, leaving you largely unaffected. Lu Chuan. Subsequently, the alchemist elder produced several pills. Among them was a 5th-grade elixir capable of concealing one's aura, allowing evasion from the scrutiny of cultivators below the void refinement stage. The other pill served as an antidote to the soul-devouring pill, which required annual consumption, and taking multiple doses at once would not yield cumulative effects. This was a method employed by the sacred heaven sect to exert control over them. Yet, he generously provided you with a decade's worth of antidote, ensuring you would remain unaffected by the soul-devouring pill for the next 10 years. You find yourself pondering why one does not procure a greater quantity of the antidote. In the realm of cultivation, a decade is but a fleeting moment for those who have attained the transformation of spirit. The alchemy elder shook his head, indicating that an excess would significantly deplete the available materials, arousing suspicion among the inhabitants of the celestial palace. Although he harbored a desire to assist you, he was unwilling to jeopardize his own standing. Lu Chuan, however, the other party has provided you with an address, informing you that 10 years hence, he shall visit this place. Should you still inhabit this realm at that time, you may come here, and he will continue to supply you with the antidote. Having elucidated all this, the alchemy elder hastily took his leave, reluctant to linger. As for you, gazing at the elixir left behind, you hesitate not, resolved to depart. After all, you have no desire to be usurped by others. Though this is but a simulation and not reality, you would still prefer to avoid such a fate. And before you leave, you once again venture to the cave of the venerable old man with silver hair, expressing that your resources have been exhausted and beseeching for a little more. The old man, somewhat perplexed by the absurdity of life, questions how it is possible that you have already depleted the 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones he recently bestowed upon you, even with your celestial grade spiritual root. Such a rapid rate of refinement seems implausible, does it not? What of the golden devouring beast? You elucidated your intention to close a significant deal, expressing trepidation over insufficient resources and thus seeking to acquire more. After all, a lack of resources leading to a failed breakthrough would indeed be a costly endeavor. Upon hearing your explanation, the elderly man with white hair exhibited a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Nevertheless, he still provided you with 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. However, this time, it was evident that a pained expression surfaced on his face. It seemed that even with the support of the Holy Heaven sect, and despite the abundant resources of the outer heavenly palace, parting with 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones at once proved to be a strain. Yet, it mattered not, for you intended to make your escape with the spirit stones, considering it your final fare for departure. Subsequently, on a moonless night filled with ominous winds, You consumed the elixir bestowed upon you by the Elder of Alchemy, concealing your cultivation aura to evade the watchful eyes surrounding you, and discreetly departed from the Celestial Palace. Upon leaving the Celestial Palace, you skillfully circumvented the cultivators at the Celestial Corner and swiftly made your escape. Fortunately, you had informed the venerable elder with white hair of your intention to enter a period of seclusion, and he would likely not discover your departure so swiftly. Approximately a week later, you arrived at the precipice of the Celestial Edge, where a vast chasm immediately captured your attention. The chasm was immensely wide, as if a colossal axe had cleaved the earth in two. Beneath the chasm, a thick mist shrouded the depths, rendering even your keen sight incapable of discerning how far down it truly extended. Just by gazing upon this ravine, one could envision the ferocity of the great battle that once transpired here. After a brief observation, you began to traverse the chasm through the air, intent on reaching the dragon carving to seize its resources and the coveted concealment canopy. With the concealment canopy in your possession, even if the inhabitants of the Celestial Palace were to become aware of your departure, they would find it exceedingly difficult to capture you. Furthermore, the dragon carving was home to the dragon spirit immortal fruit and other rare treasures of heaven and earth. Consuming them would undoubtedly enhance your cultivation and physical prowess, thus yielding a dual benefit. Just as you soared across the chasm, a powerful force emanated from its depths, attempting to draw you into its abyss. In the face of this formidable pull, even as a practitioner of the transformation phase, you found yourself momentarily unsteady. You raised an eyebrow, feeling an overwhelming sense of deja vu wash over you. Again? Chapter 77, The Mysterious Ancient Tower. Regarding the force emanating from the chasm, you were momentarily taken aback, pondering whether there might still be a formidable being alive beneath. After all, this pulling sensation was strikingly reminiscent of your encounter with the dragon sculpture. After a brief contemplation, you altered your course and soared deeper into the chasm. If a powerful entity truly existed, the opportunity to inherit its legacy could propel you to new heights. And if no such being were present? Nonsense. As a practitioner at the initial stage of transformation, it is no exaggeration to declare that your strength stands at the pinnacle of this realm. Should you encounter any peril, you could retreat unscathed. As you ventured into the depths of the chasm, you found its profundity somewhat beyond your imagination, extending at least several thousand meters, shrouded in dense mist, making it arduous for even you to discern your bearings. Fortunately, the alluring force persisted, seemingly guiding you forward. Before long, you arrived at the destination indicated by this force, the deepest recess of the chasm. It emanated from an ancient tower. Upon sighting the tower, you were taken aback, completely unprepared for the revelation that the guiding force was not a surviving powerful being, but rather a structure. The tower was not particularly tall, standing merely 20 to 30 meters, comprising 6 levels, yet it exuded an aura of antiquity, bearing witness to countless ages. After observing around the ancient tower for a while, you were astonished to discover that this immense chasm halts abruptly at the edifice of the tower. It seems as if, despite the formidable forces unleashed during that great battle of yore, capable of splitting heaven and earth, they could not disturb this ancient structure in the slightest. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through you. It seemed this ancient tower was far from ordinary. With a heart full of curiosity, you stepped inside. An ancient tower? In this realm, such a structure existed? Could it be the remnant of a formidable being? As Chuan pondered this, he murmured to himself, for surely, an artifact capable of bridging chasms must possess extraordinary qualities. In terms of defensive capabilities, it likely surpassed even those of the most accomplished practitioners. This object, one would surmise, could hardly be wielded even by the most exalted of transcendents. Fueled by intrigue, Chuan continued to explore. Upon entering the ancient tower, before you could fully comprehend your surroundings, an adversary materialized before you. This foe had also reached the initial stage of the transformation of spirit, yet appeared somewhat peculiar, not resembling a typical human at all. You find yourself in a state of bewilderment, on the verge of inquiring about your surroundings, when suddenly, your interlocutor lunges at you with ferocity. A tremor coursed through your heart, compelling you to engage fervently with your opponent. Your mastery of the flame palm was unparalleled. Bolstered by the celestial fire cultivated within your being, you held the conviction that even a late-stage transformation cultivator would struggle to withstand a strike from you. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Not only did your adversary endure your assault, but they also launched a counterattack against you. During the clash, it became evident that their cultivation indeed aligned with the early stages of transformation, matching your own prowess. To your astonishment, they were able to exchange blows with you in a tit-for-tat manner. Recognizing this, a surge of fighting spirit ignited within you. You resolved to unveil your full potential, unleashing the essence of your spiritual energy into the fray. Thanks to your exceptional spiritual root, your energy was significantly denser than that of other practitioners at the same level. Coupled with the advantages of your celestial-grade techniques and martial skills, you managed to suppress your opponent, albeit with great difficulty. Nevertheless, your adversary was impressive enough to leave you astounded. In any other setting, they would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy, their foundation not lacking in comparison to your own. While marveling at this realization, you held nothing back and, after a protracted battle, ultimately vanquished them. However, following their defeat, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The opponent's corpse vanished from the ground like a wisp of light, further affirming your suspicions they were no ordinary cultivator, devoid of life. In the aftermath of their demise, a vibrant orb of spiritual essence materialized in the space before you, seemingly the reward for your conquest. Concurrently, a staircase leading to the second level emerged within this realm. You were momentarily taken aback, not expecting that this ancient tower was, in fact, a challenge mode. By successfully navigating its trials, one could earn rewards and gain entry to the next level. How intriguing. In the face of this vibrant elixir, a longing surged within you, without a doubt. It was a remarkable treasure. You promptly seated yourself upon the ground and began the process of refinement. It took a full week of dedicated effort to completely assimilate it. One must admit, this elixir truly delivered an astonishing surprise. Not only did it deepen your spiritual power, but it also significantly expanded the width of your meridians. With the widening of your meridians, your ability to wield spiritual techniques increased, enhancing their potency by 30% compared to before. Your cultivation level also made notable progress, reaching the pinnacle of the initial stage of transformation, with only a single step remaining to attain the mid-stage of transformation. You find yourself reflecting on the remarkable essence before you. Truly, this liquid is an extraordinary treasure. If only you could acquire more, your strength would surely amplify. Without further contemplation, you proceed to the second level, intrigued by the rewards that await you there. How fascinating. It appears that this ancient tower is indeed a veritable realm of opportunity. Moreover, the tower comprises 6 levels, and the rewards on each subsequent floor are bound to be increasingly precious. One cannot help but wonder what treasures lie at the pinnacle of this structure. With palpable excitement, Chuan exclaims that his intuition suggests this tower is far from ordinary. The rewards concealed within its base are destined to surpass his wildest expectations. Perhaps even more valuable than the Golden Phoenix Sword. Upon entering the second level, you are once again confronted by an adversary. However, this opponent has attained the mid-stage of the transformation realm, surpassing you by an entire tier. One must not underestimate the opponent in the slightest. Without a doubt, their foundation is on par with that of a first-tier adversary, and coupled with their elevated realm, it is likely that even you would struggle to achieve victory with ease. Indeed, the reality aligns with your thoughts. The strength of the opponent's foundation far surpasses that of other cultivators at the same level. Even with merely mid-stage transformation of the divine, they can rival an ordinary fully realized transformation of the divine practitioner. As for you, currently at merely the initial stage of transformation of the divine, the pressure has doubled. Fortunately, with the aid of that vital essence from the first tier, your foundation has been significantly bolstered, allowing you to engage with the opponent without faltering. However, achieving victory remains a daunting task. Yet, you possess a formidable trump card yet to be revealed, the Sword Intent. Witnessing the intensity of the battle, you hesitate no longer and immediately unleash your Sword Intent. Instantly, sword energy emanates from your being, and with the enhancement of your intent, you transform into the sharpest divine sword. By imbuing your attacks with this intent, they become increasingly fierce. With a single strike of your palm, transformed into a sword, and fueled by heavenly fire, you effortlessly shatter the opponent's defenses. After just a few exchanges, the adversary is thoroughly defeated, collapsing before you. With a profound expression, you acknowledge the formidable power of the Sword Intent. Truly a testament to its might. If one were to attain the realm of Sword Heart, transforming all into sword with but a thought, one could become even more formidable. As you vanquish the adversary of the second layer, rewards manifest accordingly. However, this time, the reward is not a spiritual liquid, but rather a resplendent pill, gleaming with golden light and exuding an air of opulence. Chapter 78. Failure in the Challenge. A shift in perspective. What a powerful foe. I never anticipated that the second layer would compel me to reveal my trump card, the Sword Intent. The adversary of the third layer is likely to be even stronger. One can surmise that their realm has ascended to the late stage of transformation. Upon this realization, Chuan's expression turns grave. Who could have placed this ancient tower here? Merely at the second layer, the challenge is already commensurate with my current capabilities. Despite the disadvantage in realm, it must be said that the opponent's foundation is indeed remarkable. They can be considered a genius cultivator. As for the third layer, I fear I may not be able to defeat it. Faced with the reward of this layer, you do not hesitate to consume the golden pill. Immediately, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy envelopes your limbs and meridians. Under the influence of this energy, you can feel your internal meridians expand once more, capable of accommodating even greater amounts of spiritual energy. Should you unleash the burning fire palm, the spiritual energy you can summon will increase significantly, enhancing its potency by no less than 30%. Moreover, this pill has fortified your physical body and improved your sinews and bones. Now, relying solely on your physical prowess, you can contend with cultivators at the mid to late stages of transformation without any difficulty. After refining the pill, you reflect with a sense of wonder. Be it the previous colorful spiritual liquid or this golden pill, they are wholly intended to augment one's foundation. The refinement of these two rewards has undoubtedly elevated your foundation by 50%. Now, you can effortlessly deal with cultivators at the late stage of transformation. And even against those at the perfected stage, you possess the confidence to emerge victorious. To be capable of contending with late stage and perfected transformation cultivators at the initial stage of transformation, this foundation is nearly on par with my last simulation. Chuan exclaims in astonishment. In the last simulation, it was due to the cultivation of spiritual level techniques and superior sword techniques that he was able to dominate at the initial stage of transformation. This time, merely practicing heavenly level techniques and inferior spiritual skills has afforded him the same dominance, all thanks to the rewards from these two layers that have bolstered his foundation. The colorful spiritual liquid enhances spiritual energy and expands the meridians. The golden pill fortifies the physical body and also expands the meridians. If only one could consume these several times, one's foundation would become even stronger. Then, even without the aid of a mighty force, contending against those at the transformation stage would pose no issue. However, it appears that one can only claim a single reward for each challenge, unable to reap multiple rewards. Suddenly, a thought strikes Lu Chuan, and his eyes brighten. Wait, if I do not refine them, but instead carry them with me, at the conclusion of the simulation, I could choose them as rewards. When the simulation ends, everything I possess can be selected. These two should be no exception. With a clap of his hand against his forehead, Lu Chuan resolves, next time, I shall not refine them, but carry them instead. At the end of the simulation, I shall select the rewards, creating an infinite loop to continually enhance my foundation. Sorry. Feeling the changes within your body, you realize the extraordinary nature of these two items. Alas, they have already been refined and cannot be taken outside. You can only wait for the next simulation to re-enter. As you defeat the adversary of the second layer, the staircase to the third layer materializes before you. Without further contemplation, you ascend. Upon reaching the third layer, an enemy once again appears before you. Their cultivation evidently at the late stage of transformation. Indeed, with each step up, the enemy's cultivation escalates, while you remain at the initial stage of transformation. Unlike before, this time, the opponent does not rush to attack immediately. Before you lies an overwhelming array of weapons, numbering in the thousands. It seems as though you were invited to select one from this vast collection. You were momentarily taken aback, sensing the intent to engage in a duel. Without hesitation, you opted for a longsword, the weapon with which you felt most adept. To your surprise, your opponent also chose the same longsword. With the selection concluded, your adversary wielded the blade with vigor, lunging towards you with a surge of sword energy. As your pupils constrict, you immediately perceive the opponent's current mastery of the swordsmanship. The essence of the sword, it is on par with your own. Without a moment's hesitation, you swiftly draw your sword to parry and summon your sword intent to engage in combat. Regrettably, despite the enhancement of your foundational skills, your adversary's prowess is equally remarkable. Coupled with their elevated cultivation and the ferocity of their techniques, they are an opponent far beyond your current capacity to withstand. You can perceive that the opponent has not only reached the realm of sword intent, but also wields a sword technique of terrifying power. Meanwhile, aside from your sword intent, you have yet to learn any sword techniques. In an instant, you find yourself utterly outmatched. After exchanging only a few moves, you are defeated and ruthlessly slain. When you open your eyes once more, you find yourself outside the ancient tower. You rubbed your eyes, feeling the profound essence of the current realm, confirming that the trials within the ancient tower were no mere dream. Gazing at the ancient tower within arm's reach, you recognize that your limit lay at the second level, while the third level remained beyond your grasp. If you perished, would you merely be expelled? The third level involved combat with weapons. Could it be that the rewards were also weapon-related? At this thought, Lu Chuan murmured softly. This ancient tower was exceedingly enigmatic. With only the information from the challenges, one could scarcely glean much. Perhaps it would be wise to consult the leader of the Divine Sword sect or the venerable ancestors, individuals of greater experience. They might possess some insights. Exiting the ancient tower, you shook your head. Though this tower presented a realm of opportunities, the fortunes within were not easily seized. It would be prudent to grow stronger first before returning to the tower for trials and to acquire opportunities. Without further contemplation, you ascended into the sky, making your way to the Dragon Blood Valley to gather resources from the dragon sculptures. Upon returning to Lingzhou, a wave of familiarity washed over you. It had been 3.5 years since your departure, and you wondered how the Divine Sword sect fared in your absence. However, you had no intention of simply returning. Should the denizens of the Celestial Palace learn of your escape, they would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to capture you. Returning to the Divine Sword sect would be akin to inviting a wolf into your home. Thus, you opted to seek a secluded place to quietly cultivate and grow stronger on your own. As for the impending actions of the Celestial Palace against those like Lu Aoxiang, who bore fortunate destinies in 2.5 years. Apologies, but your current focus was solely on the path ahead. If captured, so be it. After all, this was merely a simulation, not reality. Lu Chuan. It must be said, the simulated version of myself had arrived at a remarkably astute conclusion. In truth, the former version of myself had also contemplated this notion. Since it was merely a simulation, even if Lu Aoxiang, Su Ling, and Xia Lingxian were captured, it would pose no significant issue. Progress could still continue. However, the path is merciless while humanity is filled with compassion. Should the moment arise, I would undoubtedly act decisively to thwart the black-clad figures. Yet in this simulation, my heart, attuned to the path, significantly dulled my emotions. I would likely choose to endure, turning a blind eye to the plights of Lu Aoxiang and the others, focusing solely on cultivating my strength. Perhaps this time, I could truly reach the pinnacle of cultivation that this realm has to offer, perfected transformation. Chapter 79, Secrets of the Ancient Tower, Return to the Divine Sword Sect. Arriving at the Dragon Blood Valley, you once more beheld the dragon sculptures. Your presence astonished the dragon carver, who expressed that he had never encountered such a youthful transformation practitioner, utterly shattering his preconceived notions. Furthermore, within his perception, not only do you possess a fire spirit body, but it appears that your spiritual roots also surpass the highest grade. Truly astonishing. You smiled gently, revealing that your innate essence indeed surpassed the extraordinary, reaching the celestial tier. Upon hearing this, the dragon sculpture gasped in astonishment, asserting that should you not falter in the future, achieving the great transcendence would be unequivocally within your grasp. Alas, being born in this realm, it is uncertain whether one can even attain the state of refining the void, let alone the great transcendence. After conversing for a while, the dragon sculpture bestowed upon you all its resources: 1 dragon spirit immortal fruit, 7 dragon spirit fruits, the dragon spirit mantra, the concealed mist, and a quantity of medium-grade spirit stones. To receive such treasures from the dragon sculpture could indeed be likened to an overnight fortune. Just the medium-grade spirit stones alone numbered 300,000. In addition, with the medium-grade spirit stones acquired from the Outer Palace and those obtained from the Sun and Moon Pond, your wealth was greatly enhanced. You possess nearly 700,000 medium-grade spirit stones, truly a human vault. Having attained your objective, you prepare to take your leave. However, a sudden thought strikes you, prompting an urgent inquiry regarding the enigmatic ancient tower. When the mysterious tower situated in the depths of the chasm is mentioned, even the dragon sculpture adopts a solemn demeanor. Its tone grave. It reveals that this ancient tower has existed for a considerable time. In Lingzhou, anyone of a certain age is well aware of the tower's presence. This tower is suspected to be a repository for celestial beings. A repository for celestial beings? I had an inkling that this tower was no ordinary construct. At this revelation, Chuan is momentarily taken aback before swiftly regaining his composure. The tower's formidable defenses are such that even the great battle of your could not shake it, indicating its extraordinary nature. It is undoubtedly not a creation of the mortal realm. The notion of it being a celestial storage is far more plausible. No wonder such opportunities are so difficult to procure. The challenges of each level are exceedingly daunting. All of this makes perfect sense. The dragon sculpture continues, stating that long ago, the tower was referred to by many as the Tower of Trials, where one could earn rewards upon passing each level. However, the ancient tower does not permit trials at will. Only those recognized by the tower itself are granted the privilege to enter and undertake the trials. Recognized by the tower? Your curiosity piqued by the dragon sculpture's words, you hastily inquire about their meaning. The dragon sculpture explains that the tower seems to possess its own consciousness. According to records passed down in Lingzhou, only exceptionally gifted disciples are deemed worthy to enter and face the trials. Ordinary individuals lack even the qualification to attempt the tests. Moreover, even those hailed as geniuses among cultivators find that very few manage to pass the first level of the ancient tower. The second and third levels are even more rarely conquered, to a staggering degree. It is recorded that even the legendary figure, the founder of the Divine Sword Sect, who ascended to the celestial realm, only managed to pass the third level. This illustrates just how formidable the challenges of the trial tower truly are. Upon hearing this, you are left in astonishment. It is hard to believe that the founder of the Divine Sword Sect, that little girl, only passed the third level, not to mention the subsequent fourth, fifth, and sixth levels. Furthermore, the dragon sculpture adds that the higher the realm of the trial taker, the greater the difficulty in passing. This is because the opponents within the trial tower are progressively enhanced in accordance with your current level of cultivation. The first level matches your realm, and with each subsequent level, the challenges escalate incrementally. In other words, if you are at the nascent soul stage, then your opponent will also be at the nascent soul stage, gradually increasing in strength. You are a transcendent being, and thus your adversaries are also of the same caliber, gradually escalating in strength. For cultivators, the higher the realm, the more arduous the challenge of engaging in battles beyond their level becomes. Therefore, the likelihood of lower-ranked cultivators succeeding in their trials is significantly greater than that of their higher-ranked counterparts. How enlightening. So, the greater the realm, the more formidable the challenges. Indeed, upon reflection, Chuan's expression transformed into one of realization. It is, upon careful consideration, quite true. In the world of cultivation, the journey becomes increasingly arduous as one ascends. Similarly, the challenges of battling beyond one's level intensify with higher realms. While facing one or two minor realms may be manageable, engaging in combat across a major realm is virtually impossible. Listening to the dragon sculpture's elucidation, you too are struck by this newfound understanding. The dragon sculpture continued. Since you have inquired about the ancient tower, it signifies that you must have encountered it, perhaps even ventured within to undertake its trials. What was the outcome? You let out a bitter laugh, indicating that you had only succeeded in passing the second trial, and regarding the third trial, you had failed. Upon hearing this, the dragon sculpture was taken aback. After all, the founder of the Divine Sword sect had only passed the third trial, and from that point forward, they became invincible in the world, ultimately ascending to the celestial realm. You, having passed 2 trials, were merely 1 trial short of her achievements. Your future was destined to reach the pinnacle of greatness without a doubt. You were urged not to lose heart, for you were already remarkably strong. Acknowledging the dragon sculpture's consolation with a nod, you felt a surge of indomitable spirit within. With the aid of the simulator and your innate talents, you were fully capable of pressing onward. It was imperative to push through to the 6th trial and uncover the rewards that awaited there. After exchanging a few more words, you bid farewell to the dragon sculpture and, cloaked in the shroud of invisibility, stealthily made your way to the Divine Sword sect. The rich legacy of swordsmanship within the sect was something you were determined to seize, whether it was the spiritual tier techniques or the Golden Phoenix sword. Both would significantly enhance your combat prowess and were opportunities not to be missed. Upon arriving at the Divine Sword sect, with the aid of your transformation to the Divine Phase and the Invisibility Cloak, you effortlessly encountered the sect leader. Initially taken aback by your presence, the leader's face soon lit up with unrestrained joy. He had never anticipated that, after your prolonged absence, you would return. He had assumed you had met with misfortune and perished in some unknown corner of the world. Over the past few years, the Divine Sword sect had dispatched numerous individuals in search of you, yet none had succeeded. Chuan, you did not conceal the truth, revealing your experiences over the years to the other party. Upon learning the intricacies of the situation, the leader of the Divine Sword sect wore a solemn expression. Although he had his suspicions, he was taken aback to discover that you had indeed ventured to the Tianjiao region. Moreover, the fact that you, possessing a heavenly spiritual root, had become the target of the Saint Heaven sect's soul-seizing ambitions was unexpected. After recounting your tale, you expressed your intention to enter the Sword Tomb to claim the legacy within. Following that, you sought a secluded corner to cultivate in silence until you grew strong enough to confront the enigmatic figures in black. The leader of the Divine Sword sect nodded in agreement, granting you access to the Sword Tomb. That very night, he discreetly opened the Sword Tomb and allowed you entry. And you made a beeline for the blood-weeping sword and the Golden Phoenix sword. Chapter 80. The commencement of rigorous cultivation as in the previous simulations. You successfully acquired the legacies of the Golden Phoenix sword and the blood-weeping sword, and you also seized the Snow Dragon sword with ease. During the acceptance of the legacy, you felt a profound connection, experiencing a moment of unity with the cosmos, plunging into a state of enlightenment. A full 3 months passed before you emerged from this epiphany. Following this moment of clarity, your cultivation level advanced to the mid-stage of transformation, and the Sacred Emperor Sword technique transformed 20% of your spiritual energy into Sacred Emperor Sword Chi. Your strength has significantly increased. Upon exiting the Sword Tomb, you prepare to depart from the Divine Sword sect. It is likely that the people from the Outer Heaven Palace are soon to learn of your impending departure. For the white-haired elder annually visits to deliver the antidote for the soul-devouring pill. Only 3 months remain until this year's time runs out. Before your departure, the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect, visibly moved, inquires about the fate of your 3 companions. When you initially vanished, not only did Lu Aoshang search frantically for you, but even the Saintess of the Alchemy sect and the Saintess of the Qinglian sect exerted great effort in their quest, searching for you for a full 2 years. Upon hearing these words, a ripple of emotion stirs within your heart, long forgotten. Yet ultimately, you suppress this surge of feeling. With a soft sigh, you ponder the futility of your encounter. What change could it bring? It remains an entangled web, fraught with complexity. The master of the Divine Sword sect offers a resigned smile, and before departing, bestows upon you 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones to aid in your cultivation. Additionally, he opens the sword nurturing pool, allowing you to cultivate the Golden Phoenix sword. You are somewhat moved. 100,000 middle-grade items may be trivial for the Celestial Palace, yet they hold immeasurable value for the Divine Sword sect. After bidding farewell to the sect master of the Divine Sword sect, you donned a cloak of invisibility and formally departed. As for the place of arduous cultivation that awaited you, after much contemplation, you ultimately chose the Ancient Tower. Remaining in the outside world could potentially expose you to the means of the Holy Heaven sect to locate you. However, residing within the Ancient Tower, under its protection, undoubtedly grants you much greater safety. Without hesitation, you made your way back to the Ancient Tower and successfully entered. Upon reaching the first level, an adversary materialized before you. Equally at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, a worthy opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, you swiftly unsheath your sword and effortlessly dispatch your foe. Unfortunately, no rewards manifest at this level. It appears that rewards can only be claimed once. Without delay, you settle onto the ground and commence your arduous training in the Sacred Emperor Sword technique. Before long, 3 months have elapsed. You have transformed the spiritual essence within you into the formidable sword chi of the Holy Emperor. Today, while engrossed in your cultivation, your powers suddenly vanished, rendering you as an ordinary mortal. It was only after consuming an antidote for the soul-devouring pill that your abilities began to gradually return. Meanwhile, You could not help but ponder whether the Celestial Palace was already aware of your escape. Surely, they are now scouring the entirety of Lingzhou in search of you. Shaking your head to dispel such thoughts, you resumed your seclusion. In the blink of an eye, a year has elapsed. We find ourselves in the 5th year of simulation. With the assistance of the Dragon Spirit Immortal Fruit and the Dragon Spirit Fruit, your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of spirit transformation at any moment. Should you desire, you could break through to the later stage of spirit transformation. However, you have restrained yourself, deliberately suppressing your realm. After all, the higher the level of cultivation, the more formidable the adversaries within the ancient tower become. You wish to fortify your foundation before continuing your challenges against the ancient tower. Rapid breakthroughs are not necessarily advantageous. Concurrently, with the aid of the Dragon's Spirit Immortal Fruit, your physical body has attained the Dragon Bone realm. And with your current physical prowess, dominating the spirit transformation stage poses no difficulty. Curiosity begins to stir within you, pondering the nature of the world outside. Yet, mindful of the potential discovery by the Holy Heaven sect, you restrain your inquisitiveness and persist in your arduous cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another year has elapsed, marking the arrival of the 6th year in this simulated timeline. You convert 50 units of spiritual energy within your body into the majestic sword chi of the Holy Emperor. The pace of this transformation surpasses that of the previous simulation. The reasons are twofold. Firstly, the refinement of the colorful spiritual liquid and the golden elixir has expanded the meridians within your body, allowing for the passage of greater quantities of spiritual energy, thereby enhancing your capabilities in cultivation, combat, and transformation, an endeavor that yields abundant benefits without a single detriment. Secondly, the assistance of your celestial-grade spiritual root and the heart dedicated to enlightenment further accelerates your conversion of the Holy Emperor Sword Chi. In addition to the Holy Emperor Sword Chi, the sword formation of Snow Howl and Dragon Chant has also reached a minor completion. Yet the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash remains at its rudimentary stage. This is an unavoidable circumstance, despite your extraordinary talent. You are unable to divide your focus. Either you concentrate solely on converting the Holy Emperor Sword Chi, or you devote yourself to comprehending the sword techniques and formations. Progress in both cannot be achieved simultaneously. In the 6th year of your simulation, you consume an antidote for the devouring spirit pill and continue your rigorous training. Seasons change swiftly, and yet another year slips by in a blur. It must be said that your prolonged seclusion within the tower has nearly caused you to lose all sense of time. Were it not for the guidance of the heart dedicated to the path, which keeps you focused on your enlightenment, you would have long since grown restless and ventured outside to explore the world beyond. This year, your gains are substantial. You have not only converted the Holy Emperor Sword Chi within you to 75 units, but have also achieved great success in the sword formation of Snow Howl. Alas, the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash remains at its initial stage, with progress proving to be slow. You estimate that within a year, it will not be a significant challenge to convert all the spiritual energy within your body into the Sacred Emperor Sword Chi. Simulating the 7th year, you consume an antidote for the spirit-devouring pill and once again enter seclusion. A year later, you have successfully transformed all of your spiritual energy into the Holy Emperor Sword Chi. Once unleashed, this formidable energy, combined with the enhancement of your sword intent, grants you the confidence to slay even an immortal refinement practitioner. After all, your foundation has significantly strengthened compared to the previous occasion. Once the transformation is complete, you proceed directly to the 2nd level of the ancient tower to face the challenge. The adversaries at this level possess the late stage of the transformation realm, and their remarkable foundation allows their combat prowess to subtly reach the threshold of half-step immortal refinement. Yet, after exchanging several blows, you effortlessly sever them, reducing them to mere phantoms that dissipate into the ether. With no rewards manifesting, you remain seated, delving into the comprehension of sword techniques and formations. In the 8th year of simulation, you consume an antidote for the soul-devouring pill and continue your seclusion and cultivation. A year later, you have cultivated the sword array of Snowstorm and Dragoness Roar to the pinnacle of its potential, and the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash to a state of great accomplishment. The blazing palm has reached perfection, allowing you to fully comprehend its profound mysteries. Reflecting on the fruits of your labor over the past year, a sense of awe washes over you. Truly, it is a testament to your heart of Tao and your celestial-grade spiritual root. The celestial-grade spiritual root enhances your innate understanding, while the heart of Tao further amplifies your comprehension of the laws. Coupled with your already formidable swordsmanship talent, this has facilitated your rapid enlightenment, yielding such extraordinary results in just a year. Yet, you do not rest on your laurels. In the 9th year of your simulation, you consume a medicinal pill and retreat into seclusion once more to deepen your understanding of the Tao. A year later, as you open your eyes, a palpable sword aura emanates from you. The sword array of Snowstorm and Dragoness Roar has achieved complete fulfillment, revealing the true secrets of the formation. The Thousand Shadows Sword Flash has reached its zenith, enabling you to conjure 750 sword shadows upon its execution, a staggering display of power. However, after 5 years of relentless honing, you sense that your cultivation is on the verge of bursting forth, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. With but a single thought, You could ascend to the late stage of the transformation of divine, an inevitable progression. Without hesitation, you proceed directly to the third level to challenge your adversary once again. Chapter 81. Passing the Test, the Sword Dao Sutra. Have you entered the third level? You wonder whether you will indeed find a worthy opponent here. Contemplating this, Chuan ponders deeply. The foes of the third level are at the peak of the transformation of divine, bolstered by extraordinary foundation. Their combat prowess likely rivaling that of the void refinement practitioners. Nevertheless, armed with the sacred Emperor's sword aura and aided by your sword intent, your own battle strength is not to be underestimated. The probability of defeating your opponent is substantial. Upon reaching the third level, the visage of your adversary materializes before you. Their cultivation is at the pinnacle of the transformation of divine, yet you remain undeterred. After all, your own cultivation is at the peak of the mid-stage of transformation of divine, and with but a thought, you could transcend into the late stage. Rounded to the nearest whole number, you are effectively akin to a late-stage transformation of divine practitioner, indicating that the disparity in realms is minimal. As you arrive in this level, you discover that the Snow Dragon Sword and the Blood-Weeping Sword cannot be summoned, as if the connection has been severed, leaving you with no choice but to utilize the weapons called forth by your opponent. Facing a multitude of weapons numbering in the tens of thousands, you still opt for the longsword. Your opponent likewise selects the same longsword. With the weapons chosen, your adversary twirls their sword, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that rushes towards you with ferocity. With a hearty laugh, you display no signs of yielding as you charge towards your opponent, wielding a longsword. In an instant, the third layer becomes a tapestry of countless sword intents, weaving an intricate net of blades, their energies intertwining. Should a fully realized God transformation practitioner inadvertently stumble into the fray of your battle, they would be instantaneously cleaved into 81 pieces by the sword net. Even a void refinement cultivator, should they dare to intervene, would find themselves stripped of flesh, a terrifying prospect indeed. Despite the fact that your adversary's realm surpasses yours by 2 levels, you deftly compensate for this disparity through your profound foundation and the formidable might of the Holy Emperor's sword energy, even managing to subtly eclipse them. At that moment, you remain unfazed, your longsword in hand, the sword intent surging like an ocean. With a mere flick of your wrist, you conjure a sword formation, transforming it into a resplendent white dragon that lunges fiercely at your foe. Surrounding you, countless sword shadows, hundreds in number, join forces in your combat. It is not merely a matter of standing your ground. You are resolutely on the offensive. You shall continue to suppress your adversaries. Defeating them is merely a matter of time. Yet, you remain unhurried. Your combat experience is rather limited. This is an opportune moment to hone your skills. Moreover, it is only through battle that one can most swiftly enhance their swordsmanship. Seeking breakthroughs in combat is far more effective than secluding oneself for training. Thus, let it be. You engaged in an epic battle that spanned 3 days and nights. Convinced that you had honed your skills sufficiently, you unleashed a single, powerful stroke of your sword, its might overwhelming, thus concluding the strife. Throughout this fierce confrontation, the 1,000 Shadows sword advanced further, now capable of manifesting 800 sword shadows, equivalent to months of arduous training. Your mastery of the sword also subtly ascended, drawing you closer to the essence of the sword. Most crucially, with the cessation of combat, a profound sound resonated within you, akin to a bamboo splitting. Your realm finally erupted, reaching the latter stages of the transformation of spirit, a natural progression. Have you truly broken through? Yet, with this elevation in realm, the adversaries of the next tier would undoubtedly be more formidable. The foes of the fourth tier may well be at the mid-stage of void refinement. Defeating them seems an insurmountable challenge. Chuan shook his head, content with having navigated through the third trial, standing shoulder to shoulder with the founder of the Divine Sword sect. The remaining 3 trials shall be entrusted to future simulations. As you triumphed over the foe of the third tier, the rewards for this level emerged. Not liquid essence, nor elixirs, but a stone of scripture. A Sword Dao scripture stone. Upon this stone, resonated waves of sword sounds, captivating you, enlightening your understanding, and elevating your comprehension of the Sword Dao dramatically. Your sword intent swiftly approached the heart of the sword. What a precious treasure. A sudden thrill coursed through his heart. He hastily withdrew from his moment of enlightenment, securely stowing the precious swordsmanship stone within his possession. Having suffered setbacks previously, this time he resolutely decided against utilizing it. It was imperative to carry it forth and enhance his foundational strength. Moreover, as long as the simulations were sufficiently numerous, the rewards from the trial tower could be obtained repeatedly. In due time, whether it be the vibrant spirit liquid, the golden elixir, or this swordsmanship stone, all could be acquired without limitation. He felt exhilarated. Indeed, it was truly a reflection of his astute planning within the simulations. Upon reaching this conclusion, Chuan could not suppress a hearty laugh. Yet, suddenly a thought struck him, prompting him to murmur, however, while the rewards may be harvested repeatedly, they likely do not contribute to continuous enhancement, be it the vibrant spirit liquid or the golden elixir. They can only elevate my foundation to a certain extent before becoming ineffective. But that suffices. By then, with my bolstered foundation, I shall be capable of cutting through the void without the need for extraordinary assistance. Chuan spoke with evident excitement, his mind unable to resist envisioning himself as a transcendent being, effortlessly dispatching a void-refining practitioner with a mere gesture. At that moment, what concern would the dark-clad figures hold? They would all bow before him. Then he could focus his efforts on confronting the Holy Sky sect. As he anticipated the rewards from the third level, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. When the staircase leading to the fourth level materialized within the space, he chose to disregard it. After all, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. There was no genuine possibility of surpassing the fourth level. It was best to continue with his cultivation. You sit cross-legged on the ground, diligently cultivating the sacred Emperor Sword technique to enhance your prowess. Meanwhile, on another front, you strive to comprehend the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash, aiming to perfect it to its ultimate realm. As spring fades into autumn, another year has slipped by. It is now the simulated 10th year. Your cultivation remains at the late stage of the transformation realm, progressing rather slowly. However, the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash can manifest 950 sword shadows. Only 50 more are needed to achieve perfection and truly comprehend the profound mysteries of the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash. Moreover, you have discovered that when the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash produces 1,000 sword shadows, they can converge into one, unleashing its most formidable strike. With this strike, you believe that overcoming the void refinement is entirely feasible. Thus, by perfecting the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash, you will possess the power to slay those in the void refinement stage. After consuming the antidote for the soul-eating pill once more, you continue your training. Simulating the 10th year, you ponder the state of the outside world. This is your first time simulating for such an extended period. After some contemplation, you resolve that once you have perfected the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash, you will venture outside to assess the situation. It is indeed timely, as you have already perfected both your techniques and spiritual skills, leaving you with little else to cultivate. With firm resolve, you close yourself off once more to comprehend the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash. Chapter 82. Departure, the great ancestor of the Divine Sword Sect. After 6 months, you have completely perfected the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash. With a mere thought, you can summon 1,000 sword shadows, densely packed, obscuring the sky. The simultaneous deployment of 1,000 swords renders the act of cleaving through the void refinement trivial. However, during this prolonged seclusion, your mastery of the sword path has progressed slowly, remaining at the level of sword intent. Although you possess a pure sword heart, reaching the state of sword soul will inevitably take time, not something that can be achieved in just a few years of seclusion. Unless you acquire a sword path sutra stone, which would significantly shorten this duration. Without further deliberation, as your techniques and spiritual skills have all reached perfection, you decide to depart. Continuing in seclusion will only enhance your cultivation level. Moreover, without rare materials or miraculous elixirs, relying solely on mid-grade spirit stones, the rate of your cultivation progress is exceedingly slow. Exhausting all remaining antidotes for the soul-eating pill may not even guarantee a breakthrough. There is no alternative. The colorful spiritual liquid and golden elixirs have indeed expanded your meridians and fortified your foundation. However, while expanding your meridians, you require a greater amount of spiritual energy to fill your internal reservoir than the average individual. In comparison to others, you need more resources to achieve a breakthrough. This is the price of enhancing one's foundation. Sacrificing more resources for a strength that surpasses the ordinary? Why does this scenario seem so familiar? With a wry smile, you proceed directly to the 4th level. As you ascend each level, the staircase to the lower levels closes off. To exit, one must either triumph through the challenges or face elimination. Upon reaching the 4th level, you find, unsurprisingly, that your opponent's cultivation has reached the mid-stage of void refinement. Coupled with a foundation that far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators, merely standing before you, the aura they exude causes your body to feel heavy, making your breath labored. They are invincible. With just a glance, you realize you are not their match. The oppressive aura emanating from your opponent is formidable. Their mid-stage void refinement cultivation rivaling that of typical late-stage or even perfected void refinement practitioners. Defeating them is beyond your current capabilities. What a monstrous ancient tower. Can an ordinary person truly traverse this? Is the immortal who placed this tower merely indulging in cruelty? Seeing this, you cannot help but mutter in frustration. Each ascended level presents an opponent of increasing power, and to make matters worse, their cultivation cannot be gauged by mere ordinary standards. It is akin to facing a genius cultivator whose realm far surpasses your own. The difficulty is undoubtedly outrageous. No wonder the founder of the Divine Sword sect could only conquer the 3rd trial. Even you, who cultivate spirit-grade techniques, find no hope in overcoming the 4th. With your appearance, an array of weapons, numbering in the tens of thousands, materializes before you. Without hesitation, you choose the longsword, and your opponent does likewise. This time, you strike first, unleashing a sword strike that shines like a full moon, imbued with intent, its might overwhelming and impossible to gaze upon directly. However, in response to your fierce assault, your opponent merely raises their longsword slightly, causing your sword energy to diminish by 3 parts. Even the accompanying sword intent begins to wane. Flickering like a distant mirage, with a sharp gaze and raised brow, you express disbelief. The opponent has attained the realm of the sword heart. Unable to contain your astonishment, you exclaim in frustration. Not only does his cultivation surpass yours by a significant margin, but his mastery of the sword also eclipses your own. How is this possible? Despite my extraordinary abilities, I cannot prevail against him? The corners of Lu Chuan's mouth twitch slightly. Even with a system at his disposal, he finds himself outmatched. It is rather embarrassing. Moreover, this is merely the fourth challenge. There are still the fifth and sixth ahead. Perhaps, in addition to enhancing one's foundation, one must possess a golden-level talent to have any hope of overcoming the ancient tower. To the untrained eye, it may seem like a spectacle, yet to the connoisseur, it reveals profound insights. With a mere flick of his sword, you discern that his mastery has indeed reached the sword heart. Everything can be transformed into a sword, existing solely in the mind's conception. Remarkably, even your own sword intent could be transmuted into his. This is the true terror of the sword heart. Victory appears utterly unattainable. Nonetheless, you resolve to fight valiantly. Even if defeat is inevitable, the opponent's mastery of the sword heart may allow you to glean invaluable insights from the battle. Regrettably, the idealistic vision is shattered by the harshness of reality. After exchanging nearly 10 strikes, you find yourself fell to the ground, utterly defeated. As you open your eyes once more, you find yourself outside the ancient tower. After 6 years of seclusion within its confines, you have finally emerged. With a sigh of reflection, you do not linger. Instead, you soar through the air, heading directly toward the Divine Sword sect. According to the timeline, 4 years ago, the cloaked figures should have begun their pursuit of those destined for greatness in this realm. One cannot help but wonder what the current situation entails. Your speed of flight is astonishing. In less than half a day, you arrive at the Sword sect. Upon returning, you do not seek out the sect leader, but instead head directly to your own cave abode, eager to discover whether Lu Aoshang remains. Alas, the place is deserted. The wooden table within the cave is covered with a fine layer of dust, indicating that Lu Aoshang has been gone for quite some time. You appeared contemplative, letting out a sigh of resignation, your heart stirring with little turbulence, more so filled with a sense of melancholy. Shortly thereafter, the leader of the Divine Sword sect arrived at your abode, evidently sensing your return. After 6 years apart, even he could not help but feel an overwhelming aura emanating from you. It was as though you could effortlessly dispose of him if you so desired. The leader's expression shifted in shock. He had not anticipated that in merely 6 years, you would have evolved to such an extent. Though your cultivation had not yet reached the void refinement stage, your combat prowess seemed to rival that level. In the face of the approaching leader of the Divine Sword sect, you inquired with curiosity whether Lu Aoshang had been captured by the people from the outer palace. The sect leader's countenance fell, lamenting that not only Lu Aoshang but even the sect saintess, Ling Lanwei, had fallen into their hands. Additionally, others blessed with fortune had also met the same fate. The current circumstances of their plight remained uncertain. You nodded, feeling a sense of calm within. Despite donning the cloak of invisibility that concealed your aura, an unsettling premonition lingered. It seemed inevitable that the Celestial Palace and the Holy Heaven sect would soon discern your presence. When that moment arrived, a fierce battle would undoubtedly ensue. At that juncture, an ancient voice resonated from the ancestral grounds of the Sword God sect, beckoning you to meet. Upon hearing this voice, the sect leader felt a jolt of astonishment. For it was not the voice of the sect's transcendent ancestor, but rather that of a surviving elder from the great battle of the Great Ascension Ancestor. The Great Ascension Ancestor had awakened? Chapter 83, The Spatial Doubt Platform, a Means of Escape? The Great Ascension Ancestor? Long Diao had mentioned that a powerful being had survived within the Sword God sect during that tumultuous time. Could it be him? Lu Chuan pondered. Was this to be the first encounter with the other party? Could there be yet another fortuitous event in store? Heeding the command of the Great Ascension Ancestor, the sect leader wasted no time in escorting you to the ancestral grounds. This was your inaugural visit to the sacred site. Upon entering, you were greeted by a gentle sword intent that enveloped the area, as though some force awaited your arrival. Venturing deeper into the ancestral grounds, you successfully encountered the surviving elders of the Sword God sect, 3 in total. 2 of them had attained the pinnacle of the transformation realm, while the third remained shrouded in mystery. It was evident that this inscrutable figure was none other than the surviving Great Ascension Ancestor. As anticipated, upon your arrival, a smile graced his countenance, and he remarked that this marked your first meeting, did it not? You nodded thoughtfully, inquiring about the matter at hand. The Grand Elder of the Divine Sword sect revealed that 6 centuries prior, in a monumental battle, he had expended every ounce of his strength to preserve the sect. However, this valiant effort left him grievously injured, requiring him to enter seclusion for healing and recovery. Once a cultivator reaches the Grand Ascendant stage, they theoretically possess limitless longevity, provided they can withstand the tribulations that descend every millennium. Now, the time remaining before his next tribulation is alarmingly short. When the tribulation arrives, his Grand Ascendant's cultivation will inevitably attract the catastrophic curse of the heavens, posing a perilous risk to his existence. It can be said that his remaining lifespan is dreadfully scarce. Should he perish, there would be no formidable guardian left to protect this realm. Before the Sacred Sky sect, you would truly become mere prey, helpless and vulnerable. Upon hearing this, you were profoundly astonished. It was unimaginable that the guardian deity of this world was none other than the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword sect. Astonishingly, a living Grand Ascendant's powerhouse still existed among us. Even Lu Chuan, upon witnessing this revelation, was taken aback. The Grand Ascendants is undoubtedly the pinnacle of combat power in the mortal realm, with the Grand Ascendant Supreme being at their helm. Could the Divine Sword sect not contend against the Sacred Sky sect? While astonished, you expressed your incredulity. How could such an invincible Grand Ascendants not challenge the Sacred Sky sect? To your surprise, the Grand Elder shook his head, asserting that the Sacred Sky sect, bolstered by the support of a celestial being, was not a foe that a single Grand Ascendants could hope to challenge. His greatest concern was that, should he perish under the curse of the forthcoming tribulation, there would be no strong protector left for this realm. Thus, there was an urgent need to find a prodigious talent who could grow swiftly before the impending tribulation. Someone capable of safeguarding this world. Without a doubt, you were the most suitable candidate. Upon hearing this, you offered a bitter smile. Lamenting that the highest realm one could achieve in this world was merely the spirit transformation stage, how could you possibly grow to such heights? The Grand Elder of the Divine Sword sect smiled mysteriously, assuring you that he had his methods to facilitate your departure. At this proclamation, your heart skipped a beat. Depart? Was this truly possible? Could you actually leave? Even Chuan, upon reading this, was astounded. His original plan had been to engage in simulations, utilizing the Infinite Challenge Trial Tower to amass rewards and bolster his foundation before addressing the looming threat of the Outer Palace. Yet, now he discovered that an opportunity to leave was within reach? Noticing your astonished expression, the Grand Elder chuckled heartily. He explained that within the Divine Sword sect lay a treasured artifact, a legacy from the founding ancestor, known as the Spatial Dao Platform. Once activated, it would enable spatial leaps akin to a Grand Ascendance tearing through the fabric of space, allowing one to escape this realm. However, the Spatial Dao Platform had a limited number of uses. Previously, several talented disciples had been sent to the outside world, yet none had returned since. Currently, only one use remained, necessitating a careful selection process. After much deliberation, you had been chosen. Realization dawned upon Chuan. If this artifact was indeed left behind by the founding ancestor of the Divine Sword sect, it made sense. However, he was taken aback to learn that several talented disciples had already been sent out. He wondered how they fared. Likely, their conditions were far from ideal. Otherwise, the Grand Elder would not be so anxious. Without hesitation, you accepted the Grand Elder's proposal. After all, such a rare opportunity to leave could not be squandered. Yet, to exercise due caution, you inquired about the time remaining until the next heavenly tribulation. The Grand Elder sighed softly, revealing that only 10 years remained. This meant you had a mere decade to cultivate and grow. Upon hearing this, your lips twitched slightly. 10 years? To elevate yourself from a late-stage spirit transformation cultivator to a level capable of contending with the Grand Ascendants? It seemed utterly implausible. For most cultivators, such an achievement would be utterly unattainable. But for you, it was not impossible. After all, you had a system. Understanding that time was of the essence, you realized that a single journey would not suffice. You would need to engage in multiple simulations to progress step by step. You harbor a belief that success will inevitably come one day. As you acquiesce, the venerable patriarch of the Divine Sword sect smiles with a sense of relief. He is fully aware that a decade is an insurmountable period for any cultivator to achieve such feats. However, ensuring the survival of your flickering flame is sufficient. Even if this realm were to succumb entirely, as long as a spark endures, the fire shall never extinguish. Subsequently, the patriarch intended to elucidate the distribution of external powers, hoping to invite you into a formidable sect where you could not only seek refuge but also accelerate your growth. Yet, at that moment, the patriarch of the Divine Sword sect seemed to sense something amiss. With a furrowed brow, he rebuked, "Old Yang, do you intend to breach our agreement? We, as cultivators of the Great Ascension, vowed not to interfere. Are you truly willing to forsake our initial promise?" No sooner had he spoken than the space resonated with vibrations, and an overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying aura manifested in this realm. There, amidst the vast canopy of the heavens, a rift was torn open, and a figure emerged leisurely from within. The energy radiating from him was no less formidable than that of the patriarch of the Divine Sword sect, perhaps even surpassing it. Upon the first glimpse of this visitor, you immediately recognized him as the supreme master of the Holy Heaven sect. The ability to rend space is a feat reserved solely for those of great ascension. Chapter 84. Refining the Sword Dao Scripture. The supreme master of the Holy Heaven sect has personally descended? Could it be that he is aware of my intention to escape? Surely, this cannot be mere coincidence? Chuan gasped in astonishment. Just as he was about to make his exit, the formidable adversary appeared. Who could withstand such a turn of events? With the arrival of the supreme master of the Holy Heaven sect, he smirked arrogantly, indicating that he had no desire to intervene. Yet, regrettably, an elder from his sect had taken an interest in your talent and physique, seeking to usurp your form. After many years, you have finally re-emerged into the world, and to prevent any unforeseen complications, he resolved to personally intervene. He further declared that his sole objective in coming here was you. Once he obtains you, he would depart, ensuring not to harm a single soul in this realm. In response to the demands of the supreme master of the Holy Heaven sect, the patriarch of the Divine Sword sect seethed with indignation. In a moment of fervent intensity, devoid of any superfluous dialogue, the two individuals immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The terrifying might exclusive to the Great Ascension stage radiated throughout the realm. Each of their casual strikes possessed the power to reshape mountains and seas, to alter the very course of the sun and moon. Witnessing this spectacle, You were filled with awe, truly deserving of the title of Great Ascension Supreme, the pinnacle of power in the mortal realm. A single move could transform the world. Imbued with boundless potential, you could not help but wonder when you might ascend to such heights of supremacy. Just as you were engrossed in the unfolding spectacle, several formidable figures from the Holy Heaven sect arrived, led by a powerful being of the fusion stage, intent on capturing you to take you back. You are naturally unwilling to rise in rebellion. Unfortunately, despite your formidable foundation in the late stage of transformation, contending with an early-stage refining void practitioner poses no challenge. However, in the presence of a formidable being at the combined realm, you find yourself woefully inadequate. The disparity in levels is insurmountable. After exchanging merely 3 blows, you find yourself vanquished, unable to withstand the might of your opponent, in a desperate bid to thwart their insidious plot and to prevent the usurpation of your own body. Without the slightest hesitation, you chose self-detonation. The formidable expert from the Sacred Heaven sect, at the combined realm, let out a cold chuckle and made a move to intervene. He was 2 great realms above you, and stopping your self-explosion would be effortlessly within his grasp. At this critical moment, you summoned forth the golden sword energy contained within the Jin Hong sword, a legacy left by the founding ancestor of the Divine Sword sect. This sword energy had remained dormant within your consciousness since acquiring the Jin Hong sword, never having been unleashed. Within it lay the full might of the founding ancestor of the Divine Sword sect. In an instant, the brilliance of the sword illuminated the heavens, overshadowing even the radiance of the sun. In the expanse of the universe, it seemed as though only this sword energy would endure eternally. You clearly observe that at the very moment this sword aura is unleashed, the supreme being of the Holy Heaven sect becomes acutely aware, his face revealing a profound expression of terror, prompting him to hastily tear through the fabric of space to escape. Not far away, the combined powers of formidable beings, upon merely casting a glance, are overwhelmed, unable to withstand even the slightest fraction of its might. As the sword aura is summoned, you achieve a successful self-detonation. You are deceased. Please select your reward for the simulation. Observing the text projected by the system, Chuan let out a subtle sigh. He had not anticipated that this time, it would attract the attention of the supreme being behind the Holy Heaven sect. This was indeed unexpected. What surprised Chuan even more was that within the Divine Sword sect, there existed a spatial Tau platform capable of transporting him away. What a treasure! Having reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, he was still contemplating how to break through to the void refinement realm. Relying on the outer palace? That would be akin to walking into a trap, willingly offering himself as a sacrifice. Enduring the cursed lightning tribulation? That was no different from courting death. Fortunately, there was a glimmer of hope. Possessing the spatial Tau platform would allow him to leave and seek breakthroughs elsewhere. At that time, he could choose his cultivation rewards. He firmly believed that it would not be long before he attained the void refinement integration and then confront the supreme being. Without further contemplation, Chuan turned his attention to the rewards available in the simulation. 1. Heart of the Tao 2. Heavenly Grade Fire Spiritual Root 3. Late Stage Spirit Transformation Cultivation 4. Sword Tao Classic Stone 5. Spiritual Grade Technique. Holy Emperor Sword Art 6. Heavenly Grade Ultimate Spiritual Skill. Thousand Shadows Sword Flash Perfect Realm 7. Sword Array. Snowhowl Dragon Roar Perfect Realm 8. Weeping Blood Sword. Gazing at the potential rewards from this simulation, Chuan's face beamed with excitement. After much toil, it was finally time to reap the benefits. As for what to choose, he had already made up his mind during the simulation. System. I choose the Heavenly Grade Fire Spiritual Root, the Sword Tao Classic Stone, and the Holy Emperor Sword Art. Ding. Selection successful. As Chuan completed his choices, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. First, the Premium Fire Spiritual Root transformed into a Heavenly Grade Fire Spiritual Root. With this enhancement, Chuan's perception of the spiritual energy in the air became extraordinarily keen, enabling him to sense the existence of the world's primordial energy. His innate talents, comprehension, and foundational skills were all significantly elevated. Next came the Sword Tao Classic Stone. A stone, the size of a fist and resembling a sword, appeared in Chuan's hand. As the Sword Tao Classic Stone manifested, he could hear the sounds of sword principles resonating from within it. Under the influence of these sounds, Chuan experienced an epiphany, skyrocketing his understanding of the Sword Tao. Finally, there was the Holy Emperor Sword Art. Upon acquiring it, the spiritual energy within Chuan instantly transformed into Holy Emperor Sword Chi. Once unleashed, this Sword Chi, combined with the might of Sword Intent, rendered Chuan capable of vanquishing ordinary spirit transformation cultivators, even with his current mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, such as the terrifying power of a spiritual grade technique. Having received his rewards, Chuan was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he immediately began to refine the Sword Tao Classic Stone to elevate his swordsmanship. Inside the deepest cavern of the Sun and Moon Lake, the sounds of sword principles echoed, as if a grandmaster of swordsmanship were imparting wisdom. Chuan's pure sword heart began to resonate involuntarily. He immersed himself entirely in comprehending the profound intricacies of the Sword Tao. Regrettably, though the Sword Tao Classic Stone was precious, it only allowed Chuan to grasp the principles for a fleeting moment before it turned to waste, losing its efficacy. Awakening from his enlightenment, Chuan sighed deeply. Such a pity. The duration of his comprehension was too short. He barely grazed the edges of the sword heart before the sounds of sword principles vanished entirely. If only he had a few more stones. He was confident he could fully enter the realm of the sword heart, achieving clarity. Having digested the rewards from this simulation, Chuan rose, preparing to venture out. In his previous simulation, upon exiting, he had encountered two dark-clad figures of the spirit transformation stage, and despite his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, he had ultimately succumbed to them. Now, feeling the formidable Holy Emperor sword chi surging within him, Chuan was certain he could slay the two dark-clad figures on the spot, avenging his grievances. With a resounding crash, as Chuan emerged from the waters of the Sun and Moon Lake, two dark-clad individuals passed overhead. Upon seeing the unfamiliar visage of Chuan, the two paused momentarily, exchanging glances before resolutely charging towards him. Seeing this, Chuan smiled coldly. How could the same scenario unfold again? Raising his hand, he summoned a sharp sword, and the Holy Emperor's sword chi erupted fiercely, enveloping the surroundings and rushing towards the two figures. In mere moments, Chuan displayed an invincible stance, sweeping aside the two spirit transformation foes, and departed with confidence. Next, it was time to challenge the trial tower, to maximize his foundational prowess before utilizing the spatial Tau platform to leave. Chapter 85, Ignition departing from the Sun and Moon sect. Chuan promptly made his way to the Alchemy sect to meet Su Ling. He had not forgotten their annual meeting agreement. Undeterred by the heart of the Tao's influence, Chuan still held affections for her. No, to be precise, he cherished the trio of Lu Aoshang, Su Ling, and others. As for Ling Lanwei, she remained among the candidates. Upon arriving at the Alchemy sect, Chuan spent a week in tender companionship with Su Ling before taking flight on his sword. He then proceeded to the Qinglian sect, where he also lingered for a week. Prior to his departure, Xia Lingxian embraced Chuan tightly, her face filled with reluctance. Desiring him to stay longer, Chuan sighed, explaining to her that he had pressing matters to attend to. Once he dealt with the threat posed by the dark-clad figures, he could stay as long as he wished. Spending every day together would pose no issue. Upon hearing this, Xia Lingxian graciously released Chuan. Without delay, he returned to the Divine Sword sect. Although his current objective was to challenge the Trial Tower to earn rewards and enhance his foundational strength, he still needed to acquire the swordsmanship inheritance within the Sword Tomb. Whether it be the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash or the sword energy contained within the Golden Phoenix Sword, both would greatly assist him in the future. Such opportunities must not be missed. Upon returning to the Divine Sword sect, Chuan promptly sought out Ling Lanwei. The two of them made their way to the Sword Tomb. As in the simulation, Chuan, with his extraordinary talent, caused a profound stir upon entering the Sword Tomb. Countless swords resonated in unison, accompanying him closely. This spectacle left Ling Lanwei in awe, her eyes brimming with admiration. Within the Sword Tomb, Ling Lanwei chose the Clear Wind Sword, while Chuan selected the Weeping Blood Sword, the Snow Dragon Sword, and finally, the Golden Phoenix Sword. After obtaining the swordsmanship inheritance, both seated themselves to comprehend the profound mysteries contained within. Amidst this, Chuan felt a surge of inspiration, achieving a moment of transcendence as he united with the heavens and earth. However, this moment of enlightenment came about as the sacred Emperor Sword technique had converted all the spiritual energy within Chuan's body. Thus, he only needed to comprehend the Thousand Shadow Sword Flash and the realm of swordsmanship. 3 months later, Chuan awakened from his epiphany, enveloped in a sharp aura of sword energy. Not only had he achieved minor success in the Thousand Shadow Sword Flash, capable of condensing 250 sword shadows, but his understanding of swordsmanship had also ascended to a higher level. Chuan could sense that he was now very close to the realm of Sword Heart. Perhaps, with just a few challenges and the assistance of several Sword Dao Essence Stones, he could fully enter the Sword Heart realm. He couldn't help but wonder what lay beyond the Sword Heart realm. The levels of swordsmanship are divided into Sword Might, Sword Energy, Sword Intent, and Sword Heart. There must be an even stronger realm beyond the Sword Heart. However, now was not the time to dwell on these thoughts. It would be best to wait until he reached the Sword Heart realm before pondering further. Without lingering on those thoughts, Chuan concluded his journey to the Sword Tomb, departing alongside Ling Lanwei. Upon emerging, Li Jianyi learned of Chuan's recognition by the Golden Phoenix Sword and was overjoyed, hastily activating the sword nurturing pool to cultivate the Golden Phoenix Sword. After completing this, Chuan bid farewell to Ling Lanwei and returned to his dwelling to assimilate the gains from his journey. Upon returning, Chuan inevitably indulged in affectionate moments with Lu Aoshang, simultaneously utilizing the Tai Xian Yin Yang body for cultivation. After a week of such indulgence, he expended 1 million energy points to initiate a simulation. Chuan sat cross-legged on his bed and spoke. Now, he was prepared to challenge the trial tower to reap rewards. 1 million energy points would allow for one simulation. With 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones remaining, he could simulate 20 times, which should be ample. Moreover, each simulation would consistently yield a purple talent, equivalent to exchanging 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones for a purple talent. It was a guaranteed profit. By simulating multiple times, he could easily acquire an array of purple talents. At that point, overcoming the 4th and 5th trials would likely be a walk in the park. Ding. Simulation commencing. Please select the talent for this simulation. 1. Blaze, purple, sacrifice oneself, offering all cultivation and lifespan in exchange for unparalleled power. 2. Iron body, blue, greatly enhance physical defense, effortlessly withstanding attacks from opponents of the same realm. 3. Child of fortune, blue, gain immense fortune, becoming a rare child of fortune. 4. Danger perception, blue, anticipate impending danger. 5. Innate sword body, blue, attain an innate sword body, enhancing swordsmanship talent and the power of sword techniques. As Chuan gazed upon the talents available for simulation, particularly the first purple talent, his eyes lit up with joy, and he struggled to contain his excitement. Truly, he found what he sought without effort. He pondered how to swiftly conclude the simulation while infinitely claiming trial rewards. Surely, self-destruction would be too trivial. Yet, the talent drawn from this simulation was one that could end his life. Blaze. It allowed for the burning of oneself to obtain tremendous power. Not only could it swiftly conclude his life, but it could also be utilized to combat opponents within the trial tower with the augmented strength gained from Blaze. It was indeed a dual benefit. With this talent, Chuan felt confident that in no time, he could claim all the rewards from the trial tower, completely reversing the situation. Incredible system. How did you know I needed this talent? With a smile on his face, Chuan couldn't help but praise. He wondered if the system could comprehend his thoughts. After all, knowing the master is akin to understanding the system. It was only natural. To his astonishment, Chuan was amazed to discover that the system truly could understand him. Remarkable. In summary, he had to choose Blaze. As for the second talent, Chuan examined the remaining 4 options and ultimately focused on the innate sword body. To his surprise, the innate sword body was merely a blue talent. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Ling Lanwei possessed the innate sword body, and her talent for swordsmanship was on par with his own blue talent, Swordmaster. It seemed that the innate sword body wasn't an exceptionally strong physique. Nevertheless, it was the strongest among the remaining blue talents. Without hesitation, Chuan declared, System. I choose Blaze and innate sword body. Ding. Selection completed. Entering simulation. Obtaining Blaze and innate sword body. You can clearly perceive that you possess 2 distinct physiques, the fire spirit body and the innate sword body. The most significant transformation brought about by acquiring the innate sword body is the enhanced potency of the Holy Emperor Sword Qi, which has become far more formidable. Additionally, the power of the Thousand Shadows Sword Flash has also seen an increase. It is beneficial, yet its utility is somewhat limited. After all, this degree of enhancement pales in comparison to the overall elevation of one's foundation. Having slightly utilized the innate sword body, you soared through the skies on your sword, heading towards the ancient tower. The vast chasm lies behind the Blood Sun Gate, which means that to reach the chasm, one must pass through the Blood Sun Gate. After approximately a week's time, you successfully arrived at the territory of the Blood Sun Gate and opted to circumvent it, proceeding directly towards the ancient tower. However, just as you circumvented the Blood Sun Gate, you suddenly perceive an immensely powerful consciousness sweeping over you. Is there a formidable presence? You promptly realize that a formidable presence has seemingly taken note of your existence. This powerful individual, as expected, hails from the Blood Sun sect. Chapter 86, The Gradual Consolidation of the Sword Heart. Fortunately, this aura of consciousness arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. After acknowledging your presence, it receded, vanishing without a trace in an instant. With a furrowed brow, you did not expect that within the Blood Yang Gate, a formidable being still persevered. The strength of this individual undoubtedly transcends the realm of transformation. Is it the Void Refinement, the Union, or perhaps the Great Ascendance? You are enigmatic, likely a survivor from the previous great battle. Without further contemplation, since the other party harbors no ill intentions, I promptly set out for the trial tower to commence my challenges. A day has passed. You have successfully arrived at the location of the ancient tower. And as you gaze upon the aura of antiquity it emanates, a sense of familiarity washes over you. Currently, your cultivation level stands at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. It is reasonable to assume that your opponent's prowess will not be exceedingly high. Upon entering the ancient tower, the figure of your adversary on the first level materializes before you, a practitioner at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. As expected, their cultivation is on par with yours. Without hesitation, you launch into action, engaging in a fierce battle. This late-stage nascent soul cultivator possesses remarkable depth. Their combat strength comparable to that of a half-step into the transformation stage. However, when compared to your own capabilities, they still fall short by a considerable margin. With a single strike of your palm, accompanied by the divine sword aura of the Holy Emperor, you swiftly vanquished it, witnessing the terrifying might of your own power. You find yourself reflecting on the formidable nature of the spirit-level cultivation techniques. In your last simulation, you had merely practiced the heavenly-level technique, the Great Spirit Fire formula, and engaged in a fierce battle for a while. However, this time, you swiftly vanquished your opponent. The disparity between the two instances is strikingly apparent. Following your triumph, the first layer's reward materializes, a vibrant orb of multicolored spiritual liquid. Without a moment's hesitation, you proceed to refine it. Indeed, once the refinement is complete, You can select your cultivation reward at the conclusion of the simulation. After all, the cultivation reward is guaranteed to be fully inherited from the simulation. Otherwise, whether it be the multicolored liquid, the golden elixir, or the swordsmanship scripture from the third layer, you would be left with 3 choices. Should you choose, the purple talent would be beyond your grasp. Chuan muses to himself, recalling that the reason he did not select a talent reward last time was primarily due to the excessive cultivation realm, late-stage spirit transformation. Once chosen, the challenge of the trial tower would undoubtedly escalate significantly. However, this time is different. You can refine it, thus enhancing your foundation and suppressing your realm. Opting to choose after the simulation concludes. A week later, as you finish refining the orb of multicolored liquid, your cultivation advances notably, bringing you closer to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, the liquid elevates the quality of your spiritual energy, rendering it more profound. Your meridians have also expanded by a third. With each strike, your body's meridians can channel a greater volume of spiritual energy, enhancing the potency of both your techniques and spiritual arts by a third. Beyond bolstering your combat prowess, the expansion of your meridians aids in your cultivation. With an increased flow of spiritual energy, the refinement process accelerates, hastening your cultivation speed. Naturally, as your cultivation speed increases, the demand for spiritual energy upon each breakthrough correspondingly rises. However, compared to the enhanced foundation, this increased demand is negligible, requiring merely a bit more spiritual stone resources. Upon completion of your refinement, you ascend directly to the second layer, ready to face new adversaries. Upon reaching the second layer, your opponent materializes, a fully realized nascent soul cultivator. This adversary boasts considerable depth of foundation, capable of challenging and potentially slaying late-stage spirit transformation practitioners. In the outside world, such a disparity in realms would undoubtedly mark one as a prodigy. Yet, before you, there remains a slight gap. After all, you had previously vanquished 2 collaborating spirit transformation practitioners at the Sun and Moon Lake. The opponent's combat prowess hardly intimidates you. In the next moment, you launch your assault, engaging in fierce combat. The fierce aura of the Holy Emperor's sword chi surges forth, amplified by the innate sword body, enhancing its potency even further. Within mere exchanges, your opponent succumbs, easily falling to your blade. Indeed, this time, dispatching the foes of the first 2 layers proves considerably less arduous. However, in the third layer, the enemy's cultivation escalates to the early stages of spirit transformation, coupled with an impressive foundation, rendering them on par with typical late-stage spirit transformation cultivators. The difficulty has certainly increased. Observing this, Chuan cannot help but exclaim. He shakes his head, believing that overcoming the adversary in the third layer should not pose a significant challenge. The concern lies in the fourth layer. In the fourth layer, the enemy not only reaches the mid-stage of spirit transformation, but also attains the realm of sword heart, rivaling even the most accomplished of spirit transformation practitioners. The challenge to defeat them is exceedingly daunting. Perhaps, only through the use of combustion could you stand a chance of victory. Upon defeating the opponent of the second layer, a reward materializes, a golden elixir. Without hesitation, you consume the elixir. The golden elixir not only enhances your physical strength, but also expands your meridians. It is no exaggeration to say that after undergoing the enhancements from the multicolored liquid and the golden elixir, your meridians have expanded by 50% compared to their previous state. The potency of your Holy Emperor's sword chi and Thousand Shadows sword flash has intensified. After refining the golden elixir, you do not linger and head straight to the third layer. In the third layer, your opponent indeed possesses early-stage spirit transformation prowess, while you stand at merely the late stage of the nascent soul. However, with your fortified foundation, the power of your Holy Emperor's sword chi is significantly magnified. Defeating your opponent is not a daunting task. As before, you select your longsword and engage in a fierce battle. The formidable sword intent clashes within the confined space, unleashing a tempest of fierce winds. You wield the sacred Emperor sword technique with profound fluctuations, its sharpness reaching extraordinary heights. Coupled with the essence of the sword and your innate sword intent, its power becomes unfathomably formidable. With a single stroke, you can vanquish an ordinary initial stage transformation of God practitioner, and even mid and late stage practitioners must evade its brilliance. Its might approaches that of a consummate transformation of God practitioner as assault. Although you aspire to hone your skills through combat, the spiritual energy within a nascent soul practitioner is not inexhaustible. After only a few hours of fierce battle, you begin to sense the gradual depletion of your inner spiritual energy. Without hesitation, you unleash the Thousand Shadows sword flash, maximizing the potency of the sacred Emperor sword chi, producing hundreds of sword shadows that collectively overpower your opponent. Alas, there are still limitations to the spiritual energy of a nascent soul realm. Only upon reaching the transformation of God realm can one draw upon the inexhaustible spiritual energy of the heavens and earth at will. Nevertheless, the desire for refinement does not hinge on this moment. The trial tower will not vanish and can be revisited for training at any time. The immediate priority is to secure the rewards. Upon defeating the opponent on the third level, a sword Dao gemstone materializes before you. Grasping the gemstone, you are enveloped by a symphony of sword melodies, immersing you in the comprehension of the sword Dao. With the assistance of your innate sword body, your aptitude for the sword Dao reaches new heights as talent begets further enhancement. Before long, the sword Dao gemstone transforms into a mundane stone, its essence thoroughly assimilated within you. Simultaneously, a pure sword heart begins to coalesce quietly within your being. Chapter 87. The Form of the Sword Heart. A new challenge after refining the sword Dao gemstone. You can distinctly perceive the nascent form of the sword heart gathering within you, enhancing the might of your sword chi. Thanks to the nascent sword heart, you can barely transmute the spiritual energy of the world into your sword chi. Everything can become a sword, contingent upon a single thought. In time, your sword chi will be omnipresent and inescapable. This is the realm of the sword heart. The sword heart realm? How formidable! The ability to transform the spiritual energy of the cosmos into my sword chi is astounding. No wonder, during the last simulation, the opponent on the 4th level subdued my sword intent solely with their sword heart, rendering my sword intent impotent. The subtleties of the sword heart reveal themselves here. Upon realization, Chuan is left in disbelief. The sword heart realm is indeed extraordinary. Had it not been for the simulation and the refinement of the sword Dao gemstone, achieving the sword heart realm would have taken an extensive period. After defeating the opponent on the 3rd level, you do not hasten to the 4th level but instead settle in place, retrieving spiritual stones to commence your training. Although your foundation has been fortified, your mastery of the spiritual techniques lags behind. The Thousand Shadows sword flash is only at a minor accomplishment, while the Snowhowl Dragon chant is merely at the introductory stage, preventing you from fully unleashing your potential. However, you believe that even with enhancements, you may still not be the match for the 4th level. In the previous simulation, despite fully realizing both the Sacred Emperor sword technique and the Thousand Shadows sword flash, you were effortlessly slain by the opponent on the 4th level. This time, it is likely to be no different. Yet, you opt for further cultivation, preparing yourself to confront the challenges of the 4th level with greater strength. As the seasons change, a year slips by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this year, you have refined the Thousand Shadows sword flash to a major accomplishment, capable of conjuring 400 sword shadows, not far from reaching its pinnacle. The Snowhowl Dragon chant has similarly advanced to a major accomplishment. Feeling adequately prepared, you rise to face the challenge of the 4th level. To perfect the Thousand Shadows sword flash and the Snowhowl Dragon chant would require years of dedication. You no longer wish to squander time. Upon entering the 4th level, adversaries emerge. A mid-stage transformation practitioner stands before you. Relying on formidable foundational strength, the opponent's combat prowess is not inferior to that of a perfected transformation, and may even approach the precipice of void refinement. Furthermore, with the assistance of the sword heart realm, even a counterstrike capable of defying void refinement becomes a possibility. Your stress is intensified. Choose your weapon wisely. With a longsword in hand, you shall officially confront the challenges of this level. Before you, the adversary strikes with a single swing of his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy from all directions. The air becomes thick with the converging sword aura, its power surging exponentially in an instant. You rose in defiance, wielding your sword with equal fervor, summoning the nascent form of your sword heart to engage in combat. Alas, the nascent form remained just that, a mere semblance. Neither the might of your sword energy nor the swiftness with which you transformed it could rival the true essence of the sword heart. You were thoroughly overwhelmed by your opponent's onslaught. The relentless and overwhelming waves of sword energy suffocated you, and after exchanging dozens of blows, signs of your impending defeat began to manifest. With a heavy sigh, you acknowledge the formidable nature of your opponent on the 4th level. The realm of sword heart is indeed extraordinarily daunting. If you cannot attain this state, you stand no chance against your adversary. It is no wonder that even the founder of the Divine Sword sect could not conquer this 4th tier. The level of difficulty far exceeds your imagination. After exchanging dozens of blows, you find yourself utterly defeated, on the verge of being slain by your opponent, without a moment's hesitation. You have chosen to incinerate yourself, sacrificing all your cultivation and techniques in a desperate gamble. As you enter the state of combustion, your body is suddenly enveloped in a blazing inferno, engulfing you completely. The flames lack any heat, instead emanating a divine aura. Within this burning state, you can no longer perceive your own cultivation. Even the essence of your sword heart has all but vanished, consumed by the fire. Yet, despite this, the flames bestow upon you an overwhelming surge of power, filling every fiber of your being with boundless strength. This potency is the result of your cultivation being transformed through the act of burning. In this state of combustion, you engage in a fierce battle with your opponent, exchanging blows in a relentless struggle, neither side yielding an inch. However, after a brief moment, you engaged in a fierce exchange with your opponent for hundreds of moves, showing no signs of disadvantage. However, as time progressed, the flame that burns within you grows ever smaller, ultimately resembling a candle flickering in a dying breeze, poised to vanish at any moment. You understand that this is due to the depletion of your own cultivation and mystical arts, rendering you incapable of sustaining your battle any longer. Ultimately, as the final flicker of flame within your body extinguishes, darkness envelopes your vision, and the world succumbs to an eerie silence. You are utterly extinguished, leaving not even a trace of ash. Upon reading this, Chuan stroked his chin, pondering the surprising equivalence in strength between his burnout state and that of his opponent. Upon reflection, it became evident that the more formidable his own cultivation and techniques, the greater the power he could derive from this self-immolation. As a late-stage nascent soul practitioner, his ability to burn himself allowed him to match the prowess of an adversary from the fourth tier, which was indeed remarkable. In the external world, his burnout state would render him no weaker than an average void refinement practitioner. This was not merely a span of one major realm, but rather two. Such a realization was nothing short of extraordinary. As the simulation concluded, Chuan began to examine the rewards available for this round. 1. Burnout State 2. Innate Sword Body 3. Late-Stage Nascent Soul Cultivation 4. Form of Sword Heart 5. Thousand Shadow Sword Flash. Complete Realm 6. Snow Howl Dragon Song. Complete Realm. Gazing at the rewards, Chuan felt a hint of confusion and spoke, "System," in a previous simulation. My cultivation was stripped away by a cloaked figure, and I did not receive any cultivation rewards upon the simulation's conclusion. This time, having entered the burnt-out state, my cultivation techniques have similarly been consumed. Why am I still able to select cultivation rewards? Beep. External factors may influence the rewards available at the conclusion of a simulation. However, the burnout state is attributed to an innate talent, thus it does not affect the selection of rewards, the system elucidated. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chuan's expression shifted to one of understanding. So, if he were to have his cultivation techniques stripped away by another during a simulation, he would be unable to continue selecting rewards. The burnout state, being a system-endowed talent, remained unaffected. Without hesitation, Chuan declared, "System, I choose the burnout state. Late-stage nascent soul cultivation in the form of Sword Heart." Beep. Selection complete. Rewards obtained. Suddenly, Chuan's inner aura transformed drastically. Although his cultivation remained at the late-stage nascent soul level, his foundation had significantly strengthened. Even without relying on the sacred Emperor's Sword technique, he was confident in his ability to contend with an average god transformation practitioner. As for the form of Sword Heart, it was even more promising. He anticipated that it would not be long before he could fully consolidate his Sword Heart, achieving the Sword Heart realm. At that point, defeating an opponent from the fourth tier would be a trivial matter. Following that, he could select rewards from the fourth tier. He wondered what treasures awaited him there. Surely they would surpass the Sword Dao Essence Stone in value. Without further contemplation, Chuan hastily initiated the next simulation. His current mission was to relentlessly challenge the Trial Tower, acquire rewards, and fortify his own prowess. System, expend 1 universal energy point to initiate the simulation. Beep. Simulation commencing. Please select the innate talent for this simulation. Chapter 88. Pure Young Body. Consolidating the Sword Heart during the second simulation. Among the 5 innate talents drawn, only one was of purple rank. Moment of Insight. This was a superior alternative to the previous talent, capable of further enhancing the probability of enlightenment. Without a moment's hesitation, Chuan chose the Moment of Insight. It was well known that each instance of enlightenment significantly augmented his comprehension, even if the duration lasted only a few months. It was equivalent to years of arduous training. As for the other talent, he casually selected a blue talent of minimal assistance. The second simulation unfolded similarly to the first. He breezed through the initial 2 tiers, refining the multicolored spiritual liquid and golden elixir, which further enhanced Chuan's foundation. However, this time, the expansion of his meridians from the multicolored spiritual liquid and golden elixir was not as profound as in the first instance. The first simulation had expanded his meridians by 50%, while this time, it only achieved a 30% increase. As for the subsequent simulations, it was evident that the meridian expansion would continue to diminish until it became ineffective. Reflecting on this, Chuan expressed his thoughts. Indeed, neither the multicolored spiritual liquid nor the golden elixir can perpetually enhance one's foundation. There is always a limit. Nonetheless, this is still remarkably extraordinary. Chuan estimated that if the effects of the multicolored spiritual liquid and golden elixir were fully realized, his foundation could potentially increase 2 to 3-fold compared to before. A casual strike would unleash a power 2 to 3 times greater than his previous capabilities. Coupled with his techniques and spiritual skills, the strength could amplify even further. At that point, even if his cultivation remained at the late-stage nascent soul level, he could traverse the god transformation realm with ease, truly a top-tier prodigy. The enhancements from the first 2 tiers were substantial, and the third tier offered significant improvements as well. As in the previous simulation, the foes in the third tier were no match for Chuan, who effortlessly dispatched them. With his foundation bolstered, the advantages of his opponent's realms began to diminish significantly. With a few more simulations, they could be rendered negligible. After defeating the third-tier adversary, Chuan once again acquired a Sword Dao Essence Stone and sat down to refine it. Upon completion, the form of sword heart advanced further. Lu Chuan could distinctly sense that he was drawing closer to the sword heart realm. With the next simulation, refining another sword Dao essence stone would allow him to consolidate his sword heart and fully attain the sword heart realm. To reach the sword heart realm after just one more simulation? What rapid progress! Truly, the sword Dao essence stone was worth several years of sword comprehension. Lu Chuan marveled, then mused, I wonder if the sword Dao essence stone will still hold value once I reach the sword heart realm. If it could continuously aid my understanding of the sword Dao, could I not rely on it to infinitely elevate my sword mastery? Clearly, this was unrealistic. After refining the sword Dao essence stone, just as in the previous simulation, Lu Chuan continued to sit in meditation, striving to comprehend spiritual skills. Remarkably, he experienced a rare moment of enlightenment. In an instant, he achieved a state of unity with the heavens, and his comprehension soared, rendering all techniques and skills simple and clear. Regrettably, this moment of enlightenment lasted only 2 months, not long enough. Within those 2 months, Lu Chuan successfully cultivated the 1,000 Shadow Sword Flash to its pinnacle, capable of manifesting 600 sword shadows. The Snow Howl Dragon Song, being merely in the complete realm, did not warrant excessive time investment. After the moment of enlightenment, Lu Chuan challenged the 4th tier once more. This time, the situation was considerably improved. He did not falter after just a few exchanges. Lu Chuan managed to withstand several dozen strikes, engaging in 100 exchanges before his inner spiritual energy gradually dwindled. He began to falter. Once again, he activated the burnout state. With its assistance, Lu Chuan's strength surged, and he transitioned from defense to offense. In the previous simulation, aided by the burnt-out state, Lu Chuan had merely held equal footing with his opponent. This time, however, he had already gained the upper hand. Despite the inability to eradicate the foe within a brief span, it remains a piece of splendid news. At the very least, the distance to vanquish the adversary of the 4th layer diminishes steadily. As the flames extinguished and the embers settled, Lu Chuan concluded this simulation. System. I select the spark of inspiration, the late-stage Yuan Ying cultivation, and the nascent form of the sword heart. With the rewards chosen, Lu Chuan's foundation was once again fortified. Now, with a mere strike, he could vanquish a god transformation practitioner. His foundation was astonishingly formidable. The system activated the panel. Sensing his current prowess, Lu Chuan spoke. Host, Lu Chuan cultivation, late-stage Yuan Ying root, celestial grade fire root physique, fire spirit body simulation count, 0 talent, master alchemist, green, flash of inspiration, blue, sword master, blue, dustless sword heart, purple, embers, purple, spark of inspiration, purple, simulation level, LV6 partner, Lu Aoxiang, Su Ling, Xiao Lingxian gazing at the panel. Lu Chuan nodded approvingly. Indeed, he was steadily growing stronger. Without delay, Lu Chuan embarked on the 3rd simulation. In this 3rd simulation, he again encountered only one purple talent. However, this purple talent was anything but ordinary, the pure yang body. Upon beholding the pure yang body, Lu Chuan's breath quickened, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The pure yang body serves as a superior alternative to the fire spirit body, boasting strength far beyond mere comparison. The pure yang body, inherently robust and radiant, transforms its internal spiritual energy into yang energy, in contrast to the fire spirit energy generated by the fire spirit body. The power of yang energy is in a league of its own. A single unit of yang energy can comprehensively suppress fire spirit energy. If possessing the fire spirit body equates to the ability to battle beyond one's realm, stepping into the ranks of the talented, then possessing the pure yang body elevates one to the pinnacle of genius, enabling one to confront opponents across a major realm with sheer strength of yang energy. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan chose the pure yang body, casually selecting a less useful blue talent as the alternative. In the 3rd simulation, Lu Chuan effortlessly surpassed the first 2 layers, refining the multicolored spiritual liquid and the golden elixir. His foundation received yet another enhancement, allowing for an increased flow of yang energy through his meridians. Battling beyond his realm became as simple as eating and drinking. Upon reaching the 3rd layer, Lu Chuan, aided by his own foundation and the pure yang body, overwhelmed his opponent with ease. Swordplay became unnecessary. He swiftly dispatched the adversary of the 3rd layer. Sitting cross-legged, he refined the sword Dao scripture stone once more. By my word, I passed through the 3rd layer without the nascent form of the sword heart, relying solely on my foundation. Truly, the pure yang body is remarkable. At this moment, Lu Chuan realized the immense power of the pure yang body. The might of yang energy surpassed all his expectations. Perhaps this time, overcoming the 4th layer would not pose a challenge. After refining the sword Dao scripture stone, Lu Chuan, as anticipated, successfully condensed a sword heart, the dustless sword heart. His mastery of the sword Dao was on par with the adversary of the 4th layer. Coupled with his formidable foundation and the assistance of the pure yang body, he felt confident that he could indeed conquer the 4th challenge. With the sword heart formed, Lu Chuan sat in place, opting to cultivate spiritual techniques. descending into a state of enlightenment and experiencing a surge in comprehension. 2 months later, the Thousand Shadow Sword Flash reached its pinnacle, while the Snowhowl Dragon chant attained great success. As the enlightenment concluded, Chuan headed directly towards the 4th layer. This time, he was certain of his success in overcoming the challenge and reaping the rewards of the 4th layer. Chapter 89, Sword Dao Divine Power. The 10 Directions Sword Cannon entering the 4th layer. Once again, you find yourself confronted by an adversary who has repeatedly bested you, a mid-stage transcendent cultivator, adept in the art of Sword Heart. It must be acknowledged that had your opponent not mastered the Sword Heart, vanquishing him would have posed little challenge. However, with the Sword Heart in his arsenal, the dynamics shift dramatically. He possesses the capability to contend with even the most formidable of illusory realm cultivators. Yet this time, you two have grasped the essence of the Sword Heart. In this realm of swordsmanship, your opponent stands no chance. The outcome remains uncertain, a precarious balance between victory and defeat. Faced with such a formidable foe, you do not dare to underestimate him and choose to wield your longsword. With a single strike, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth erupts, transforming into your sword aura, surging forth from all directions to assail your opponent.